At the moment when the guy just touched the money, an interface appears in front of you. The prompt sounds, the conditions are met. The system connection is successful. Unbelievable, the plug-in was successfully opened. Just now, the guy was stabbed inside. The next second, the guy suddenly opened his eyes. I found myself sitting in a high school classroom. The guy's name is Fang Ping. Fang Ping has watched a lot of time-traveling dramas, so I quickly accepted the fact of crossing. But unlike in previous lives, there is an additional profession in this world called a dancer. Fang Ping went to the internet cafe to inquire about the dancers. This check Fang Ping was taken aback. In this world, no matter what big thing you want to do, I'll have a premise. That's the identity of the dancer. The dancers are divided into 9 frets. Dancers not only have extremely high social status and rights, and only dancers can start a company. Only the 4-rank dancer can be the governor. To open a multinational company is to reach the 7-rank dancer. So, the dance exam has become the only way for countless people to turn over. Fang Ping was determined to be admitted to the dancer's exam. But the dance exam is not so simple. The application fee of 10,000 yuan alone, it discourages many people. Fang Ping suddenly thought, will he be a rich second generation after crossing? But when I got home, I looked. Sure enough, he is still a poor second generation. Fang Ping has a younger sister, Fang Yuan, with a lively personality. Motherly Yueying in order to take care of Fang Ping. The 2 siblings only work half a day. The monthly income is only 800. Dad Fang Mingrong. It's just an ordinary ceramic factory worker. The monthly salary is only 3,000. Facing a family situation at the bottom of society. Fang Ping couldn't speak for a while. After a lot of struggle, in order to completely change fate, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and still opened his mouth. Heard that Fang Ping was going to take the martial arts exam. The family was shocked. But father still did not hesitate to take out a bank card. There are already 10,000 yuan prepared in it. Facing his son's dreams, my father still chose to support it. Fang Ping looked at the bank card in his hand, both surprised and moved, determined to be admitted to the martial arts. Let the family have a good life. The next day, Fang Ping came to the bank to withdraw money. It was just the moment when Fang Ping had just touched the money. An interface appears in front of you. Indicates that the sound start condition has been reached. The system connection is successful. Isn't this the standard configuration of plugins? Disastrous. You can't imagine the happiness of rich people. At this time, Fang Ping was working on his own system. After he withdrew 10,000 yuan from the bank, his wealth became 10,000. Fang Ping's research found money that doesn't belong to you. Even if you touch it, it will not be recorded. If the value is too small, it will not be recorded. What makes Fang Ping nervous now is his blood and spirit. How exactly these 2 values should be raised? Fang Ping began to experiment with various methods. Yoga bows down and kowtows to the Buddha to incarnate Ultraman. Can be operated as fiercely as a tiger. The values remain unchanged. Fang Ping was in a hurry for a while, and then he didn't add qi and blood. I'll let you get a box lunch. As soon as the words fell, Viet Yoms fast. Fang Ping's whole body gradually exuded a majestic red energy. I only heard a ding. Wealth reduced to 0. The HP value is increased to 1.1. Fang Ping immediately felt the change in his body. With the increase of qi and blood, his heart began to beat faster. It seems that the second pulse of Randu has been opened. The whole person is unprecedentedly comfortable. But he suddenly realized something. Suddenly looked at the table. 10,000 yuan is still on the table. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Originally, spending your wealth does not affect your real-life money. The next day, Fang Ping went to the school to register for 5 subject exams. The students were shocked. Ask him how much blood he has. Fang Ping didn't know whether his 1.1 was high or low. so I was embarrassed to answer. At this time, the classmate next to him said that he had 108 cards. Fang Ping was taken aback. I only have 1.1. That's too big a gap. Wu Zhihao on the side saw this. Invite him to test at home after school. He just happened to have one at home. A home-type blood share worth hundreds of thousands. Fang Ping has a black line. The happiness of rich people is unimaginable. After school, Fang Ping came to Wu Zhihao's house. Fang Ping sat down in the test chair. Wu Zhihao looked at the screen dumbfounded. After a while, he said incredulously, Fang Ping's qi and blood turned out to be 113 calories. The guy only spent 10,000 yuan. Overnight, he became second in the class. The guy's name is Fang Ping. Yesterday, the system was triggered by accident when withdrawing money and convert 10,000 wealth into 0.1 weeping blood. It turns out that the system is not the same as the reality. The 1.1 qi in blood displayed by the system is 113 cards in reality. The system just omitted the 3 of 1.13. Back home, Fang Ping was very happy, showing off in front of his sister. Because of the 113 cards of qi and blood, he ranked second in the class. It's not a sure thing to get into the dancer. The parents were very happy when they heard this. They know that test dancers need more than just exercise. Also take tonics. So he gritted his teeth and took out the 20,000 yuan he had saved so hard. Mom called Fang Ping into the room. Father's face was kind. Handed over 20,000 yuan to his son. Fang Ping was both moved and surprised. At this time, the wealth value of the system also changed from 0 to 20,000. Fang Ping knew very well that the 20,000 yuan was not easy to come by. Therefore, it must be used with caution. If you take it to buy medicine and eat it, it is not known how effective it will be. On the contrary, it makes the system in front of you more reliable. So Fang Ping spent 10,000. Wealth increased by 0.1 spirit. This time, the reaction was different from qi and blood. It's like a girl caressing her head. Refreshed. Concentration, comprehension, and memory have all improved dramatically. Fang Ping was excited and did an all-night homework. The next day, he didn't go to school and didn't take him to sleepy. Yang Jin directly gave him a throat lock. Because of Fang Ping. Weeping Blood 113 card message. Has been Wu Zhihao's big mouth. It spread to the whole school. Just when the classmates were talking, the head teacher reported a bunch of materials for the martial arts theory test. Give it to Fang Ping and hand it over to a few of them to participate in the martial arts exam. An important task. He said that he had won it several times from the dean, only to get the opportunity. Let them pick up the freshman brother of Southern Xinjiang, Wuhan University. Wang Jinyang is open-minded. Isn't this a chance to learn from the experience? A good-looking senior is so popular. The people who came to pick him up were a group of seniors. His name is Wang Jinyang. The reason why he is popular. There is a more important reason. He became a dancer in his freshman year. But only Fang Ping. Even Wang Jinyang didn't know who he was. His ignorance provoked outrage. An iron-hearted female fan stood up and gave him detailed science popularization. In fact, Wang Jinyang's family is not wealthy. But he never gave up the martial arts examination. Always keep learning. And finally won the whole martial arts championship. Admitted to Southern Xinjiang Wuhan University. At the same time, he was also the first person in the ordinary class to be admitted to Wuhan University. And after being admitted to Wuhan University, Wang Jinyang did not slack off at all. Always insist on refining the body. So I became a dancer in my freshman year. Wang Jinyang returned to his alma mater this time. There will be a presentation. Everyone put up banners inside and outside the car. This pomp made Wang Jinyang very embarrassed. Take advantage of the rush time. Wang Jinyang also taught it to the younger students. Some martial arts tips. The martial arts examination is divided into 5 major levels. The most difficult part is the physical examination and actual measurement. I want to pass the martial arts exam. Qi and blood are still very difficult at around 110 calories. But if it can mobilize emotions, the results would have been very different. People's joys, sorrows, and sorrows can make blood boil. Especially angry. Simple and rough works well. If it is not possible to transfer, just imagine yourself feeling humiliated. Once the medical examination has passed, it's relatively easy to measure. It's nothing more than an outbreak. Strength, endurance, flexibility, and the like. But if it's a waste that can't even kill chickens, then don't think about hitting someone, because it's much harder to kill someone than to kill a chicken. Fang Ping heard this. A look of shock. Why did the word murder come out of Wang Jinyang's mouth? It seems so light and breezy. Fang Ping returned home and thought twice. I think there's only one possibility. That is, he has killed people in reality. But he didn't have time to think about it at this time, because of what the Dark King Jinyang said. His 113 calories of qi and blood are not safe. So Fang Ping spent 10,000 fortune values. Added another 0.1 qi and blood. This time, however, the reaction was completely different from the last time. Fang Ping instantly felt that his heart was about to explode. The muscles of the whole body burst out. It's incredibly painful. It's hard to even breathe. Is it over the topping? Don't rush to improve your stats, or it is likely to die suddenly. At this time, Fang Ping fell on the bed. The pain was unbearable. He didn't understand anything. The last time I added qi and blood, it was unprecedented and comfortable. But this time it almost killed him. I just have to take it easy now. He hurriedly put on his school uniform, pick up Wang Jinyang at the hotel, and go to school. As a result, I ran too quickly, accidentally bumped into a new tenant upstairs. But this man is very strange, wearing a hat and mask. He also had a knife in his hand, but Fang Ping didn't think too much about it. Get on the bus and pick up the seniors. After getting into the car, Wang Jinyang walked to Fang Ping's side. I patted him on the shoulder and said he wanted to be a dancer. The body is fundamental. Although I don't know what tonic Fang Ping took. Qi and blood have increased so much at once. But the medicine of the tiger and wolf cannot be eaten indiscriminately. Slightly carelessly avoid brewing a fire. And only take tonics and don't exercise your body. In the end, it's just that people's hearts are insufficient. Fang Ping replied awkwardly and thanked him. Come home in the evening. Fang Ping listened to Wang Jinyang's suggestion. Start exercising desperately. I didn't expect this to be so strong after the qi and blood were improved. Degrees of movement. Not tired at all. At this time, there was a sudden murderous aura behind him. Look back. It was that new tenant who met during the day. Fang Ping walked into the room worriedly. I unexpectedly saw a second-grade peak dancer from the news. Take out the accomplices after the robbery. Fled to the city of Yangcheng, where he was. See the knife in the picture. Fang Ping was thoughtful. It feels very familiar. When sleeping at night, he woke up suddenly. Isn't that the man's knife upstairs? This guy is a bit ruthless. Upstairs lived a murderer. Instead of running, he didn't run. Also took the initiative to visit the door. I went to the murderer's house to watch the ball game. 2 cups of soy milk are also specially prepared. The head of the cup rests on the hand, and the soy milk is pinched. I was furious, but he could only watch. Fang Ping kept showing off in front of him, and you have to smile and greet each other. Don't look at his young age. What if it's someone sent by the inspection bureau? It's better to keep a low profile. Before you know it, the game is over. Fang Ping opened the curtains, ready to help the back brother clean up. Then he was immediately pulled up by the back brother. How can a murderer's room be casually exposed in front of people? However, the back brother can only lie that he is allergic to ultraviolet rays, since the living room is not to be done. Then go to the bedroom and clean it. But the back brother stopped the flat again. The man's bedroom is not very convenient. Everybody gets it. There is nothing to be done. Fang Ping was finally ready to flash people. The back brother finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping tripped over the box on the ground, fell, and flipped on his back. The back brother panicked instantly. It wasn't because Fang Ping fell. It's because the murder weapon in the box is exposed. He immediately rushed over, kicked Fang Ping into the air, then take out the dagger. Gonna kill people. Just when the hand is ready to take the knife down, the back brother suddenly felt dizzy. It turned out that Fang Ping was drugged in soy milk, and it super doubled. Fang Ping hurriedly took the opportunity to pick up the wooden stick. A brain melon knocks on. The head brother stood up in an instant. It is worthy of the pinnacle of the second grade. The back-to-back guy punches an uppercut right in the abdomen. Fang Ping hurriedly pushed it away with one palm. He finally crossed it. How can you die here? So he used his big move to stick and hammer. The back brother has too many injuries. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fang Ping immediately went to check the stolen goods. I didn't expect to gain a lot. This teenager actually defeated a murderer at the pinnacle of the second rank alone, but he didn't rely on strength. Instead, he was secretly drugged. The back brother was furious, scolded Fang Ping angrily. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping is not a good child. He was tempted by a large bag of stolen goods. The back brother realized that there was a trace, immediately said to trade with Fang Ping. Just let him go. The cash and pills are square. Today, with the addition of pills, the total market price is 5.24 million. Fang Ping looked shocked. A few bottles of pills turn out to be worth millions. Did all the money of the warriors fall from the sky? The head brother persuaded Fang Ping to trade with him, only to make money and not to lose. Because of the crispy bone pill and the tofu pill in the bag. It's all good things that have no price. The flesh of a warrior is always an ordinary person. If hard bones are not hardened, if you can't protect your delicate internal organs, once the chi and blood exceed the limit, he will die violently. So instead of handing it over to the police, in the end, you end up empty-handed. It's better to let him go. Get so many goodies. If you want to kill someone, then swallow it privately. That's even less to think about, because the back brother has already contacted the downline. If you haven't been in touch for a long time, they will definitely come to Fang Ping for revenge. Wouldn't that be more than worth the loss? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. He was very reluctant to give up this big bag of goodies. But he is also well aware. You must not let go of the back brother. Otherwise, I'll have to get a boxed lunch right away. That's when he thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. Find Wang Jinyang for help, because resources are very precious to dancers. Wang Jinyang's thoughts are certainly similar to his. But what if Wang Jinyang wants to swallow it alone? However, Fang Ping has no way back. Drag it out a little longer. The effect of the drug has passed. The back brother will definitely kill him. Rather than that, it's better to gamble on Wang Jinyang. At least there's a chance to get out of the way. The idea is by all means. Fang Ping echoed with a stick again. The teenager looked at the 2.4 million wealth displayed by the system. The heart was ecstatic. It's no problem to be admitted as a dancer now. The man's name was Wang Jinyang. He is the champion of Yangqing's martial arts examination. Became a dancer in my freshman year. He receives a mission to capture the murderer. At this time, he was taking advantage of the night to act. Suddenly, the phone rang. It turned out to be Fang Ping's call. Connect the phone. Fang Ping said that he caught the back brother. Wang Jinyang was skeptical. Meet the back brother. Even he had to be very cautious. Not to mention Fang Ping, who is not even a dancer. Although I thought about it. But Wang Jinyang still rushed over quickly. I didn't expect everything to be like this. This junior is too tough. He caught the murderer alone. Fang Ping didn't beat around the bush either. He got straight to the point. I want to embezzle stolen goods. Wang Jinyang originally wanted to test it. Who knew that Fang Ping directly pulled him into the gang and handed over the power to share the spoils to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang was stunned. The junior is really a smart man. Don't hesitate. Resolutely upload the second-grade quenching pill and skincare pill. Fang Ping can't use it for the time being. Replace it with a one-product one, plus 1 million cash to him. Then Wang Jinyang was on the back brother again. A red elixir was found. It's a lot of money, and it just so happens that he is breaking through the realm now. If you want to use it, take it away. The rest is all to the square, and he will handle the affairs of the back brother. Fang Ping doesn't have to worry anymore. After distributing the stolen goods, the wealth value of the system also soared to more than 2.4 million at once. However, the gap with the market price of 3.5 million is quite large. This system is really child-free. For this case, though, Fang Ping was already very content. Fang Ping suddenly remembered the matter of recording a confession. Look back. A look of shock. Wang Jinyang said with a fierce look in his eyes, and the prisoner resisted arrest. Killed on the spot. You can believe it. This high school student turned out to be a millionaire. Now, he was getting ready to buy his first mansion. The teenager's name was Fang Ping. Just now, the 1 million transferred to him by Wang Jinyang arrived. His fortune has reached more than 3.4 million. The previous system interface was shattered. One is more technological. A new, taller interface is in front of you. But I didn't expect this system to be open-minded. When Fang Ping had no money before, only one decimal place is displayed. Not precise enough. Today, the wealth value has reached more than 3.4 million. Not only the interface is upgraded, you can also exchange 1,000 fortune for a card of equipment. The operation is more detailed. Sure enough, it is impossible to have no money these days. At this time, Wang Jinyang sent a text message to Fang Ping, said to send him something useful. Fang Ping was very curious. When there is silence, my sister's private wake-up service arrived. Fang Ping's waist is really good. But even if it's a brother or sister, also reciprocate with courtesy. Fang Yuan handed his brother a courier. It was sent by Wang Jinyang. Something has arrived. Fang Yuan couldn't believe it. His own brother. I actually know this big celebrity in Yangsheng. Hurriedly pulled Fang Ping to ask Wang Jinyang for an autograph. Fang Yuan showed his brother his plan to make a fortune. Among the 5 girls in Yangsheng, 3 like Wang Jinyang. The other 2 are very fond of Fang Yuan. The school has a total of 3,000 girls, plus 500 male fans. A signature sells for $10. That's 35,000 pieces. Isn't it 100 million if you round it off? But I just came back to my senses, only to realize that my brother had already fled. I'm just entertaining myself. Fang Ping walked on the road. Take a look at the courier. It turned out that Wang Jinyang sent him 3 books of cultivation exercises. Previously, he checked the information and showed that. I want to be a dancer. 2 conditions must be met. The first chi blood is at least 150 calories, and the second is the second. Bones are strong and temper bones. It's not just about taking medicine. You also have to practice professional exercises. He was worried that he couldn't find the exercises. I didn't expect it to be sent. It's just that now with the increase in cultivation intensity, the small courtyard downstairs is no longer satisfied. I must find a place that is both spacious and quiet. So Fang Ping went to see the house. Sure enough, the problems that can be solved with money are not problems. You can believe it. This teenager is not only rich. I also opened the plug-in. Becoming a dancer is not something that comes easily. Just now, Fang Ping came to see the house. This intermediary dog looks down on people. I even think that high school students can't afford to buy a house. But the next moment he was slapped in the face. Fang Ping took out his bank card. Is there a discount for the full payment? There must be more than 95% off. And the D-tax maintenance is completely exempt. Pay the deposit immediately. You can also get a part of the room payment free. And this house is well decorated. You can move in at any time. The following procedures are all handled on behalf of the agent. Don't worry about it at all. The problem of the cultivation site was solved. But how to communicate with the family is also a problem. So Fang Ping simply didn't mention it. Then he went to the pedestrian street to buy furniture. A bank card pull. Robbed others of what they liked. Sure enough, it's cool to spend money for a while. It's always cool to spend money all the time. The venue and hardware facilities are all done. Fang Ping immediately began to refine his body. The structure of the human body. It is composed of bones, flesh, meridians, and internal organs. And the dancers must complement each other in all aspects. Therefore, the tempering method and specialization are combined to cultivate. Works best. Wang Jinyang is very optimistic about Fang Ping. Call in person for guidance. Fang Ping cultivated the realm of 1 grade. Majored in upper limbs. Decent way. Majoring in lower limbs. I can fight and run. Fang Ping listened. You have to major in the lower limbs. But Wang Jinyang reminds it. There are dangers associated with majoring in the lower extremities. Once injured, it is easy to be lame. There is also a possibility that you may not be able to walk normally. But Fang Ping didn't think about it that much. He thought about what he wanted to do if he couldn't beat it. You have to be able to run. This wave of understanding is simply the ceiling. Then, Wang Jinyang once again reminded the Tao to cultivate the refining method and pretending to be Gong, although it can increase the upper limit of qi and blood. But the actual qi and blood will be reduced. For this martial arts test, cultivation must be moderate. The phone hangs up. Fang Ting couldn't wait to start cultivating. Sure enough, as Wang Jinyang said, qi, blood, and spirit are lowered. But to be rich is to be capricious. Take the money and smash it back, as long as the body can bear it. The progress of cultivation is very good, but he can only do it if he has the system. The person who opened the plugin is different. What to use? The system restores qi, blood, and spirit. It was even possible to raise the ceiling. System bugs are found. Fang Ping was excited. Case. The martial arts test is not easy. After a month of crazy cultivation, finally ushered in the fateful test of Wukao, Fang Ping confidently walked into the examination room. The first item without a test is a physical examination. The location is in Ruiyang Medical Examination Center. Fang Ping was talking to his classmates. Suddenly, a middle-aged man called out to Fang Ping. It turned out to be Tan Jinping, Deputy Director of the Yangqing Education Bureau. How could a big man like him in Yangqing find himself? He called Fang Ping aside alone, unable to afford to be early. Fang Ping asked him directly what was the matter. Tan Jinping didn't beat around the bush and said, 5. The number of people who have passed the test. It is an important assessment indicator of the Education Bureau. This year's situation is not optimistic. Wang Jinyang mentioned him before. Since it is the person mentioned by Wang Jinyang, then it's certainly not simple. He hoped that Fang Ping would explode before the assessment. Deter candidates from other schools. Confidence has taken a hit. It will affect their performance in the assessment. Sure enough, it's an old fox. I even want to use it. Fang Ping came to suppress other schools. Of course, Fang Ping was unwilling. If you have a burst of blood before the assessment, it will have an impact on subsequent physical measurements. Tan Jinping seemed to have expected it. Fang Ping would not agree so easily. Said that he would compensate Fang Ping for a weeping blood pill afterwards. That's worth hundreds of thousands. Since there are benefits to be taken, Fang Ping readily agreed. At this time, the candidates in Yangqing. Conflicts with candidates from other schools. Fang Ping, who was worried that he couldn't find a chance, stepped forward. Take the opportunity to burst into tears. Candidates from other schools around him instantly fell to their knees. Tan Jinping on the side looked shocked. This guy's blood is almost catching up with the dancer. Good guy 10 years later, Yangqing finally has another extreme quasi-dancer. Just now, Fang Ping walked into the physical examination center. The candidates are all talking about it. Who broke out of qi and blood just now? Coercion is terrifying. When Fang Ping was secretly proud, suddenly someone grabbed him into the small dark room next to him. It was Tan Jinping just now. There's a set of this wall knock technology. Tan Jinping took out a first-grade blood pill. Fang Ping ate it. Let him be an extreme quasi-martial artist. Fang Ping decisively refused, because the medicinal effect of the Yiping Qishue pill is too strong. Non-martial artists eating him will not only affect their own foundation. It is even possible to lose your life. Seeing that Fang Ping did not agree, so he moved out of the Riyang Education Bureau, Director Jean Kemming. That's the requirement of a 3-rank martial artist. This old fox turned out to be hard. Excuse me. My brother Wang is also a 3rd-grade martial artist. Tan Jinping was taken aback. It seems that the hard ones don't work. It can only come soft. He said he was also forced, as long as Fang Ping is willing to agree. It's easy to say anything about the conditions. Looks like it's going to be able to make a fortune again. Fang Ping spoke. 2 1-pint weeping blood pills, plus 2 million in cash. No problem, I agreed on behalf of Director Kim. Before leaving, he said flat. Tan Jinping can say that he wants 3 and 1 cry. 1 blood pill. He kept it for himself. Tan Jinping's face was full of shock. He actually thought about benefiting himself. Is this guy really a high school student? The person Wang Jinyang likes is really not simple. Inside the test room, countless test cabinets were discharged. There are already a lot of candidates who have completed the test. However, there has never been a person who cries more than 120 calories of blood. Finally, it was Fang Ping's turn. Jean Kemming hurriedly asked people to call up his surveillance footage. In fact, Fang Ping didn't need to eat the weeping blood pill. But he still pretended. Take out an ordinary crying blood pill and eat it. Ammunition into the body. The power of qi and blood quickly rushed into the limbs and hundreds of remains. Fang Ping raised his head to the sky and roared. The powerful power of qi and blood suddenly exploded. The detection value rises rapidly. A drip. The limit was reached. 149 cards for would-be warriors. Fang Ping, who passed the assessment, looked proud. But I didn't know that the world of dancers was in danger. Just finished the medical examination. All the candidates came to the conference room. Wait for the examiner to announce the results. This year, the admission cutoff has been raised to 115 cards. Many candidates in the audience shouted that they were finished. Fang Ping had a calm face. The examiner announces the list of candidates who have passed the line. Fang Ping has a proud result of 149 cards. Won the first place in Riyang City. Fang Ping, who learned the results, was very happy. Asked the students to go shopping. But on the way back, I met a man with strange symbols painted on his face. The man came up and complained to the dancer. It turned out to be a cult neurosis of mortal dancers. The crowd paid no attention to him. Bypassing him, he hurried away. The next day, Fang Ping participated in the follow-up test and professional examination. After the exam, the students let themselves go. As everyone knows, they are greeted by not only their parents, and the impending disaster. Outside the school gates, several men armed with steel pipes slammed the car door. Quickly rushed to the students who have just walked out of school. I only heard a bang. One of the candidates fell to the ground. A few people were like wolves into a flock of sheep. Started to fight like crazy. The students scattered in all directions. At this time, Fang Ping didn't know what was going on. Just when he was wondering, a woman suddenly appeared behind him. A punch is thrown. Fang Ping only had time to protect his hands in front of him. What a strong force. It is the bones of the upper limbs that have been tempered. The dancer looks at the strange symbol on the woman's face. It turned out to be in the same group as the cult man yesterday. Fang Ping turned sideways. A whip kick is thrown. The woman blocked it with one hand. It hurts so much it's 0 damage to the enemy. 800 self-inflicted damage. Not yet waiting for Fang Ping to react. The woman jerked at his collar. One smashed him to the ground. Fang Ping spurted out a mouthful of old blood. The woman raised her fist. Prepare to deal a fatal blow to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was shocked. A kick in the woman's ankle, throwing a woman off balance. One punch missed. The punch cracked the ground. A wicked smile lifted into the woman's face. Another punch was struck. Are you going to die here? Critical moment. The woman suddenly flew out like a cannonball, slammed into the guardrail next to it. Blood ran down the man's fist. Look at the woman who was killed by a punch on the ground. Fang Ping looked shocked. This man is strong. This is not yet a dancer. I almost got killed. Moments of crisis. A man intervened in time to save Shimoto. It turned out to be Deputy Director Zhang of the Ruiyang Detective Bureau. Sure enough, it's a ruthless character. At this time, Tan Jinping also rushed over. He anxiously checked to see if Fang Ping was short of caddies or two. After confirming that Fang Ping was fine, chatted with Lao Zhang about this incident. It turned out to be the work of an organization that called itself creationism. Soon, a young man from the Detective Bureau ran over to report Lao Zhang. Members of the Genesis Church who participated in the operation. All of them have been captured, but the students suffered heavy casualties. Many may not be able to go to martial arts schools. And Fang Ping, who experienced this incident, also ended. You realize that he was still too weak. In this world where strength is respected, you can only survive by becoming strong. But Tan Jinping told Fang Ping. In fact, many dancers nowadays do not practice tactics. It's just brittle bones and nourishing qi and blood. Because you don't need it at all. Even if you encounter an incident like this one, there will also be a detective bureau to deal with it. There are a lot of people like him now. After becoming a warrior, he chose to be a civilian. Fang Ping was very disappointed. It turns out that most of the warriors are just the same spicy spearhead. Tan Jinping offered to send Fang Ping home. Dropped by to visit his parents. Came to Fang Ping's house. Tan Jinping said, let Fang Ping's father go to the Education Bureau to work as a security guard. Monthly salary 5,000. There are also 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. It's much more fragrant than in a ceramics factory. After speaking, Tan Jinping left. Fang Ping said that the Education Bureau also rewarded him with a suite. Finally found a valid reason. The next day, Fang Ping took his parents and sister with him. Came to the mansion he bought before. Is there such a good perk for not being a dancer yet? At this time, Wang Jinyang suddenly called. Fang Ping said that his qi and blood had exceeded 150 calories, and the first brittle bone has already been done. He wanted Wang Jinyang to teach him the art of war. Wang Jinyang said that 150 cards is the standard of ordinary people. Don't be in a hurry. The higher the breakthrough qi and blood, the greater the help in the future. And let Fang Ping perform the second brittle bone. Open the plug-in. There are also high-level people to point out. The young man really has a bright future. Wang Jinyang actually started with Fang Ping. What the hell is going on? Just now, Wang Jinyang called Fang Ping. Ask him if the speed of brittle bones has dropped a lot. Indeed it is. Because of his present flesh and blood, all have reached the limit of a flying dancer. The cultivation speed will naturally decrease. Wang Jinyang suggested that Fang Ping use a body tonic to take a bath. It can speed up the brittle bones. But Yangqing can't buy it. He exchanged a few from school. The bottle was sent to Fang Ping. 3 bottles of 550,000. I'm so weird. Sure enough, the dancers were all smashed with money. You must pay close attention to cultivation. This money can't be wasted. With the blessing of strengthening the body. After a month of hard work, Fang Ping's qi and blood were unexpectedly increased to 170 calories. The results of the martial arts examination have finally come out. Fang Ping's family stared nervously at the computer screen. 85 points in Fang Ping's professional course. The measured score is 98 points. Boy, the two major martial arts schools have to compete for this score. At this time, Wang Jinyang sent a message. Said that he had gone to Yangcheng to meet Fang Ping. What's the matter with the eldest brother taking the initiative to make a date? Fang Ping found Wang Jinyang. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinyang came up and punched him. That's what it's about. Yes, it seems that the second brittle bone has been completed. Let's have a discussion. Before Fang Ping refused, Wang Jinyang had already knocked him away with an uppercut. Just you, Zhuanggong. I also want to learn the art of war. After saying that, jumping up is a flying leg. Fang Ping quickly moved backwards. I narrowly avoided it. The reaction is pretty fast. Where? It's still thanks to Brother Wang's suggestion. Wang Jinyang rushed to Fang Ping's hand again. Wang Jinyang said, when they first met, he felt that Fang Ping was very mediocre. But I didn't expect it to be just 2 months. He actually completed the second brittle bone. This talent surprised Wang Jinyang very much. Fang Ping was embarrassed to praise him. Therefore, Wang Jinyang hopes that Fang Ping will join the 5 major schools in southern Xinjiang. It turned out that I was here to rob people for a long time. In the face of Wang Jinyang's generous conditions and the terrifying resources of the 2 major martial arts schools, how will Fang Ping choose? Just now, Wang Jinyang suggested. Fang Ping joined his Southern Xinjiang Wuhan University. He said that he was the president of the Southern Xinjiang Wudao Martial Arts Society. Can help Fang Ping fight. The resources before the 3 products are all free. Before the 3rd product, just the brittle bone pill will have to be tens of millions. But Wang Jinyang did not force Fang Ping to say. With his qualifications, you can go to the 2 major martial arts schools. This was not the first time Fang Ping had heard of the 2 major martial schools. Are they really that good? Of course, Wang Jinyang explained. Huahua allocates resources to the 2 major martial arts schools every year. It's all astronomical. And there are countless strong men and celebrities who have graduated. It will also give strong financial support to the alma mater, so they can break through when the students break through the first product. Quenching sheets and instrument sheets are provided free of charge. There are thousands of new students in each class. It costs at least 800 million a year. Sure enough, it's a lot of money. The other is the difference in the amount of tasks. Except for school subsidies. The rest of the resources have to be won on their own. An ordinary martial arts school, like the Southern Xinjiang Martial Arts School, where he is located, the amount of tasks is minimal. There are even times when there is no task to take. But the 2 major martial arts schools are different. One is located in Kyoto, the center of political power. One is located in the commercial center of the city. Both are big cities. The task is simply not finished. The rewards are also very generous. But the most important thing is the faculty. This is something that ordinary martial arts schools simply can't achieve. The 5 major teachers in southern Xinjiang require a minimum of 3 grades. 4 pins can become mentors. 5 products can become a school leader. The 2 major and 5 schools have a minimum requirement of 4 grades. There are countless mentors of 5 or 6 grades. It is understood that there are 4 grandmasters in the 5 major masters of the demon capital. 4 grandmasters. It's terrifying, isn't it? Wang Jinyang asked Fang Ping to think about it. After saying that, he left. Fang Ping was very entangled. Which school should I choose? On this day, Fang Ping got the admission letter. Be prepared to go to school in advance to familiarize yourself with the environment. Parents and Fang Yuan both came to see Fang Ping. In the reluctant goodbye of the family, Fang Ping finally stepped on the train to Wuhan University. So which school did Fang Ping choose? Fang Ping, who got the admission letter, can't wait to get on the fire. Drive to the coveted 5-subject university. The train arrives at the station. Fang Ping couldn't help but sigh. It is worthy of being the commercial center of Huagua. The streets of the magic capital are full of dancers. There is no comparison between a small city like Yangqing. At this time, a railway police officer walked over. Let Fang Ping show his ID card. He pulled out his ID. The police guy took out the device and scanned it. Showing weeping blood is 199 calories. However, no dancers were registered, so you can't move freely. Fang Ping was stunned. But I'm not a dancer. What kind of public security brother looked incredulous? Fang Ping said that he was a freshman of the demon dance. Freshmen are so high-spirited. It's too good. Thereupon, the public security brother took Fang Ping to apply for a temporary martial arts certificate. Dancers are actually walking humanoid weapons. That's why the magic capital will restrain it. It's a big city, under the leadership of the public security brother. Fang Ping also successfully applied for his temporary martial arts certificate. Outside the demon gate, Fang Ping looked shocked. Is this the magic capital Wuda? It's too big, isn't it? It looks like he's never seen the world. You're a new student of the demon warriors. A green-haired young man armed with a long knife approached. He said he was a junior at the Demon Weapons Academy. Qin Fengqing suddenly. Qin Fengqing was stunned in Fang Ping's expression. A knife slashed at him. Fang Ping trembled with fright. What is the name of the junior brother? Without secondary brittle bones. The double bow is also a good practice. Fang Ping hadn't come to his senses yet. Subconsciously report your life. The voice of the second brittle bone. Come to our magic dance. After speaking, Qin Fengqing walked into the school. This guy is very strong. It was obvious at a glance that Fang Ping was a second brittle bone, and not the dancers. It seems that this magic dance has come to the right place. Qin Fengqing walked into school. Suddenly my brain is in the head. That guy's accent is so familiar. Where did it come from? But I didn't expect it after thinking about it for a long time. Then he put his hand in his coat pocket and shook it. With a few bottles of crispy bone pills that have just been exchanged, this should be able to complete the refining of the dry bones. When the time comes, I must go and play. You are the martial arts club of the Southern Xinjiang Wuda University. That's not Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping walked into the school with anticipation. But a gate is so domineering. Isn't that even more unimaginable? He followed the notes on the Magic Dance Freshman Guide. I came to the reception for new students. It's the opposite of the atmospheric school gate. It turned out to be a dilapidated building. No, could it be that I was deceived? Fang Ping walked into the hall. A middle-aged woman is reading a book. Fang Ping handed him the admission notice and 5 certificates. The woman verified Fang Ping's identity as she verified, while complaining that Fang Ping came to report a month in advance. It adds to his workload. Not only the building is dilapidated, the attitude is also very poor. The woman swiped Fang Ping's martial arts certificate. Suddenly, his face was shocked. A quasi-martial artist with a secondary brittle bone limit of 199 calories of qi and blood. The woman stood up suddenly. The other party said with a smile on his face in an instant. Immediately arranged for him to stay at the Mo Hotel. This attitude has become too fast. The woman asked Fang Ping if he had any plans to break through the martial arts. He can notify the school now. Arrange for a mentor to assist. Isn't it yet that school has started? No problem. In the 5 strengths equal to the treatment. Fang Ping is the extreme quasi-dancer of the second brittle bone. Definitely a genius among freshmen. If you want a breakthrough, the school will definitely arrange a tutor to guard it. Sure enough, strength determines the treatment. At this time, Li Qingze, the housekeeping manager of the Mo Hotel. Sweating profusely, he ran in. Excuse me. I've kept you waiting. Li Qingze smiled. Hurriedly helped Fang Ping take the suitcase. Then take him and walk outside. A burst of pride shines. Fang Ping didn't expect that he would have a luxury car to pick him up. This treatment arrives at the Mo Hotel. Li Qingze took Fang Ping to a luxurious suite. There is a private gym and open kitchen inside. Everything turned out to be free. Li Qingze explained, because Fang Ping is a secondary brittle bone mirror. So the room was better than the others. After saying that, Li Qingze left. Now it's really a privileged class. The feeling of opening and hanging is very refreshing. But money is also spent quickly. What can I do? In the restaurant of the Mo Hotel, Fang Ping was worried. Recently, though, I have completed 3 brittle bones. But it costs a lot of wealth. With the increase in strength, the demand for wealth value will only increase in the future. It's not going to go on like this. There must be a steady stream of income. There is only one way to start a company, although it is different from the world structure before the time travel. But the overall trend is the same. The future will inevitably be towards the trend of the internet. Online shopping and mobile payments are all an integral part of the future, but all of this requires a lot of technology and money. It is very difficult to implement, and now Fang Ping only has 1.6 million cash. You can't open an online shopping company at all. That being the case, then be a courier company. The technical content is not high. It's not hard to get started. The later benefits are considerable. That's right, it's him. But Fang Ping was not familiar with the demon capital, and he still has to focus on cultivation. You have to find someone who is familiar with the situation to manage the company. Suddenly, a loud roar came. It turned out that 2 guests in the restaurant were trying to find fault, deliberately putting hair in food, claimed compensation from the restaurant. Fang Ping got up and was about to teach a lesson. Li Qingze, the manager of the housekeeping department of a certain 5 hotels, appeared. In a few words, the 2 of them fled in embarrassment. Not bad, Manager Li. Fang Ping walked over. Meet Fang Ping. Li Qingze hurriedly bowed 90 degrees. Fang Ping said that Manager Li is not a dancer, but he was able to work as a manager at the Mo Hotel. I've been working for a long time. It is said that it is not long. Good 8 years. The students who have just graduated from the demon martial arts have higher positions than you. Have you ever thought about becoming a dancer? Of course, I want to be a dancer. The treatment will be 3 or 4 times better than now. When's going to have to be? 4 years, 5 years. You were in your 30s at that time. Qi and blood drop by up to 1 product. That's not bad either. Within 3 years, I can make you a dancer at no cost. How about Manager Li? Do you want to follow me? I didn't expect Lao Wang to be so strong. Single-handedly, he swept the 2 famous schools in Kyoto. Just now, after a shrill skeletal song, Fang Ping finally completed the 3rd brittle bone. Qi and blood rise by 6 calories. Mental power rises. Sure, he's working well, but it's too expensive. A brittle bone cost nearly 2 million. Wealth value, but it's still well worth it. In the late stages, 3 brittle bones of brittle bones. The speed will be much faster than the secondary. The point is, he did what Wang Jinyang couldn't do. Fang Ping wiped the blood from his body with a towel. Then the corners of his mouth lifted. Tomorrow when school starts, I can show off in front of the school again. The next day, after the report, the freshmen poured into the Magic 5 dormitory area. The freshman dormitory is divided into 4 districts according to the admission results. Zone 1 is the best, second position in District 2, and so on. Fang Ping was in the envious gaze of many freshmen. Walk into the first zone with a smug face. Open the dorm door. Fang Ping was taken aback. It's not so much a student dormitory. It is more appropriate to say that it is a high-end hardcover room. Though, Fang Ping enjoyed a month's privileges at the Mo Hotel. But I still sighed again. The wealth of the demon warrior is really terrifying. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Fang Ping opened the door and took a look. Hello, I'm Fu Chanding, who lives across from you. Forget it if you look so handsome. The ranking is even ahead of me. I didn't let people live. Fang Ping also introduced himself politely. Fu Changding was stunned. Brother, you mouthful. The sound is a little familiar. It turns out that you are from Nanjiang. Then you must know Wang Jinyang. He was my senior in high school. How do you know him? Fu Changding said with instant admiration. He is the benchmark of the new generation of martial artists. Last year, he single-handedly swept the students of the entire demon martial arts first-rank realm. What Fang Ping was shocked. A few days ago, he also went to Kyoto, his hometown of Fu Changding. It's a big fuss. He had just arrived in Kyoto on his first day. Kicked 8 martial arts training halls in one go. Fang Ping looked incredulous. Those martial arts halls are all in the hands of martial artists. After speaking, Fu Changding left. Emotional Fang Ping. The power of qi and blood unconsciously burst out. It turns out that Lao Wang is so bullish. Looks like I'm going to have to work harder. Fu Changding, who walked out of the room, frowned. Heard about Wang Jinyang. It erupted with such a strong qi and blood. Could it be a secondary brittle bone? Couldn't be stronger. Have you ever seen a school like this? Choosing a major depends on grabbing. Just now, all the new students of Magic 5 came to the training building. Meet at the door. The noise came and went. The presiding teacher was sweating profusely. No one listens to it. At this moment, a yellow-haired man stepped forward. You little devils are all standing up for me. Accompanied by the sound spread. The terrifying pressure of qi and blood instantly filled the audience. Countless students have been unable to withstand the pressure and fell to his knees. Fang Ping and the others were also trembling. It was actually Huang Jing, the dean of the Demon Martial Arts Academy. That's a real grandmaster. Huang Jing said that he was the host of the freshman college. The training building in front of you. It is the place where the branch is located today. The first level represents the Faculty of Liberal Arts, which studies political culture. The second layer represents those who study the exercises of pills and weapons. Faculty of Manufacturing. The third tier represents the Tactical Guidance Academy for military strategy. The fourth layer represents actual combat. The Lord's Armory Academy. After 5 minutes, all members entered the building. Arrive at the academy floor where you want to go. An hour later. Floor blockade. The students of which floor they stay on are the students of which college. Many freshmen began to talk about it. It's too simple, isn't it? Isn't it okay to divide it directly? Why bother? An evil smile appeared on Huang Jing's face. But no more than 400 people per floor. If exceeded, all students on this floor collectively deduct 3 room credits. A reminder, the base credit for new students is 50 points. 1 point equals 30,000 cash. 3 points can be exchanged for an ordinary qi and blood pill at school. The freshmen are finally starting to get out of their minds. It was so exciting on the first day of school. Fang Ping was also surprised. The assessment of the demon martial arts is really not so simple. At this time, Fu Changding suddenly stopped Fang Ping. Do you want to do something together? The freshman branch was officially opened. Fang Ping did not attract the attention of the mentors. Don't bother to make a big fuss. Let's all go together. Just now, Li Qingzi said to Fang Ping. The Academy of Ordnance is the college with the most resources and the best faculty. There will definitely be a lot of people rushing to the 4th floor. But if he and Fang Ping join forces, it's proper to rush up to the 4th floor. But this does not mean that they will receive good mentorship. How to say, Fang Ping frowned. All the mentors of the demon warriors will watch the process of the new students being divided into colleges. They will choose the students they like. So they had to be in the limelight at the branch colleges. Get the attention of your mentors. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Wang Jinyang also said it before. It is important to choose a good mentor. Then if you can get the attention of all the tutors, the mentor wasn't left to his choice. This has to be a partnership. At this time, Huang Jin spoke, and the demon martial principal once said, a true dancer is to fight for it. Start now. Enjoy your first lesson as a dancer. The audience was silent. Suddenly, all the freshmen rushed towards the building. A nationwide brawl is on the verge of breaking out. Inside the viewing hall, a mentor said, "The physique of this class of freshmen is not bad." Huang Jin snorted coldly. "Those of you who enjoy a stable life all day long." Knowing a fart, "These are some little kids with no blood." A tutor said helplessly, "That's how everybody came over. Why be so harsh?" Huang Jin's face sank. Said sternly, "The cave is getting more and more dangerous now. Batches of elites died on the front lines. This level of freshmen is simply not enough." The mentors didn't dare to say more. Countless freshmen rushed towards the fourth floor. Suddenly, a freshman was kicked away. "Slam it against the wall. It's actually a strong dancer. It's not going to work at all. Damn the guys. The fourth floor is not full yet. Why not let us pass? We're all classmates. Don't overdo it. What should I do if I don't have 140 calories in blood and don't deserve to go to the fourth floor? This guy's blood is much higher than ours." At this time, Fang Ping rushed up the stairs with lightning speed. The boy blocking the road has not yet reacted. Was kicked in the face by Fang Ping. Fainted directly. The voice below looked surprised. "This is a good grab." Fang Ping slowly straightened up, said proudly, "Before I came to the demon dance, everybody says it's a place where geniuses gather. So I gave up the 10 million reward of Southern Xinjiang Wuhan University. Choose to come to the magic dance. I didn't expect the students here to be so weak. Magic dance is not worthy of the name of a prestigious school at all." All the instructors were shocked. "This kid is too arrogant." Huang Jin was furious. "All freshmen listen up. The man who defeated this arrogant guy. 50 credits are awarded." Moment. All the freshmen walked towards Fang Ping with their eyes shining. "It's not what I imagined. Originally, I just wanted to attract the attention of the instructors. How arrogant can a person be?" Just now, Fang Ping, in order to attract the attention of the tutors. Blatant contempt for demonic weapons. As a result, it attracted a collective siege by all the freshmen. Li Qingze panicked when he saw this. A strange smile erupted on Fang Ping's face. "How do you them, or me with them?" Unexpectedly, Li Qingze is also a ruthless person. What kind of ability is it to beat one person in a group? Two people go head-to-head. There's no shame in losing them all. Fang Ping smiled. Then he shouted and beat me. Samurai credits are awarded. Then I defeated them. After a moment of silence, the voice of the yellow police officer was heard on the radio. 1 point for non-dancers. 5 points for dancers. Fang Ping slapped his fist. Dean Huang is really stingy, but it's better than nothing. Then come on. The show begins. Bang! Fang Ping threw a freshman away with one kick. Don't take him to relax yet. A fist suddenly struck from the side. Fang Ping dodged sideways. Grab the opponent's arm with your right hand. The left hand condenses the power of qi and blood. An uppercut is struck. The freshman flew several meters away in an instant. But Fang Ping was also out of breath at this time. 1 against 100. The consumption of qi and blood is too great. At this time, one person suddenly rushed towards Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, he came to Fang Ping's side. Fang Ping was taken aback. Good speed. It turned out to be Zhao Lei, the first place in the freshman admission. Is a dancer with a second brittle bone. Fang Ping's jaw was punched hard. But he didn't fall. Zhuang Gong really didn't practice in vain. At this time, a purple-haired girl suddenly jumped up. Jumped directly above the head of Fang Ping. At 50 minutes I took the run. A fist and a kick to cover the eyes. This tofu tastes so good. Just now, Fang Ping ate Zhao Lei's uppercut. Before he could recover, Yang Xiaoman, a first-class dancer with 2 brittle bones, already holding a sword in both hands, jump above his head. And at this time, Fang Ping's physical strength could no longer keep up with the reaction. He hurried to concentrate. Consumes 100,000 fortune. replenished 100 points of chi and blood in thousands. At the last minute, dodged a sword cut by Yang Xiaoman. Good thing there is a system. However, this wealth is worth saving a little money. Yang Xiaoman was taken aback. Why did this guy's chi and blood suddenly recover? Before he could react, Fang Ping had already kicked him in the face. Yang Xiaoman flew out upside down in an instant, knocked down all the students behind him. I don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. Actually kicked in the face, seeing my girlfriend being beaten. Zhao Xiumei also rushed towards Fang Ping. He came behind Fang Ping. A punch is thrown. Fang Ping dodged with his attack. A backhand is a punch. Zhao Xiumei is on all fours. Hit the floor hard. This guy is hanging. After fighting for so long, the chi and blood will not drop. Answer correctly, but unfortunately there is no reward. Fang Ping shouted towards Fu Chanding. Let him not be tough with the warriors. Waste of blood and energy. There are a lot of non-martial artists. Doing one counts as one. Of course I know that, but there are too many people. Chi and blood can't be recovered at all. As he spoke, Fu Chanding was punched again. It's too embarrassing to steal the limelight. Countless people around Fang Ping fell. Fu Chanding was chased all over the field. Another dancer with a second brittle bone rushed towards Fang Ping. Fang Ping waved out with his backhand. So try to take the attack this time. The air suddenly became quiet. Chun Yunqi's face turned red instantly. Fang Ping hurriedly withdrew his palm. The embarrassed Chun Yunqi kicked out. Fang Ping grabbed a boy next to him. It has nothing to do with me. Fang Ping laughed awkwardly. Don't your fists and feet have long eyes? At this time, Zhao Lei suddenly shouted. He, Yang Xiaoman, and Zhao Xiumei led a team. Take turns attacking Fang Ping. Chun Yunqi and Tang Songyan led a team to contain Fu Chanding. No, I just took the pill. The blood and chi have not recovered yet. Fang Ping help. Have one's hands full. Ask for more blessings. Hey, no. Fu Chanding held his head in his hands. Fall to your knees. Don't slap you in the face. Several students from other floors came over to join in the fun. It's too intense, isn't it? Finish dealing with the people around you. Fang Ping breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Actually spent so much wealth value. Suddenly, Fang Ping looked up and saw the students who had come to join in the fun. A wicked smile erupted on his face. There are even those who come to give points. He walked slowly towards the group. Don't come here. We're not on the 4th floor. The dean didn't say that people on other floors couldn't fight. If you come here, stay here. The freshman branch has finally come to an end. The trainees all walked out of the training building one after another. But it's all messy. Fang Ping also walked out with Fu Chanding on his shoulder. Good guy, this is really a little too miserable. Fu Chanding suddenly shouted loudly. Let's pick 1 in 1,000. Although defeated, it is still glorious. Come on, you've all been beaten like this. Just be quiet. Fu Chanding was not convinced. You're good. I didn't hurt much. Fang Ping directly put it up. Because I'm strong. King Heizi is no matter how powerful he is. It's just King Heizi. A voice of terror and coercion. Suddenly it came from behind him. Fang Ping and the two were instantly terrified. It turned out to be Dean Huang Jing of the Ordnance Academy. A female tutor. Introduced the next itinerary for Huang Jing. I saw Huang Jing coming. The freshmen all hurried out of the way. Is this the coercion of the clan mirror? Sure enough, it was terrifying. But someday, I will be stronger than him. At this time, Huang Jing's voice came from the radio. Have the new students go to the appropriate playground to choose a mentor. Fang Ping said, why don't you talk about the two of us? I guess the dean felt ashamed. The two of them haven't finished talking yet. A red-haired tutor walked over. Credits will be assigned after the college. Uniformly distributed to you. This kind of sesame mung bean is a big thing. There is no need for a grandmaster like the dean to do it. Fu Chanding hurriedly pressed Xia Fangping's head and said loudly, "Mentor, we were wrong." Fang Ping was stunned. "What are you doing?" Fu Chanding explained that this man is the pinnacle of the 6 grades, known as the dean's subordinate. One man's wild lion Tang Feng. It's not a good thing to offend him. This time the branch is doing well. Fang Ting thought that Tang Feng was praising herself, raised his head happily. But the next second he was dumbfounded. "Hey, it's the wrong person," Tang Feng said with a look of relief. Facing the siege of many students, still fighting without retreating. There is indeed a bit of a martial arts demeanor in me. Fang Ting was full of black lines. He won't retreat. I just can't get out. This teacher is blind. After praising Fu Chanding, Tang Feng turned his head to look at Fang Ping, said with a disdainful face, "I hate students who are too slippery." Fang Ping tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Ignore Fang Ping either. After Tang Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left. Said that when the mentor was chosen, Fu Chanding can go directly to him. Fu Chanding hurriedly comforted Fang Ping. Tell him not to be angry. It is said that Tang Feng is famous for his rampage. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "I will definitely make this Tang lion regret it." The teenager traveled back 10 years. The plugin has been activated. It has become a hot bait that everyone is competing for. Even the female tutor with the murder weapon is coveted. Pick up the episode. The freshman branch is over. It's time to choose a mentor. The freshmen all came to the playground. Admissions requirements are written on each tutor's desk. Male or female. Only 5 people will be recruited above the second brittle bone. Chi and blood reach more than 180 calories. The double offensive battle is stable and only accepts girls. Cute and sexy take precedence. Fang Ping looked around. Who should I choose? Each tutor is different in what they excel in. The best choice is the one that suits you. Although a lot of instructors are required to be dancers. But the conditions for Fang Ping's 3 killings. No one will refuse. Fu Chanding. Have you figured out which mentor to choose? And Fu Chanding was in an extreme entanglement at this time. You can tangle it yourself. I'll go first. Elegant Temperament by Ruashi Tutor. It's really popular. At this time, Fang Ping. Look in one direction. Invincible's look and name go well together. Sure enough, it's fierce. And the admissions requirements are straightforward enough. Personalized is not all just a branch of the college. The best performers? Fang Ping felt a little helpless. What a big sister with personality. Fang Ping was about to leave. Wu Di suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed. Fang Ping came to me. I'll make sure you're safe at school. Yohi, a lot of breath. But can there be danger in school? You know Wang Jinyang. That big brother is invincible at the same level. I don't think anyone knows him. Wu Di smiled faintly. And then he said the guy. Last year, Demon Dance injured a lot of students of the same level. With your relationship with Wang Jinyang, do you think you'll be able to survive your college life in peace? You don't want to. Face it every day. Those brothers and sisters who are jealous and hateful to Wang Jinyang. Wu Di didn't finish his words. Tang Feng walked over, slapped the table with both hands. The students who said about the demon martial arts were not so careful. Wu Di stared at Tang Feng with a clever look in his eyes. If they're just fellow villagers, forget it. But Wang Jinyang is Fang Ting's apprentice. You can guarantee that your students won't hold grudges. A rhetorical question made Tang Feng not know how to answer. Wu Di stood up. Then he talked about the battle of martial arts. The defeat of the same level is a great enemy. Wang Jinyang will not stop if he does not worship them for a day. Your mentor and I are covered by a grandmaster. From Nansha to the north. Fang Ping, who was blinking, was taken aback. No wonder this eldest sister is so arrogant. Wu Di also ignored Tang Seng's angry rebuke. As I walked towards Fang Ping, I talked about the tasks my students were doing. The danger is relatively high. I don't deny it. But since I chose Wuka, you have to learn to fight. Wu Di put his arm on Fang Ping's shoulder. Continue to output your situation. I understand. The family background is ordinary. Now that you can be admitted to the demon martial arts, then you should be very clear. On your terms. Want to be on the Dakiko. It is far more difficult to achieve something than others. But I'm different. I have a stake in the pill manufacturing company. You can take the pill as much as you want. Then your face was full of shock. Take the pill as you like. That's a lot of money. The boy traveled back 10 years. Not only the plug-in is activated, I also got the access card of the sexy female tutor. Speak to the superiors. Invincible, in order to fight for Fang Ping, he showed his whole cards as long as he followed me. Take the pill as you like. Looked at Fang Ping with an incredulous expression. Wu Di smiled and said, "You think I'm lying to you?" Then he took out 10 ordinary blood-weeping pills. Give Fang Ping as a greeting gift. Looking at Wu Di's hands. A weeping blood pill that shimmers with an alluring sheen. Fang Ping thought to himself that this eldest sister was too generous. There are 10 weeping blood pills at hand. That's worth millions. Wouldn't it be good to follow him? Wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of it? Fang Ping took the weeping blood pill. The system prompt sounds, increases wealth by 1 million. So Fang Ping said with a hippie smile on his face. I'll mess with you from now on. Invincible and no nonsense. Directly through his dormitory access card to Fang Ping. You can come to me anytime in the future. Fang Ping called the insider. If you like it, don't hurry up and like it. Then, Tang Feng spoke again. You have to be responsible for your students. The 12 students you've taken with you over the years. More than half of the casualties were killed before they graduated. Then you have more than half of the casualties. Fang Ping's hairs exploded instantly. Why didn't this Tang lion say it earlier? Is it too late to regret it now? The invincible egg glanced at Tang Feng. You don't have to worry about it. At this time, Zhao Xuemei suddenly strode over to the dancer. Can I pick you? Of course. You are welcome to join. Fang Ping looked incredulous. Listen to the words of Tang Lion. Actually dared to be invincible. This little girl is also a ruthless person. At this time, Fu Changding walked over and hugged Fang Ping's shoulder. Actually, he doesn't call it nothing. The real name of the enemy is Lu Fengrong. Ah, that's a lot worse, isn't it? Fu Changding continued. Although the death and casualty rate of his students is quite high, but his strength is on par with Tang Feng. Fang Ping looked skeptical. Then why don't you choose him? Because I'm going to learn how to shoot. So I chose Luo Yichuan. Mentor, you are not afraid that Tang Lion will trouble you. Fu Changding said hesitantly. Are you afraid that Fu Changding, am I such a timid person? Besides, Zhao Lei, who ranked first in our enrollment this year, and Yang Xiaoman, who attacked you secretly, chose him. Does he still care about a small role like me? Yes, I didn't do much psychological construction before choosing. The mentor has been chosen. The two of them came to the Demon Martial Arts Logistics Department to prepare to receive credits. How many points do you think we can exchange? Lao Tzu has been beaten like this. Don't give more credits. How can you be worthy of my appearance? The teenager traveled back 10 years. The plugin has been activated. As soon as I entered the school, I received an unprecedentedly high reward. Pick up the episode. Once you have chosen your mentor, Fang Ping and Fu Changding came to the Demon Martial Arts Logistics Department. Receive credits. The two of them walked into the hall on the first floor of the Demon Martial Arts Logistics Department. Come to the new student service. Fu Changding took the lead in stepping forward. Hello, teacher. Help me check the credits. The teacher at the window had goosebumps. First name, student number. Would I only reward 45 points? Make a mistake. Teacher, I'm a big killer. How could it be so little? Okay, the next one will be Fang Ting's turn. He stepped forward and gave his name. 152 credits are awarded. The female teacher was shocked. I've been on the job for 3 years. It's the first time I've seen a freshman award so many credits. Fu Changding's face turned purple in an instant. That's a lot taller than me. Fang Ting pretended to be again. Because I'm much better than you. Fang Ting asked. Credits in addition to redeeming pills. Is there any other use? The teacher explained. As small as eating and sleeping. As big as the use of training grounds. Or borrow some high-end, assistive equipment. In short, there is no problem that cannot be solved by credits in Magic Dance. In addition, credits and cash are interchangeable. 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. 30,000 pieces can be exchanged for 1 point. Then you're too bad. The female teacher frowned. Students are not encouraged to exchange money for credits. It's just that some students don't redeem it. Even having problems eating. That's why I will give you rich children a chance. Don't talk about me. I'm not ready to redeem it. Fang Ping sighed. Even if the family has money, I can't stand it like this. Fang Ping turned on the system. I didn't expect to make a lot of wealth at the beginning of school. Count the previous weeping blood pill. Now there are more than 4 million wealth in total. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth lifted. I've seen this. Don't hurry up and like it. Then the two of them went to the resource exchange office. Prepare to redeem some elixirs. However, only some redemption permissions are available to new students. For them, though, the 3 grades and below are sufficient. Look at the redemption list. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. The market price of a 2nd-grade skincare pill is 2 million. Here, however, it only takes 60 credits. That's 600,000. Fang Ping's eyes lit up instantly. Then wouldn't I be able to resell the pills to make the difference? It can also increase the value of wealth. I'm such a clever little ghost. Back to the dorm. Fang Ping lay on the bed and thought. If I hadn't had the system. Today. Not necessarily the opponents of those second-time brittle dancers. After the breakthrough dancer, we'll begin to refine the bones of a certain one at a deep level. Make it even stronger, even more. I can't be better. It's only 3 brittle bones. If it's hard, my bones are not as strong as theirs at all. No, I'll have to go to the invincible dormitory tomorrow to find him. Break through a product as soon as possible. Yo, are you ready to start teaching by example? The boy traveled back 10 years. The plug-in was successfully activated. I broke through as a dancer in my first semester. Another record. Pick up the episode. After the battle of the freshman branch college, Fang Ping felt the lack of his strength. I planned to find Wu Vin to break through and become a dancer as soon as possible. So early the next morning, Fang Ping came to Wu Di's dormitory. Wu Di came to open the door with sleepy eyes. This figure is amazing, isn't it? Fang Ping was still a little virgin after all. Instantly, the blood went up. The complexion is flushed. Wu Di pulled Fang Ping. Is it so good-looking? Don't get any closer. Fang Ping said that it is not impossible to act. The two of them came to the living room and said, what happened early in the morning? Fang Ping was silent for a moment. Said I wanted to break through and become a dancer. Wu Di smiled. I thought you kid was going to drag it to the brittle bones 4 times. Fang Ping helplessly said that no matter how strong the non-dancer is, and just non-dancers. Originally, I thought that I was already strong after 3 brittle bones. You can go through a battle of the colleges. I felt the gap between myself and the dancers. Invincible with both hands on his chest, saying that you are right to choose to be a dancer now. You must be well aware of the difficulty of the overall brittle bones. Continue 4 times brittle bones in addition to wasting time. Nothing good. It's different when you enter a product. You can choose a king 9 points tempering alone. This time, the advantage of brittle bones will be reflected only when 3 times. Later cultivation will be easier than others, because you only need to be refining for 6 points. In addition, there are 14 main veins of non-dancers cultivating the tempering method. And after breaking through a product, you can open up more branches. Let the chi and blood be tempered at a deeper level. After speaking, Invincible asked Fang Ping Dan if he had any medicine. Fang Ping instantly took out a bunch of pills. Looking at the table of pills, Invincible couldn't help but clap his legs and laugh. You're bringing too much, right? It's the first time I've met Lu Fengru, a student like you who is afraid of death. Actually, on your terms, even if you don't use these pills, the probability of success is also very high. Fang Ping gave a thumbs up. This is not. I'm afraid you won't like it. I watched your battle yesterday. I guess I've tempered the bones of my lower limbs. When the breakthrough comes, you'll have to keep in mind the order of expansion. Start by opening the main veins of the lower limbs, and then go deeper. Expanding indiscriminately will be crippled. After speaking, Fang Ping's legs began to impact the dancer. The power of qi and blood spread through Fang Ping's body. I looked at Fang Ping silently. I thought to myself, look at the way he looks. Even if you don't eat the weeping blood pill, you can run through it all. The thought had just flashed through me. In the next second, Fang Ping picked up a pill and ate it. It's too scared to die. Looked at Fang Ping in front of him. Wu Di couldn't help but fall into the memory. This kid is indeed a genius. But who of my students is not a genius? Wu Di remembered. Days spent with former students. But they all died on the battlefield in the end. Come to think of it, pain welled up uncontrollably. He swore to himself, you can't be emotionally invested in the student anymore. Then, Fang Ping's body suddenly erupted with strong qi and blood fluctuations. He snapped open his eyes. The system prompt sounds, congratulations on your promotion to a first-class dancer. Fang Ping felt the power of qi and blood in his body. Excited, I finally broke through. The teenager traveled back 10 years. The plugin has been activated. It was only 2 days after the school started to break through the martial arts. But since ancient times, guns have shot out the first bird. Trouble is coming to your door right away. Pick up the episode. Fang Ping successfully broke through the martial artist under the guidance of Wu Di. Fang Ping excitedly shouted mentor. I broke through the martial arts. Wu Di said indifferently. What is there to be excited about? You're brittle 3 times. Breaking through the martial arts is a matter of course. Take advantage of the fact that the branch veins have just been opened. Take qi and blood pill to replenish qi and blood. Let's see what the current peak value of qi and blood is. Fang Ping immediately ate an ordinary qi and blood pill. The system prompts qi and blood plus 40 nanometers square. His face was full of surprise. Actually consumed so much qi and blood. A qi and blood pill is not enough. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. It seems that it is better to use the wealth value. The pill has to be spared. At this time, Wu Di was suddenly startled. This kid's qi and blood recovered so quickly. Could it be that his absorption of the elixir was so strong? Or is it the case that the 3 brittle bones are like this? Wu Di called Fang Ping. Go back and familiarize yourself with the surging qi and blood. Saturday, to the freshman training hall. I'll teach you some life-saving moves. Fang Ping smiled slightly. That's great. I didn't expect to be able to start learning the exercises so soon. Fu Changding suddenly screamed on the campus. Fang Ping, you're really awesome. It's only been 2 days since school started, and I've broken through the martial arts. Fang Ping said casually. Everyone moves their fingers and thumbs up. Breaking through the martial arts is not an easy task. Fu Changding looked at Fang Ping with a suspicious expression. You're a kid. Of course, I didn't just hang up. It's still a super expensive hexagram. Fu Changding Chi does not fight in one place. I don't care, but you're going to have to treat me to dinner today. It's the school's second cafeteria. Fang Ping smiled helplessly. I thought you were going to eat some delicacies from the mountains and seas. I didn't expect it to be a cafeteria. Then you're welcome. Click on it for the next second. Fang Ping was stunned. Then a mouthful of old blood spurted out. It's too expensive, isn't it? Let's grab the money. Fu Changding said with a triumphant face. The second canteen is the exclusive canteen of Wuhan University. The dishes are filled with the raw materials of weeping blood pills. It's not expensive. It's not expensive. Your family gave you living expenses. It's in millions. Are you kidding? You think my family's money is not money. This kind of food, even if my family has money, I don't often eat it. Isn't this a treat for you? The planes exploded. You take a little less. The two of them were eating. A few old students walked over. Yohei, isn't this the newcomer Fang Ping? You know Wang Jinyang. Sure enough, it should have come. Will still come. The teenager traveled back 10 years. The plug-in has been activated. Fight to fame. Out of the limelight. But trouble also followed. Pick up the episode. Fang Ping invited Fu Chengding. Go to the super luxury second canteen of demon martial arts to eat. At this time, several old students came over. Fang Ping exhaled helplessly. It seems that the one who should come will still come. So he put down the dishes and chopsticks. Said lightly, I know Wang Jinyang, but if you want to seek vengeance, go to him. He has too many enemies. I can't take it. Second, my mentor is invincible and has a grandmaster's photo. Think through before you find faults. Thirdly, you are second class. I've just broken through to a product. If you rely on your grade to trouble me, the school is not allowed. Fourth, everyone liked it. You dare to touch me. The old student who took the lead said with a smile on his face, is bright enough to be the king of newcomers. That is to say, you are willing to take the next part of Wang Jinyang's debt. Fang Ping snorted coldly. Don't I take it? You won't find fault. Don't say it's so ugly. It is also the school's practice for old students to give new students a dismissal. An old student with short hair clapped his hands and said, the red-haired man next to him yelled at you. As soon as I came to school, I was out of the limelight. Even if there is no matter of Wang Jinyang, we'll come to you too. The old student who took the lead smiled slightly. You just broken through. We don't take advantage of you either. Gives you a month. After a month, a quiet dancer will challenge you. Fang Ping's eyes froze. The kind that doesn't matter if you live or die. It's not that we're all breastfeeding students. It won't be so ruthless, but the fists and feet have no eyes. It's inevitable to get hurt. Then he went on to talk about the first product of the 3 brittle bone breakthroughs. It's not much different from the ordinary pinnacle of a product. The rookie king should have the rookie king's face. Fang Ping, what do you think? It doesn't matter if you come or go. After saying that, they left. Fu Channing hurriedly said, why are you hard? You ignore them. They don't dare do anything to you. Fang Ping said with a sharp look in his eyes. I want to experience what a real dancer is. What is a bloody competition? The boy traveled back 10 years. The plug-in has been activated. Get the true biography of a sexy female teacher. Pick up the episode. Fang Ping was not angry. Resolutely took on the challenge of the old student's life and death fight. Saturday, Fang Ping, according to Lu Fengru's request. I came to the freshman training hall. Fang Ping wondered why there were other people. Originally, it was Zhao Xuemei, who chose Lu Fengru like him that day. Fang Ping was slightly disappointed. I thought Lu Fengru was going to open a small stove for me alone. Fang Ping stepped forward. Take the initiative to greet Zhao Xuemei. The two shook hands and introduced themselves. Then he quietly pulled his little hand for a minute. Fang Ping was sweating profusely, so embarrassed. Why didn't Lu Fengru come yet? That's square flat. Can you let go of your hand first? Sorry. Fang Ping hurriedly retracted his hands. Zhao Xuemei took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. I heard that you're going to challenge the old students in a month. Nor is it a challenge. It was challenged. Zhao Xuemei said worriedly. Many of those old students are at the pinnacle of a good grade, even though you're the strongest of our generation. But it's no match for them. Fang Ping scratched his head. Let's talk about it then. Zhao Xuemei was speechless for a while. You were not in a hurry at all. Yohei, the two of you had a very hot chat. At this time, Lu Fengru walked in, and I heard about everything. Take on the challenge yourself. No one will persuade you. Then he looked at Fang Ping with a slightly dissatisfied look. Said that I thought you were a life-sparing person. Now it seems that it can't get rid of vulgarity. Fang Ping's dissatisfaction is all a product. I want to try. It's better than being found all the time. Perhaps I will call you here today. It's because you're already warriors. You also have your share in charging into battle on the battlefield. Therefore, it is necessary to learn the art of killing the enemy and saving life. After speaking, Lu Fengru kicked out. Moment. A huge hole appeared in front of Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping was shocked. Quickly gave it a thumbs up. Looks so simple with a kick. Actually kicked through. It's solid wood. Lu Fengru said flatly. That move just now is one of the leg techniques. It's called poking feet, as the name suggests. It's all about poking. Condense the chi and blood into a one-point explosion. Poke the opponent's temple and throat and wait for the door. Kick each other to death. That's the purpose. Zhao Xuemei said in a trembling voice, if this move kicks someone, is it really going to die? The tactics of warfare are killing. The art of fighting. It was prepared for this from the beginning. You must be aware by now. From the first day of entering the martial arts school, you're not ordinary anymore. You are destined to struggle on the line of life and death. Don't treat any fight like a child fight. Got into the ring. That's a duel to the death. It doesn't matter if it's your classmate or your friend on the other side. Even if someday, Fang Ping, you have to go into the ring with Wang Jinyang. You will also overcome him. Or even kill him. Listen to Lu Fengru's words. Fang Ping couldn't help frowning. What exactly is a dancer? Lu Fengru walked towards Fang Ping. Hold her shoulder and say you are this challenge. Think of it as a trial mission. If you can win, I'll give you a big gift. The teenager traveled back 10 years. The plugin has been activated. Easily master the killer blow. Pick up the episode. Lu Fengru asked Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei to go to the freshman training hall, ready to teach two people to poke their feet. The power of chi and blood in Fang Ping's right foot gradually dissipated. Then stand on the ground with both feet. Exhale slowly. Lu Fengru slapped her face and walked over. Comprehension is good. Fang Ping said embarrassedly. Just master cohesion and violence. It's simple. Zhao Xuemei next to her wanted to cry without tears. It's so simple. I haven't even mastered cohesion yet. Am I too stupid? Fang Ting began to pretend. It's not stupid. There is no need to compare people. Some people are naturally smarter. Zhao Xuemei was instantly angry. Was thrown at Fang Ting by shoes. This was followed by an international gesture. Lu Fengru reminded Zhao Xuemei, don't let Fang Ping disrupt the rhythm. This kid is really different from ordinary people. You need to keep your breathing and rhythm in check. Zhao Xuemei responded loudly. Then turn your anger into motivation. I started cultivating again, and Fang Ping was still thinking about me. Wasn't I comforting him? Why is it so angry? There is no doubt that he is a proper straight man. Lu Fengru was a little sleepy. She asked Fang Ping to demonstrate it. Something wrong pointed her out. Fang Ping agreed. Then the power of chi and blood converges to the right foot. Stand on your shoulder. Violence throughout the body. Fang Ping trembled instantly. Lu Fengru was shocked. You're a critic. I'm just letting you practice. I didn't let you kick the stake. Lu Fengru pointed to Fang Ping, who was kneeling on the ground. Use her as a negative teaching material. A live commentary was given to Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei's heart was very happy. A burst of schadenfreude. Damn, who hasn't liked it yet? Lu Fengru yawned again. Let's get here today. Go back and digest it. Continue tomorrow. After speaking, Lu Fengru walked out. I almost forgot. He turned his head. His eyes looked at Fang Ping with a grim look. Remember to go to the back office to make a pair of alloy leather shoes. The pointy kind. Fang Ping's head broke out in a cold sweat. This is to put me in pointed-toe alloy shoes. What does it mean to play? Poke your feet really have to be. The power shown by Lu Fengru. A proper kick kicked the person through. The boy traveled back 10 years. Not only the plug-in is activated, I also learned a killer blow that can kick people through. I saw Fang Ping sitting on the sofa looking at Huanju Gij. It's been a long time since I've spoken on the phone to my home. I don't know how they are now. Hey, Moses. Fang Ping, you still know to call back. I thought you didn't want us anymore. Fang Yuan sobbed. Silly girl. How can I not want you? Tell you a great joy. You've broken me through to become a dancer. What Fang Ping's whole family was taken aback. Hee fluke. Luckily, Tan Jinping said excitedly. Your kid has just started school and has become a product. It's really a long phase for our Yangcheng. After speaking, Tan Jinping walked over and hugged Fang Ping's father. Brother Fang will discuss something with you. Fang Ping is now a dancer. It's not appropriate for you to continue to be a doorman. Tomorrow you report from HR. There's a shortage of people in the office. The office is full of secretaries and assistants to the leader. How can there be a shortage of people in the place of work? It's a blessing to my son. Unexpectedly, in this life, you can even become an official person. The screen turns. Fang Ping came to the equipment exchange office. Can the teacher help me make a pair of alloy shoes? The staff glanced at Fang Ping's temporary dance certificate. You're not a dancer yet. Alloy weapons can only be redeemed by dancers. But I broke through the other day. Then you'll have to go to the boat office on the second floor to book a boat. Then replace your temporary 5-path array with a formal one. Come back again. Fang Ping came to the boat on the second floor. He was about to knock on the door. The door opened suddenly. Yo, there's no one in this perspective. I have to give the author a big thumbs up. This is not exactly the time when the college was first divided. Yang Xiaoman, who attacked Fang Ping from behind. Yang Xiaoman stretched out his index finger. It's not on a branch college. Is it a rookie king who beats girls? He suddenly approached Fang Ping. I heard that you're going to challenge the old students next month. It's not going to be a challenge to girls again. Fang Ping raised his fingers. If you can, I wouldn't mind. But I heard what Yang Xiaoman meant. Female dancers are inferior. You're discriminating against women. Yang Xiaoman panicked instantly. Pointing at Fang Ping, he said loudly, Don't give me a big hat with a meow. Before you came out on top. It's because we don't have experience in our hearts. This challenge, you're facing. But they are all old students who have experienced bloody battles. You kid just wait to eat xiang. Fang Ping smiled disdainfully. I don't think so. In a resourceful environment like Magic Dance, it's still in a product. It's not a sloppy cultivation. I just don't have any talent. What is there to be afraid of such a person? I have to say, this wave of forced installation is in place. The teenager traveled back 10 years. Although it was opened, but you still have to settle as soon as possible to redeem the god costume. At this time, Fang Ping came to the door of Dingting. Yang Xiaoman reminded Fang Ping seriously. Underestimating your opponent will lead to a big loss. Fang Ping smiled confidently and thanked for the reminder. But I never underestimated anyone. Nor is it excessively self-denying. Yang Xiaoman's face instantly turned red. As soon as you turned around, you left Fang Ting. Enter the room at the order desk. An old Mediterranean man sits on a chair. Behind him is an ordering machine. The old man pointed to the ordering machine and said, Leave marks on this steel plate. You're a dancer. Whatever you want. It's good to bite or scratch. In short, it can leave a clear trace. It means that it has the destructive power of a product. Case. Then try the poke you just learned. I saw Fang Ping kick out suddenly. The steel plate instantly recessed in. The order machine makes a dripping sound. Then there was a ding. Okay, The old man, after a meal on the computer. Take out a 5-way array and give it to Fang Ping. The previous temporary one was useless. Breakthrough Warriors. The school awards samurai credits. Effective immediately. Break through the next 3 products. I used to order products here. Fang Ping looked at the martial arts in his hand. He asked curiously, "What about the middle 3 grades?" The old man glanced at Fang Ping. "Not good. I'll wait until you arrive." Fang Ping thanked the old man and left. The old man glanced at the order. Hit the mark caused by Fang Ping just now. I thought about the new life who had just broken through the first product. There is such an attainment. It seems that we have a lot of talents in the magic dance this year. Thinking about raising his hand, he clicked a little red heart. At this time, 2 old students walked in. A man squatted on the ground and looked at the marks on the fixing machine. The force is a little scattered. Miscellaneous, but not refined. There is still a gap with the pinnacle of Epine. It's shameful to laugh that this guy is doomed. Oh yes, unless he can reach the pinnacle of the first product within a month. But no one can do it in a month. From the moment of breakthrough to the peak. Go back and tell the ones in the game. Put them at ease. We're going to win. With that, the 2 of them walked out of the room. The old man who ordered the product was not impressed. What a bunch of idiots. Who's going to burst into power when it's time to test? Although it's pretty smart to know how to gather intelligence about the enemy. But this kind of irresponsible intelligence can only harm people. The corner of the teenager's outburst just now. Chi and blood are about 200 calories. And his own chi and blood should be above 240 calories. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. The teenager traveled back 10 years. Spent a lot of money. Finally got his first god costume. After the order is completed, Fang Ping came to the equipment exchange office again. Said the staff, "The kind of boots you want are special weapons. Custom built is required. It will be available for pickup in a week. I think it's enough for your talent to use a pool of gold." After speaking, start counting the credits it takes to make the boots. After a meal, hello is a total of 40 credits. Fang Ping's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. It's too expensive. Fang Ping was distressed. The number of credits is equivalent to 1.2 million. My house is only more than 800,000 yuan. Fang Ping trembled and gave the 5 positions to the staff. Give me another paper tiger with a ground-grade alloy. Okay, no problem. You let go first. The staff took out a wooden box. A delicate paper tiger city is placed inside. I didn't expect this little paper tiger to have to try credits. Fang Ping couldn't help but burst into tears. How can being a dancer cost so much? The 50 credits that had just been awarded were gone. Hurry up and give a thumbs up. Let's ask about Li Qing's company first. You have to make a profit as soon as possible. The screen turned. Ping came to a cafe. Mr. Fang is here. Li Qing's shouted loudly. Fang Ping pulled out a chair and sat down. The fart is bigger, and the company is still the president. Just call me sir. Fang Ping took out a wooden box and said, "There are 10 ordinary chi and blood bullets in it. I don't need it right now. You take it and sell it. It is used as the company's working capital." Smack. Li Qing's slammed the box shut. Said solemnly, "Mr. Fang, you should focus on martial arts. Business is complementary. If you're doing business, and cut off the resource attack of the martial arts, that's putting the cart before the horse." Fang Ping began to pretend. "The point is, I don't need it now. I just broke through to a grade of ordinary chi and blood pill. It's useless." Li Qingzhe was shocked. "What you broke through?" "Yes," Li Qingzhe said excitedly. "You're also too scary. Less than a week after the start of school, it broke through. Now our company's business development. It's going to be a lot easier. Fang Ping casually threw out a blood-crying pill to Li Qingze. I said as long as you do well. I will definitely help you become a dancer as soon as possible. Li Qingze pursed his lips excitedly. Suddenly stood up. The other party made a 90-degree salute in parallel. Thank you, Mr. Fang. I will definitely do my best for the company. A week later, Fang Ping went to the Demon Martial Arts Logistics Department. Got his custom-made alloy shoes. These shoes are pretty good. It's made of metal, but it's soft to step on the ground. That's of course. Our Demon Martial Arts Manufacturing Academy is top-notch. A white-haired old man said. After speaking, he took Fang Ping to test the power of the shoes. The old man took Fang Ping to the trial ground. The steel of the swords here is made of F-grade alloy strength. It is a specially built venue for testing alloy weapons. Over here, you can test your weapons with confidence. The teenager traveled back 10 years. But it's different from the previous life. This is a warrior for respect. A world where the jungle is the strong. The white-haired old man was carefully observing the steel plate in his hand. The penetration is not weak. If only the bones of the foot could be tempered. That bottle of warriors has to be careful. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. He threw the steel plate away with his backhand and walked out of the room. Now the voice is really stronger than the last. I'm still here to retire with peace of mind. It seems that he is a reclusive master. A month is a blink of an eye. In the training hall, Zhao Xuemei asked Fang Ping, "Why didn't your challenge move? Is it canceled?" "No, it's tomorrow." Zhao Xuemei's artistic conception. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "Tomorrow I'll call Xiao Man, and they'll cheer you on." Fang Ping was helpless, and it was not Guijia. "Why are you shouting so many people?" Zhao Xuemei said disappointedly. "We're the same mentor. This relationship is close to others. You're not enthusiastic at all." Forthwith, Zhao Xuemei continued a little angrily, "But that's right. If you change to a beauty like Xiao Man or Yunxi, you must be more enthusiastic." Fang Ping was speechless for a while, "And you thought too much. It has nothing to do with looks. Besides, you're not ugly." Listen to Fang Ping's words. Zhao Xuemei's face was slightly red and said, "Are you serious?" Of course, the people who liked it were very good-looking. Zhao Xuemei was immersed in joy. Eyes star-starring. I didn't even have her to react. Fang Ping continued. "It's just a bit raunchy. It's too much like a man." Zhao Xuemei was instantly furious. Grabbed Fang Ping's collar and said angrily, "That's what you mean. I'm not just ugly, and it's not feminine anymore." The straight man Fang Ping hurriedly explained that I didn't mean that. "Why do you get angry every time you comfort you?" At this time, Lu Fengru walked over to Xuemei. "You go back first." I had a few words with Fang Ping alone. After Zhao Xuemei left, Lu Fengru said to Fang Ping, "The corner of your table. It's a small success. But there's one thing to keep in mind. After getting into the ring, life and death matter." What exactly is this teenager? How to start a freshman challenge? As the dean of the clan, he actually came to sit in person. Just now, Lu Fengru found Fang Ping. Reminded him that when he got into the ring, he would die and die. Fang Ping didn't think so. I have no grievances with them. How could they really kill me? What a kid with a big heart. This time the students who organized the challenge. I'll help you inquire. Led by Lu Yongwon, a junior. Currently 3 advances. He has a younger brother. He used to be a genius student of the demon martial arts. But last year, the sternum was shattered by Wang Jinyang. He is still lying in the hospital. I think you should know. The golden period of cultivation was delayed. The path of martial arts is over. Fang Ping has a black line. This old king is really true. Look at Svenwen. Why is it not serious? Give me so much trouble. I'll have to keep it in his mind. Lu Fengru took out a 2nd-grade D blood pill and gave it to Fang Ping. It's time to explode. As for whether it will explode, it's up to your luck. Fang Ping's face was shocked. This eldest sister really doesn't feel sorry for the student at all. The next day, in the venue of a certain 5 martial arts clubs, a mentor walks into the ring. Zhou Yin, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department of the Martial Arts Society, glanced at him. Then he said impatiently that the students were struggling. These mentors come to join in the fun. Classmate Zhou has a big breath. Don't dare to just have a student who happens to have Tutor Zhang. I also hope that the mentor will not interfere. Tutor Zhang said angrily through gritted teeth. The Martial Arts Society is now more and more unpopular. Zhou Yan's eyes were cold. I'm not reminding you right now by staring at him. It's a warning to you. If you dare to intervene, the Martial Arts Society dared to suppress it. Tutor Zhang was so angry that his face twitched. I didn't say a word for a while. Zhou Yan also ignored Mentor Zhang's roar. He turned around and walked under the ring. At the same time, let the yellow-haired little girl next to her inform a few members of the Martial Arts Society to suppress suddenly. His pupils flickered. Look in the direction of the entrance to the venue. Chun Sheng said, I'll go and inform the dean to come and take charge. Unexpectedly, even Lu Fengru, who was at the peak of the 6th grade, came. What the hell is this kid coming from? Get in the ring. Life and death matter. Are you ready, teenager? At this time, Lu Fengru took Zhao Shumei and walked slowly into the venue. Casually said what to do with the dean. I'm not prepared to mess around. A comm student. Dead is dead. What a big deal. Don't worry. I'm here. Leslie Chung. They dare to meddle. I'll kill them. Say the harshest words in the most bland tone. Sure enough, the invincible nickname is not called in vain. Anyway, where did Fang Ping's stinky boy die? At this time, Fang Ping was lost. I'm panting and looking for the Martial Arts Society. Several old students in the stadium were shouting. Why hasn't the game started yet? The rookie king shouldn't run away. At this time, the door opened suddenly. Fang Ping walked in. Excuse me. Lost. Zhou Yan opened his mouth to square flat. Did you volunteer for this competition? Fang Ping's face was indifferent. I would say no, it won't be. Hear Fang Ping's words. A little quack quickly stood up, loudly reprimanded Fang Ping. Be careful what you say. You made the challenge yourself. Has anyone ever coerced you? Shut up. Zhou Yan slapped the table with both hands. He stood up suddenly, with sharp eyes. He said that I was asking Fang Ping. It's not your turn to speak yet. A few little quacks instantly sweated profusely. The atmosphere does not dare to come out. Zhou Yan shouted loudly in the demon martial arts. Not to the end. There is no end to life and death. But there must be a convergence of will on both sides. If one party does not want to, then the challenge is not valid. Since the demon martial arts gave the Martial Arts Society the right to maintain order, then the Martial Arts Society must put everything, all under the light. But there is persecution. The Budosha will definitely come forward to suppress it. A bit of domineering. After the speech of the side leak, Zhou Yan asked Fang Ting again. Did you volunteer for this competition? Fang Ping walked to the center of the ring and stood still. Of course no one pressed me. I volunteered. Zhou Yan looked at the information in his hand. Explain the rules of the contest to the crowd. Since Fang Ping is a freshman, and faced the challenge of 4 people, so it has priority, reasonable conditions may be put forward within the rules. Fang Ping, do you have any needs? Fang Ping scratched his head in thought. Then the Tang Xing mode was turned on. First of all, the old students can't use cold weapons. Second, I asked the seniors. No one compensated me for a 2nd grade blood pill. Third, he didn't wait for Fang Ping to finish speaking. Zhou Yan directly interrupted him. What do you think of the old students? Several people looked at Lu Yongwon. Lu Yongwon was silent for a moment, frowned, and said 4 1st grade D blood pills. If you don't compete, forget it. No problem, Fang Ping thought triumphantly. I didn't expect to get into the pit just by talking about it. 4 bloody eggs. true fragrance, then the challenge is established. The game begins. With Zhou Yan's congratulatory voice, the place name fell. The old voice walked into the ring with a calm face. Fang Ping's eyes narrowed, and senior brother's surname was Noble. Chun Guolong, a junior at the Ordnance College. Fang Ping turned on the mouth cannon mode again. Suppress the other party psychologically first. I'm a freshman. I didn't offend my brother either. Why did my brother challenge me? Could it be that senior brother Chun was also beaten by Wang Jinyang? This trick is wonderful. But Fang Ping had no intention of stopping at all. Chun Guolong's face turned red with anger. At this time, Lu Fengru in the stands couldn't stand it. Shouted angrily and said that if you want to beat, you will be beaten. If you don't fight, you will admit defeat. Where's so much nonsense? The little quacks in the audience also echoed. Fang Ping saw that the goal was achieved. Smile a little. Then I'll throw in the towel. Do you think I'm going to throw in the towel? Still too young. I want to pinch soft persimmons. Then you're looking for the wrong person. Facing the situation, Fang Ping, a strong bully, directly started to open up. One move to kill. At this time, Chun Guolong was looking at Fang Ping suspiciously. What are you trying to deceive, boy? Fang Ping said innocently. You are the pinnacle of a product. I've just broken through to a product. And now the ammunition is in hand. It's okay if I throw in the towel. Zhou Yin reminded. It's okay to throw in the towel. But you have to think about it. Cowardice before fighting. It's not good for the future martial arts path. Fang Ping spread his hands. I can't help it. They're the pinnacle of a class. What if they take the opportunity to kill me? Lu Yonglin reprimanded loudly. Fang Ping, what the hell do you want to say? The color of the square plane sank. Said coldly, I just wanted to ask, are you going to shoot me? The corners of Lu Yongwen's mouth twitched. No one wants to kill anyone, but the competition is full of accidents. Sometimes there is no way to keep your hand. Fang Ping smiled slightly. I understand what Senior Lu meant. Case. I don't have any psychological burden anymore. I didn't mess with anyone. This should be considered a distraction of anger. Since you admit defeat, you still have to trouble me. Then I'll not admit defeat. Zhou Yin really couldn't stand Fang Ping's persecution. Fans have been waiting for 3 episodes for a long time. Just shout. The competition begins. Fang Ping took the lead in attacking. Start wide. Straight poke and kick out. Chun Guolong raised his left hand. Block attacks. I laughed in my heart that my upper limb bones had been completely refined. It's not easy to block your foot. Can be a second. Chun Guolong was suddenly shocked. Fang Ping's toes actually kicked through his arm. Blood splattered from his arm. The despicable Chun Guolong was furious. A backhand punch is thrown. Fang Ping bent down to dodge. Then clench your hands into fists. Quickly condense the power of qi and blood. The fist with the paper tiger burst out. In a hurry, Chun Guolong only had time to block in front of him with his right hand. Poof! The paper tiger stabbed him in the arm. Chun Guolong grinned. Then he burst into a loud shout. The left hand condenses the power of qi and blood. A punch slammed into the square door. Fang Ping bent down again to dodge the attack. Pretend to attack the tumbler. It is to play Fang Ping's left foot and kick it out. Went straight to Chun Guolong. You want to attack my yin? It's not that easy. Chun Guolong poked out his right hand. It's your dead air to be caught by me. But at this moment, Fang Ping's left foot was abruptly withdrawn. Instantaneous force conversion attacks. Before he could react, Fang Ping's right foot had already come to his head. All I heard was the sound of a skull shattering. Fang Ping's toes. It had pierced his temple in an instant. Fang Ping closed his right foot. Blood spurted out of Chun Guolong's head in an instant. The vitality in Chun Guolong's pupils gradually dissipated. The body also fell to the ground. With the fall of Chun Guolong, there was silence in an instant. No need to rest. I'm going to die in a string. Who's next? The teenager said confidently. Just now, Fang Ping killed the senior at the peak of the first product in one blow in seconds. Looked at Chen Guolong's gradually cold corpse in the ring. The audience was silent. Several medical personnel quickly walked into the ring carrying stretchers. Carry Chen Guolong's body away. Zhao Xuemei and Yang Xiaomei. I was so frightened that I couldn't help but tremble. Look at this scene. Fang Ping thought of his family. I'm really scared to death. I still have important people to protect. Fang Ping lowered his head, said apologetically, I had no intention of killing, but my strength is limited. There is no need to say that. Got into the ring. Life and death are self-defeating. Lu Yongwen said with an ugly face. Fang Ping smiled with relief. It's that I'm rare and weird. Then go ahead. You don't take a break. There is no need to book a ticket for the afternoon. Leave after the fight. The kid is confident enough. A curly-haired boy jumps into the ring. Zhang Guowei, a junior at the Ordnance Academy. At the beginning of the year, I was broken half of my ribs by Wang Jinyang. I can't cultivate for half a year. This means my martial arts path is half broken. People like me, qualifications are already limited. There is no big family backing up. Originally, it was expected that Sampin would graduate. Now it can only stop at one product. Huang Jinyang was immediately flattened. I can't take revenge anymore. Since your martial arts are taught by him, then it is only natural that I seek revenge on you. Zhang Guowei's face gradually became hideous. You beat me to death, or I'll beat you to death. I don't have a warrior. If I die, my relatives and friends. Hatred is written off. Case. Let's get started. As Zhou Yan's congratulatory voice fell, Zhang Guowei suddenly punched out. Fang Ping hurriedly dodged sideways. Good speed. The blow was successful. Zhang Guowei took advantage of the situation to pursue. The fist slammed into Fang Ping like a torrential rain. Fang Ping could only cross his hands in front of him. For a while, he was forced by Zhang Guowei to retreat. Looked at Fang Ping, who was stuck in passivity. The two women were worried. Xiaoman, you said it could be that the fans haven't liked it yet. Impossible. Zhang Guowei, who had the upper hand, thought confidently. Fang Ping has just entered the first product. Qi and blood are limited. Steady and steady will kill him. This was followed by another punch. The square plane was pale in color. Gasping for air, Zhang Guowei was even more proud. It looks like this kid won't last long. Let's see how many punches you can take from me. Two small quacks in the stand saw this, talking excitedly. Sure enough, a product is out of the section and a product is at its peak. There is still a big gap. This time we won, Zhao Xuemei said nervously. Fang Ping, this idiot. Hurry up and take the pill to restore your qi and blood. Lu Fengru frowned slightly. Zhang Guowei pressed too hard. There was no time for Fang Ping to take the medicine at all. Zhang Guowei came to Fang Ping in a flash. Why can't you even stand on your feet? This time, I will return it to you along with Wang Jinyang's hatred. Boy. Perform extreme pulling. Complete the silk blood counterkill. At this time, Fang Ping's qi and blood had been consumed. Zhang Guowei will be killed. A punch slammed out. Fang Ping. I saw Fang Ping's eyes staring. Consumes 140,000 fortune. Qi and blood are replenished. What Zhang Guowei's pupils suddenly constricted, followed by Zhang Guowei's frightened eyes. Fang Ping threw out the alloy leather shoes with one foot. Instantly pierced Zhang Guowei's temple. Ban accompanied Zhang Guowei to the ground. The audience was in an uproar. Lu Yongwen's mouth opened wide. A look of disbelief. The mentor led by the old student frowned. How could Fang Ping's qi and blood suddenly recover? It's almost consumed before. Lu Fengru is also willow eyebrows. When did Fang Ping take the medicine? Oh, I didn't expect that. I'm hanging on it. Fang Ping clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, Continue. Zhou Yan hesitated. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? No need to hurry. Then the next challenger is on the field. Looked at Zhang Guowei, who was carried away by medical staff. Lu Yongwen and the others fell silent. Zhou Yin spoke again and asked the next challenger to play. Then, a purple-haired boy raised a hand tremblingly. Unwillingly, I admit defeat. From now on, I will practice martial arts with peace of mind. It's good to have a product. It's not a second grade. Martial arts may not be for me. After saying that, he stood up and walked out. The girl on the side looked at Lu Yongwen's painful appearance. Grit my teeth and get on. Lu Yongwen grabbed the girl's wrist and forgot it. We throw in the towel. Then with a gloomy face, he said that we are not as good as others. You don't lose unjustly. Fang Ping, do you know? My brother was just as talented as you was. High hopes from the family. But after he was injured by Wang Jinliang, he is still lying in a hospital bed. I can only stop at one level for the rest of my life. Forthwith, Lu Yongwen smiled coldly. I said this. I don't mean anything else. Just wanted to tell you, the battle of martial arts. There is no right or wrong. Only by strength. Wang Jinliang can cripple my brother. I can cripple you, although there are rules for martial arts. Now I'm higher than you. What can't be done to you? But once you get to the third grade, I'd love to give you a taste of what my brother feels. Don't wait for him. Sampin suddenly let out a loud shout from the entrance of the venue. I saw a man with a long knife walking slowly into the venue. It turned out to be Lao Wang. I saw that Wang Jinyang was exuding terrifying qi and blood. Slight pressure. Looked at Lu Yongwen coldly and said, I am Sampin. Lu Yongwen, I challenge you. The old king is domineering and short-sighted. He challenged the demon dance teachers and students alone. At this time, with the arrival of Wang Jinyang, the audience boiled instantly. The magic dance students were talking. It turned out to be Wang Jinyang. I didn't expect him to dare to come to the demon dance. Wang Jinyang looked at Lu Yongwen, said lightly, Did Lu Yongwen take the battle? Lu Yongwen's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Then, a 4th-grade gold magic dance instructor shouted Wang Jinyang. This is the magic dance. It's not a male dancer. Come here and make trouble. You kid don't know the rules. Wang Jinyang's brows furrowed. It's by following the rules that I take on the challenge. Otherwise, it would have been done a long time ago. This mentor. You're 4-pin. After 3 days, I will be promoted to the 4th grade. You can challenge me when the time comes. The mentor was so angry that he couldn't do it. But he didn't say a word. Whoever is here today is both a student and a mentor. As long as it is not convinced, you can all come to fight. Lu Fengru quietly watched Wang Jinyang pretending to be forced. I wonder this kid disappeared for a while. It turned out to be breaking through the 4 products. That is to say, he is now at the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. Immediately, he glanced at the Demon 5 students in the field, sighing helplessly. Take these Sampin students who are here today. If it really starts, I'm afraid that Magic 5 is going to lose face. The audience was silent. No one dared me to know, because you only dare to bully newcomers. The students of Magic 5 are this virtue. Lu Yongwen retorted. Wang Jinyang, you speak. Don't be so ugly. This is a fairness challenge. Fang Ping printed it himself. Wang Jinyang's eyes were fair. You are the pinnacle of your group. Challenge him to a freshman who has just broken through a product. It's called fairness. So Wang Jinyang grinned, since this is the case. I'm now at the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. Isn't there a peer who wants to kill me? Bastard, are you really my magic dance? The 4th-grade mentor congratulated the guide angrily. Then let's fight. Accompanied by the sound of congratulations. The power of blood and energy. It instantly erupted from Wang Jinyang's body. Wang Jinyang slapped his chest violently. I really thought I wouldn't dare to kill your Demon 5 students. Today, I, Wang Jinyang, challenged all the 3rd-grade students of the Magic 5. All are welcome. You can believe it. This man actually stole the limelight from the protagonist. Just now, Wang Jinyang came to the venue of the Demon Dance Club, arrogant and provocative. The Demon Dance lost its voice. A siping instructor of the Demon Dance was furious. Just wanted to say something. Lu Fengru glanced at him and shut up, then said lightly, Wang Jinyang, you forgot about sweeping the 3 products. It was the vice presidents of the martial arts club who were beaten because of Fang Ping. He's angry right now. Him off. Today it's no longer as simple as a few people dying. Can you afford this responsibility? Listen to Lu Fengru's words. The mentor could only put the words on his lips. I swallowed it back. Wang Jinyang looked at Fang Ping. My business has nothing to do with you. Challenges that you feel are dangerous can turn down. Don't be afraid of retaliation. Wait for me 4 products. If they still come to this set, I'll kill all the 4th grade students of Demon 5. Wait for me 5 products. Just kill all the 5 grade students of Demon 5. Xiaoyan next door said. This wave of pretending is simply in the atmosphere. Enough is enough for Wang Jinyang. Lu Fengru stood up. Fang Ping is my student. It's not your turn yet. This sparring competition, it's a bunch of waste that has been wiped out by you. Get it out. The real elite in Magic 5 don't do such a thing. So don't underestimate Devil 5. Lu Fengru looked at Wang Jinyang with her hands on her chest. Even if you consider yourself invincible, let's stop in moderation. Today's is still because of you. Think about Fang Ping. You can't be here all the time with him. So stop making trouble for him. Wang Jinyang exhaled lightly. Lu Yongwen. Don't think I'm going to be after I get to the 4th rank. You can't help it. I beat your brother. If you want revenge, come at me. In the future, you dare to be the Southern Pavilion. I remember that your dad is siping. Lu Yongting was furious. You want to challenge my father too. If it weren't for Wang Jinyang suddenly interrupting him. If it weren't for the fact that I had a guru cover. Your dad must have done something to me. Nor give him a chance to refute. Wang Jinyang went on to say, always taking a fancy to me. It's because it's compared to you. My Wang Jinyang's value is even greater. So resign yourself to your fate. Lu Yongwen was so angry that his face turned purple. But in the end, there is still no way to refute it. At this time, Zhou Yin also angrily reprimanded that he was not from a foreign colonel. Who brought him in? It's me. Qin Fengqing jumped out from behind Wang Jinyang with a smile. I just happened to meet him at the station. So they invited him to come in and go around. I didn't expect to watch a good show. But this guy has a point. He's alive himself. If you're not happy, just challenge it. What are you doing with so many vein? I'll admit it. I just can't beat him. Or in the morning. Wang Jinyang also stopped talking nonsense. I've been in the magic capital for 3 days. If you want revenge, you can challenge me at any time. Obsolete does not wait. If you are not afraid of death, come here. After speaking, he left the venue with Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping smiled helplessly. Here you are, stealing all the limelight from me. I'm the main character of the script, okay. Are dancers just a group of people who are indifferent to life and death? Experienced the first life and death battle in his life. Fang Ping felt very confused about this. With Wang Jinyang's departure just now, the competition also came to an end. The audience gradually withdrew. Many old students are still, because of Wang Jinyang's arrogant behavior, and angry. And Fang Ping was still standing in the center of the ring at this time. Immerse yourself in the game you just played. I killed 2 dancers at the top of the game today. I don't think anyone will be looking for trouble anymore. At this time, Lu Fengru's voice suddenly came. It was a good day. The strategy just now is not bad. Yang Xiaoman on the side asked Fang Ping curiously. Your qi and blood were obviously exhausted just now. How did you make it back? I didn't see you taking pills. Fang Ping's eyes looked at Yang Xiaoman with sharp eyes. Your mentor didn't teach you. Don't pry into other people's secrets. You have a good family. Both parents are dancers. Didn't they teach you either? Young Xiaoman's cheeks flushed with shame in an instant. Feel free to pry into other people's secrets. We'll make a great enmity of life and death. Do you understand? Don't ask again in the future. Yang Xiaoman was bitten lightly by his teeth. But he dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. Zhao Xuemei said a little timidly. She's killed people now. Fang Ping and Lu Fengru said hello and left. Yang Xiaoman blushed and muttered in a low voice. What a ferocious one. Looked at the departing Fang Ping. Lu Fengru said that it was the first time he had killed someone. It must be uncomfortable. Let him digest it himself. Get out of the venue. Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang. Where is Brother Wang? I'm in your school's guest house. Then Yu Fang Ping was shocked. That hotel is the territory of the magic dance. Are you really waiting for them to challenge you? Wang Jinyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Said contemptuously, yes, but no one dared to come. Fang Ping came to the Moa Hotel to find Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang told Fang Ping, actually, I already know what you're being challenged for. But if I had come forward in the first place, you don't necessarily need to make a move. The reason why you played twice, I want you to understand, blindly retreating is not the way for warriors to seek strength and survival. Fang Ping lowered his head and pondered. After a moment, Fang Ping suddenly raised his head. Speaking of which, this contest was decided by myself. No one forced me. The reason why I accept it, on the one hand, it's because it's unpleasant. On the other hand, yes, I want to know more about what a dancer is. Wang Jinyang smiled faintly. So, now what do you think of a dancer? Fang Ping lowered his head, said slightly distractedly. The dancers are a group of people who are indifferent to life and death. Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing were stunned for a moment. Wang Jinyang suddenly raised his hand and laughed nonsense. Who is not afraid of death? Qin Fengqing said that even if it was a grandmaster, I'm also afraid of death. Like the ones who challenged you today. They were cut off by Wang Jinyang to seek strength. That's why I'm resentful. Will not be reconciled. But that doesn't mean they don't want to live. If you want me to say it, they don't even want to kill you. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch. It's just a wretch who can't admit his failure. Wang Jinyang hurriedly pushed Qin Fengqing. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Hurry up and comfort Fang Ping. You don't have to think about it. A warrior has the rules of a warrior. They died unjustly. Didn't die in vain. In conclusion, one thing you are right about. Life and death are common in the world of warriors. It's not a bad thing for you to get used to this kind of thing in advance. Looked at Qin Fengqing, who was casual. Fang Ping pondered. Such an understatement to talk about life and death. Is this what a warrior is like? Seek strength and survival. If you don't stay strong, you can't live. But you're not like them. Wang Jinyang interrupted Fang Ping's thoughts. With a smile, he said that he could cultivate with peace of mind. Just get used to it. Well, I see. Fang Ping grinned. But the way you two enlighten me is really weird. That's right, Brother Wang. You all have a mission to come to the demon this time. Tell me about it. At all costs. For the sake of the family. You must live too. At this time, after the enlightenment of Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping also walked out of the confusion. She was curious. Why did the two appear together in the magic capital? Qin Fengqing said, they're on a big mission in a cave. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Jinyang quickly interrupted him. Then he shook his head. The other party Ping said, don't ask more about this. You can't mix it up now. Fang Ping is also an understanding person. Then I didn't ask any more. The cave may not be able to get out of it right now. It is useless to ask too much. When the strength improves, you will naturally know. In the afternoon, Fang Ping returned to Yangqing. Look at the familiar sight in front of you. Fang Ping felt much more relaxed. Is it the first time to go home after being admitted to the model martial arts? Fang Ping suddenly. A familiar voice came from behind. It turned out to be Fang Yuan. Fang Ping's eyes instantly moistened. I didn't even say I'd be back today. This girl actually came to pick me up at the door. They are worthy of brother and sister. At this time, 3 little girls ran over. Big sister today. We must teach those guys in our womb a good lesson. Dare to grab the territory of the original flat society. You got a boy. It's not good for boys to mix. I just want to find someone who is stronger. This one is too thin, isn't it? Fang Yuan's whole body was excited. Hurriedly turned around, motioned for them to stop talking. At this time, Fang Ping also realized. It turns out that this little girl is not waiting for her at all. It's about small gangs. It's just a bit of a mess. The eldest sister, Hara Haisha, was not at home for 2 months. What the hell is going on? Fang Yuan was sweating profusely in an instant. I'm going to say it's a misunderstanding. Will you believe it? Let's go home to the court. Fang Ping grabbed Fang Yuan's face and left. Back home, Fang Ping was teaching Fang Yuan a lesson. Mom came over. Helplessly, this girl really needs to teach a lesson. Just how old a person is. I have to go to a stall to do it. Business is still grabbing stalls every day. The noisy school teachers all know what. Fang Ping suddenly had a bad premonition. Fang Yuan said aggrievedly, "Didn't I just sell you something? You don't need it. Put it there and take up space." Fang Ping twisted Fang Yuan's head and said quickly, "What the hell did you sell me?" Mom smiled awkwardly, except for 2 sets of changing clothes. Everything else is gone. Fang Ping returned to the room to take a look. Momentarily dumbfounded. It's cleaner than the author's wallet. The next few days, Fang Ping with his family had a few relaxing days. Look at how happy they are now. Fang Ping couldn't help but think back to the life-and-death battle he had just experienced. Luckily, I'm still alive. I didn't expect the system to work like this. The teenager used the system to resell the pills to make the difference. Making a fortune is just around the corner. Just now, after Fang Ping said goodbye to his family, got on the train back to the magic capital. Back to Magic 5. Fang Ping looked at the wealth value displayed by the system, thinking about the value of wealth and cash that have been spent a lot lately. It's time to redeem some orders and sell them. So Fang Ping came to the logistics department of Demon 5. The white-haired old man smiled and said with a smile, "Classmate Fang Ping is here again. Last time, I said the boots were easy to use. It took 40 credits. You really earned it. Just the 4 first-grade blood pills they gave you. You've earned your money." Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, even the teacher at the exchange office knows about the competition. Fang Ping said this time, "I'd like to redeem some regular equipment slips." "Okay, 3 is enough. Bring me 67. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Look at Fang Ping. Stood up and pointed at Fang Ping and said, "You kid changed so much. I want to sell it to make the difference." Although the school does not explicitly prohibit it. But selling pills is a franchise. If you get caught, you're done. Fang Ping grinned. Take out the 5 testimonials. That is, small-scale sales are not a big problem. The old man sighed helplessly. 67 ordinary chi and blood pills. 201 credits will be deducted. You're left with 1 point. You now have a bottle of ordinary chi and blood pill. It can't support your cultivation. The old man's brow furrowed. You've really thought it through. Fang Ping snapped and put Wudiozeng on the table. I thought it through. Buckle the sting. The system prompt sounds. Wealth increased by 670,000. Back to the dorm. Fang Ping immediately called Li Qingze. Communicate about the sale of qi and blood pill. Manager Li. Now I have 70 qi and blood pills in my hands. Is it convenient to shoot? Then Li Qingze was shocked. I heard you write 70. Mr. Fang. This is a bit of a lot. It's not easy to shoot. We are still a little weak now. If you are caught by the supervision department, you will be in trouble. It's okay for big business to sneak their hands out. But we only have you. Shoot so many pills at once. It's easy to be targeted. It's too dangerous. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. Now that I know it, I'll think of something else. So Fang Ping found Confronting. You have to sell all these pills. And there are so many first-class ones. Confronting looked incredulous. Looking at the table of pills. Exclaimed, Confronting groaned. Maintain qi and blood consumption. Raising offspring requires elixir. Which one has a great demand for qi and blood pills? But buy from the private side. Everyone is trying to get cheap. Generally, it is about 6 or 7% of the original price. Fang Ping dodgy. That's too little, isn't it? I don't just have 70 ordinary qi and blood pills. There are also 11 pieces. The market price is 10.3 million. Fang Ping pondered. These blood abandonment pills. At present, it has obtained a wealth of 7.1 million. More than 7.1 million must be sold. I can make the difference. Fang Ping looked at Confronting with anticipation. Confronting sighed helplessly. So be it. I'll help you ask my old man if he wants to cry blood. Dan doesn't have to worry about this thing. Fang Ping smiled flatteringly. I'm all in stock. Tell your dad not to hold it down too low. Okay, my dad said 9 million. What do you think? Fang Ping excitedly fiddled with his fingers. 9 million is almost 9% off. It's a lot more than I expected. So I quickly gave a thumbs up. No problem. The National V Exchange Tournament is just around the corner. Magic 5 has a special training class. What class leader can not only get credits, it can also make people work. How can this kind of good thing be missing me? At this time, the noise in the training building was one after another. The freshmen of the School of Economics were talking. Isn't there no class today? Why did you suddenly call us together? That's when the mentors walked in. All the trainees hurriedly lined up and stood up. Tang Feng spoke and called everyone today. It is for the establishment of a special training class for the school. The special training course is mainly conducted by me. Tutor Lu Fengru, Tutor Luo Ichuan. Tutor Su Jianzhou and Tutor Zhou Shiping are 5 people to teach. Besides, the dean will also come to teach you from time to time. In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. What grandmaster will come and teach us? Great, isn't it? Not everyone can be guided by the grandmaster. Taught by the grandmaster. Before graduation, it is expected to break through the 3 products. At this time, Confronting raised his hand and asked, why did the school suddenly open a special training class? And it will alarm the dean. Good question, Tang Feng said loudly at the end of this year. Major martial arts schools across the country will launch a freshman exchange competition. This competition is about the honor of our school. It's a battle we have to win. The students began to talk about it. National competition? That's not to go to Kyoto, Takeda. They are the #1 Wuhan University. How could it be fought? Tang Feng's eyes froze. As soon as Bao Dao stepped into the dancer's door, he began to coax. What it looks like. All of you here. All of them are elite dancers selected by the school from among the freshmen. It's the future of Mo. Participate in this special training school. 10 credits will be awarded to each person. After us, regular and reserve members will be selected from them. There will be other great rewards when the time comes. Fang Ping thought. Other words, special training is special training. The game doesn't have to go. Isn't that just 10 credits for nothing? Although a little less. But you can also exchange it for an elixir. Don't take it for nothing. Tang Feng continued. Now, as is customary, elect a squad leader. Assist the tutor on a regular basis. Inform learners to assemble and work on some issues. Of course, it was not for nothing. Trial credits are also awarded. Fang Ping said in a mournful voice. Only the credits will be tested. That's too picky, isn't it? Who wants to waste time being a handyman? Lu Fengru smiled slightly. It is natural to be a squad leader. Strong enough, just a few in the class. Let him do your chores for you. Tang Feng on the side listened. His forehead twitched slightly. Lu Fengru, are you like what your mentor said? I'm just telling the truth. That's how they can be motivated. It's not enough for me to say. As everyone progresses, there will definitely be a change in strength. Then he smiled brightly. Then the squad leader will be changed once every half a month. Lost credits will be awarded each time. How to say the last sentence at the same time. He also gave the other party a look. Don't hurry up and give me a thumbs up. Fang Ping was slightly moved. Mentor, this is fighting for my welfare. Then he laughed in his heart. There are still 3 months left until the exchange competition. Then you can change the squad leader 6 times. You can earn 60 credits. That's not a small amount. Several other mentors weren't happy. That's nonsense, isn't it? How can the rules be arbitrary? Lu Fengru yawned. What's wrong with motivating them? Or ask them if they are willing. At this time, the students were all excited and eager to try. Indeed, the enthusiasm of the students was mobilized. So Tang Feng coughed dryly. Okay, then follow Mentor Lu. Talking about who is going to run for election. Now Tang Feng hasn't finished speaking. Lu Fengru said loudly, don't fix those useless ones. Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, and Yang Xiaoman were listed. The 3 of them stepped forward. Lu Fengru explained. Tutor Tang's 2 students are outstanding. This is obvious to all. And Fang Ping. He also performed well in the divisions and competitions. 3 candidates for squad president. You're okay with that? After some discussion among the other students, all said they had no opinion. Lu Fengru looked at Tang Feng. That being the case, then it's decided. If the 3 of them win, they're the class president. If you lose, you will smash people for free. Strong smell of gunpowder. In an instant, it spread between the 3 of them. At this time, Zhao Lei took the lead in standing up. I saw that his right hand suddenly clenched me and Fang Ping first. As the first place in the admission of new students, Zhao Lei was defeated by Fang Ting in the branch academy. Very unconvinced. Straight and upright. Said that I was careless last time. We must defeat Fang Ting this time. The corners of Fang Ting's mouth raised. Let's talk first. If you lose, give me a job for nothing. It's the same if you lose. Magic 5 has a special training class. Fang Ping easily crushed Zhao Lei, who ranked first in the freshman admission. Successfully became a class leader. Just now, Lu Fengru named Fang Ping. Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman are candidates for squad president. Zhao Lei took the lead in challenging Fang Ping. The 2 of them fell into a voice. Fang Ping stomped suddenly. The ground was the first to strike a punch. Blasted towards Zhao Lei's face. Looked at Fang Ping, who rushed over. Zhao Lei thought to himself after the end of the branch college. I just kept practicing. In just 1 month, 9 bones were tempered. In terms of speed, you will never be able to win against me now. I'm going to take back the drop that belongs to me. Think about it. Zhao Lei punched Fang Ping at a faster speed. The air exploded. Fang Ping suddenly bowed down to dodge the attack. Actually dodged. No, he didn't plan to use it from the beginning. Fist attacks. All I heard was a click. Fang Ping propped up the ground with one hand. A kick hit Zhao Lei's right foot joint. However, it does 0 damage. Zhao Lei opened his mouth and laughed. I'm not the time to split the house now. The words are not finished yet. Fang Ping had already punched him in the face. Nosebleeds gushed out instantly. Immediately afterwards, Fang Ping grabbed Zhao Lei's collar. Greeted him with a cruel bundle of fists. Not for a while. Zhao Lei was beaten into a pig's head and lay on the ground. Lu Fengru said that this Fang Ping was not ruthless enough. It seems to be a heavy hit. In fact, Zhao Lei was not injured. Tang Feng couldn't die if he was embarrassed. But his face. I guess I won't be able to come out to meet people for a week. Fang Ping stretched his arms and looked at Yang Xiaoman and said with a smile, It's time for the 2 of us. Chun Yunqi worriedly persuaded Yang Xiaoman. Let him give up. In case Fang Ping beats Zhao Lei like that, it will be troublesome. Yang Xiaoman looked at Zhao Lei lying on the ground, sweating. If he was really beaten into a pig's head by Fang Ping, that's really shameless. So he nervously asked Fang Ping, "Are you going to do that, me?" Fang Ping smiled heartily. "Of course. It's a kind of broken love to do it to a beautiful woman." Then he turned his head to look at Tang Feng. "I'm right." Teacher Tang Feng, could only say helplessly. Martial arts really can have compassion. I heard my mentors say the same. Yang Xiaoman, who was worried about being beaten into a pig's head, had no choice but to admit defeat. No se precis. Fang Ping successfully became the squad leader this time. Tang Feng said that the training camp will start tomorrow. When the time comes, the specific arrangements will be made. So the students dispersed. Walk out of the training building. Fang Ping said to Lu Fengru to help him fight for resources. Show your appreciation, Lu Fengru said. Take advantage of this opportunity. It's also good to get more credits and resources. Once the demon warrior is defeated in the exchange match, national resources will tilt. At that time, the credits will not be as easy to get as they are now. Demon Martial Jin Wu is one of the two famous schools. There has always been a more ordinary martial arts school than the ordinary. Several times more resource replenishment. Available in recent years. Students from two prestigious schools. They were all defeated by students from ordinary martial arts schools. Wang Jinyang. So, the major martial arts schools are very dissatisfied with such a resource allocation. A prestigious school with a lot of resources, but lost to the students of ordinary martial arts schools. They think the resources you take should be as much as the two major martial arts schools. In this way, you can cultivate a few more Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. Why do I think Lao Wang is the protagonist of this comic? Lu Fengru continued. Plus, there have been some recent changes. As a result, ordinary martial arts schools are eager to compete for resources. This is where they show their strength. The best time to get your resources. Fang Ping was taken aback. Could it be that the change is Lao Wang and Qin Fengqing? The cave mentioned earlier. Looks like something is going to happen. Do you dare to believe that you have to sign a life and death certificate to participate in the special training class? Just now, the Moa special training class began its first class. The fairy white Ruashi mentor walked in gracefully. The students looked straight in the eyes one by one. Hello, students. I am by Ruashi, the instructor of the Weapons Academy. Today, I will give you the professional knowledge class. Before lecturing, one more thing to do. He picked up the papers on the table. This is a non-disclosure agreement. It is a letter of responsibility. It's also a matter of life and death. Entered the special training class. Everything learned and heard is confidential. No leakage. The students were all amazed. When performing a task, if there is a serious injury or fatality accident, everyone has to bear the consequences. Of course, if you are afraid, you cannot sign. Just leave the special training class. Fang Ping lowered his head and thought. Sure enough, the test credits are not so easy to get. But it's all coming. I can't be empty-handed like that. Let's go back in a moment. Bai Ruashi asked again. Is no one leaving? There was silence in the classroom. Very good, Bai Ruashi smiled with relief. Students of the magic dance should have such qualities. Then the first lesson of the special training class officially began. Bai Ruashi began to tell the history of the dancers. Before 1921, the dancers are still just word of mouth. Considered nonsense. January of that year, Huaguan newspaper. The existence of dancers is officially recognized. In the same year, the Kyoshi Martial Arts Society was established. It was the predecessor of the current Kyoto Tekashika University. The reason for the establishment of the Kyoshi Martial Arts Society. It all started with that incident. December 1920. It happened since records began. The single earthquake with the highest intensity. Hundreds of thousands of casualties were caused. Since then, The dancers walked to the front of the stage. The training of dancers began on a large scale and in a planned manner, accumulated over so many years. The number of dancers in the country is already in the millions. So why do dancers still have such privileges? Such a status? Let's say bigger. It's society that needs us. A little bigger. It is humanity that needs us. The classroom was silent at the moment. The students all frowned. Ruashi went on to say, "And we are the enemies of all mankind." It's a cave. What is a cave? No one can tell. Its entrances and exits are underground. But that world is not underground. Once there is an abnormality in the cave. The most intuitive thing is earthquakes. Presently, there are 22 entrances found in China alone. One of the students asked what was in the cave, whether it's a zombie or a monster. Ruashi frowned slightly. That's a whole world, except that there is no modern civilization. Humans, animals, monsters, etc. It's very similar to Earth. There was once a cave gate that was destroyed. The creatures inside rushed out. The consequences were extremely tragic. At this time, Fang Ping raised his hand and asked, "Why do cave creatures rush to the surface? Could it be that the living environment of the cave is too bad?" Ruashi sighed helplessly. The reason for the invasion has not yet been clarified. Caves are just what we say. In fact, it is no different from the normal world. The environmental aspect is even better. But all external energy technology weapons. When you get to the cave, it will be completely ineffective. Only the strength of the warrior's own chi and blood to kill the creatures of the caves. Fang Ping looked at the system interface in front of him. I smiled to myself. As long as there is wealth value, then I am the gas and blood engine of infinite ammunition. Am I sent from heaven to save the world? But Fang Ping thought of Wang Jinyang again. Lao Wang may be the savior. He's the one who really hangs up. No system can cultivate so fast. And the other side, inside the cavern. At this time, Wang Jinyang was holding Qin Fengqing and desperately escaping. Qin Fengqing, you stupid fork. How did I believe your wickedness? I will die with you. I didn't expect the dancers to have a leaderboard. What kind of Demon Phi's Grandmaster Principal is actually only ranked 41st? Just now, Wang Jinyang dragged the injured Qin Fengqing, desperately trying to escape. He scolded angrily as he ran. I said the village was huge. There must be strong ones. You just don't believe it. But I saw the energy mine. It's the size of a fist. If you grab it, we're going to get rich. Qin Fengqing said hesitantly. Wang Jinyang's brows furrowed. There is something unusual about the cave here in the demon capital. Many villages are empty. Everyone should have run to the cave gate. And so on. I'm afraid you'll have to go through the Tian'an affair as well. There are many strong people in the magic capital. Let's not worry about these idiots. It really has to be the same as Tian'an's side. The Grandmaster will definitely forcibly block the gate. We'll be trapped in the cave then. At this time, Wang Jinyang couldn't help but recall a scene that I once experienced. The mentor president doesn't want you to save him. Adventure in the Forbidden Cave. Not to mention not being able to take care of it. You are my responsibility. The Grandmaster will soon forcibly seal the door. If you don't go, it's really too late. Jinyang, in case I don't come back. Take care of Nini for me. Wang Jinyang blamed himself very much in his heart. Now the world is crying. I don't know if the canonized mentor is dead or alive inside. It's all because I'm too weak. Even if you can get in now, I can't go deep on my own, not to mention going to a mentor. At this time, Qin Fengqing suddenly said no. Let's bring Fang Ping with us next time. That kid is making a lot of progress. And people are cunning. The three of us will definitely be fine in a team. Fang Ping asked to turn on the microphone to communicate. Don't forget that he's only a good thing. If you don't get 3 grades, you will enter the cave. Are you here to bait the monsters in the caves? Qin Fengqing patted his head. embarrassedly said that the kid was making too fast progress. I've forgotten that he's only a good one. The two stopped. Confronting suddenly said, I sometimes think, if only there were no people and monsters in this world. It's actually quite beautiful. It's even more beautiful than ours. Wang Jinyang sneered. You take a cave creature and try it. See if they accept you. On the other side, in the Demon Martial Arts Training Building, Roy Chuan is teaching the special training class stick method. And Fang Ping, who is the squad leader. Exactly the best person to demonstrate. So Fang Ping was ruthlessly ravaged. In the end, he was knocked to the ground with a stick. Roikawa took the stick and asked everyone if they had seen it clearly. Several students heckled and said they didn't see it clearly. Asked the teacher to demonstrate it again. And Fang Ping swollen half of his face. By this time, it was so gloomy that it seemed to be dripping water. Back in the queue. Fuchengding Lafne. This squad leader is not so easy to be. In case another instructor also asks you to demonstrate. I'm going to be killed. You say it again. I'm going to kill you right now. However, as Fu Chanding said, in the next, Tang Seng's method class and Zhou Shiping's palm class, Fang was beaten as a demonstration. Then he was mercilessly ridiculed by the whole class. Finally, there is the trainee practice time. Fang Ping finally waited for the opportunity. A shame before the snow. The one who laughed the loudest just now came out to me. At the end of the class, each student received a copy. Internal profile of the dancer leaderboard. No, our principal is only in 41st place. Fu Chanding exclaimed incredulously. Zhao Xuemei on the side explained. One of the lists on the web. Dancers who are well known to the public are recorded. And none of the denominations on this list are not. Detective Bureau, Town Guard, etc. It's amazing that the principal can be ranked at 41st. I don't know if Lao Wang is on the list. Fang Ping flipped through the information excitedly. What Lao Wang actually only ranked 27th in the 3rd grade. And again on the last page, Fang Ping couldn't help but sigh. It seems to be as strong as Lao Wang. It's just the tip of the iceberg in the world of dancers. But this also shows the authority of this list. Several people looked up at the sky at the same time. I look forward to the day when we can also make this list. What a beautiful way that would be, said Good Dolly. It turned out to be a day trip to the morgue. Mentor, how can you do this to me? Just now. Lu Fengru put Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei. Call to your dorm. Said with a face with a slight trace of battle. I just got back from the cave. It's over there for the time being. Fang Ping and the others asked worriedly. Is that safe now? Lu Fengru shook her head. It's just that this round of shocks was cleaned up. Now the cave creatures storm the cave doors. It is becoming more and more frequent. In the future, the demand for resources will be greater. Schools will also start to make your training more difficult. Go back and clean up in the evening. Take 2 days off. I'll take you out. Fang Ping was sweating profusely in an instant. You're not going to take us to cry. Zhao Xuemei looked excited. Even if you go to the ground and cry. I'll do the best too. Lu Fengru glanced at the two of them lightly. Just your 3-legged cat. I still want to go to the cave. Isn't that a rush to reincarnation? Luckily not. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lu Fengru picked up Fang Ping's chin with her index finger. Teasingly said, Don't you remember what I told you? If you win the competition, you will be given a big gift. The small Nan Fang Ping's ears turned red in an instant. The next day, all I heard was the roar of a cracking engine. A luxury car appeared gorgeously in front of Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping's eyes widened instantly. I can't say anything excited. Lying on the car for a while, stroking. Is this a great gift from my mentor? That's too polite. Stop dreaming. Get in the car. Lu Fengru took the two of them to the outskirts of Mo. The vehicle came to a stop in front of the gate of a compound. There were 2 bodyguards guarding the door. Tickets are 10,000 yuan per person. Lu Fengru casually threw out a blood-weeping pill. Fang Ping and the others looked around with puzzled expressions. Isn't this just an ordinary country yard? Why do you have to charge tickets? Fang Ping thought suspiciously. What the hell is the teacher going to give me? Lu Fengru stepped forward and pushed open the door. The noisy sound instantly reached the ears of several people. Shoot him to death. Kill him. This room is well insulated. This turned out to be an underground martial arts arena. At this time, one of the men in the ring was knocked off 2 front teeth with a single punch. The opponent followed with another headshot. I received a boxed lunch directly on the spot. Zhao Xuemei, who saw this scene as soon as she came up. I almost threw up. Lu Fengru said indifferently. If you can't stand it, get out. You are not allowed to submit any more streams in the future. Zhao Xuemei forcibly said that she was fine. At this time, a man wearing a gold necklace. He walked over with an enthusiastic face. Oops, what kind of wind blew the invincible mentor here? What an honor. Less nonsense and arrange for him to stay in the morgue. Lu Fengru pointed at Fang Ping and said, No problem, take this little brother to the morgue. Just leave him alone. The man smiled maliciously. Fang Ping's heart. In an instant, 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped by. Didn't you say you were going to give me a big gift? Lu Fengru said with a wicked smile. Yes, isn't that what it is? More day trip. Fang Ping cracked directly. After all, I paid it by mistake. In the monitoring room, a few little quacks were talking. There were also students from Wuhan University who came to practice courage before. As a result, I was directly scared to pee. I really don't understand. Why do you support this group of martial arts guys? Throw them into the ring one by one. Bird death is guaranteed. Yes, I think this kid stays for 30 minutes at most. I blocked him for 10 minutes. Crunch, squeak. A faint light bulb flickered on the ceiling. Fang Ping walked into the morgue alone. A black and white TV sizzled. Is grass necessary? Also play horror movies to create atmosphere. At this time, the body of a man was still wide-eyed. It's a blind eye. Fang Ping went over and closed his eyes. The mouth is still muttering that the great auspiciousness is the great auspiciousness. It's just dead people. I didn't kill it. Then he glanced at the corpse. The right hand is thick, strong bones. It is estimated that the tempering of the upper limb bones has been completed. The left hand doesn't seem to have been tempered. Crispy bones between 35 and 45 pieces. Then he leaned down again, touched the throat of the corpse. He should have been killed by a punch that shattered his throat bone. After reading it, Fang Ping straightened up. I thought I might as well stop by to see the other 2 corpses. It's also a good idea to take the opportunity to observe more. While Fang Ping was thinking, 3 corpses jumped suddenly. Fang Ping's eyes widened instantly. Not wanting to die is also a motivation. Well, since that's the case, let's have a regular season. Generally, no one dies. Just now, Fang Ping was in the morgue. 3 observes the back of the corpse. The corpse suddenly jumped behind Fang Ping. Fang Ping was taken aback. Is it a corpse? But he didn't think much of it. To turn around is to kick out. The 3 corpses flew upside down in an instant, crash into the opposite wall. At this time, Fang Ping found a thread floating from the corpse. Then there was a moment of silence. It must be Lu Fengru. Let those guys in the jousting arena do it. So Fang Ping carried the body back to the morgue. Put the game in hand, it's still going on. Next, Fang Ping helped carry another corpse. 3 people put the body in a body bag. The 2 of them muttered that this mental trick was not simple. The way he carried the corpse was not at all afraid. And just scared him so much. He wasn't afraid. It shouldn't be. Unless this kid has already seen blood. Look at the man in the body bag. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. These are social dancers with no background and family support. I want to improve my strength. You can only rely on black boxing to fight for resources. Dancers without strength are not as good as ordinary people. At night, Lu Fengru took the two of them to a Western restaurant. Looking at the bloody steak in front of you, Zhao Xuemei retched for a while. Lu Fengru said indifferently, spitting and spitting. Just get used to it. Get used to. Just watch such a bloody scene. Just treat us to a steak with blood on it. It must have been deliberate. Fang Ping couldn't help but complain in his heart. Lu Fengru then said, "You have entered the cave. You can only eat dry food or raw food. If there is an energy mine, it can also be cooked as a cooked meal. However, it is definitely not as cost-effective as using it to exchange for pills." Then Lu Fengru looked at Fang Ping. How did it feel to pick up a corpse for a day? Fang Ping was silent for a moment. Sighed that the dancers are not as glamorous as ordinary people think. That's right. Have you ever considered fighting life and death? Life and death will allow you to gain some experience in PvP. It is of great help to the improvement of strength. Fang Ping was sweating profusely in an instant. This was too sudden. Zhao Xuemei on the side hurriedly raised her hand. Indicate that you can participate. Lu Fengru glanced at him helplessly. Then he turned his head and said no. You're too weak. Zhao Xuemei was not convinced. Immediately retorted loudly that I am not weak. I'm brittle 40 will soon be able to poke the foot into basic tactics. The small city of Zhuanggong is also about to fight 10 bands. Those who are tired of life and death today. I'm not afraid of them. Lu Fengru said calmly. It doesn't matter if you're afraid of them or not. The point is that you haven't really been exposed to blood yet. I can. Saying that, Zhao Xuemei frantically stuffed steak into her mouth. I held back and didn't let myself throw up. But after all, I couldn't help but run to the toilet. Fang Ping was very puzzled why Zhao Xuemei was so active. Lu Fengru explained that Xuemei's father was a siping dancer. Died in the dry battle of the south of the earth. Now all forces are coveting her. The cause of the father's stay. If you don't have the strength, you can't keep the family business. So he is desperately pursuing strength. Then he looked up at Fang Ting, and the family is not like you. So unmotivated. Fang Ting was furious. Quickly argued, I'm motivated, okay. Yes, you don't want to die, but it's also a kind of motivation. What do you mean? So Lu Fengru dragged her chin and said, since the battle of life and death does not dare to fight, how about a regular season game? Fang Ting suddenly felt helpless. You have talked about this. I don't promise. What else can I do? There was a lot of noise in the underground arena. The boss of the martial arts arena smiled and said to Fang Ping, little brother, don't be nervous. The regular season is relatively safe. Generally, they do not deliberately kill people. Boss, I just want to know if there is a bonus if I win. The boss was stunned for 50,000 a game. Not much, though, but you can also place bets. Then whispered to Fang Ping, the opponent that your mentor picked for you is a veteran at the pinnacle of a product. The odds are at least 3 to 1. Fang Ping's eyes lit up in an instant. Then I pressed myself 1 million. I crushed you 5 million. If you lose, you'll have to pay me. Lu Fengru said with a yawn. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. This guy is using his student's life as a bargaining chip. At this time, Zhao Xuemei also came out, and I also pressed you 1 million. Come on, Fang Ping. Fang Ping suddenly felt like he was about to spurt out a mouthful of old blood. At this time, the host shouted loudly. The handsome guys and beauties in the audience. Good evening, everyone. Let's have the two sides on the field. The audience boiled instantly. Fang Ping was forced to participate in an underground black fist fight. A pinnacle veteran. Then come on. Watch my Sword King release the secret. At this time, Fang Ping had already stood in the ring. The host shouted loudly. Let's give a warm welcome to the King of Parkson at the gym. A pinnacle dancer with a black face. The voice fell. A man with a conspicuous scar on his body. With a compelling momentum. 1 foot out of the black face. The black-faced audience excitedly chanted his name. The host then shouted, and the brave newcomers. A product is interrupted. Dancer Sword King. Fang Ping smiled and waved his hand to the audience. However, the audience responded with an international gesture. Zhao Xuemei said with a smile on her face, "What a stupid name." And without a knife. Return the Sword King. Lu Fengru on the side said that the name was not stupid. Fang Ping deliberately misled the enemy with an established impression. Then explained to Zhao Xuemei. For example, Roy Chuan is very powerful with a gun, but he can teach you other weapons too. Tang Lion has powerful fists and feet, but his weapons are not weak. I really thought that Roykwa had no gun. Restrain the fists and feet of the Tang Lion, and they will be at your mercy. Then you don't know how you died. Then the opening looks at Zhao Xuemei. Learn a little. Don't just think about his nickname when you encounter enemies in the future. Zhao Xuemei hurriedly took out a small notebook and wrote it down. In the ring, Fang Ping, as always, used his housekeeping skills. The technique of opening the mouth to show weakness. After Fang Ping's song of European and American Jade, the black face was black for a while. Grinning, "Can you meow? Don't be so verbose." At this time, only the sound of dang was heard. The game begins. Before the black face could react, Fang Ping had already jumped forward. Come to him. Bang! Fang Ping kicked out. Black face hurriedly raised his hand to resist. The grass is careless. Was robbed of the opportunity by this kid. Fang Ping didn't give the black face a chance to breathe. This was followed by a fist blast. Blackface had no choice but to continue defending. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, "This kid is no ordinary product." The melon-eating crowd below the middle section shouted eagerly, "Fight back, Blackface. Don't look at the other person as a newcomer. Just let him go." At this time, Fang Ping suddenly squatted. He was still talking about looking at his legs. The hateful Blackface's right hand hurriedly descended. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping threw an uppercut, the chin with the black face in the middle. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of the black face. He took a heavy step back with his left foot, barely managed to stabilize his figure. One hit. Fang Ping took advantage of the situation and blasted his fist towards his face. In a hurry, Blackface had to raise his hands again to block it. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. The power of qi and blood quickly condensed in the right foot. The next second, a kick with the power of a furious cry of blood was thrown out. It's a slap in the face. The black face was shocked. Immediately shouted that I threw in the towel. Fang Ping's right foot rested on the side of his head. Bang! Blackface fell to his knees. I lost. Fang Ping clenched his fists with both hands. There was silence in an instant. The audience below opened their mouths wide in disbelief. My eyes were about to pop out. Zhao Xuemei also clenched her small hands in front of her chest. Shocked. In the next second, the audience instantly boiled. The King of Knives is awesome. Lu Fengru watched this scene calmly. Less than a minute of battle. The other party is of little use. Looks like something more exciting. It's finally time to carry out the mission. Fang Ping was named as the captain. Fang Ping said, "I carry. Feel free to do whatever you want." Just now, Fang Ping defeated Yipin, the black face of the pinnacle. Then come to the bonus exchange office to claim your winnings. The man pushes out a box. That's 3.05 million. Off the counter is not responsible. You point clearly. The moment Fang Ping's hands touch the box. Ding. The system prompt sounds. Wealth increases. Look at the system interface in front of you. Fang Ping smiled with satisfaction. That's all you can earn in a minute. The truth is sudden. The system beep sounds again. The wealth is worth more than 10 million. The system level has been increased. Immediately after that, the system interface quickly shattered. The reorganization and upgrade were successful. To reconnect, at the same time, several words appear on the interface. Unlock new features. Brittlebone Fang Ping thought. Other words, in the future, you can directly use the system to brittle bones. Normally, brittle bones can be a troublesome process, and it's dangerous. Anyway, let's try it first. Fang Ping immediately concentrated. Brittle bones once. I saw the power of qi and blood around Fang Ping's body roaring. Kung fu in the blink of an eye. The system prompt sounds. Brittle bones succeed. Fang Ting excitedly felt the changes in her body. I really feel the lift. The brittle bones were really done in an instant. Then wouldn't I be able to reach the peak of the 3rd grade soon? At this time, the system prompt sounds again. Consume 100,000 fortune. Fang Ting instantly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. 1% of a bone costs 10,000 pieces. That's how it goes. Don't talk about 3 products. Just reach the pinnacle of a product. It will cost at least more than 10 million. Then 2 lines of tears flowed down. There really is no such thing as cheap. At night, Lu Fengru carried the 2 of them back to the demon dance. Magic Dance Logistics Department Mission Pickup Office. All members of the special training class gathered. Tang Feng said, "Your task permissions have been activated. Quests can be claimed here for the following month." The trainees were excited. It's great that I can finally take on the task. Fang Ping also smiled slightly. Very good. This provides an additional way to accumulate wealth value. Suddenly, there was a big congratulatory pass. Come and quarrel something. It's been a month of special training. It's so lazy and lazy. It's actually Huang Jing. The dean is here. Police officer Wang stepped forward and said sternly. Now the situation in the cave is dire. There's a growing demand for the strong. The resources to train the strong are even more scarce. You have to win in the exchange race. Schools can get enough resources. Cultivate more strong people. So you little clean me. Do you understand? I understood that the students stood up straight one by one in an instant. Tang Feng continued, and next you will be divided into 5 teams, led by 5 mentors. Which team has the most tasks to complete the best? That team will be awarded an additional 100 credits. And the top 10 of you will represent Magic 5 in the exchange competition. Forthwith, he shouted loudly, Fang Ping, Cao Lei, Fu Chengding, Yang Xiaoman, Chen Yinshi. The 5 of you are outstanding. Elected captain. Each leads a team, everyone according to the list of groups sent down. Let's get acquainted with each other first. Fang Ping's team members. Zhao Xuemei and Tang Songyan, who are ranked high in the special training class. There are also 3 Zhang Hao who are ranked lower. Zhang Ping and Lu Dashing are composed. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. Except for Zhao Xuemei and Tang Songyan. The other few are not very strong. This configuration can't be deliberately manipulated. Fu Changding ran over and put his arm around Fang Ping's shoulder and said, "Why are you crying with a sad face? I heard that it is for the balance of power of each group. It's been set for a long time." Zhou Shiping walked up to Fang Ping and the others and said, "I am your mentor during the mission phase. What task to take is arranged by the captain. I'm only responsible for getting you back alive." As soon as the squad was formed, disagreements arose. Fang Ping domineeringly said that I was the captain. I got the final say. Whoever is not convinced will come to the head-on. Just now, Zhou Shiping said that it is up to the captain to decide what task to take. He is only responsible for the safety of the team members. The rest won't meddle, so don't ask for his advice. Fang Ping thought about this attitude that it was not his business. Is it for the sake of fairness? Tutors can't bring their own students? Zhou Shiping looks older. Moreover, it is popular in the model military department, so he doesn't have many students. But the strength should still be reliable. Fang Ping clicks on the screen of the terminal. Enter the quest system. Missions are divided into 4 categories. The mission of the Military Department Task Detective Bureau, Police Department missions, and school missions. The Military Department was on a mission to the police station. The difficulty of the tasks decreases in order. School tasks don't have to be difficult. The reward is related to the difficulty of the mission. Look at the task panel in front of you. Fang Ping pondered what to choose. Tasks matter. A month is a short time. Other squads. I must also be looking for the most cost-effective task. The key is in time. Find a balance between difficulty and rewards. But that being said, let's start with a simple start. The idea is by all means. Fang Ping no longer hesitated. Tap directly on the screen to take the task. Arrest a wanted criminal. Seeing that Fang Ping actually took on such a simple task, Tang Song-yin wasn't happy. No, just take a 1-grade difficulty. Our strength is not bad. There's no need to be so timid. The results will affect the selection of the exchange competition. The reward is so small. Spread evenly among everyone. There is nothing left. Even if it's conservative, at least take a 2nd-grade one. Fang Ping glanced at him coldly. Have you ever played against a 2nd-ranked dancer before? Tang Song-yin suddenly became pale. Not really. Where do you have the confidence to be without that? This is not a joust. Wanted criminals are going to fight you to the death. If someone is left alone, they will die. Even if you don't care about human life. In the event of attrition. Later on, it will be more difficult to do the task. Tang Song-yin said very loudly. It's not that serious. Isn't there a mentor with him? Zhou Shiping looked away. Silent. Fang Ping glanced at Zhou Shiping, who did not express his position. Then he looked at the others with sharp eyes. Said I was a captain, so I'll make a decision. In the next month, listen to me. I don't want to play any democratic voting with you. If anyone is not convinced, you can go to me alone. Tang Song-yin clenched his teeth. Very unconvinced. But in the end, nothing was said. Fang Ping looked at the task description. Said the goal of this mission. It was a man named Lin Qing. As described, he was last seen in Baiting District. In addition, he's a good gambler. So the plan is to search for underground casinos in Baiting. Zhao Xuemei spoke, but there are so many casinos in Baiting District. What if you can't find it? Fang Ping said 3 days. If you can't find it, give up. Accept a 10% reward penalty. Each prepares for an hour before departing. After saying that, he turned around and left. Watch Fang Ping leave. Tang Song-yin and Zhang Hao muttered quietly. It's not worth the time to find it. It's too cowardly. There's no way who made him the captain. Looks like we're going to be at the bottom. The unspoken rule of Magic 5 is equivalent exchange. Fair and cold-blooded. At this time, Fang Ping's team came to an underground casino in Baiting District. Fang Ping commanded through the headset. Search in groups first. Discover the target. Don't do it on your own. Contact the other groups first. Assemble and start again. Zhao Xuemei said, We are in the hall. No targets have been found at this time. Zhang Ping coughed for a while. The smell of smoke here was too strong. Group B is in place. We're at the back door. But it seems to have been targeted by the casino people. A few people were talking in their headsets. We are students. No such experience. Even if it's disguised, it's still too conspicuous here. Fang Ping said goodbye to his nervousness. As long as there is no action, it's fine. At most, they will be cross-examined. Continue to look for it, and then sigh helplessly. Sure enough, when it came to actual combat, everyone started to panic. Serious inexperience. Fang Ping turned his head. Saw Zhou Shiping standing in a corner. As he said, really just as a bystander, looked at Zhou Shiping's expressionless and indifferent face. Fang Ping pondered. In case of accidents, will he really help? I don't think so. At least until the regiment is wiped out. He shouldn't have made a move. Because of the deaths and injuries of students. Maybe that's what Magic 5 wants to see. The logic behind this is equivalent exchange. Anyway, and the new life emphasizes life and death. After all, it's just preaching. Dangerous death is just a vague concept. But if the dead and wounded really happen around, it's different. The lives of several weaker students. in exchange for the awakening of the entire nascent elite. It's a good deal. Why are freshmen participating in the exchange competition, and not the stronger third grade? Because the freshmen are weak. There is not much loss in being dead. Correspondingly, if the freshman is a blockbuster in the game, it will be taken seriously by the school, so it's worth fighting. Equivalent exchange. Fair, but cold-blooded magic martial arts are so realistic. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the headset. Captain, this is the ground group. We found the target. Fang Ping quickly moved to stare at him. The other groups rushed over immediately. Be sure to wait for everyone to gather before you start. But Tang Songyan had already done it. Fang Ping is a suitable candidate for captain. But some of the kisses were too much. If so, then cause him some trouble. Just now, Tang Songyan discovered the mission target. But he didn't listen to the command. Let's do it first. Fang Ping and others arrived. Sure, Lynching has been killed by Tang Songyan. Tang Songyan complained about wasting so much time, only to get a reward of 120,000. I don't have many credits. I said it earlier. With our strength, you should take on a stronger task. Fang Pingying said with a calm face. I said I wanted it a long time ago. Let's wait until we're all there before we act. Tang Songyan retorted. This person is not strong. I can do it all by myself. There's no need to wait for you to come. Besides, if the target runs, can you be responsible? Don't rely on yourself to be the captain. It's a waste of everyone's time. Zhao Xuemei was not happy now. Angrily scolded Tang Songyan. What do you mean? If it weren't for Fang Ting deducing the location of the target, how could you have caught him so quickly? Several other members were helping Tang Songyan speak. We are for this task. It's a waste of a lot of human and financial resources. And in the end, everyone can't share much of the reward. How can you guys say that? Fang Ping did this out of everyone's safety. You don't want to die unexpectedly, do you? What kind of dancer is so afraid of death? At this time, Tang Songyan stood up. Captain Fang roared at Fang Ping. Remember, we are students of Mo. It's the dancers, not the ones who only know how to survive. Fang Ping looked at Tang Songyan indifferently. If you're not satisfied, you can leave now. I'll apply to the school for another meal. Besides, who else wants to go? You can leave with Tang Songyan. Tang Songyan gritted his teeth for a while. In his heart, he cursed that it was hateful. If it weren't for the fact that this guy had killed 2 first-class pinnacles, I would have beaten him a long time ago. A few people looking at the relaxed. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. The first task was too easy. It's so easy that everyone is now full of self-confidence. It's not a good idea to go on like this. Inside the office of the Demon Marshal Dean, Huang Jing was listening to the reports of several mentors. Chun Yunxi may not be suitable to be the captain. He's so unassertive. Fu Chanding is not bad. The teammate relationship is handled very well. Everyone's opinions will be taken into account when receiving tasks. Zhao Lei is a bit of a maverick. Took on a very difficult task. Yang Xiaoman is okay. Fang Ping is very safe. It's a good candidate for captaincy, but he's just a little too steady. Huang Jing said, observe Fang Ping again. Isn't that kid very stable? The next mission will cause him some trouble. I like to see it. Facing a big crisis. How this captain will respond. Run away for help. Betraying teammates. Or fight to the death. Cultivate an elite. There's a lot more to see. Fang Ping's team returned to the mission collection area again. Zhou Shiping said, this mission, Tang Songyan alone accounts for 25% of the reward. 25% for the 2 people who find the target. The other 7 people will be allocated a total of 50%. Lu Dashing said aggrievedly, we're all busy with this mission. At this time, Tang Songyan stepped forward and said that it was okay. Our second task is to take over the pinnacle of a product. In this way, everyone can also share a little more reward. Then he looked at Fang Ping with a gloomy face. I'm right. Captain Fang Ping lowered his head and did not speak. Tang Songyin walked to the terminal for this mission. It's up to us to choose. The task details are displayed. The target test wind is at the peak of a product, and the danger is high. 15 credits are awarded. Look at the task description. A few people talked about the fact that this task was good. There are more credits than the same type. The 10 of us teamed up to kill a pinnacle of the first grade. It's not hard for him. Fang Ping glanced at the task panel. The brow furrowed slightly. It's so much higher than the rewards of the same type of mission. A fugitive at the pinnacle of his life. Why do you want to team up with 3 pinnacles? A drop of cold sweat slipped down Fang Ping's cheeks. Something is wrong with this task. Then he glanced at Zhou video. It is impossible for the mentor not to know that there is something wrong with this task. But he didn't say a word. It is on behalf of the mission security. Still is. He deliberately made us do this problematic task. So Fang Ping said that this task can be accepted. But I still have to remind you, to be able to give such a high credit award. This goal is by no means quite ordinary. If you can't beat it, retreat immediately. Being alive is a prerequisite for completing the mission. Tang Songyin said, "Oops, got it. We're not here to die. We're Magic 5 students. No matter how strong the opponent is, he will definitely be able to win it. What's more, this guy is just the pinnacle of a product. There are so many of us. No problem for sure." Fang Ping was silent. I hope I'm thinking too much. Early the next morning, the crowd went to the target location. Fang Ping clenched his fists and thought, now my chi and blood have reached 290 calories. It is comparable to the average second-rank first-stage dancer. Just don't panic and don't make mistakes. Don't be broken one by one. The other party has the strength to fight even if it is a second product. Fang Ping's team successfully found the mission target. I didn't expect to be almost killed in seconds at the beginning. Just now, Fang Ping's team came to the eastern suburbs where the mission target was located. Shiqing Village. Fang Ping looked at the clues provided by the military department and said, Feng must have been hiding in this village near the harbor. I think he was going to escape by sea at night. Zhao Xuemei looked at the clues provided by the military department. Said in surprise, the address is so detailed. The military department threw this task to the school. Could it be because of the lack of manpower in the basement? Fang Ping touched his chin and groaned. I'm afraid it's not that simple. This task, it stands to reason that it should be under the control of the Detective Bureau. But now it is in the mission of the military department. It is possible that the warrior killed by Feng is related to the military department. Yes, the military department will not even have 1 or 2. The martial artists of the 3 grades can't be drawn. At this time, Zhou Shiping spoke. You're right. On the one hand, the military department wants to give novices the opportunity to experience. On the other hand, it is for the sake of warnings. Several people look puzzled. Some rookie dancers. A little bit of ability. I really feel like a privileged class. Superior. Murder and arson. Bullying. Don't take human life seriously at all. It was announced that the Detective Bureau would hand over these tasks to Wuhan University. Students are here to let you know, no matter how high the status of the warrior is, as long as a mistake is made, you have to take the corresponding responsibility. Fang Ping pondered. Indeed, the power of the warrior should not be underestimated. Even the strength of a junior martial artist. It will also have a big impact on society. The martial arts school also has a large number of martial arts groups. Get everyone through the task directly to understand power and responsibility. This practice, is it really in line with the worldview of this world? Immediately, Fang Ping began to arrange tactics. There are a lot of people here during the day. If you don't get it right, it can easily cause adverse effects. Same as last time, we started searching after dark. Then, Zhao Qing said, I don't think we have to wait until the evening. It's better to act during the day. Fang Ping was stunned. How to say this? Zhao Qing explained that during the day, people in the town were working. Not being at home is less likely to cause riots. and the goal is to walk by water at night. So, it is highly likely that he is now waiting at a fixed location. There are a lot of us. It's too eye-catching to search around. It is better to go directly to the location provided by the military department to investigate the clues. If the target appears, go together. Listen to Zhao Qing's analysis. Fang Ping smiled slightly. The previous mission was the target he had discovered. Although the strength is not strong, but calm. Be observant. It is diametrically opposed to Tang Songyan. It seems that our team has a brain tank. Let's say it. Fang Ping made a decision immediately. Set off, as Zhao Qing said. The group quickly headed towards the target location. Everyone came to Shiqing village. In front of a simple bungalow on the coast. Fang Ping deployed Zhou Yuehong, Wu Keping, and Zhang Hao. The three of you are guarding outside. Don't let passers-by pass. Tang Songyan, you go knock on the door. Tang Songyan was intense. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping actually asked him to rush to the forward. Fang Ping grinned. Your strength is the strongest among us. It won't open the door, and it will be seconds. And we distribute according to work. The reward for rushing forward is definitely high. Tang Songyan touched his nose embarrassedly. Sure enough, you still have to rely on me when it matters. At this time, Zhang Hao asked Fang Ping Zhou, and Tutor Zhou was gone. Are we going to continue? Fang Ping smiled helplessly and continued. This time disappears. It seems that the 8 or 9 are not far from the 10 that I guessed. Several people lay in ambush in front of the door. Tang Songyan stepped forward and knocked on the door. Anybody home? Your garbage has been thrown in front of our house. Come out and deal with it. No response. Tang Songyan continued to knock on the door. Don't be silent. I know you're at home. Still no sound. What to do? Tang Songyan looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping turned his head to continue. Tang Songyan knocked the door, shouting to open the door. If you don't open the door again, I'll call the police. At this time, a voice finally came from the house. I didn't throw out the trash. This was not the case before. You've just arrived. Then there you have it. Quickly open the door suddenly. Fang Ping felt a trace of the fluctuation of qi and blood power. Immediately shouted to get out of the way. Then pulled Tang Songyan away. The next second, only a bang was heard. The door flew out in an instant. Crack-a-dig-hole. A man quickly sprang out of the house. Isn't that exactly what they're trying to do? The wind speed is extremely fast. Before everyone could react, he swept straight to the shore. Chase Fang Ping immediately shouted. I didn't expect a mentor of the demon martial arts to be so cold-blooded. Forced high-ranking fugitives to fight with the students. Just now, Fang Ping's team's mission goal, Shifeng, broke through the door. Trying to escape, Fang Ping and others quickly caught up. Tang Songyan cut down the stone peak with a knife. You can't run. Shifeng squatted down to dodge. At this time, Fang Ping had already dodged in front of him. Fang Ping kicked out. However, he was still dodged by Shifeng's agility. He didn't plan to entangle with Fang Ping. Continue running towards the shore. But Zhao Shumei had been waiting for him on the shore for a long time. I saw Zhao Shumei holding a long stick ready to go. Shifeng hurriedly braked and stopped. Look at the crowd that surrounded them. In his heart, he secretly said that he was a student of Wuhan University. Not the military department, not the detective bureau. He meows too much. That's fine. Make a task to come to such a large group of students. It shows that their strength is not strong. But there's no need to spend it with them. In case there are pursuers behind you, it will be troublesome. Thinking about it, he rushed towards Zhao Shumei. Zhao Shumei raised her hands and prepared to attack. Shifeng raised the corners of his mouth. The power of qi and blood in the right hand is condensed. Seeing this, Fang Ping hurriedly shouted Shumei. Quickly dodged Zhao Shumei and was taken aback. Quickly dodged with a horizontal jump. Shifeng also continued to run towards the shore. Tang Songyan wasn't happy. Why do you want Shumei to dodge? It's clear that the goal is almost there. Fang Ping's face said gloomily, this time the goal is very strong. If you don't flash Shumei, she will die. That guy is second class. The bones of his hands have been tempered. Zhao Qing and the others were taken aback. No way. I remember that the quest interface said that it was the pinnacle of a product. Even if it's a second grade, it's just in and out. If you fail to do so, you will be deducted credits. Don't let him run. Shifeng listened. Slightly surprised. Why didn't I know that I was a second grade? And there was a disdainful cold snort in his heart. All 5 college students are in this state now. It's the end of it. Fang Ping was also very puzzled. The mission statement clearly writes that it is the pinnacle of a product. How did it suddenly become a second grade? Could it be that the school's task system is wrong? At this time, Shifeng had already run to the shore. When it came to Shifeng's smug smile, fortunately, Lao Tzu was smart. A boat for escaping was prepared in advance. At this time, Shifeng was suddenly startled. He hurriedly stopped. In the next second, there was a terrifying slight pressure of qi and blood burst out from inside the ship. Shifeng was shocked. So strong qi and blood. Both of his legs. I couldn't help but bend down. Shifeng looked inside the boat in disbelief. How many products are these? 4 products and 5 products. No, it's 6 products. The breath inside the ship gradually subsided. Shifeng was sweating profusely and gritted his teeth. The strong man and 5 college students appear here at the same time. That is, they're training me. At this time, Shifeng also calmed down. Anyway, this time it's dead. Then fight with them. Several people saw Shifeng suddenly stop. I was very confused. At the same time, Fang Ping also felt it. The fluctuation of qi and blood emanating from the inside of the ship. His brow tightened suddenly. This qi and blood is Menerjo's. He's pushing the target to play us. The tutors of his Miao martial arts are really cold-blooded. They have seen a lot of life and death. Maybe he cares about his own life and death. But it will be indifferent to the life and death of others. If the weaker in the team is seriously injured or killed, it can stimulate the strong to improve. Then it will be worth it in their opinion. So this time, Mentor Zhou will use crying blood to force the target to fight us. Desperate targets. If you're in a hurry, that's to kill 1 enough. To kill 2 is to earn. Case. Then you have to drag a few pads on your back when you die. Just now, Shifeng fled to the shore, slightly pressed by Zhou Shiping's qi and blood. Forced back. So Shifeng turned to face the people who were chasing after him. Prepare to drag a few pads. Fang Ping gritted his teeth for a while. If you can complete the task, be sure to settle accounts with Zhou Shiping. Zhang Ping looked at Fang Ping in fear. Captain, have we been able to fight 2 draws? If you lose, not only is there no reward, you may also die. Fang Ping said in a voice. No matter how it turns out, now we're all going to do it. Don't mess with yourself just because he's second class. As long as we don't be broken by him 1 by 1, there are odds of winning. Fang Ping then shouted. Others step back. Tang Songyin and Zhao Xuemei joined me. Received, the others hurriedly stopped. The 3 of them rushed forward. I looked at the 3 people who rushed over, thinking, these 3 should be the strongest of the group. The kid in the middle is a team leader at first glance. It's not very easy to deal with. Case. Let's start with this little girl. After thinking about it, he turned around and swept toward Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei shouted, don't underestimate me. Then a stick swept over. But all I heard was a snap. The stick was grabbed by the waiter. Zhao Xuemei wanted to pull back the stick, but the stick did not move. Fang Ping and Tang Songyin walked around behind Shifeng. Jumped. Shifeng saw this. The power of weeping blood quickly converged to the left hand. Sudden force directly shook Zhao Xuemei's hand away. Then he dodged Fang Ping's kick. At the same time, the left hand is flirted, blocked Tang Songyin's attack with a stick. The group so quick to react. A few people in the distance were in a hurry. Fang Ping's 3 people were completely pressed by Shifeng alone. That's not good. Why don't we go over and help? Zhao Qin was silent for a moment. Said, wait a minute. Listen to the captain's arrangement. Bang! Tang Songyin slammed it to the ground. Shifeng then made a pick. Knocked Zhao Xuemei away. Fang Ping grabbed the stone machine. Jumped behind Shifeng. The power of qi and blood quickly condensed to the toes. It's a slap in the face. Shifeng propped up the ground with a stick. It's a sideways kick out. All I heard was a pop. Shifeng's shoes burst open in an instant. Blood splattered out. Shifeng was shocked. Hurriedly jumped a few back. Distance. I felt a tingling pain coming from my left foot. Shifeng was slightly surprised. I didn't expect this kid's poke to be so strong. At this time, Tang Songyin suddenly picked it up. With a single knife, he slashed to the back of Shifeng's head. Shifeng didn't panic either. Blocked the attack with a backhand swing. Then there was a sudden force. He flicked his broadsword away. What a strong force. Tang Songyin's palm was shocked and numb. Before he could react, Shifeng swung out another stick. The stick slammed into his left arm. I only heard a click. Tang Songyin's left arm bone was directly cracked. He hurriedly clutched his arms and stepped back. At this time, Fang Ping jumped forward. A large knife that grabs the falling. Then take advantage of the situation and cut it down. Directly chopped Shifeng's left hand, holding the stick away. There is an error in mission information. The target turned out to be a second-grade martial artist. Fang Ping's team fell into passivity for a while. Just now, Fang Ping seized the opportunity. A knife cut off one of Shi Feng's arms. Then he slashed him in the neck with a backhand. Seeing that the broadsword is about to fall, Shi Feng suddenly twisted his body. He directly caught the big knife with his broken arm. Then grab the back of the knife with your right hand. Clamp the broadsword in your severed arm. Good guy, what a ruthless man. Fang Ping was taken aback. There is no dodge. Instead, use broken arm to connect the knife. Hold on to enemy weapons with minimal effort. This pinnacle has a lot of practical experience. Fang Ping saw this. Rushed to call for support. The onlookers instantly swarmed up. Facing Shi Feng is a wild bombardment. Looking at Shi Feng, who was invincible with one punch and four hands. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. The gap between the first and second grades. It's not to the point of despair. Now Shi Feng has no hand. The foot also hurts. We've won. At this time, Shi Feng showed a hideous smile. He held the ground with one hand. Trembling and laughing, this time I was careless. Unexpectedly, Lao Tzu will be fooled by you bunnies. Kill the voice just fell. Shi Feng suddenly stretched out his palm, grabbed Tang Songyin's wrist. Hysterically yelling is considered death. Lao Tzu also wants to take one away for a funeral. Tang Songyin was shocked. He will perish with me, but I don't want to die yet. So Tang Songyin shouted Fang Ping. Save me at a time when I can't do it. Fang Ping made a timely move. I only heard his voice. Shi Feng's eyes instantly lost their vitality. The body also began to shake. Finally, in the horrified eyes of everyone, he fell to the ground with a thud. Tang Songyin's eyes widened with fright. Fang Ping breathed heavily. Then he sat down on the ground. Heavy relief. Finally dead. Zhou Yueheng cried excitedly and finally won. It's great that we're all alive. At this time, Zhao Xuemei sobbed with self-blame. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't lost my weapon, you won't be hurt so much. Fang Ping comforted. There is nothing to be sorry for. This is the second-rank martial artist. It won't be hard for him to snatch your weapon. Yes, the second-grade martial artist is too strong. It's the three of you who can contain him. Thus, the charge may have died. Li Si and Zhang Ping also comforted Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xin and Zhang Haoze glanced at Tang Songyin, who was sitting on the ground, said angrily that this mission would not have been for Fang Ping. I can't even imagine what will become. Yes, although it won. But the medicine alone costs dozens of credits. Tang Sung drew a drop of cold sweat along his forehead. Look at me. I was also very badly injured. At this time, Fang Ping looked at the small boat docked on the shore. Said meaningfully, it seems that we have to talk to our mentor Zhou. Why did the goal of the pinnacle of the first product become the second product? As a dancer, it's also the captain. There must be no fear of death. Otherwise, it could kill everyone. Just now, Fang Ping's squad was on the verge of attrition. Finally managed to kill the mission target 10. However, Zhou Shiping came over. With his hand behind his back, he said that the performance was too bad. 3 out of 10 of you have alloy weapons. It's still so embarrassing. What's more, the goal this time is not strong. Fang Ping plus Zhao Xuemei or Tang Songyin. Any of them can win, Fang Ping sneered unfortunately. Teacher, you really lifted me up. I want to ask you. The pinnacle of the first product in the mission description. How did it become a second grade? It can't be a problem with the mission system of Magic 5. The rest of the team was also very upset. They echoed loudly. Zhou Shiping said with a flat face that this was normal. Maybe a temporary breakthrough. Maybe it's because the information isn't accurate. Award for 15 credits. Can you tell? The team members were speechless for a while. At this time, Fang Ping turned his head to look at Zhou Shiping. Said, but when Mentor Zhou tried the wind and fled just now, someone broke out and cried blood, forcing him back to fight us to death. That's you. Zhou Shiping trembled slightly. In his heart, he secretly said that he didn't expect this Fang Ping to be so keen. Guess my intentions. But he doesn't deny it. Then he said indifferently that it was good. It's me who patted the dust on my legs. Slowly stand up, saying that carrying out the task is our own business. You're a mentor. If you don't help, forget it. And create more trouble for us. It doesn't make sense. Then he continued with a serious expression. Don't quibble. Shi Feng is not a second-grade task that has just broken through. The information itself is fake. Zhou Shiping's eyes froze. So what do you want? Fang Ping grinned. I want to double the reward of the task. School awards have also been doubled. That is, there are a total of 6 credits. Zhou Shiping snorted coldly. You really dare to think about it. There are not so many rewards for the 3-product quest. Fang Ping shrugged and said, you are the mentor who leads the team. 6th-grade powerhouse. Naturally, we don't dare to do anything to you. But isn't Wuhan University the most disciplined? If you're just watching from sidelines, you can't make a move. and we don't have anything to say. But you just intervened in the battle. It almost killed us. Isn't that a broken rule? Zhou Shiping fell silent. Fang Ping went on to say, Mentor, you shouldn't have one. Let's decide the privilege of the reward. And I'm afraid we'll have to find the dean's theory. Several people around were also echoing. Tang Songyan broke out in a cold sweat on his head. Fang Ping really has yours. You can do anything. First place in negotiations. Looked at Fang Ping, who didn't let in the slightest. The corners of Zhou Shiping's mouth curved a slight amplitude. This kid really knows how to do things. But as a captain, it's not bad to stand up and fight for the interests of the players. Then he stroked his chin and beard and said yes. That's the 6 credits. But only once. Long live Mentor Zhou. As soon as the words fell, the crowd cheered happily. Great, Fang Ping is awesome. Then, Zhou Shiping stopped Fang Ping and said that Fang Ping couldn't do it. I still have to give you a word of caution. When you really fight, don't overthink it. The casualties of the big team members will end up dying faster. Fang Ping was silent. He's right. I did hesitate this time. Shifeng's strength is if I add Tang Songyan. Definitely winning. And when I knew that Shifeng was a second-grade post, just thinking about retreating, don't dare to fight hard. Immediately, Fang Ping turned his head and said, I understood. Thank you for the reminder. As a captain, the fear of death can indeed kill everyone. Although the road to becoming stronger is fraught with danger. But as a dancer, how can you back down? Just now, Fang Ping's team successfully killed Shifeng, who was calm in air. After successfully completing the task, he returned to the Demon Martial Arts training building. In a training room, the teams were whispering the completion of the tasks of each team. Fang Ping looked at the system interface, very satisfied. The previous elixir plus this allocation. The wealth value reached 11 million. Doing tasks to earn wealth is much faster than selling pills. Then, an abrupt voice sounded, Zhao Lei, and they came back. Everyone started talking. I heard that they killed 1 and injured 3. It seems that Zhao Lei is too aggressive. Took a second-grade mission. A boy with a bandage on his head. The whole body trembled and said that the mentors would not make a move. Unless we're dead, in the opinion of the school. Those of us who don't have a secondary brittle bone. It doesn't matter if you're dead. They will only save the elite of the team. At this time, one person suddenly grabbed Zhao Lei's collar. Roared if it weren't for you. You have to choose a second-grade task. Liu Kunqiang will not die. Our team wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Zhao Lei pursed his mouth tightly and did not speak. Bandage boy painful expression. Fang Ping's team also met a second-rank dancer. But they didn't have a dead man. Look at the scene. Zhao Xiumei and Zhao Qing sighed. It seems that what Fang Ting said before was right. The so-called mission reward is actually life money. At this time, Zhang Ting looked at Captain Fang Ting with palpitations. The school didn't say it had to be on a mission all the time. Or let's recuperate for a few more days. Several other people also looked at Fang Ting. Fang Ping sighed helplessly. Said no. We have to take advantage of the rewards now. Prepare for the later second-grade tasks. The strong survive. The weak are eliminated. One step behind. Step by step. Stopping now is equivalent to quitting. Forthwith, he turned to look at the crowd. Do any of you want to quit? The crowd fell silent. Suddenly, Tang Songyan said loudly that since he had come to demon martial arts, what quits and doesn't quit? Dry, of course. This little injury is nothing. I took a brittle bone pill and recovered. Fang Ping smiled helplessly in his heart. This man was a little reckless, though. But the nature is not bad. Zhao Xiumei also clenched her small fists. Firmly said that we are warriors. Morale was also high in an instant. Yes, we are all warriors. How can you back down? It's not my way to be afraid. Fang Ping hedged. What the situation? A second-grade mission actually came to 2 squads. Even the leaders of the detective bureau came. At this time, the training building was in a training building. Fang Ping is in the terminal. In front of the plane, everyone gathered around to take over the task. Looked at Fang Ping seriously and said, we're recuperating now, while doing simple one-product tasks. Get some rewards. By the time everyone's injuries have almost recovered, all were replaced with alloy weapons. Then I will do the second-grade task. So for the next period of time, Fang Ping squad, Crazy Quest scrubbing mode is enabled. Finding a missing child. Help the cat cafe, take care of the cats, and arrest a wanted criminal. Kill a broken fugitive. This time, Fang Ting and the others have just completed an arrest mission. Fang Ting looked at the knife in her hand. Thinking about it, the lethality of the knife is much stronger than that of the boots. It is also more suitable for such situations. At this time, Tang Songyan looked at Fang Ting and said, Fang Ting, you're getting ruthless. Fang Ting fell silent. All of this is bought for human lives. In the last 7 missions, kill 4 criminals, plus 2 students from school. I killed 6 people. How could my past self have thought of it? I could be so vicious now. Is it only this kind of combat training that can grow? In the training building, Fang Ping looked at the point ranking on the screen. Talking. Even with the double reward from the last time you sealed it. We're only in 2nd place. Even if it's so desperate, the rewards for the forced product task are still too small. Tang Songyin looked at Fang Ping and smiled. I said, Fang Ping, everyone has been improving during this time. It's time to take on the 2nd grade task. Fang Ping touched his chin and groaned. Recently relied on the system. The number of brittle bones averages in a number of 2 days. Soaring. It has now reached 47 blocks. And so on. It will soon be able to break through 300 calories. Weeping blood. This is higher than many social dancers who were born in the 2nd grade. Even if you run into a 2nd-ranked dancer again, even I should be able to handle it alone. What's more, everyone has made a lot of progress recently, especially Tang Songyin. So Fang Ping spoke this. Let's divide into 3 groups. The 3 of us want to do the 2nd grade mission. Zhao Qing, Wu Kupeng, Zhang Hao. The 5 of you go and pick up a task. Zhou Yuehong Zhang Ping. You 2 are injured now. First responsible for investigation and information gathering. We're gonna get the job done. 10% of the credit award points are given to you both. Zhang Ping and the 2 were very happy. If you go on a mission together, I'm afraid I won't even get 5% of the credits. And he can also raise the captain well. It's sweet, Zhao Xuemei said. And if we divide the army into 2 ways, what to do with a mentor? Tang Songyin said angrily. He couldn't have been expected to help anyway. Wherever he likes to go, he goes. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. It seems that Tang Songyin is still serving the win before. I don't think so. The screen turns. Fang Ping and the 3 of them came to a bad building in Shijiang City. The goal of their mission is a cultist to the 2nd grade. A drop of cold sweat slipped down Zhao Xuemei's cheeks. Wouldn't it be too conspicuous for us to stand like this? At this time, several more people came over. Look at this outfit. It should also be a student of Wuhan University. The green hairs led by him showed goodwill. I'm Wang Huajin of Tobu University. Hello. Fang Ping also responded politely. Hello. We are the freshmen of Mo. Green hairs said. We are a team of local martial arts students in Shijiang City. It's for a mission. Fang Ping was stunned. Perform tasks. You're all from Suchao. Green hair explained. Yes, we are a small place like Wuda. I can't make up so many new martial artists. Therefore, the 3 martial arts universities in Suchao all trained together and performed the task. Several other people also introduced themselves. Fang Ping pondered. This person's qi and blood are about 250 calories. It's about the same as Tang Songyin. It turns out that the stronger dancers in this place are at this level. Understood, but he was very confused. Why is it difficult for 2 teams to come to 1 mission? Is there something wrong with the task system? This was accompanied by the roar of the engine. Several cars from the detective bureau also arrived. This Ping was even more confused. There was actually a leader. A 2nd grade mission. As for the crowd, it is so exciting. After a purple-haired woman with glasses gets out of the car. Look at the crowd. May I ask which side of you is the Demon 5? What makes us abandon the task? Just kidding. I'd like to see. How strong is the strength for the new students of Magic 5? At this time, a female leader from the detective bureau drove the car and looked at the crowd. Ask please. Which of you is the Demon 5? Fang Ping spoke. We are Marshal. I'm the captain. Fang Ping's purple-haired woman frowned at Mr. Fang. This is a 2nd grade difficult task. There were only 3 of you coming. The 2nd grade of green hair was taken back. They took on 2nd grade mission. The students of Suchao were surprised. Just the 3 of you? There's no one else. But our goal is to be the pinnacle of a product. What's going on? Isn't there something wrong? Fang Ping also shook his head suspiciously. At this time, the purple-haired woman spoke, and the situation was a little complicated. Let me explain. So he looked at the information in his hand and explained to Mr. Daofang. Your mission goal, Yao Jingsheng, is the 2nd grade. The strength was not originally active in this area. It has recently flowed to our Shijiang River. Mr. Wang, your goal, Zhang Jiqiang, is indeed a product. But now because of cult rallies. Both mission objectives happen to be in this building. So the mission will be much more dangerous than it should be. The latest intelligence suggests there are at least 5 dancers inside. How the rank is unclear. There are also dozens of cultists. Arrangements were also made in the bureau. Arrange the encirclement around perimeter. Listen to Zafanu's words. The students of Suchao looked at each other one by one. I couldn't help but sweat on my face. But Fang Ping said he understood. We don't want to influence each other. That's it. Tang Songyin also hugged his hands in front of him. Said lightly, if there is still room for it. So they helped each other to burn it. Looked at Fang Ping's unfazed appearance. Su Chao students were even more speechless. When I heard this, I didn't panic at all. Are the people of the Demon Warriors so confident? They're really that strong. At this time, the purple-haired woman called Green Hair. Mr. Wong, I would like to talk to you alone. Green Hair looked incredulous. What do you want us to abandon the mission? The purple-haired woman said, this is just my personal suggestion. There is now at least one second grade in it, and a pinnacle of a product, and there are other cultists. The task of the Demon 5 was actually issued by the military department. Much more dangerous than the mission of our detective bureau. We want to get you guys to do it together. This will also allow you to complete your one-product mission along the way. Unexpectedly, they only came with 3 people. The students of Magic 5 are indeed very strong. But you are all the proud sons of Su Chao. A local. Hopefully, the bureau won't be able to watch you take risks. So if you can, I hope you will give up, or wait for them to fail in their mission. Or after the second-rank target is killed. Go again. Green Hair spoke suddenly. The voice of the Demon Warrior. Is it so strong? The 3 of them are also first-class martial artists. The purple-haired woman said. The data shows. Although the Captain Fang Ping is 3 brittle bones. But it's all a good thing. So thank you so much for your kindness. Green Fur interrupted him. I want to see the strength of the new students of Demon 5. Well, the purple-haired woman looked at the green-haired worriedly. Surrounded by us. The cultists should not dare to pursue. If there is danger, please retreat decisively. Make sure you come out alive. A short-haired boy said worriedly. Is Brother Wong really going in? We've been affected by the people of Demon 5 this time. Green Hair said firmly. The 3 of them. People dared go in. You can't be too ashamed. At this time, one of them suddenly pointed to the gate in front of him. Brother Wong's Demon Warriors seemed to have already entered. Why did you still leave someone outside the door? It's probably guarding against us. At this time, Zhao Xiumei also rushed in. A moment later, a man suddenly ran out of it in a panic. The students of Su Chao hurriedly shouted that someone had come out. Isn't that our mission goal? Zhang Jiqiang? At this time, Zhang Jiqiang shouted with horror on his face. You don't keep your word. Then he stepped forward. Grabbing a student of Su Chao is a mess. Several people next to him hurriedly stepped forward to control him. But I can't control it all. This guy is crazy. At this time, the green fur grabbed him by the neck from behind. All I heard was a click. Zhang Jiqiang received a box lunch. Several people in Su Chao were very puzzled. He said we don't keep our promises. We didn't do anything. What the hell is going on? Green fur stood up, thinking this guy was hurt and frightened. The strength of the pinnacle of a product. He died so easily in my hands. Something suddenly occurred to him. Immediately he turned to look at the door. What happened before he met us? Actual combat is the best way to improve strength. The strength of the teenager has grown by leaps and bounds. Alone and easily slashed the Erping warriors. At this time, the green fur slowly pushed open the door. In the next second, his pupils instantly constricted. The cult diagram inside was completely destroyed. At this time, 2 Dongwu students came over and said, Brother Wong, let's go. Wait for the second grade to come back later. We're going to be miserable. Green Hair replied a little distractedly. Erpin, do you mean that? A few people followed the green-haired gate. I saw Yao Jinqing's head resting quietly on the ground. The few people were shocked. It's a ruthless one. Could it be that the demon martial arts took advantage of Brother Wong's conversation for a while? The effort is all solved. The screen turns. Fang Ping and the others were on their way back to the demon martial arts in the car. Fang Ping opened his mouth to summarize the battle just now. The 2 fell silent. Tan Songyan said that you should summarize and summarize first. Fang Ping touched his chin. Seriously, I'm thinking, should I switch to a heavier weapon? Axes or hammers or the like. Chop words. It's still a heavier weapon. In order to exert greater power. The knife is too light. Tang Songyin looked incredulous. Lie down on the square seat. It's too light. Aren't you a tempered lower limb bone? Your arms are so strong. Zhao Shumei looked out the window with roses. Just now, Tang Songyin was dealing with the yipping warriors inside, and other cultists. So I didn't see the situation on Fang Ping's side. I'm in charge of keeping an eye out for Su Chao's people at the door. So see it clearly. Fang Ping and Yao Jinqing were not a simple confrontation just now. It's about the consumption of qi and blood. In a matter of seconds, Fang Ping slashed more than 50 times, and a sword burst out with the power of qi and blood. The other party is a 2-flat dancer. Qi and blood are not low. However, Fang Ping relied on dozens of knives to burst out of qi and blood slashing, drain the enemy's blood and blood. Zhao Shumei asked Fang Ping suspiciously, you can't run out of qi and blood. We are all one product. Even if you're brittle 3 times. That's too big a gap. 2 drops of cold sweat instantly slipped down Fang Ping's forehead. Scratching his head, he quickly explained. This is actually the limit. Because you have pinned down the other enemies. Can I cash in with peace of mind? Fang Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. There was too much blood in Shi just now. It was actually seen by Zhao Xiumei. Fortunately, it was successfully prevaricated. Then Fang Ping thought about it. However, if there is enough wealth value, then theoretically, replenishing qi and blood is indeed unlimited. In battle, once the qi and blood are exhausted, right away, supplement with a system. So as long as it's fighting with people, there's no way I'm going to lose. Then, Tang Songyan said that the cultists were really too weak. I'd like to try 2 tricks with that second-grade one. There is also Zhang Jixiang, the target of Su Chao. The strength is far from the previous Surefoam. Plus he sees you twice, and he slew the strongest of them to death. Directly paralyzed, this was the case. Hand over the pills and valuables on your body. We'll let you go. That's why it appeared. Previously, when Zhang Jixiang saw the people of Su Chao outside, just shout that you are not keeping your word. Tang Songyan then said, I want me to say, I killed it at the time. Then he smiled evilly. Anyway, in the end, we don't take anything valuable. I didn't expect Lu Yong of those cult bandits. Zhao Xiumei also said with a smile, Fang Ping, you really care about Dongwu and them. Fang Ping said lightly that it was such a trivial matter. As easy as lifting a finger. On the other side at this time, the people of Su Chao are still roaring at the unfinished building. Several people said happily, the people of the demon warriors still take care of us. The goal was deliberately left to us, and helped us beat him to a half-cripple point. This time we earned it. I didn't expect that the person named Fang Ping was not bad. Green Hair was silent. I guess he meant that he was too weak. It's not worth killing at all. The scene returns to the car. Tang Songyan said confidently. The captain of Su Chao dealt a blow to Zhang Jiqiang. It's pretty handsome, but if he is the top 5 college students in Su Chao, then there is nothing to worry about in a national exchange competition. At this time, there was a ding. All of a sudden, their phones rang at the same time. It turned out to be a credit ranking. At present, Fang Ping has a minimum score of 132. Zhao Lei scored 128 points against the second. Zhao Xiumei exclaimed something in surprise. We were only 4 points ahead. The 3 of them looked at each other tacitly. Make a U-turn in the next second. Go straight to the next mission location. Can't let Zhao Lei and them catch up. We have to take low. The teenager led the team to win first place. Earn a lot of money. Great, it's time to redeem the god outfit. At this time, the Demon Martial Arts Training Building was in the building. All the members of the special training class stood in a neat line. Huang Jing spoke. The 1-month deadline has expired. The credit rankings of each team are now announced. The first place Fang Ping team accumulated 186 points. Ranking first will award an additional 100 credits. A total of 286 credits. Fang Ping sighed. It was a pity. If the last task can be completed, we can get up to 200 points. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Zhao Xiumei's forehead. We're already pretty good. Be content. Zhao Lei's team accumulated 179 points. Second place Fu Changding team, 150 points. The third place Yang Xiaoman team scored 138 points. The fourth place and the last place Chen Yunxi team, 100 points. This month, all of you are in the hands of your performance mentors. Zhao Lei caused the death of the team members because of your rashness. 30% deducted from your earnings. As compensation for his family. No opinion. Zhao Lei lowered his head reproachfully and said that he had no opinion. Fu Changding and Yang Xiaoman, on the premise of ensuring the safety of team members. Mission accomplished. Took on the responsibility of captain. The Fang Ping team was divided into 2 squads. Methods of performing tasks at the same time. Commendable. As for the Chen Yunxi team, lowest points. The team members were seriously injured. The team was disheartened. Go back and reflect on your problems. After a month of mission execution, I think you all have a lot of gains and feelings. Someone sacrificed. Someone was injured. Someone came home with a full load. Dancers are in the middle of missions and actual battles. Experienced and grown. This past month, mentors are also in charge of each of you's abilities. Conduct an investigation. Examine which of you suitable for entering the preparation team. Exchange events are about school honors. The importance of it I am. No more reiterations. It will be announced next based on the results of the expedition. Determine the list of personnel of the reserve team. Fang Ping, Cao Lei, Fu Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Tang Songyan, Cao Suni, Su Likai. Li Xiaoxiu and Jin Lei entered the preparation team. Immediately, Tang Feng closed the document and prepared to leave. The students were talking about whether it was 10 people. Looks like there's 1 missing. At this time, Tang Feng came to Chen Yunxi. Chun Sheng said Chen Yunxi, I would recommend that you transfer to a liberal arts college. 5 courses are not for you. Chen Yunxi instantly looked lost. Hit hard. Tang Feng continued. Although the amount of your chi and blood and brittle bones, leading in the class, cultivation of tactics is not bad. But you lack what you have to be as a dancer. Bloody dancer. If you dare to fight, you don't have to fight. We were so disappointed by your performance in a mission. The other students began to whisper. When performing tasks, he did not dare to step forward and kill the enemy, resulting in injuries to team members. He's a captain. It is said that Chen Yunxi is a family of dancers. His grandfather is still a grandmaster. Obviously, there are a lot of resources. Cultivation is also high. But they couldn't protect the team. Retreat as soon as you encounter an enemy. I also don't think he's a good fit to be a dancer. Fang Ping also thought. Chen Yunxi is a dancer who breaks through the brittle bones twice. He's in the top 5 in his class in all aspects. However, his character is indeed soft and weak. What Tang Lion said was not wrong. He should probably transfer to the College of Liberal Arts. After a moment of silence, Chen Yunxi said loudly, Mr. Tang, I'll try. Please give me another chance. I want to join the prep team. The corners of Tang Feng's mouth twitched. Then exchange the members of the preparation team. Last one. Chen Yunxi adjourned. Fang Ping looked at the values displayed on his system. Very satisfied. After last month's mission, now I'm at 161 points. Plus some pills and weapons captured by the mission. Now the wealth value has reached 12.08 million. Quite nice. I swear flat. Go to the 5 of magic exchange. The white-haired old man played with walnuts. Isn't this classmate Fang? I'm going to change something good this time. Fang Ping said with a smile, and my blood is high again. I want to change it to a heavier one and a little more strong. It is also a weapon that is convenient to carry. That's a lot of requests. The white-haired old man stands up and comes with me. The white-haired old man led Fang Ping to the arsenal, proudly introducing our demon martial arts exchange office. There's nothing you can't change. Then he pointed to a long knife on the counter and said, look at how this knife is. The boy used his secrets. The art of bargaining is not a bad tongue. Redeem it for the god costume at a low price. At the same time, it is favored by a sexy female tutor. Obtain the medium-grade strategy. This open life is really cool. At this time, the white-haired old man took Fang Ping to the arsenal. Pick up your gear. The white-haired old man walked to a display case. Introducing the whole body of the phoenix mouth knife is made of ground-grade alloy. It weighs 32 pounds, up to 1.8 meters. It can be disassembled, stored, and carried. Fang Ping touched his chin and thought, the knife does look like it ticks all my boxes. At this time, the white-haired old man said that this was a good knife. I'll only charge you 320 credits. Fang Ping instantly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. 320 credits is nearly 10 million in cash. Fang Ping's 10 fingers are too expensive. If you want me to say 150 credits. The white-haired old man clenched his fists in anger. Are you crazy? You didn't cut the bargain. Fang Ping's eyes widened. Chu Chu said pitifully teacherly. I don't have many credits in my card. Can you get a discount? So the two began a protracted bargaining war. After 10 minutes, both were sweating profusely. Gasp. Subsequently, the white-haired old man brought a box containing a phoenix mouth knife. Scolded and said, classmate Fang. The old man said he couldn't move. Get out of here with your knife. I saw the white-haired old man holding Fang Ping's hand. I was so angry that I couldn't help but tremble. Fang Ping immediately gave a thumbs up. It's good to smile proudly, Mr. Li. I'll come back next time. After Fang Ping left, the white-haired old man took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his head. This kid is too good at bargaining. 90 credits with old weapons. Plus 4.5 million cash. Barely earned back the cost price. Looked at the back of Fang Ping leaving. The white-haired old man thought, it is very difficult to obtain cultivation resources for the 5 college students. It's understandable to save a little bit of credits. He pushed open the door in relief. Even cash is used. I guess he really doesn't have many credits. Can be a second. Student Fang, you can exchange a total of 50 ordinary chi and blood pills. 150 credits will be deducted. There are 11 credits remaining. The white-haired old man was so angry that he instantly foamed at the mouth. It's not economical at all. It's not poor at all. Emotional credits should be kept for a single medicine and resold it. In the training room of the training building, Fu Chanting stared at Fang Ping with a sour expression. The phoenix beak knife in his hand. Talk about you. Not seen for a few days. It's a new weapon. Or the base alloy. Fang Ping hurriedly explained with a smile on his face. Isn't it the day of the rotation of squad leaders today? Not well prepared. It's not that I look down on you challengers, do I? Cao Lei Xiaoman. Yang Xiaoman's hands are slim waist. Confidently represent square flat. Don't think you're the only one making progress. Zhao Lei also grasped the wooden stick in his hand, rushing towards Fang Ping after this period of cultivation. I'm getting stronger again. Fang Ping's squad leader this time is mine. After a while, Fang Ping looked at Zhao, lying on the ground. I said I haven't even used my new knife yet. Say yes and get stronger. Don't cry and cry when you say it. Immediately, Fang Ping looked at Yang Xiaoman with a smile again. Xiaoman, I still won't fight this time. Yang Xiaoman's whole body trembled. Then quickly turned his head away. Clasp your hands in front of your chest, pretending to be a disdainful expression. I didn't say I was going to be the class leader. The screen turns. Lu Fengru put Fang Ping and Zhao Xuemei. Call to your dorm. Distance freshman exchange race. There is less than a month left. With your current strength, it's still too weak. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Xuemei. Xuemei, you go back and use the second-grade Qi blood pill cultivation to speed up the bro replenishment. 1 every 2 days. Reach the pinnacle of the first product before the exchange competition. There's still play. Zhao Xuemei instantly looked embarrassed. 1 every 2 days. Fang Ping also left a drop of cold sweat on his face. He raised his hand and touched it. The market price of the second-grade Qi Shuadan is 700,000. Even if you exchange credits, it also takes 20 points to get a piece. A month down. The total cost is more than the money I spent on a knife. Zhao Xuemei was silent for a moment. Small fist clenched. Firmly say I know. I'll be sure to exchange before the game. Complete the tempering of the lower limb bones. Reach the pinnacle of a product. Fang Ping also couldn't wait to ask. Mentor, what about me? Lu Fengru yawned. I want to learn a higher level of warfare, right? Yes. Fang Ping touched the back of his head and said, I am now at the peak of the lower limb bone quenching. Qi and blood, 300 calories. The double bow reaches the wartime realm. The poke foot is also small. Lu Fengru said flatly that she knew. Take a look at these exercises. Mid-grade footwork. A medium-grade knife method. Then he yawned and headed upstairs. The poke you learned before is just a low-grade tactic. So you don't have to look at the textbook. The theoretical knowledge involved in the medium-grade tactics is more detailed. The move splitting is also more complicated. There's something I don't understand. Ask me again when I wake up. Fang Ping was stunned and looked at the medium-grade battle method in his hand. Who came up with this name? It's a good middle too. Lu Fengru explained. Bloody knife. It was created by your governor Zhang of southern Xinjiang in the Lupin period. I said hello to him. It can be taught to you. Fang Ping looked at it and thought intensively. The bloodburst knife is simply put, is a move knife technique that constantly bursts out qi and blood. A total of 7 knives. The strongest can slash out 7 in a row. A slash is more explosive than a slash. No matter how much it is, the lack of qi and blood will be consumed in the last sword. The 7th knife falls, and if you don't live, you die. Fang Ping excitedly waved a qi book. This trick looks so handsome. I feel that as long as I control my qi and blood, it's still very easy to practice. Then he smiled evilly. My blood and breath are constant, and you can't just keep chopping. When the time comes, no one will be my opponent in the exchange competition. I can't wait to play. Try my new knife and new knife technique. You dare to rob our protagonist's company. Just in a bad mood. I'll use you to vent and vent. The teenager was furious. Killed 2 flat warriors in 1 sword. At this time, Fang Ping was studying. Lu Fengru gave him a level of pace. Yunbu, use the power of qi and blood to greatly increase your movement speed. After the assault is reached in the war skyclave, condense qi and blood into the bones of the feet. Fang Ping was very satisfied with this step. If you can't beat it, you have to be able to run. Perfect for me. But then again, how did this battle void mirror cultivate? So Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang for advice. Brother Wang, I have not been able to break through. Can you point out? Wang Jinyang said, the biggest point of the sky mirror is to control the center of gravity of the body. Isn't there a lake in the school? You go treading water. The center of gravity is adjusted so that the water does not exceed the knees and does not fall into the water. You will be able to break through the sky mirror. At this time, Mo went south. Entrance to Cave 1. Wang Jinyang hung up Fang Ping's phone. Qin Fengqing clenched his fists and said Fang Ping. This kid is quite good at picking the time. A little longer. We entered the cave, and there was no signal. Wang Jinyang said in a deep voice it took a few months. Finally, there was only 1 5-grade demon left in that tribe. The patriarch fought to kill him this time. Qin Fengqing bumped Wang Jinyang with his elbow. Said proudly that I will enter 4 products when I get out of the cave. Don't get carried away. Hold me back later. The screen turns. Fang Ping was getting up from the lake of the demon dance. A few girls were talking by the lake. It seems that someone has been wearing it lately. Winter swimming clothes, but it's more like accidentally falling into the water. Isn't it cold? That person's brain is fine. Fang Ping was so cold that her face turned pale. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This old king shouldn't be the whole network. Recently I have practiced a middle-grade knife technique. A single knife can burst 35 calories of qi and blood. To restore the cost, you need to spend 35,000 fortune. There are also various body-strengthening liquid quenching pills. Miscellaneous ones cost more than 1 million. Forget about the cultivation fee. Now he is still regarded as a fool by others. It's so embarrassing. At this time, Fang Ping's mobile phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be Li Qingzi calling. The screen turns. Fang Ping and Li Qingzi came to Dongxing Company. Fang Ping held the phoenix mouth knife. Walk ahead aggressively. Li Qingzi followed behind and explained nervously. The boss of the other company. He's a dancer who graduated from East China Normal University. It is currently a 2-level mirror. They played some tricks. As a result, our delivery staff was unable to go upstairs. I know. Fang Ping was very unhappy in his heart. Recently, my cultivation has not been smooth. I'm panicking. That's when you come to me for trouble. I'll use you to practice your hands. At this time, a man in a suit. He walked over with a smile on his face, stretched out his palm, and said, I am Wei Dongsheng of Dongxing Company. Presumably you are Fang Ping of a distant company. It's a blessing. Fang Ping ignored his politeness, said directly and indifferently, Wei Dongsheng. Your company is getting in the way of my business from far. Any way to say that? Wei Dongsheng saw this. The corners of his mouth are raised. Then open your hands, said mockingly Mr. Fang. Take a good look. A second-grade mirror. U11 tasting. A distant company encountered this little thing. The boss needs to come out in person, and we have hundreds of ordinary employees alone. I think you might as well leave it to me. I'll teach you how to operate. Fang Ping didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. So you and I are both dancers. You don't have to be so grinding. We think dancers should have. Way to solve this matter. Immediately, Fang Ping stomped the phoenix mouth knife on the ground. I challenge you. If you win, you will not expand far away. If you lose, be honest with me. Disdain for Dongsheng means that you are very confident. I'm proposing to up in the stakes. I won 2 million to buy far away. I lost 3 million. The eastward rise is yours. Meantime, he raised his hand and motioned for his men to bring his weapon. Fang Ping smiled. Let's start. Wei Dongsheng pulled out the big knife. The surrounding employees stepped back. Wei Dongsheng stomped his feet. The ground took the lead and slashed towards Fang Ping. Fang Ping held the phoenix mouth knife in both hands. A top stop. I only heard the sound of dang. Wei Dongsheng's right hand was directly shaken away. The broadsword almost came out of his hand. Wei Dongsheng was taken aback and blocked me. Instead, my hands were numb. Before he could react, the blade of the phoenix mouth knife was already resting on his neck. Fang Ping sighed with emotion in his heart. The social dancer is so much weaker than I thought. Then his hands slammed into force, directly slapped Wei Dongsheng to the ground with the blade of the knife. Fang Ping looked at Wei Dongsheng, who was lying on the ground, said coldly that you lost. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Manager Li, the reception of E-Stop will be handed over to you. Look to the back of Fang Ping leaving. Li Chung was excited, and Mr. Fang was so strong. The last gathering before the exchange game determined the starting lineup for the match. I'm going to be a starter. The girl goes into rampage mode, coming out on top. At this time, Fu Changding shouted and ran into Fang Ping's dormitory. Big news. The freshman exchange competition was unexpectedly open to the public. It was also on the social news. Fu Changding held up his phone and looked. It is said that tickets will be sold at that time. It also needs to be broadcast live across the country. Then he said worriedly, the Battle of the Five is bloody. Can ordinary people accept it? Fang Ping turned around, said calmly, you know. Vice Changding raised his hand for a pose. This is not. Was busy with retreat and cultivation before. Break through the pinnacle of product. Brother is now at the peak of his class. What's the trouble? Brother covers you. Fang Ping said with a wicked smile. I've been thinking about whether to break through the second grade and play with it recently. Fu Changding was instantly poured a basin of cold water. Fang Ping went on to talk about the openness of the exchange competition. Tutor Liu told me, the school will not let the public see 2 bloody scenes. The Taoist priest will definitely have a grandmaster in charge. Control the rate of casualties. We should still be safe. Fu Changding touched his head and said, Fang Ping, I guess none of your family were dancers. If they see you injured in the ring, how worried you must be. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth lifted. Start pretending it's okay. If my family actually watched the live stream, it won't look like I'm being beaten. It's just to watch me hit other people's share. In front of the training building, all members of the preparation team lined up and stood up. Tang Feng spoke. Today is the last time we will convene you before the game. 5 of your 10 will be starters. 5 people as reserves. The starting team is injured or runs out of energy. Reserves took the stage. The starting lineup is Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, and Fu Changding. Yang Xiaoman, Dang Songyan. Among them, the captain is Fang Ping. The remaining 5 are reserves. At this time, Zhao Shuemei suddenly shouted teacher. I want to be a starter. I'm going to challenge Tang Songyan. Tang Songyan smiled and said with a smile. You think I'm the weakest of the 5? Okay, I'll accept the challenge. Zhao Shuemei talent Songyan. It began to fall with the sound of congratulations. Both sides swept out at the same time. Zhao Shuemei smashed down with a season-level wind stick. Tang Songyan raised his knife to cut it. Then grinned. I was the first to refine the upper limb bones. Try. You're no match for me. Then the hands exerted their strength again. A swing of the knife. Zhao Shuemei didn't fight hard with him. Leaped to dodge the attack. And the stick was propped up. The ground is a chain kick. Fang Ping couldn't help but feel a feeling in his heart. Mentor Lu said it before. Shuemei, in order to keep the family business, I have to work harder than the average person. A month ago, his strength is still weaker than Tang Songyan. Now it's evenly matched. Facing Zhao Shuemei's crazy kicks, Tang Songyan had to raise his sword to defend. Tang Songyan clenched his teeth. Shuemei has made such a big progress. It's a quick fix. Immediately, he bounced Zhao Shuemei away, then stomped on soles of their feet. The ground burst out. Zhao Shuemei's stick was slashed with a knife. Tang Songyan then swung out another knife. Let's throw in the towel when it's over. Shuemei at this time, in the horrified eyes of the crowd. The broadsword suddenly stopped in the air. I saw Zhao Shuemei holding the blade with her bare hands. Blood flowed down the blade. Zhao Shuemei's silver teeth clenched. It's not certain who wins or loses. The corners of Tang Songyan's mouth twitched. Hey, there's no need to be so serious. We used to be teammates on the same team. Ignored Tang Songyan's words. Zhao Shuemei slammed her back and poked her foot. Kick out Tang Songyan's big knife. Get out of your hands. His body also fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Shuemei caught the falling big knife. Quickly swept towards Tang Songyan. Stop, I won't fight. I admit defeat. Tang Songyan trembled and shouted. Zhao Shuemei wins. Then the starting lineup is confirmed. Fang Ping, Cao Lei, Fu Chengbing, Yang Xiaoman, Cao Xumei. The first National V University Freshman Exchange competition. It's finally begun. The boy said that I want to penetrate the 2nd grade. Nationally famous. At this time, there was a lot of noise in the Demon Martial Arts Gymnasium. Silence is sudden. A majestic crane sound came over the radio. Answer exchange competition. It's not a celebrity concert. Everyone was seated as soon as possible. No noise. Do not interfere with the order of the game. This is the first time that Wuhan University has been open to the public. A contest of dancers. Please take it seriously. The audience fell silent in an instant. At this time, the chief referee of this exchange match, Deputy Minister of Education, Zhang Beihao, who respected the 7th-ranked Grandmaster, raised his voice. Speaking, I announce. First National V, the Freshman Exchange Contest, was officially opened. The following are the 5 participating team members are invited to enter. The contestants walked into the stadium one after another. There are 4 teams in this exchange competition. They are the 5 major teams of the Mad capital. Kyoto 5 majors, 5 great alliances, and 8 laughs alliance. Among them, the 8 Seoul Alliance team is composed of Hwaga Wuhan University, Kyoto University, and other 8 Takiko universities. Big 5 league teams. It is formed by the remaining 89 schools in the country. The competition is a team station. Each team will have 5 players per game. The 1v1 PK losers step down. The winner will have the option to continue the challenge. The 4 teams were drawn in the first round to be divided into Group B. After the respective matches, the winners face off against each other. The loser faces each other in pairs. The final result will be determined through the finals. The referee then began to introduce each team in turn. Fang Ping, the captain of the 5 teams of the Demon Capital, is at the pinnacle of a product. Han Su, the captain of the Kyoto 5th Brigade, is at the pinnacle of a product. The captain of the 8 Laughs Alliance team, the guard, is the pinnacle of the 1st grade. Listen to the introduction. Yang Xiaoman couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his face. This is the pinnacle of a product. The pinnacle of a product seems to be worthless. Fu Chengbing said with a light smile. There is also a gap between the peaks of forced products. For example, you can't beat me. Yang Xiaoman was not happy. Clenched his fists in disagreement. Make it clear. You can't beat him. Listen to the quarrel between the two. Fang Ping pondered. Fu Chengbing was right. There are also high and low peaks. Right now, the elite of the nation's V University freshmen are gathered here. If only I could punch through these. Wouldn't the pinnacle of a product be able to show off the limelight? Then the sound came from the stereo again. Sun Mingyu, the captain of the 5 major league teams, is the first stage of the 2nd product. Team member Shin Jiaxing is the first stage of the 2nd product. The 2nd grade Fang Ping was slightly surprised. The members of the Kyoto Big 5 were also surprised. There was a lot of talking. Unexpectedly, The 5 major leagues actually have 2 second-class players. After the introduction, Beihao walked to the draw box. Now, I'll preside over the draw. Decide the order of the first round. Ask the captain to come out of the queue. Fang Ping walked to the front of the box. Nervously stretched out his left hand. At this time, Fang Yuan in the audience looked at Tan Jinping nervously. Uncle Tan's second grade is not stronger than Fang Ping. My brother won't be in danger. Tan Jinping touched his chin and groaned. Judging by the current grade of each team, the big 5 leagues are the strongest of the 4. If they do, they will lose. Fang Yuan hurriedly clasped his hands. Pray that God will forbid you not to draw the 5 major alliances. Fang Ping's pupils were erect. God forbid, be sure to draw the big 5 leagues. Originally wanted to hit the pinnacle of a product and show off. I didn't expect that there would be a second product now. It's a great opportunity to get it delivered to your door. As soon as Fang Ping grabbed the ball, I wanted to penetrate the second grade. Nationally famous, Jingwu deserves to be the first martial arts school in the country, skipping the level and crushing captains of the 5 major league teams. It seems that this freshman exchange competition may not be easy to play. At this time, Fang Ping looked at the ball with a B written in his hand. A bewildered face. And Hansu, the captain of Jingwu, is holding a ball that says it. It's really good. We got it. It coincides with a group of 5 major alliances. I won immediately. He turned his head to look at Sun Mingyu, the captain of the 5 major alliances. Speaking of the 5 major alliances, although there are 2 second grades, but everyone is a new student. In just half a year, he cultivated to the second grade essence. Presumably, there's no time to practice tactics and carry out tasks. Other words, these 2 second grade products will be defeated by our first grade peak. Although Sun Mingyu was very unhappy, but nothing was said either. Fang Ping understood this implication in his heart. Quite judgmental. Also very confident. He is worthy of being the captain of Jingwu. Jingwu's strength may be really strong. Immediately, he recalled what Tang Feng had said before. The 2 schools of Jingwu and demon martial arts have stood for many years. There has always been a dispute between the first and the second. So this exchange competition, Jingwu is our biggest opponent. If we defeat Jingwu and become champions, Jingwu will replenish 10% of the country's resources. Give it the magic force. When the time comes, you will be part of the team. Each person can earn at least 300 credits. Fang Ping walked up to Han Su and said, You're in luck. This is an opportunity to become famous in 1 draw and 2 products. I'll leave it to you. Han Su pointed disdainfully at the team members behind him and said, You demon 5. Don't even think about it. What kind of game to play with us? Even our reserve team is at the pinnacle of the first grade. Prepare for a fiasco. Fang Ping clasped his hands in front of his chest. Said calmly, Don't get complacent too soon. Sooner or later, Jingwu and Demon 5 will have to fight. At the same time thinking in my heart, that's 300 credits. I must take you down too. The 2 sides in the ring are in place. Voices came over the radio. Now it's Group A. Kyoto Big 5 versus Big 5 League teams. In the first game, Jingwu Hansu fought against Sun Mingyu in the 5th company. The 2 of them were talking above the stands. Hansu is the top student in the National College Entrance Examination. He enters the city of Crispy Bones 3 times. The strength is very strong. Well, the first game is just a good time to see how good he is. The game begins. As the referee's congratulatory voice fell, Sun Mingyu took the lead in sweeping out with a giant axe. Towards Hansu is raised his axe swing. The giant axe instantly pierced Hansu's body. What Sun Mingyu was taken aback. It turned out to be an afterimage. I saw Hansu's figure, flashing in the ring like a ghost. There were countless afterimages into painful eyes for a while. Fucheng ding exclaiming surprise. Medium grade pace. Hansu's pace has been completed. At this speed, Sun Mingyu couldn't touch him at all. All I heard was a pop. Hansu suddenly stabbed out. The tip of the gun with the sound of breaking wind instantly penetrated Sun Mingyu's abdomen. Fu Xiaoning held his head in his hands and said Han Su's marksmanship. The Shang only made a move and hit Sun Mingyu hard. The end of the strength gap is too big. At this time, Sun Mingyu suddenly grabbed the tip of the gun. In the right hand holding the giant axe, swung out suddenly. Look where you're going. Unless Han Su abandons the gun. Otherwise he will be split in half. Look at the great axe with the power of the bloody weeping. Has come to Han Su's waist. At the last moment, I only heard a bang. Han Su's mouth suddenly fell to the ground with blood. Then a back jump pulls away. And Sun Mingyu's left hand. But it had already landed on the ground not far behind him. Sun Mingyu stared blankly at his severed left hand. A look of disbelief. The audience also exploded instantly. I fucked that student's hand chopped off. What's going on? Isn't it a competition? It's cruel. Then, the leading mentor of the 5 major alliances hurriedly shouted. The big 5 leagues throw in towel. The referee announced that the first game was 5 wins. And at this time, Fang Ping's heart was not calm. Jingwu's strength is indeed very strong. Hansu has a secret move. The sword is hidden in a gun. Just as he was about to be struck by an axe, Hansu drew his knife forward, instantly cut off Sun Mingyu's left hand. Recapture the spear. It can be seen that Hansu's footwork and knife skills are amazingly fast. It's just that Sun Mingyu's overlook has come out. Powerful. In the end, Hansu was hit by the handle of the axe. The injuries were not minor. I'm afraid this freshman exchange competition will not be easy to play. The first appearance of the exchange competition. The teenager is domineering and tenacious. Inexistent. No one can catch my 3 stabs. The next game was very miserable. After the injured Hansu was seriously injured, he was seriously injured. The blood is not on the field. Almost every player who has ever played. All had injuries of varying severity. Although the strength of the 5th company is weaker than that of Jingwu. But everyone showed tenacious willpower. Even if you were defeated, you will fight for your life. We're down opponents. So much so that Jingwu won the first round though. But it cost 2. 2 people were seriously injured. The price of minor injuries. After the morning game, because the scene was too bloody, most of the audience chose to leave. An exchange competition of 5 college students. It turned out to be such a cruel and bloody situation. Dancers compete. This is the real world of dancers. In the afternoon, it was a turn of the Magic 5 to play. Confronting at Moniz. You saw it yourself in the morning. Next, face off against the 8th school. All must be vigilant. Take it seriously. It's possible that the people of the 8th school are just as tenacious as the people of the Alliance. Remember not to underestimate the enemy. The sound of the radio sounded. Group B. The 5 major players of the Magic Capital versus the first round of the 8 Labs Alliance. Demon 5 Fang Ping versus Baxiao Zhang Guanglin. It began to fall with the referee's voice. Zhang Guanglin took the lead in grabbing out with a long stick. Fang Ping stood motionless. Zhang Guanglin was stunned. The people of Demon 5 did not seize the opportunity. Then eat me with a stick. Zhang Guanglin swept out with a stick. Fang Ping made a horizontal jump. Agile dodge. Zhao Xuemei exclaimed. Fang Ping's footwork was completed. Fu Changding said this speed. Zhang Guanglin couldn't touch him at all. Yang Xiaoman was speechless for a while. Don't you have this only one line? I saw Zhang Guanglin operating. Mamoking, however, didn't hurt Fang Ping at all. Divide the square and don't fight back. Just took Zhang Guanglin around the field. After a moment, Zhang Guanglin bowed his body. Gasp. Game. The mentor of the 8 Laughs Alliance worked out the tactics. First battle of the Demon House. In order to play with momentum, definitely let the captain start. Fang Ping can be the captain. The strength is definitely not weak. We can't just hit it hard. The most secure combat plan at the moment is to consume his chi and blood first. In the second game, the guards saw Fang Ping, who is short of chi and blood. Zhang Guanglin starts by you. I know. Even if you can't beat it, let him get hurt a little too. However, at this time, Zhang Guanglin was sweating profusely, breathing heavily. Oh no, you can't catch him. Fang Ping saw this. The pestle grinned at the waist pole and finished the fight. That's my turn. Then he began to take an attacking stance. Before the start of the game, Mr. Tang reminded me to be careful about the battle. Your 8 school is likely to be as tenacious as the 5th company, desperately consumed. He's right, but I don't think that's what I should be thinking about, because I won't give you a chance to be tenacious. Voice fell. Fang Ping disappeared in place in an instant. Bloody knife. The dripper only heard the sound of dang. Zhang Guanglin's whole body trembled. The huge force made Zhang Guanglin grin for a while. Fang Ping didn't give him a chance to breathe either. The second knife was another blow. Zhang Guanglin's long stick. A gap was cut out. The phoenix mouth knife was raised again. The third knife rang out with the last sound. The long stick was cut into 2 pieces. The blade was pulled diagonally down Zhang Guanglin's shoulder. The leading mentor of the 8 Laughs Alliance hurriedly shouted. Zhang Guanglin admits defeat. The referee announces the first round of Group B. Montauk Wusheng. Fu Changding gestured his fingers in disbelief. Fang Ping had slashed a total of 3 times just now. The first 2 knives both erupted with 60 calories of chi and blood. The last knife had at least 80 calories. In total, more than 220 calories of chi and blood erupted. Zhao Xuemei said with a shocked face that this was so strong. I can only burst 30 calories with my stick. It was when everyone in the Demon Warriors was happy. Bang! Fang Ping suddenly fell to one knee on the ground. Nanny Fang Ping, here's what's going on. Zhang Guanglin, who was lying on the ground, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, although it was not quite the same as expected. However, the operation was successful. The boy said, your calculations are in my calculations. Since you told me to fly. Then I'll fly one. Just now. Fang Ping unleashed 3 consecutive slashes of violet blood, defeated Zhang Guangning of the 8-School Alliance. But he suddenly fell to his knees. At this point, only a thud was heard. Fang Ping slashed a boulder with a knife. Lu Fengru picked up one piece of gravel, said, "Your total blood should be above 300 calories. You can now burst 80 calories of chi and blood with a single sword. In other words, you burst out 1/4 of all chi and blood with one sword. We call this a killer move. If a knife erupts 1/3 of the body's total chi and blood, that can be called a trick. You must pay attention. If there is any chi and blood left in the body, if it is less than 1/3 of the total chi and blood, there is a chance that you will die." That's right, normal people think so. At this time, Fang Ping took out a chi and blood pill. Then next, lacking in chi and blood, I can only take pills. On the sidelines, Zhao Xuemei said worriedly, "Wait. You said that Fang Ping had just burst out with 220 calories of chi and blood, isn't he?" Yang Xiaoman also said, "Now it's too late to take pills to replenish chi and blood. How can the absorption of the pill be so fast?" Vice Changding clenched his fist. Fang Ping, who shouted that it was okay. "Next, let me help you continue to educate the people of the 8 schools." Tang Feng also frowned. "Fang Ping, does this kid have a bit of a strategy? In the first game, the blood was exhausted. How to fight next?" And Fang Ping on the field was concentrating. "Consume 220,000 fortune value. Chi and blood are replenished." Then shouted the referee. "Go on." Yang Xiaoman and Fu Chanding looked incredible. Fang Ping's chi and blood actually recovered. Is this the constitution of the fast-absorbing elixir? Muddle. Fang Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. It is the physique that quickly absorbs the elixir. Next game, I fought against the guards of the 8th school in 5 squares. The guards gave each other a thumbs up. "Fang Ping, your strength is strong." Fang Ping looked confused, and I also knew that I was strong. The guard smiled and said, "Your knife is good. It was able to split my teammate's F-class. It seems to be made of ground-grade alloy. Your knife skills are also very strong. The total value of chi and blood in burst is as high as more than 200 calories. At the pinnacle of a product, cultivated to this extent, it's remarkable. Able to fight against such a strong opponent. What an honor. The rookie king of Demon 5 really lives up to his name." Fang Ping finally couldn't hold back. Touching his head, he said embarrassedly, "How can it be a prize?" The honored guest continued, "Especially your 3/Bloody Madness. I'd love to see it again." Fang Ping smiled. "Thanks for the compliment. Then I'll use it again later." At this time, the referee's voice sounded. "The game begins." Fang Ping stomped. The ground was the first to snatch out the bloody sword. The guard held his breath. Prepare to pick up the knife. When the bang. The guards blocked the first slash. "It's really strong." Fang Ping raised his knife again. The guard smiled secretly. "Let's square. You win the lottery. As long as you succeed in luring you to explode like you just did. 3 knives in a row. I'm going to win. Your first few cuts. It's hard, yes, but my sword is also the best sword. It can indeed burst out with a high level of chi and blood. But your limit is 200 calories. Now just take your 3rd sword. You're left to your own devices." At this time, the sound of metal clashing sounded again. The guard successfully took Fang Ping's 3rd sword. Then he slammed his hands into force. A knife flicked Fang Ping away. Fang Ping's feet slid out of the trees on the ground. Finally stopped on the edge of the ring. He quickly sideways and pulled the ammunition out of his pocket. The guard saw this. Hurriedly rushed towards Fang Ping with his teeth and claws. Fang Ping Xiao wanted to take the pill. Throw in the towel before it's too late. Your chi and blood have been exhausted. Game over. At this time, the guards laughed and came to Fang Ping. Your current situation is called flying with wings. Hu Zhao's guard waved his hands suddenly. But it was empty, because Fang Ping had already come to the sky above his head at this time. The nanny guard turned his head, looked at Fang Ping flying in the air in disbelief. "Since you told me to fly, then I'll fly. Demon warriors are also everyone." Fang Ping actually flew in the sky. It was Skyclave. Fang Ping's load and breakthrough. "It's time to go to the war, Skyclave." Fang Ping took out a pill. "Slowly stuff it into your mouth." "Guards, classmates. You're trying to plot against me. It's a pity that your calculations are in my calculations." With that, Fang Ping stomped the air suddenly, swooped down towards the guards below. There was a clattering of the feet. The guard spat blood, slammed into the ground. The demon martial saint boy is full of self-confidence, squandering pills to show off the scene. It's not good to go on like this. Just now, the 3rd match of the Group B group stage is over. Demon Dance Fang Ping splashed with a bloody madness. Defeated Jin Hongwei of the 8 Schools Alliance team in an instant. Fang Ping can be said to be a dark horse in this exchange competition. Killed 3 members of the 8th school in a row. Now unscathed. Fang Ping's father and colleagues. I was watching the live broadcast of the exchange match. Demon Dance is so strong. Isn't this Lao Fang's son? Our southern Xinjiang is going to be famous. Fang Ping's father was also shocked. Ping Ping is so strong. The scene of the competition. Zhao Xuemei said, "It's not all as fierce as the fight of Jin Wu and them in the morning." Fang Ping played 3 games. Not even clothes were torn. Fu Changding also said with anticipation, "I know you're strong. Come down and give us a chance to play." Fang Ping in the ring looked proud. Take a bite of this exchange competition is still very easy to play. And so it goes. Our name will soon be resounding throughout the country. In the 4th game, Mo Wu Fang Ping fought against Zhang Jingdong, who was filial piety. Fang Ping's face lifted a wicked smile. The opportunity to make a name for yourself is of course to be taken advantage of. So he started the show-off mode. Fu Changding and Zhao Xuemei looked shocked. Fu Changding said that this is an activity. Fang Ping's knife just now erupted with nearly 100 calories of qi and blood. It's even higher than just now. Zhao Xuemei also pondered the killer weapon of the sky occupation realm. The gap between me and Fang Ping is getting bigger and bigger. Tang Feng was very unhappy. The power of the knife smashed to the ground. Nor is it as fast as on the ground. This is a waste of blood and blood to show off skills. At this time, Fang Ping stopped his waste and solved Zhang Jingdong with a knife. Zhang Beihao announced that he would win the martial arts, then asked Fang Ping if he wanted to continue. Fang Ping said that he was embarrassed and did not continue. "I've run out of ammo on my hands. Get out of the ring." Fu Changding quickly greeted Brother Fang with a look of admiration. "You're finally tired. 8 laughs, the rest of the person will not bother you. Leave it to me." Fang Ping smiled slightly. A small set capsizes. It's a shame for the Magic 5. Immediately, Fang Ping thought about choosing to step down after a string of 4s. Not only does it leave a chance for teammates to play, also save face for Ba Xiao. It's a shame to be shot through by me. And now I'm showing my strength very well. It can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm a genius. Then, Tang Feng interrupted Fang Ping, who was immersed in pride. The starters played well. Just a word of caution. It is not advisable to waste blood and blood like just now. Then he said solemnly, "You squander like this. The pills distributed by the school will soon run out." Fang Ping pouted and said yes. "Mr. Tang, I've finished eating. The school gave us the preparation team. 1 person distributes 5 first-grade qi and blood pills. It's simply not enough." Then he said with a flattering face, "After all, I have penetrated 4 opponents alone. For your sake, can you give me another 15 pills?" Tang Feng was speechless for an instant. 15 lions opened their mouths. Fang Ping took out his whole cards and his family was poor. Work hard. Look at the way the 2 of them bargain. Zhao Xuemei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Speaking of which, Fang Ping's family background is not as good as ours. His family members are ordinary people. It's all my own hard work that I have cultivated until now. Results. And when he started the game, he gave us momentum. It's a great achievement. Just as he was thinking about Fang Ping, he turned around and ran towards him, rubbing his hands in anticipation, and said, "Xuemei, you see, you didn't even play to consume qi and blood. Give me the ammunition you save." Zhao Xuemei was speechless for an instant. "I really sympathize with you just now. Fang Ping, you're enough." At this time, Tang Sang's scolding came from behind him. "You turn back. Go to the logistics department to apply for 5 first-grade blood pills." There was no bargaining. "And then there will be the next game. You're all on the line." Fang Ping grumbled. "Cut the pressure array and press the array. I'm going to have 2 fights less. Only 5 stingy ghosts." At this time, Fu Chang was holding a spear. Trembling, he walked out of the ring. "Win 1. Then he collapsed on the bench and said, "I said, Fang Ping, why did you win so easily? That's how hard it was for me to win. I've been hurt so much in all my laughs. What do you say you will do if you hit UK later?" Fang Ping slapped him. With a confident face, he said that it was fine. "We're here. Let's soar 5. It is impossible to win and admit defeat. The tenacious girl is a bloody counterkill." The boy fell silent. Pick up the episode. Next up is the National Freshman Exchange Competition. 4th game. Kyoto's 5 mage battles against the 5 demon capitals. In the first game, Demon 5 Zhao Xuemei played against Jin Wu Wei Shujie. Fu Changding said confidently, "Wei Shujie in the last round. 2 moves were defeated by the people of the 5th company. I think Xuemei will win." Wei Shujie said in the ring, very annoyed. "My opponent turned out to be not Fang Ping. Zhao Xuemei, yes. The first time to enter the pinnacle of a product. Once a dancer in Crispy Bone City. The demon dance starter actually sent you so weakly to play. Still a woman. You don't even deserve to give Fang Ping a blocking knife. Zhao Xuemei ignored her taunts. And hold fast to the long stick in your hand. What a knife does not block a knife. The opponent is me. The game began, and the two burst out at the same time. When bang, a wave of air burst out from the center of the collision in an instant. Zhao Xuemei's suppressed body fell backwards. 2 drops of cold sweat flowed down Fang Ping's face. Wei Shujie in the previous game. At most, 30 calories of qi and blood will burst out. And the stick just now exploded with nearly 50 calories. He was hiding his strength before. Wei Shujie taunted while fighting. You finally found yourself weak. Yes, you borrowed 2 sticks from me. This was followed by another swing of the stick. 2 long sticks collided violently. I only heard a click. Zhao Xuemei's right arm bone was unexpectedly cracked. The stick also fell to the ground. Too weak, Wei Shujie took advantage of the situation and swung it out. Bang! Zhao Xuemei flew out upside down like a cannonball. Slid a few meters on the ground before stopping. Wei Shujie threw away the long stick in his hand. Walked up to Zhao Xuemei. That's not going to work. Then grabbed Zhao Xuemei's injured right hand. Take the 3 sticks I just had. Cracked bones in both hands. Heavy trauma to the inner abdomen. Immediately, threw Zhao Xuemei to the ground. Wasn't arrogant just now? Not with my opponent. Are you qualified? Zhao Xuemei slammed on the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Looked at the tortured Zhao Xuemei. The demon dance crowd was furious. Young Xiaoman couldn't help but rush to the stage. A few people who danced lightly said with a smug face, "Let Wei Shujie take the lead, and it is indeed right. He plays the most brutal style." The demon dance gang was too arrogant before. Just blood their morale. Fang Ping angrily flattened the water bottle in his hand. Wei Shujie's style play. It's not about seriously injuring the opponent anymore. It's just insulting. Wei Shujie grabbed Zhao Xuemei's collar. Lift him up. And the right fist condenses the power of qi and blood. Throw in the towel. Zhao Xuemei said with a resolute look in her eyes. It is impossible to kick it immediately. Kicked in Wei Shujie's crotch. Wei Shujie's face turned pale in an instant. His eyes were filled with countless red bloodshots. Then screamed. Clutched to the ground with his crotch covered. Jin Wu conceded defeat. The demon warrior saint fell with a voice. Zhao Xuemei also fell to the ground with a thud. Medical staff rushed Zhao Xuemei for treatment. Fang Ping looked at the lying on the stretcher. Zhao Xuemei, who passed out in coma. If you fall into silence, you can't remember it for a long time. A set of girls head hammer triple combos. Take Captain Jin Wu directly. At this time, Zhao Xuemei was lying on the hospital bed for treatment. Young Xiaoman said angrily that Wei Shujie. It's okay to look down on people. It's so cruel and violent to hurt Xuemei like this. The internal organs, arms, and faces were all wounded. It's so damning. Chun Yunqi was lying on the side of the bed, choked up, and said, Xuemei, I know you've always been strong, but is it really worth it for you to hurt like this? Even if you throw in a towel, the teammates in the back can also win it back. But now you're so badly injured. The cultivation after that will be delayed. Zhao Xuemei barely squeezed out a little smile and said, Yunqi, it's okay. The people of Jingwu are bent on destroying morale of our demon warriors. How can you let them get their wish? Listen to a conversation of several people. Fang Ping, who was standing at the door, unconsciously clenched his fist. Then punched the door. I blamed myself very much in my heart, and Xuemei knew that she was invincible. But he tried everything to win. And I'm at this time. Fu Changming walked in. He gestured in the direction of the ring and said, Xiaoman, the pig's head on stage will be handed over to you. Yang Xiaoman's eyes froze. Said it looks good. Mine came to the ring. Looked at the subtlety of half of his face swollen. Yang Xiaoman was stunned. Can't help but laugh out loud. Your face is swollen like this. It's ugly, isn't it? You're sure you don't want to be treated? Han Su said disdainfully. A swollen face does not mean a decrease in strength. That's why you female dancers care about that. Superficial yang Oman. The corners of his mouth are raised. What's wrong with cherishing your face? What's wrong with the female dancer? I really don't understand. Why are you martial arts people so arrogant? I'm going to educate you today. Compete on the same stage with respect for your opponents. Speak at the same time. Young Xiaoman has burst out. Hansu grabed yang Xiaoman es these. Okay, Ash. The face is fine. Then I'm going to scratch your face hard. Yang Xiaoman raised his hand to block. Hansu grabbed her arm. Said mockingly, in order to protect his face. And I restrain my hands. What are you going to do now? Who have her find the upper valley? Less nonsense. Young Xiaoman's right foot was raised back violently. Kicked Hansu's crotch. Hansu's legs quickly came together. A snap clamped Yang Xiaoman's right foot. Damn Yang Xiaoman's hands and right foot. They were all controlled by Hansu. Can't move at all. Su continued to taunt and said that he was quite skilled in the next 3 ways. That's what you mean by respect. The words are not finished yet. All I heard was a bang. Yang Xiaoman hit the head hammer, directly knocked Su into a wide eye. Staggered back. This was followed by a charge punch. Seeing that the fist was about to hit the goal, suddenly there was a pop. Su didn't know where to pull out a dagger. Stabbed Yang Xiaoman in the left shoulder. The power of the blast was also forcibly interrupted. Yang Xiaoman was startled when he drew his sword. Go fast. Su said disdainfully, I really thought you could win me. My speed and strength are above you, even if you use any crooked methods. The words are not finished yet. Yang Xiaoman hit another head hammer. No, it's not yet. Wait for Su to come to his senses. Yang Xiaoman followed up with 2 hammer strikes. Directly hit Su with a lot of meat. Oops, I'm gonna lose consciousness. At this time, Yang Xiaoman suddenly punched out. I only heard a bang. Su flew out upside down like a cannonball. Flying out in a blink of an eye. Flew to the outside of the ring for more than 10 meters before stopping. Su, who ate Yang Xiaoman's set of combos, fell straight into a coma. Yang Xiaoman also breathed heavily. The referee's voice rang out. In the Demon Martial Saint ward. At this time, except for Fang Ping, the 3 people who passed through the Demon Martial Saint were all seriously injured. Look at this scene. Fang Ping couldn't help but frown. Why did it turn out the way it did? The team member was seriously injured. The teenager was furious. Use a special move. Bloodshed is infinitely connected. At this time, only a scream was heard. Tang Songyin's hands were directly broken. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. The referee's voice rang out. A voice came from the Shinmai Club radio. Asked one of the next members of the Demon Dance to come on stage. But the Demon 5 was deserted in the war zone. The radio again came out with the sound of Magic 5. The next team member, Fang Ping, please come to the stage. What about the people of Demon 5? I don't think I'll be intimidated. The little quacks of the martial arts are also urging. At this time, Fang Ping was at the door of the ward. Look at your teammates lying on the hospital bed. Fang Ping's heart was very self-reproachful. The players of Magic 5 are in order to win, desperate to meet the enemy. And I, the captain, deliberately wasted my blood to show off my skills. All he wants to do is be famous. Asked for a lot of pills. It was arranged to press the formation. As a result, the players who came to the stage first were seriously injured one by one. I relied on my own system. Don't be stubborn all your life. Fang Ping, are you at ease as the captain? At this time, Bairuashi hurriedly ran over to Fang Ping. What are you doing here? The last person in Jingwu is very strong. If you are invincible, you will retain your strength. Wait until the finals. Fang Ping grabbed the phoenix mouth knife. Said teacher Bai with sharp eyes. To protect the people around you. You should do whatever it takes to do it sometimes. Right after saying that, he walked straight to the ring. Fang Wenxiang stretched his arms. Said that this was not the time when I played the 8th school before. Is a string of 4 big celebrities flat? Ever since your war. After that, our Jingwu brothers want to meet you. If I think I'll defeat you, I'll be famous. I'm really lucky. Fang Ping's eyes were confused. Less nonsense. Let's get started. Fang Wenxiang took the lead in making a flash. Came to Fang Ping. The phoenix beak knife in Fang Ping's hand swiped away. Easily unloaded Fang Wenxiang's powerful blow. How can it be? Fang Wenxiang looked incredulous. Bairuashi in the audience said. It seems that Fang Ping has worked pretending. Fang Wenxiang's 80 card hit. It was easily unloaded. Fang Ping's phoenix mouth knife was horizontal. Shake the sky fist is a good killer feature. But I'm better than you. After saying that, Fang Ping suddenly rushed out of his special move, bursting blood and slashing twice. Fang Wenxiang hurriedly raised his hand to defend. The gloves on his hands were split in an instant. Blood spurted out. Fang Wenxiang's eyes instantly widened like a knife in Tonglei. Like hard weeps blood. Fang Ping actually practiced a trick. At this time, Fang Ping took out a crying blood pill and blazed down. I fucked Fang Wenxiang couldn't help but curse secretly. Fang Ping's chi and blood recovered instantly. Dang dang 2 sounds are another violent blood and 2 consecutive blows. A drop of cold sweat was left on by Ruashi's face. The reason why the trick is called a trick. It is the strongest killer move used by dancers in order to survive in a desperate situation. However, Fang Ping's physique seemed to be able to use his tricks all the time. Tang Feng was also speechless. Is it still a trick that can be used all the time? Chun Yunshi clenched her small fists. It was the first time I saw Fang Ting exert all her strength. She was giving Xuemei their anger out. In the ring, Fang Wenxiang knelt on the ground with one hand on his knees. Covered in blood, he couldn't help but tremble. At this time, Fang Ping swallowed another qi and blood pill. Do you still think you're lucky? Fang Wenxiang's eyes widened instantly. The power of qi and blood also permeated Fang Ping's body. You are all very proud of yourself. I always feel that my opponent is easy to bully. Now all of my team members have been badly injured by you. As a captain, I can't swallow this breath. Then his face sank. The bloody madness knife slashed out with two more knives. Fang Wenxiang raised his hand with difficulty to resist. The gloves in his hands finally couldn't bear to burst. Chop off your hands and get a blur of flesh and blood. Fang Wenxiang fell to the ground covered in blood. Gasping for breath, Fang Ping picked up the last pill. You just wait to die. Grunt. Fang Ping swallowed the pill. At this time, Fang Wenxiang hurriedly raised a hand tremblingly. Shout the referee. I admit defeat. Zhang Beihao raised his palm. The second round of the Demon Warrior is over. Fang Ping gritted his teeth for a while. He scolded and said that I have taken all the pills. You're throwing in the towel. Pay me for the pill. Fang Wenxiang, yes. Let me touch you again. I'm going to kill you. Split this pill back. Weak girl awakens. A strong string of 3 demon dances. Succeed. Won the championship of the first National V University Freshman Exchange Competition. At this time, Tang Feng looked. Race information in hand. Said Jin Wu defeated 5 consecutive in the semifinals. Today we played Kim Wu in the final. Then I announced the lineup. Zhao Lei stood up confidently. It's finally my turn. Chun Yunxi, Li Zhaoxiu, Su Yikai, Zhao Lei. Square flat pressure array. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment. Fang Ping said with a little worry, and let the reserve players play. What if you get injured like you did before? Zhao Lei said, in my opinion, the school wants everyone to train the army. After the consumption of the previous game. At this moment, the elite forces are basically all defeated soldiers. And we still have 2 trump cards left in our demon martial arts, me and you. Other words, the 3 reserves of the Demon Warrior are no matter how they play. In the end, Jingwu will be cleaned up by us. Li Zhaoxiu and Su Yikai are just high-end strengths. Although Chun Yinxi's blood and grade are good, but soon because of his weakness. Cowardly, and take the initiative to admit defeat. Step down, and this time I'll play in front of you. Wait until I'm on the field. A string of 3s will not leave you with an opponent. At this time the radio sounded. Next game, Demon Dance, Chun Yunxi versus Jingwu. Implicitly invite players from both sides to play. Zhao Lei stood up and moved. Jingwu will soon be my turn. Chun Yunxi walked into the ring with willow eyebrows. Hansu spread his hands and said, Chun Yunxi, I've heard of you. Your grandfather is the president of Tsunin Taikshu University. 7 grades Grandmaster respect. I've poured a lot of educational resources into you since you were a child, but I see those resources being spent on you. What a waste. After all, you have a weak character. It's not good to fight. It's not a dancer's material at all. I advise you to throw in the towel. Chun Yunxi was not angry at all. Instead, small hands are placed on the chest. Said worriedly Hansu, your guts are hurt. It's better to rush to treatment. It is important to recuperate. The people in the audience are not calm. Fu Chaning touched his head and was anxious. Said what Chun Yunxi was talking about. It's a game. Zhao Lei hummed disdainfully. There's also a mood to care about the opponent. Let's throw in the towel. Fang Ping was also speechless. Chun Yunxi's temper is too good. Hansu didn't get angry when he insulted him like that. Hansu on the field had a beating on his forehead. Angrily said that you were persuading me to admit defeat. I'm the captain of the elite martial arts. Champion of the martial arts examination. How dare you persuade me to throw in the towel? As he spoke, he held the spear and burst towards Chun Yunshi. Hansu, hate others to look down on me the most. Then a shot was stabbed. Can be a second. Chun Yunshi's figure disappeared in place. Appeared behind Hansu. Hansu was taken aback. Even Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim so quickly. Is Chun Yunshi so strong? Can come to Chun Yunshi behind Hansu. But he didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to talk about Hansu. You misunderstood what I meant. If you don't go for treatment again, I'm afraid that the cultivation in the future will be delayed. Hansu grinned angrily, and I said, I hate it the most for others looking down on me. Then the gun is swung out. However, they were all avoided by Chun Yunshi. The demon dance crowd watched the game anxiously. Fu Channing shouted, hurry up and fight back. Now is not the time to pity your opponents. Chun Yunshi glanced at his teammates in the audience. There was a violent fluctuation in my heart. The students of the demon dance are doing their best to win. What reason do I have to be war-weary and retreat? You are the ones who reminded me. So, began to fight back. With one kick, he kicked Hansu's spear to the ground. What the situation? Hansu's face was shocked. Immediately after that, the power of qi and blood in Chun Yunshi's right foot quickly gathered. The next second, the kick that brought the sound of breaking wind had already come to the top of Hansu's head. I only heard a snap. Hansu flew out upside down like a cannonball. The referee's voice rang out. There was a lot of discussion in the audience of the Demon Martial Saint. This girl is in reserve. The member bar actually defeated Hansu. It looks soft and weak. It's really unseemly. Fu Channing's face was incredulous. Chun Yunshi played so easily. It took a lot of effort. Barely hurt Hansu. Fang Ping smiled slightly. Chun Yunshi is no longer as weak and cowardly as before. He's a good dancer. The rest of the game. Chun Yunshi continues to play strongly. The leg technique and sword technique are all completed. He defeated one elite opponent after another. Jingwu is not only subtle. Set military commissar reserves. The final game has been decided. Fang Ping said with a wicked smile. Zhao Lei heard that you want to come in a string of 3. Zhao Lei wanted to cry without tears. I haven't even played yet. Zhang Beihao said loudly. I would like to announce the overall champion of this year's freshman exchange competition. Demon Capital Wuda. The freshmen who participated in the competition were not afraid to fight, did not avoid the war, and played the prestige of Wuhan University. Each of the contestants showed the spirit of a martial artist. I solemnly declare, the first National Wuhan University Freshman Exchange Competition was successfully concluded. What did you want a second-grade student to enter the cave? Isn't this going to die? At this time, the Modu railway station was full of people. There was a constant stream of passengers. Fang Ping and Fang Yuan is sitting on the train back to Yang City. Fang Yuan squeezed his head hard. What to see? So fascinating. Fang Ping said. After the exchange match, Huagua has released a ranking of the top 5 students in one product. Look at the leaderboards. Fang Yuan was very unconvinced. That's not right, brother. Did they write it wrong? Aren't you the exchange champion? How is it 6th? Fang Ping rested his head with his hands. Said indifferently, the 6th is the 6th. I don't mind. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Ping with a stunned expression. It's not like your style. So Fang Ping leaned close to his ear. Whispered, tell you a secret. Don't talk about it yet. I've broken through to become a second-rank dancer. What are you 2 products? Fang Yuan exclaimed in an instant. Fang Ping was so frightened that he hurriedly pinched his face. Fang Yuan then began to have stars in his eyes. Great, the flat signature below can go up in price. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. I shouldn't have talked too much. He then opens the system panel. Speaking of money, though, the semester really made a lot of money because of the exchange competition. The competition awards 500 credits. Breakthrough 2 flat awards 100 credits. The wealth value has risen directly to 20 million. Go home. Celebrate the new year with your family in peace. Mom and Dad, we're back. Fang Yuan shouted and ran home. I'll tell you, my brother is a cow. He's second class. What is second grade? Fang Ping's parents were shocked, and their jaws were about to fall to the ground. Fang Yuan said while gesturing, there are also exchange competitions. Fang Ping beat his opponent all over the ground looking for teeth. At first I was worried. I didn't expect him to stab one by one. One by one. And then it was the championship. Fang Ping's mother, Li Yueying, pursed her lips and smiled. No wonder your dad was suddenly promoted the other day. However, Fang Mingrong didn't look very happy. He turned around and walked towards the restaurant. All right. Go and put your luggage away. Let's get ready to eat. Watch my father's actions. Fang Ping was slightly puzzled. Dad, what's wrong? Next, Fang Ping's family of 4 happily ate a Chinese New Year's Eve dinner. After the meal, Fang Ping gave red envelopes to his family. Then a new couplet was pasted on the doorway. Fang Yuan and his mother were watching the Spring Festival Gala in the living room. The whole family is filled with happiness. The Spring Festival atmosphere of reunion. Fang Ping and his father were drinking tea in the room. Fang Mingrong couldn't help but recall Fang Ping's situation when he participated in the exchange competition. I fucked this kid with both hands broken. Is this still a game? It's cruel. This Jingwu student named Fang Wenxiang is too strong. He also plays fiercely than the other students. The demon martial arts are more auspicious and less auspicious. Under the model dance, one of the team members came on the field. Old Fang, your son is going to play. What about the old man? Strange was still there just now. Fang Mingrong picked up the teacup and said, does the exchange race have to be like this? Fang Ping was stunned, then reacted immediately. I said how Dad was sullen all the time. It turned out to be because of this. So he waved his hand and laughed. Dad, you don't have to worry. This exchange competition is due to some special circumstances. As a last resort, our normal discussions are to the point. It won't be like that. Fang Mingrong put down the teacup. After a pause, say you just have a good idea in your own mind. I don't understand answers. I don't know why you're fighting so hard. Recently, everyone in the bureau has praised our Mingrong. Gave birth to a good son. It's good. The second product is also good. We're all happy for you. But Mom and Dad want it the most. Or can you go home completely? Fang Ping instantly felt a warmth welling up in his heart. Then he smiled and poured tea for his father. Dad, just put 100 hearts. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to do anything dangerous. Fang Mingrong slowly picked up the teacup. That's good. Feel the warmth of being with your family. Fang Ping couldn't help but think. If you want to talk about why the dancers fight so hard, I guess it's for protection. At this time, several bigwigs in the southern Xinjiang governor's mansion gathered. Zhang Dingnan, the governor of southern Xinjiang province, said, this is an action to encircle and suppress cults in southern Xinjiang. It is to prepare for the forbidden cave for second-grade students. Lu Fengru stood up excitedly, said that no matter how strong a second-grade martial artist is, he is also a second-grade. Isn't the forbidden cave going to die? I can't let my students take risks. Zhang Beihao hurriedly raised his hand to persuade Feng Ro. Don't get excited. The Ministry of Education had no choice but to do so. Now the situation in the cave is becoming more and more tense. Cults have also seized the opportunity to cause chaos. There is no time left. Let's slowly train new warriors. But Huang Jin grabbed Lu Fengro. Then he looked at Zhang Dingnan and said, except for the martial artists in the cave, there is also a large number of military personnel stationed. They are. Ordinary warriors don't have to fight. Not timid in battle. College students as warriors. There is no reason not to fight. Vice Minister Zhang. This must be certain. Of course we won't let it. What Yang City may appear, cave entrance. Damn, isn't that my house? We must improve our strength as soon as possible. At this time, Fang Yuan brought a poster with great interest. Said that this year's Lantern Festival night, there is a fireworks display by the riverside. Fang Ping's parents also said excitedly, I've heard that this time it's quite large. There must be a lot of people. If you want to go, you have to leave early. Get a good spot. Since into the firecrackers. The smell of the new year is gone. This time, it's going to be lively. Fang Yuan ran in front of Fang Ping. Brother, you don't want to go. Let's not go. Fang Ping said without being too cold. You can't see it at home. Why go out and crowd people? Fang Yuan looked at Fang Ping expectantly. Go, go, go. It's been a long time since we've been out as a family. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. But it seems to be too. It's been since the last time the family went out. It's already before school starts. At this time, Fang Ping's mobile phone suddenly rang. The screen turns. Fang Ping came to the Yangqing Hotel. At this time, countless people have already gathered here. Fang Ping askeltan thempinunkletan suspiciously. Here's what it's about. Tan Jinping replied that he had something to announce. All dancers in Yangqing must be present. Then, by Jingshan, the governor of Yangqing City, who was standing on the stage, spoke. Everyone is welcome to participate in this Yangqing dancer exchange meeting. As for the reason why you are here today, I'll get straight to the point. Lanjiang saved the latest documents. There is a need for a double control of the blood-banded dancers. All counties and cities are required to set up teams of folk dancers. Conduct a month-long intensive training in tactics. Second, once a year, we will conduct an assessment of blood abandonment and tactics. Reset. The audience was in an uproar. What allows us to practice tactics? No, I'm 50 years old. What are you still practicing? Several people angrily expressed my opposition. Admiral Bai is also too messy. Isn't being a dancer just for the iron rice bowl? We don't go to war again. That's right. There's a lot of stuff at home in the company. How can there be spare time for training? Bai Jingshan scolded sharply. That's an order. No, no, no. Remove the dancer's status immediately. All benefits are withdrawn. The venue fell silent in an instant. Fang Ping pondered and wept blood. There are many dancers who eat and wait for death if they get a job title. But the implementation is so urgent. Something has happened. After the meeting ended, Bai Jingshan called Fang Ping alone. Fang, I don't know how much you know about the real world of dancers. Fang Ping said hesitantly. You shouldn't be crying. Bai Jingshan replied. Looks like you know. In fact, the meeting said the new policy. At present, he is only in the 3 provinces of southern Xinjiang, Nannan, Hunan, and Zhe. The reason is related to the cave. We go through the analysis of recent years. The time and location of the cave entrance. Found a pattern. The next entrance is likely to open in southern Xinjiang. Fang Ping's pupils in southern Xinjiang suddenly constricted. It won't appear in our Yangqing. Bai Jingshan's face was solemn. The possibilities are enormous. That's why the province is in a hurry to rectify. Strengthen local power. Our southern Xinjiang economy is weak. It's not easy to be strong. It's also hard to keep the strong. Classmate Fang, I'll talk to you about this alone. Nothing else. Then he held Fang Ping's shoulder and said earnestly, if the entrance to the Heaven and Earth Cave is really open here, I also hope that Fang can come back to support southern Xinjiang. Protect Yangqing. Fang Ping said solemnly. The Admiral is reassured. As long as I'm strong enough, there will be no fear. Lantern Festival night. The Yangqing River is bustling with people. Fang Ping's parents and Fang Yuan also come here to watch the fireworks display. Fang Yuan pouted angrily. Mom and Dad comforted him. Don't be unhappy. Your brother received a temporary notice from the tutor too. There is no way to do it. I'll take a video for him later. Just watch it together. Fang Yuan said angrily. I won't shoot. Love doesn't come. Who scares him? Knock knock. Brilliant fireworks burst into the sky of Yangcheng. However, Fang Ping could only enjoy this scene on his mobile phone. Ting ting, the voice of her parents came from her mobile phone. When you arrive at school, remember to eat some glutinous rice balls. Practice well at school. Don't put too much pressure. When you're tired, go home. Fang Ping, you big liar. I said I was going to come, but I didn't come. If it weren't for my parents begging me, I'm not going to shoot you fireworks. Look out the window. Fang Ping's face couldn't help but become solemn. Will there be a cave entrance in Yangcheng? It doesn't have to be impossible. Yangcheng is my hometown. There is my family. To protect them, I have to get stronger quickly, a little faster. The next day, Fang Ping and Lu Fengru walked on the Demon Dance campus. Fang Ping opened his mouth to ask the tutor and was in a hurry to call me back. Is there something important? Lu Fengru said yes. No time. At the end of the month, the school will send you to southern Xinjiang. Carry out the task of encircling and suppressing evil cults. There is a high probability that you will encounter the enemy of the 3rd grade. And one more. It is possible to let the students of the 2nd rank enter the cave early. Fang Ping's brows furrowed. Isn't that like sending people to death? Therefore, it is imperative to improve the strength as soon as possible. To protect important people, we must improve our strength as soon as possible. Teenagers form a team. Unexpectedly, in the first mission, I encountered 2 2nd-grade gold bosses. At this time, the Demon Martial Arts training building was in the building. Fang Ping and Chun Yunxi were practicing. However, Fang Ping was absent-minded. Ever since I learned about the cave invasion, I've been having a nightmare, dreaming of my parents. Fang Yuan's cold body hung from the beams. I would never allow anything like that to happen. I'm going to be strong. So Fang Ping chopped the phoenix mouth knife to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to form a 2nd-class team. Go to pick up the task of the military department. Are you interested? Fu Chengding exclaimed in surprise. A few other people from the military department said yes. I'm interested. The mission rewards of the military department must be very rich. We've all entered the 2nd grade. It's time to do something big. Seeing that several people agreed, Fu Changding also said stubbornly, "Isn't it just the task of the military department? It was a piece of cake for a few of us." Chun Yunxi lowered her head and said, "Although I have also entered the 2nd grade realm, but I'm afraid of holding back." Zhao Lei waved his hand and said, "Don't go for fear of holding back. Save your kindness from harming everyone." Fang Ping said with a wicked smile. "What's the matter? Zhao Lei, are you a dog? There are even hind legs." Zhao Lei's face turned purple for a while. "What did you say?" Fu Changding suddenly pulled down Zhao Lei's pants. "Let me see if these 2 legs are dog legs." Zhao Lei's face turned red instantly. Fu Changding, fuck your uncle. Yang Xiaoman comfortet Chen Yunxi. Yunxi, don't pay attention to Zhao Lei. Fang Ping, who said it, also grinned. Yes, you have to believe in yourself. You're Chen Yunxi. Not weaker than others at all. Chun Yunxi's touched lips of the policeman. I'll definitely do my best. Lu Fengru in the stand said. In the coming months, the 2nd-ranked dancer will perform the crypt mission. It's better to hone a little more now. Save the time of scrambling. Zhao Xuemei hurriedly raised her hand and said, Mentor, I would also like to join. Li Vengroi Daunet. No, you've just recovered from your injuries. And it has not broken through the 2nd grade realm. Well, Zhao Xuemei instantly fell to the guardrail in disappointment. At night, Fang Ping's team came to a wood. Fang Ping deployed this mission. The goal is a stronghold of creationism. The leader of the stronghold is a 2nd-rank pinnacle. In addition, there are 3 1st-rank martial artists. Yang Xiaoman and Tang Song Yin guarded the back door, responsible for cutting off the enemy's retreat. Zhao Lei and I restrained the peak of the 2nd grade. Fu Changding dealt with a 1st-class martial artist. Chun Yunxi is in charge of ordinary people. Tang Song Yin said cautiously, the mission information this time will not be inaccurate. I suffered a loss last time. I saw Fang Ping come to a sigh. Tear up the mission information. Young Xiaoman was taken aback. Fang Ping. You're crazy. Fang Ping raised his finger and shh. Be quiet, don't be spotted. I'm here to give you a heads up. Don't trust the information completely. If suddenly there is a second or third grade. I resisted the strongest Zhao Lei. He who is responsible for giving to himself. Finally, remember one principle. If you can fight, you can fight. If you can't beat it, you can run. We're here to make money. I'm not here to fight hard. Do you understand? So they went according to their plan. Each in place. Listen to me. Prepare for action. At this time, a bald head was snoring at the door. Several people slowed down, quietly approaching. 321 action. Fang Ping quickly stepped forward. A handful of mouths covering the bald head. Push both hands together. The bald head received a boxed lunch. Several other people slowly gathered around. Suddenly, there was a click. It was Zhao Lei who stepped on a branch. Oh no. Fang Ping secretly said in his heart that it was not good. The next second, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Then there was a snap. The window burst open. A figure quickly burst out of the room. Straight to Zhao Lei. Chun Yunxi dodged. Came to Zhao Lei. Blocked a punch for him. Immediately after that, two more people came out. Fu Changding and Zhao Lei hurriedly greeted them. Then the door burst open. Two weapons burst out of the door. Fang Ping hurriedly picked up the phoenix mouth knife and turned around to resist. I didn't expect that there were really two two-handled leaders. He's pushing me. The teenager was furious. Unleash a triple slash of blood. Angrily beheaded the two leaders of the second-rank realm cult. At this time, two cult leaders of the second-rank realm broke out of the door. Fang Ping thought confidently, although it was too second grade. But after all, the strength is limited. My low doubt has reached the Skyclave realm. It's not a problem to deal with them. Dang dang. The two voices took the attack of the two. Draw a few meters on the ground. A curvature curled away from the corners of his mouth. With the help of powerful teammates. This battle can be won without having to consume wealth points. Now it's just a matter of stabilizing these two. Just wait for your teammates to help. Suddenly, a large knife flew from behind Fang Ping. Fang Ping was taken aback. Is there still an enemy? When the bang. The big knife hit Fang Ping's head. Directly hit Fang Ping's head with a big bag. I rely on the pain so much. It turned out to be Zhao Lei. Knocked a cultist's weapon flying. Even the knife was knocked away by me. Your strength is too weak. Fang Ping scolded angrily. Zhao Lei, are you a pig? That knife almost hurt me by mistake. On the other side, Vice Changding jumped forward. A shot was stabbed at a cultist. However, the other party dodged the tip of the gun sideways. Zhao Lei, who went straight to the rear. Hey, get out of the way. Zhao Lei, I'm damned. Zhao Lei was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped up. The two began to tear each other apart. Top your uncles. You're going to stab me to death. Who made you appear behind my gun? I can see it anywhere. Don't you pick a particular place yourself? Then there was a sudden bang. The two were blown up directly. Yang Xiaoman said apologetically yes. I'm sorry I didn't control my strength for a while. You're all right. This wave of operations directly made Fang Ping angry and cracked in place. He's playing with it. A little bit of teamwork, okay? Fang Ping tried his best to resist the attacks of the two. It was supposed to be a task that could be done quickly. He's pushing me. Case. It seems that this money can't be saved. So Fang Ping suddenly burst into a violent blood and slashed 3 times in a row. The knife flashed. A cult leader was directly cut off by the waist. Fang Ping's eyes rolled. And one more. The other cult leader was so frightened that he turned around and ran. I want to run square flat and step on the ground with the soles of my feet. A few dodges came up behind him. Consume 430,000 fortune value. Qi and blood are restored. Fang Ping held the knife in both hands. Take a leap. Bloody knife. I only heard a click. The cult leader also received a box lunch. At this time, Fang Ping said with sharp eyes, I will say it again. The original intention of forming this team was to make money and speed up the cultivation. Give me a meow to be serious. Are you crazy? That's the pinnacle of the 3 grades. The junior squad comes into contact with the Sampan mission for the first time. Just now, Fang Ping's team wiped out a cult stronghold. Fang Ping put a handbag on the ground. All the loot is here. The total value is about 6 million. The cost of this battle is enough to 2 million. The crowd was speechless for a while. In other words, after removing the cost, only 4 million was earned. And it cost 6 people. Fang Ping covered his head. Such a rookie team. In the year of the monkey, you can save enough money. Half a month later, Crash Hotel. Fang Ping took the pen and wrote. While talking about the past half a month, we've done 12 tasks, but the bounty is relatively low. As he spoke, he pulled out his wanted notebook. Everyone chooses the next task. It's best to have a higher bounty. Fu Chanding ripped a page from the wanted book. How about talking about this 0508? There are 10 million of them, and it is a cult mission that we are familiar with. Objective, yellow hair. The leader of the cult broke off in 3 grades. A bounty of 7 million was offered. Yang Xiaoman said in surprise, are you crazy? Can we beat the wanted criminals of the 3 products? Fu Chanding pointed to Fang Ping on the sofa. Confidently said that Fang Ping was already at the peak of the 2nd grade. We can't beat him with 6 of us. At this time, Chen Yunxi also ripped off a page from the wanted book. Let's turn 2 more pages and take a look. Wanted number 0511. Mission objective, Pan Xiaoyang. The pinnacle of 3 products. A reward of 10 million was offered. Yang Xiaoman instantly tracked Yunxi. Are you crazy too? They still chose the first stage of the 3rd grade. You actually chose a 3-grade pinnacle. Fang Ping analyzed. This Huang Mao is a real combat martial artist. And killed. Man is clearly a dangerous and cunning criminal. And this bald man is a civilian warrior. He is only suspected of the crime of selling secrets. No one has ever been killed. The campaign of the civilian warrior is weak. It might be easier to fight. It's just that the timing of his activities is uncertain. The location is also imprecise. We simply don't know where to start. Forthwith, Fang Ping tore off the wanted warrant for Huang Mao. I decided to scratch the yellow hair. The screen turns. The crowd came to the crash park. At this time, a yellow-haired man was selling balloons in the park. Yang Xiaoman and Fu Chanding squatted in the grass nearby. Yang Xiaoman said that it was yellow hair. I couldn't make a mistake. And then Fu Chanding said Fang Ping according to the sale. Target confirmation. Fang Ping replied that it was received. Attention all. Be careful to surround up. Zhao Lei and Tang Songyan dressed as park cleaners. Immediately gear up. My hands are itchy. Suddenly, a few children were attracted to the balloon and run to the yellow hair. Chen Yunxi exclaimed, it's not good. There was a child. Fang Ping hurriedly instructed everyone to speed up the action. Be sure to receive it before your child. So a few people quickly went to Huang away. Walked through the square in the crowd. The 2 were suddenly startled. The brothers found baldness. So what to do? Which one to catch first? Fang Ping hurriedly got an idea. Fang Ping turned his head to look at the baldness. He looked back at Huang Mao again. At this moment, a child suddenly rushed forward. Uncle with yellow hair's thighs. I want balloons. Immediately after that, several more children also ran over. Seeing this, Fang Ping said relieved. Huang Mao also has a task on his side. As long as we don't get out of danger, he won't hurt the child. Now change the pursuit target. Grab the ball top and have a strong blood pressure. Is this the strength of the peak of the 3 products? At this time, Fang Ping's team tracked the mission target bald. Come to a wooded field in the wilderness. I saw the bald open a hidden basement, go down and pick up a large handbag. He was about to leave. Suddenly, there was a movement in the ear. And then quickly, turn your head to look up. I saw Fang Ping holding the phoenix mouth knife and poking it down suddenly. But baldness is worthy of being the pinnacle of the 3 grades. Extremely responsive. Dodged the attack with a back jump. Fang Ping picked up the phoenix mouth knife, ready to poke down again. That's when the bald man launched a counterattack. All I heard was a loud bang. Countless stones flew out of the entrance to the chamber. Fang Ping hurriedly jumped back to dodge. Then he wiped the corners of his mouth. His eyes gradually became solemn. It's so strong. Looked at the phoenix mouth knife that was still trembling in his hand. I was a little surprised. It turns out that this is the pinnacle of Sampin. However, Bald had no intention of making a move with Fang Ping. Hold the bag and start running. Escape at the same time. I said it disdainfully. A 2nd grade person dares to do it with me. Fang Ping waved the phoenix mouth knife in his hand. Unhurriedly walked behind. Who said I was the only one with a 2nd grade? The voice fell. Only a few breaking winds were heard. Blink of an eye. Zhao Lei and the others quickly rushed out of the woods. Surround the bald masses. Bald, the power of qi and blood is pervasive. Then he said contemptuously, what is the difference between 6? Feel the power of qi and blood released by baldness. Fang Ting was slightly surprised. Qi and blood are released. What a strong deterrent. Bald glanced at Chen Yunxi. Said if I wanted to kill someone, I'm sure I'll kill you first. Chen Yin's eyes widened suddenly. Unconsciously clenched his fists. Fang Ping also frowned. It is worthy of the pinnacle of the 3 products. The weakness of the encirclement was detected at a glance. Baldness, however, went on to say that. I don't want to kill anyone. Hear this. Fang Ping's heart sank. Obviously he has the upper hand, but took the initiative to show weakness. The campaign of the civilian warriors was indeed weak. So Fang Ping opened his mouth skillfully. We don't want to kill either. I just want to exchange you for a bounty of 10 million. Baldness is also an understanding person. He immediately opened the large bag in his arms. Said that this is the case. How about making a deal? Isn't that 10 million? It doesn't matter who takes it from. I saw him take out a few wades of cash from his bag and hand them to Fang Ping. I'll give you 10 million. You don't think you've seen me. Fang Ping tilted his head. The opponent is determined to fight. Seems to be able to make some fuss. Everyone else fell silent. Looked at Fang Ping nervously. I saw Fang Ping throw the phoenix mouth knife to the ground. Then he raised his hands and said with a smile, brothers, put your weapons down. Cao Lei scolded loudly. Fang Ping, what are you doing? Fang Ping thought in his heart. If there is a real war, Yunxi is definitely in danger. Steady him first. So he smiled and said something that could be solved with money. There's no need to fight and kill. That's right, uncle. After hearing this, everyone also put down their weapons one after another. Baldness is seen. It also reigned in the power of qi and blood that was released. Then he took out 10 million cash and gave it to Fang Ping. Fang Ping counted the cash on the ground. Said to see the wanted notice. Uncle is not a traitor. Baldness's eyes darkened. I also have a hard time. Fang Ping said with a smile. It's not that the world is bad. Forcing people to do evil. Bald doesn't want to talk nonsense either. Is the money counted? If it's okay, I'll go. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Fang Ping hurriedly stood up and said. Tang Songyan was also holding a big knife. Quickly block in front of Baldness. The bald man turned his head and scolded the stinky boy. You want to play tricks? Fang Ping smiled and walked in front of the bald man. Hand him a wad of cash. The 1 million will be returned to you. It's our sincerity. Bald looked puzzled. What do you mean? Fang Ping put the cash in his bald bag. I said it was our sincerity. And it's not easy for the 6 of us to divide 10 million. 9 million is just right. Thanks. Bald replied embarrassedly and left. Walking slowly, Fang Ping waved his hand and smiled. After Balding gone, several other people began to output frantically to each other. Fang Ping, how can you make a deal with criminals? Your consciousness as a warrior. Fang Ping also ignored their dissatisfaction. Take out your phone. Call Wang Jinyang to feed. Brother Wang, you traitor to Nanwu Pan Xiaoyang. I'll put a tracker on him. Send someone to catch it. Everyone suddenly opened. Okay, Fang Ping didn't expect to have this hand. What do you want us to challenge the 5 major ones in southern Xinjiang? Fight a second-class battle. No problem, we're going to settle this wicked man. Just now, Fang Ping succeeded in balding from the mission target. 9 million in cash. Look at the cash on the ground. Fang Ping raised his hand and said, please. You can start splitting the spoils. A drop of cold sweat was drawn on the faces of several people. Said that there is really you. Fang Ping can also make money from the criminals, yeah. Well, this time it's your fault. Next time there is a plan to say in advance. Don't make us look like idiots. Fang Ping said with his hands in front of his chest. Then do I have martial arts? Is there any enlightenment? Is there wisdom or not? Fu Chanding said with a look of admiration. There are some, and there are too much. I finally realized what the joy of making money is. Zhao Lei, who was squatting on the ground, couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Yang Xiaoman raised his head and asked Fang Ping, after Nanwu caught baldness, will you give us some clue fees? Fu Chanding said with 10 fingers. The lead fee is only a few bucks. It's better to find Wang Jinyang directly. Let him show us the way. A flash of joy crossed Fang Ping's eyes. That's right, Lao Wang is now flat. Looking for him must make a profit. So a few people came to Nanjiang Wuka University. Wang Jinyang led a few people in front. The following 6 second-class products come to Nanbu. You demons are really bold. Fang Ping touched his head and said embarrassedly, Brother Wang, don't laugh at us. We're all going crazy poor. I'm looking for you to make some more money. Wang Jinyang said, I really have a way to fame and fortune. I don't know if you're interested. Fang Ping was shocked. Fame and fortune. What a way. Wang Jinyang said, you still remember what I once gave you. I've talked about ways to mobilize emotions. Anger from humiliation. Not only can it make people temporarily burst out of super chi and blood, it also makes people progress. Our students in Nanbu are not enterprising these days. Greedy for fun. The top brass of Nanbu wants to carry out reforms, but they have been slow to implement them. So I want to use your strength. Let the students of Nanwu also taste the taste of humiliation. Fang Ping said in surprise. Brother Wang, you don't mean that let's challenge the South 5. Wang Jinyang grinned yes. Challenge the South 5. Play a 2-2 match. Fang Ping's little head moved Brother Wang. That's not appropriate. If you are injured, Wang Jinyang could see Fang Ping's careful thoughts at a glance. Don't worry, I can't lose you. Each person has 3 second-grade D blood pills. And when the time comes, you can ask Governor Zhang. Principal Liu and the 2 clans watched the battle. Fang Ping turned his head to look at the few people behind him. Everybody don't do it. Several people were so excited that they responded in unison. I have to do it. Fang Ping turned his head to look at Wang Jinyang. Then we should condemn this wicked man. As soon as the news came out, on the men's martial arts playground, soon, countless people gathered to watch the battle. Wang Jinyang said to a few people on the side of the ring, I can only make up 5 second-grade pinnacles on my side. So one of the 6 of you can't play. Tang Songyan stepped forward and said I'm the only one of us who isn't secondarily vulnerable. I'm not going to fight. Wang Jinyang smiled. Then it will depend on you later. Zhao Lei moved his muscles and said, rest assured. Leave it to our overlord brother. Chun Yunshi, who was on the side, looked at Yang Xiaoman nervously. Xiaoman, have you seen Fang Ping? Others don't know where they've gone. The 5 major magic capitals challenged the 5 major in southern Xinjiang. The 3 great masters personally sat in charge. The teenager showed overwhelming strength in his first fight. At this time, Fang Ping held his mobile phone and said excitedly, "Classmates, I'm going to have good news for you. Police Dean Huang and mentor by Ruashi are coming to protect us." Everyone looked at each other. "What's your reaction?" "Don't believe me." Fu Chanding scratched a drop of cold sweat on his face. "No, we mainly don't believe. You're going to be happy about it," Fang Ping said with a forced smile. "Is it so obvious?" Then he exhaled and said, "That's right, none of these are the most important things. Most importantly, this challenge. The school will provide 20 Yapinki blood pills. 5 second-grade blood pills as support." Everyone was amazed. Fu Chanding said with a smile, "Fang Ping is really a business wizard in the martial arts world. When it comes to making money, no one can compare to him." Yang Xiaoman also said in disbelief, "This man is damn dazzling today." The game begins. As the referee fell, the names of the combatants on both sides were also reported. Chen Pengfei, a junior at the 5 great ordnance academies in southern Xinjiang. The second pinnacle task points are the 5th male, and the second is 3rd. Zhao Lei raised his fists, said impatiently, "That's a lot of nonsense." Magic 5 Zhao lay 2 products out of the paragraph. The voice fell. The 2 burst out at the same time. "Watch the game on the field." Zhang Dingnan smiled with interest. "Not bad." The smell of gunpowder was so strong at the beginning. At this time, Huang Jing also came to the scene. "Governor Zhang, President Liu." "Excuse me. I'm late," Zhang Dingnan said jokingly. "Lao Huang came so late. I thought you would float away if you won the freshman exchange competition." Huang Jing said that he had just received news from Fang Ping's kid. "And he came at once?" Nanhua Principal Liu Xiaochang joked. "It would have been nice if you had come a little later. You don't have to see your students fail miserably." Huang Jing was not to be outdone. "Yes, if you lose twice in a row. It's a little unbearable," Liu Xiaochang said angrily. "Huang Jing, you bad old man. It's not in your mother's martial arts right now." Zhang Dingnan disagreed. "Which side will win? I don't know until I finish fighting." "Arrogant in the ring," Chun Pengfei shouted angrily. Then he stabbed Zhao with a shot that broke the wind. Lei jumped forward, jump into the air, dodged the attack. The corners of Chun Pengfei's mouth twitched. Jumped up to dodge the gun. There is no root under the feet. Gotta fall. Look at my prejudgment gun. So he stabbed Zhao Lei at the location where he was about to fall. But Zhao Lei's body suddenly stopped in the air. Chun Pengfei's pupils suddenly constricted. What turned out to be no whereabouts. The demon warriors were also taken aback. Fang Ping smiled lightly and said yes. Zhao Lei also reached the war sky realm. I only heard a bang. Zhao Lei kicked Chun Pengfei in the face. Chun Pengfei was directly kicked upside down. Zhao Lei grabbed the spear that Chun Pengfei had taken off, then draw an arc in the air. The tip of the gun was pointed at Chun Pengfei. Said lightly. Chun Pengfei was shocked. Then he shouted in horror, "I admit defeat. I didn't expect to meet a ruthless person." The boy was red-eyed. "I thought I was scared of you." At this time, Wang Jinyang commented on the other party and said, "You will go on the next game. Defeat the remaining 4 quickly. Only in this way can the reform of Nambu be smoothly promoted." The corners of Fang Ping's mouth were raised. The employer's advice I had to meet. So he walked into the ring with a phoenix mouth knife. The peak of the 2nd grade of the model dance. "Please be merciful to my sister's subordinates." "Who is your senior sister?" "Look at the knife while talking." The blue leaves have stomped on the soles of their feet. The ground burst out. Fang Ping dodged the attack sideways. This time with contempt. "I will not use the system. Both to save money. It is also to test their true strength." Zhang Dingnan below said, "I remember using this little guy at the National Martial Arts Championships. My bloody thief." Principal Liu said regretfully. This child is from southern Xinjiang. It's a pity that I couldn't be admitted to southern Xinjiang, Wuhan University. What a brain drain. Huang Jing said with a smile on his face. Why did President Liu say this? It doesn't matter if it's a demon martial artist or a male martial artist. Aren't they all for the country? Zhang Dingnan touched his chin and asked him to come to see me later. I have something. Give him this time. Lon K on the stage rolled his eyes and scolded the bastard. We just run away. Fang Ping joked, you can't hit me. What can I do? Lon K is angry, don't run if there's a kind. So Fang Ping put down the phoenix mouth knife. Then I'll show you it. How vulnerable you are to this male 5th and 2nd grade. With that, Fang Ping suddenly rushed out of the violent blood trifecta. I only heard 3 thumping thumps. Blue Knight instantly flew upside down like a cannonball. Fly out of the ring a few meters away. I was caught by a classmate before I reluctantly stopped. The corners of Zhang Dingnan's mouth lifted. Not bad. He was able to use the bloody knife in his palm. A sadistic smile crossed Fang Ping's face. You lost. Let's replace it with another one. I'm here at this time. A fat man rushed into the ring with a fist clenched. I stopped Fang Ping, hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt him. Then he waved his hand in embarrassment and said that there was no need to sign up. I don't remember the week either. The fat man grinned in anger. Pick up the big knife and rush towards Fang Ping. I will kill you. Only to hear a snap. As soon as the fat man rushed out, he was slapped away by Fang Ping. One of the front teeth was knocked out. Then it slammed into the outside of the ring. The broadsword also spun and fell. A cut in his crotch, fall in front of him, directly scared the fat man to pee on the spot. The current score is 3-0. The male 5 has not won a game. The corner of Wang Jinyang's mouth picked a wicked person. That's what Fang Ping wanted. In the next game, a blue-haired man plays. He said as he danced his steps. Extraordinary indeed. Can be so contemptuous of my male dance students. It's a bit excessive. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. This guy is different from the previous ones. It's rare to meet an opponent. No system, no way. I'm going to convince the audience. So Fang Ping raised his hand and pointed at the blue-haired man and said, okay. I'll play with you empty-handed in this one. The two started directly and head-on. A meal of Euler. After Euler, both stepped back at the same time. What a hard fist. Fang Ping looked at the fist that was faintly painful, slightly surprised. However, the blue-haired man is not comfortable either. The blue-haired man shouted again, rushed towards Fang Ping again. Fang Ping was taken aback. I've run into a ruthless person. However, Fang Ping did not choose to fight with him again. Instead, one hand on the ground. When the head kicks out, the blue-haired man didn't expect it either. Was kicked backwards by Fang Ping. But he was quick to react. Take advantage of the situation and grab Fang Ping's right foot. Fang Ping quickly kicked up with his left foot. The blue-haired man raised his hand to resist. Slide backwards. After a distance. Before Fang stabilized his body. Roared again and threw a punch. Oops, I can't hide from it. Fang Ping secretly said in his heart. Not good. In the next second, he was punched in the face by a blue-haired man. Draw a few meters on the ground before stopping. Bairuashi said in surprise who this person was. It's not like I've been on the battlefield. Wang Jinyang said with a solemn face. Teacher by his right. His name is Gu Xiong. Born into a military family. That's dangerous. Gu Xiong didn't give Fang Ping a chance to breathe. Rushing towards him again. Fang Ping's strength is not enough. Fang Ping also red-eyed. A cruel look flashed through his eyes. I thought I was scared of you. Utter madness. The boy fell into a rampage. Defeated the soldier Ho Yi strongly. Appreciated by the governor of southern Xinjiang province. Get the best cheats. At this time, Fang Ping and Gu Xiong's fists collided fiercely. When the bang. The sound of metal clashing came from between fists. A ferocious wave of air also spread from the center of the collision. It's terrible. Chen Yunxi was shocked in her heart. Tempered bones collide. There was a sound of metal colliding. Unexpectedly, Zhang Dingnan couldn't help but admire. Huang Jing said with a smug face, "My demon martial arts students don't just rely on resources to pile up. If you don't have the heart to fight, Fang Ping can't become the first freshman." With that, he walked towards the ring. "If you continue to fight, you will be seriously injured. Even if it's a draw." Zhang Dingnan grabbed him by the shoulder. "Wait a little longer." The system prompt sounds. Less than 15% of qi and blood. Fang Ping shouted frantically. Then a head hammer is thrown. The bear was knocked into a mess. Fang Ping was completely insane. The head was raised again. Then there was another bang. Blood splattered from their heads. The system prompts that the blood and qi should be continuously warned that the blood is less than 10%. However, Gu Xiong's consciousness also began to blur. "It's time to wrap it up." Fang Ping congratulated. Kicked out suddenly, Gu Xiong flew directly over the heads of the audience. There was a thud and a thud on the ground. Fang Ping's face was also covered in blood at this time. "No, system. I can only barely win. I'm still too weak." The next voice just fell. Wang Jinyang grabbed Fang Ping's shoulder. "Step down. Being able to defeat Gu Xiong has proven your strength." Fang Ping hesitated. "Didn't you tell me to stop them? I could have a few more." Wang Jinyang said that it was already possible, and Governor Zhang wants to see him. Fang Ping was taken aback. "Governor?" So Fang Ping immediately went to the office to find Zhang Dingnan. Zhang Dingnan put his hands behind his back. Said Fang Ping, "You seem to have been using my bloody knife." "Well," Fang Ping touched his cheek embarrassedly. "Simple and crude. Very easy to use." Zhang Dingnan turned his head. Said, "The Bloody Madness knife you learned was created by my 4-rank Jinsher. The level can only be considered average." With that, he turned around, raised it with one hand. A cheat book slowly flew into his hand. "This is after I got into the middle mirror. A new and improved version of the Bloody Blade. You take it." With that, he handed the cheats to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was shocked in his heart. It was able to pick up things from the air. What a trick. He took the secret note with both hands. Said flatteredly, "Thank you, Governor." Zhang Ding turned south. He waved his hand. "Nothing else?" "Let's go down," Fang Ping answered and left. At this time, Huang pushed open the door and walked in. "Hopefully, my students won't disappoint the governor." Zhang Dingnan took a deep breath. The Lanjiang Cave crisis is about to erupt. I just hope these little shells will grow up soon. There was a clang on the other side. A student of the male martial arts fell heavily on the sidelines. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The referee also sounded. The last one. Demon martial victory. Fang Ping clapped his hands and smiled. Xiaoman played well. Yang Xiaoman spread his hands disdainfully. On the opposite side, there is a chicken. I didn't have a good time. What did you say? The male 5 student struggled to his feet, gritted his teeth. At this time, Wang Jinyang walked into the ring. Why did he say it wrong? This time, several veterans of the male 5 failed miserably. A group of freshmen in Magic 5 won a big victory. Think about it. What is the purpose of entering the Big 5? Male 5 students bowed their heads unwillingly. Fell silent. Fang Ping clenched his fists. To be stronger, of course. In order to have the ability to protect Wang Jinyang. And then I think you know better than anyone else. The weak are always inferior. Are you willing to become weak? The unwilling Nanwa student shouted. Fang Ping also reflected on himself. Brother, Wang lends our hand. Let your younger brothers and sisters sober up. It can be described as well-intentioned. In this moment, it seems to be for me too. Wang Jinyang's eyes froze. If you are not reconciled, just think about what the future holds. Fang Ping touched the secret in his arms. How to go, of course, is to become stronger. After going back to school, I'm going to hit the 3 flat paths. The teenager successfully broke through the 3-grade mirror. This kid can actually use the 6-rank mirror in order to sense the spiritual power. Could it be a Grandmaster seedling? At this time, in front of Building 3 in the South District of Mo, Fang Ping was sitting on the steps waiting for Lu Fengru. He looked at the system interface. The corners of his mouth were raised in relief. This time, I went to southern Xinjiang. It's not in vain. The hard work is finally rich again. The value of wealth rose to 21 million. 80 credits. But then a cold sweat slipped down his face. I just don't know how much it will cost to break through the 3 products. Come with me. Lu Fengru's voice came. Enter the building. I saw that Qin Fengqing was sparring with a boy at this time. Fang Ping's eyes widened. Wasn't that senior brother Qin? Lu Fengru said with interest. It's a competition. It just so happened that Qin Fengqing was at the peak of the 3 grades. You can take a look at the strength of the 3-pin mirror. Fang Ping looked at Lu Fengru curiously. Who is the person who is learning from senior brother Qin? Lu Fengru replied to CLA. 3-grade high section. It's other than you. Another 3 brittle bones. At this time, CLA raised his right fist and shouted Qin Fengqing. Do you really think that you can be unscrupulous at the peak of the 3 grades? The voice fell. A punch went straight to Qin Fengqing's inner door. Qin Fengqing didn't use a knife. It was also a punch. Fists collide. CLA was taken aback. Hurriedly make a back jump to open the distance. An evil smile appeared on Qin Fengqing's face. Isn't it great to have 3 bones? I'm going to have a good time with you today. At this time, CLA's right hand was paralyzed and hung down. The blood dripped uncontrollably. Fang Ping said with a shocked face, Senior brother Qin is so strong. It didn't hurt at all. Lu Fengru said flatly. This is the pinnacle of the 3 products. Except for this. What else do you see? Fang Ping said seriously. Qi and blood flow freely. Attackable or few. That's right. Lu Fengru explained that the 2nd-rank dancers temper their limbs. The forces are scattered. It is very difficult to mobilize qi and blood in one place. When you get to the 3rd product, it will become much easier. Sampagin tempers the torso. Thread your limbs through. The power is strengthened as a whole. Here's why. Only the 3-rank martial artist can be called an elite. Fang Ping asked suspiciously. Then why is senior brother Qin so durable? Lu Fengru replied to the peak of the 3rd grade. The flesh and muscles are also completely refined. He's an Iron Man now. Shear just went to the dry bones. Tempering completed. Or ordinary flesh. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth rose slightly. Flesh and muscle. It's not actually divided by the number of bone tempering. The stage of the 3 products is actually a little interesting. The screen turns. Lu Fengru took Fang Ping to the energy room. The staff member stretched out his palm. He smiled and said, Hello, classmates. The training room will be open for 5 hours. Samurai credits need to be paid. Please show your martial arts certificate. Fang Ping turned his head to look at Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru said lightly, Don't look at me. Pay it myself. Fang Ping was stunned. Immediately, he could only take out the martial arts array with tears in his eyes. Is it easy for me to earn some credits? It's too expensive, isn't it? Lu Fengru took Fang Ping's martial arts array. I brushed the door of the training room. Tick. The door opens. Fang Ping walks slowly towards the cultivation room. It's so uncomfortable that my money is crying. Lu Fengru said lightly. Don't talk nonsense. Go in and you'll know. Enter the training room. Fang Ping suddenly raised his head. Then straightened up, excitedly shouted, so full of energy. I feel that the qi and blood in my whole body are activated. Lu Fengru said. That's the effect of burning energy mines. Qi and blood will speed up recovery. The brittle bones are also more detailed. Get ready to go. Fang Ping doesn't talk nonsense. Immediately sit down with your knees crossed. Lu Fengru leaned against the wall and said, breaking through the third grade. It is necessary to penetrate the 26 branches of the spine in one breath. It must not be stopped suddenly. Otherwise, it will be life-threatening. Don't panic when you're in trouble. There's me staring. Gotta know the teacher. Fang Ping agreed. Then I concentrated and began to break through. He unleashed his psychic powers. Sensing the branches of the spine, Lu Fengru was taken aback. This kid. He was able to use his spiritual power to sense the branches. Immediately, he stroked his chin and walked to Fang Ping's side. Normally, there are only 6 flat dancers. In order to sense the existence of spiritual power, could it be that Fang Ping is one? Seedlings of the clan. At this time, the corners of Fang Ping's mouth were slightly raised. It's a lot simpler than I thought. I was scared of what the teacher said. At this time, a tingling pain suddenly came up from the spine. Fang Ping secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Critical moment. Lu Fengru pressed a palm on Fang Ping's back. Gentle energy is poured into Fang Ping's body. Focus and don't get distracted. With the help of Lu Fengru, Fang Ping gradually calmed down. Over time, drops of sweat slipped down Fang Ping's face. For hours later, the system prompt sounds upgraded to the 3 planes realm. Fang Ping let out a long breath. Then open your eyes, excitedly shouted teacher. I've broken through the 3-grade realm. Lu Fengru yawned. Say, you can strengthen yourself? Don't take too many risks. I'll go back first. After speaking, he left the cultivation room. Looking at the energy that permeated the cultivation room, Fang Ping pondered the energy that the cultivation room was so full of. Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to just use it to consolidate the realm? It's better to strike while the iron is hot. Take a peek. Sampin interrupted cultivation is so expensive, but make good use of his value. So Fang Ping closed his eyes again, begin to impact the 3-product interruption. And while he was immersed in cultivation, a wisp of blood was running from his nostrils. What did you actually cross directly to the middle of the 3rd grade? It seems that this kid is really a seedling of the clan. At this time, Lu Fengru had just left the cultivation room. Old man Li came here. After watching Lu Fengru leave, he secretly ran to the door of the cultivation room. Hey, my big customer is making rapid progress. I was able to use the cultivation room. I'll have to see where we get now. And Fang Ping in the cultivation room. At this time, but I remembered the scene in my dream again. He hurriedly focused. It's not good, you can't think about it. But it was too late. The next second, Fang Ping covered his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Consciousness is also gradually becoming modular. The pace then fell to the ground with a thud. Outside the door, Old Man Li was lying on the door, listening to the movement inside. Stinky boys aren't going to be lazy. Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Seniors at this time. Staff member Xiao Hong walked over. Scared Old Man Li. Xiao Hong said with a smile, "Why did you come to repair it yourself?" "But it's not this one that needs to be repaired." Old Man Li hurriedly replied. "That room was finished. I'll check this one." Xiao Hong said suspiciously, "This one is good. There's someone in there." Old Man Li pretended not to know. I asked, "So when will this person check out?" Red indicates that the night has timed out. "I'm here to give you a push." So he raised his hand and knocked on the door. But there was no response in the room. Old Man Li's eyes narrowed. There's something wrong with the timeout. Then he kicked the door down. I saw Fang Ping fall to the ground, already in a coma. Xiao Hong hurriedly went up to help Fang Ping. What to do with the seniors? Old Man Li said calmly, "Don't worry about getting it back." Immediately, he took out an elixir from his bag. Stuff it into a square flat mouth. Then he pressed down on his heavenly spirit cover. The power of the majestic qi and blood suddenly burst out. The next second, Fang Ping suddenly opened his eyes. Teacher Li. He raised his head and looked at the old man, Li, in front of him. Exclaimed Teacher Li. How are you? Old man, Li was angry. Why do you think I'm eating idle food? Fang Ping touched his head and smiled awkwardly. No, I just didn't expect Mr. Li to be so powerful. Thank you, teacher. Old man Li's face twitched slightly. You stinky boy should thank me. Then he pointed to the floor. Say, try throwing a punch on the ground. Fang Ping was stunned. Smash a punch, but he didn't ask much. Stood up and began to condense the power of qi and blood. After a short build-up, a punch slammed into the floor. I only heard a bang. The floor burst open in an instant. Fang Ping stood up incredulously. The discussion said that I was interrupted 3 times. Before Fang Ping could react, Old Man Li slapped a piece of paper on his face. What the hell? Fang Ping looked at the paper and exclaimed. Old Man Li said with a smile on his face. A fine marble floor tile. The door of the cultivation room was opened. A total of 1 million. Please pay it off within 7 days. Thank you. Fang Ping instantly felt that he couldn't take a breath. Didn't you let me smash the floor tiles? And I didn't break that door. He also ignored Fang Ping's shouting. Old Man Li turned his head and gestured. And you owe me my life. Remember too. The next day, Fang Ping came to Lu Fengru's dormitory. Lu Fengru exclaimed in disbelief. You actually crossed directly to the middle of the 3-body problem. Fang Ping touched his head and smiled. Isn't that what the instructor taught? Lu Fengru glanced at Fang Ping seriously. This slippery little ghost is really a clan seedling. Looks like I need to mention him a little more. Then he turned around and took a document to Fang Ping. Here's the itinerary for the next mission. Teacher Tang Feng led the team. The location is still southern Xinjiang. Fang Ping was taken aback. It's southern Xinjiang again. Is it the entrance to the next cave? It really has to be opened in southern Xinjiang. That's right. Cult dancers have gathered in southern Xinjiang. They were waiting for a new cave entrance to open. Meet the cave creatures. This mission, it will be jointly dispatched by the 3 major martial arts schools of Demon Martial Jinwu southern Xinjiang. A drop of cold sweat slid down Fang Ping's face. That's it. Most of them have been beaten by me. Can you still work together happily? Lu Fengru's right hand rested on Fang Ping's shoulder. Said that although you were opponents before, but in the face of a common enemy, you will eventually become comrades in arms. This is also a compulsory course to become a grandmaster. Fang Ping nodded seriously. I understand. These rookies are too stupid. For the first time, the teenager participated in large-scale combat. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by the enemy. At this moment, a sharp whistle sounded. 5 college students each, a moment after the whole gathering. Jingwu Demon Martial Arts and the students of the 5 major schools in the 3 places of southern Xinjiang. They lined up in the open space of the camp. Lu Shiping, general of the Nanjiang military region, sent a message to me. No nonsense. Let's start by emphasizing 3 disciplines. First, it is forbidden to do anything to comrades. Second, you are not allowed to be a deserter. Third, it is forbidden to hide war spoils. Do you understand? I understood that all the students responded loudly. Lu Shiping began to talk about the content of the mission. Cult dancer. Now it has been besieged by the military headquarters in the area of Tsangshan. Tasks assigned to you. There is only a small rock village. There are about 300 cultists in the village. That's the same number as you guys. Your task is to destroy them all. The square plane is exposed blue. 300 against 300. It's hard to lay out. Tang Feng said. 300 against 300 is fine. A team of 300 is fine. Negotiate the battle plan for yourselves. One more point. All instructors will retreat to a distance of 5 kilometers. Do not participate in this operation. The audience was in an uproar. He also ignored the comments of the students. Lu Shiping and Tang Feng turned around and left the camp. The students looked at each other one by one. What do you mean? Leave us alone? Looked at Tang Feng and the others who drove away. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. Looks like he really doesn't want to take care of us anymore. So many people have never experienced a big team battle. If there is not a good tactic, forcibly fused together, it's going to be messed up. At this time, the contemptible man suddenly spoke. Everyone. I have a suggestion. I'm Zhao Yang, the leader of the elite martial arts. It's better for each team to send a few of the strongest out. Let's discuss tomorrow's battle plan. After discussing the battle plan, all the students went to sleep. And at this time, in the surveillance camp 5 kilometers away, Lu Shiping and Tang Feng were looking at the surveillance screen in front of them. Lu Shiping said disappointedly after discussing the battle plan. They all slept like this. There are not even people who practice. This group of rookies. It's stupid too. I really doubt that 100 billion yuan will be allocated to Wuhan University every year. Is it worth it in the end? Tang Feng said that novices always have shortcomings. Besides, how many strong people have been cultivated by Wuda? Don't you know? Lu Shiping snorted coldly. They thought the enemy was really just sitting there waiting for them to fight. Tang Feng was non-committal for the task of encircling and suppressing large strongholds. They are indeed inexperienced. So, isn't this a practice? Lu Shiping turned his head to look at Tang Feng. 15 kilometers away is the cult stronghold. Once at this time, the cult dancers raided. How many people will die? Tang Feng fell silent. Immediately, Lu Shiping said profitably, I'm going to give them a long memory. On the other side, Fang Ping suddenly opened his eyes, grasped the phoenix mouth knife, shouting out who is not heroic. Frightened, he hurriedly raised his hand and said that I was not male. Fu Chaoning and Zhao Lei were also awakened. 3 watches came to our camp in the middle of the night. It can't be revenge. Don't think of people so badly, but scared and wanted to sleep with us. That one is even more unlikely. Gu Xiong said solemnly. I'm here to tell you, there may be cult raids. If you're not sleepy, come with me for a vigil. The 3 of them were taken aback. The screen turns. Several people came outside the camp. Gu Xiong said about a battle of this scale. There is a high probability of attacking the camp. In the military headquarters and caves, the dancers had to sleep with their eyes open. We're too lax. I'm not reassured. Fang Ping asked with a little surprise. You've also been to the crypt. Gu Xiong said that the dancers of the 3 grades had to go to the cave. I'll go that time. It just so happened that the 2 armies were fighting. Heavy casualties. That's when I understood. Our hatred with the crypt is undying. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. Don't talk about that. You'll find out sooner or later. Gu Xiong continued. I'm looking for you this time. Mainly because of what President Wang said. So I can ask you for help at a critical time. Fang Ping grinned. Hey, Brother Wang really looks up to me. Suddenly, Fang Ping's ears moved. He hurriedly whispered that there was someone. And at this time on the branch above their heads, several cult dancers were looking down at them. That's it. And then it's my turn. Blizzard, /5 times in a row. The boy killed the cult dancer in the middle of the 3rd grade in one move. Several cult dancers at this time. He was running quickly towards the camp of the martial arts students. One of them said, Boss, in front is the camp of Wuhan University. I feel those students deliberately brought us here. The red-haired man, he meowed, called the boss, scolded angrily. The army will forget it. Now even stinky students dare to bully us. At this moment, a man landed on a tree branch. Looking down, there seemed to be a few students below, but it's not the same as the ones just now. A few people were talking. Anyway, we can't get out of the encirclement of the army. It's better to kill these stinky students. There was a hint of stinginess in the red-haired eyes. That's right, kill one and earn one. Keep another one as a hostage. Maybe you can break through the encirclement of the army. So several leaders chatted together. Our holy souls. Eventually, it will return to the real world. Suddenly, there was a thud. One person was directly cut off by the waist. When? Several people were shocked. Fang Ping stood on the branch next to him. The phoenix mouth knife in your hand, your life. We took it. At this time, Gu Xiong and the three of them also jumped up from below. Gu Xiong threw a punch at the red hair. Red fur ducked. Then a back kick kicks the bear away. Then he jumped towards Fang Ping with a big sword in his hand. Stinky students are looking for death. A wave of air burst out in the air. Fang Ping raised the phoenix mouth knife with both hands. Resist hard. It turned out to be a 3-product interruption. Since I entered the 3rd grade, it's the first time I've met a fellow street dancer. So he shouted to the bear, "This guy is handed over to me. You go and help." Vice chanting they received, the bear turned and ran towards another battlefield. On the other side, Fu chanting shot at the end of the gun, poked in the abdomen of a cult warrior. Then turned the gun, a backhand shot down. However, it was evaded by the cult warriors. The tip of his spear was also stuck on the ground. At this time, the cult warrior swept his leg and threw it out. "It's over the calf." Fu Chanting screamed in his heart that it was not good. A critical juncture. Gu Xiong fell from the sky. A punch down directly break the leg of the cult warrior. The cult warrior lay on the ground and screamed in pain. It's become a real fish. On the other side, Zhao Lei kicked a cult martial artist away. The cult warrior slammed into a big tree with a bang. Zhao Lei didn't give him a chance to breathe. Towards his face, he threw a hard punch. All I heard was a bang. Countless leaves fell in an instant. And Fang Ping is here. The two were indistinguishable for a while. Fang Ping grinned. Mutual consumption in this way is not an option. Do you have a good record? Let's take a look. Hong Mao is not happy. Is this looking down on me? As a result, strong qi and blood fluctuations erupted all over the body. My holy soul. Eventually, it will return to the real world. Thanos jumped to his feet. A sword was swung at Fang Ping's neck. Fang Ping dodged the attack in one move. All I heard was a clang. The big tree behind it was cut down in an instant. Fang Ping's pupils shrank. It's really good at it. Before Fang stabilized his body, Hong Mao threw out a backhand sword. Fang Ping was taken aback. Hurriedly stomped on the ground with a mouth knife. Sideways and flicked the sword into the air with the hilt. The red-haired sword left his hand. Fang Ping took advantage of the situation to pursue. Take a leap. Bloody 5 in a row. Red hairs on the spot barbecue. Blood splattered on Fang Ping's face. Fang Ping said lightly, 800 cards. 800,005 great alliances attacked. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by the enemy halfway. The young man's son ran spoke to kill. Just now, the radio in the camp went off. Please note that you will come to each of the 5 major students. The basic score of this assessment is 100 points. 10 points are deducted from the Tactical Instruction Academy. Other colleges deduct 5 points. Namba Guxiong is awarded 15 points. Mo Fuchaning is rewarded with 15 points. Mo Zhaolei is rewarded with 30 points. Mobu Fangpei awards 80 points. Early the next morning, the crowd gathered together again. Zhao Yang said that after last night's raid, I have to admit that everyone is too optimistic. We'll have to figure out what to do next. Gu Xiong said that the cult already knew about our existence. They can no longer be treated as deaf and blind. I suggest heading to Pancher village immediately. Fang Ping also assisted his chin and said yes. In the delay of time, I don't know what the other party is going to make again. Yu Xianghua of the Demon Martial Arts pointed to the map and said yes. How do we get there? The camp is located 15 kilometers from Pancher village. The cars were all driven away by the military department. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Gu Xiong said, if I understand correctly. And they do. It's simulating the combat environment of a cave for us. There is no transportation in the caves. We can only move on foot. So the crowd went to Panshir village. Yang Xiao Man complained about Dao Fang Ping. You're so unrighteous. What's wrong with us? Last night you went out to keep vigil. Why don't you call me and Yunshi? Chun Yunshi lowered his head. Frustrated, I don't even know what's going on. Points were deducted. Fang Ping quibbled and said, what do I call you? You can't break into the girls' tent. Yang Xiaoman angrily scolded the excuse. Don't you have a cell phone? The scumbag Chun Yunshi said worriedly. If we can't do it, we will end the assessment with 85 points. I will definitely be scolded when I go back. Fu Chanting smiled and said no. Yunshi, I guess you will end the assessment with 60 points. Yang Xiaoman strangled Fu Chengding Esinik, Fu Chengding. You shut up the old lady. If you don't help us, forget it. He also said cool words. Fu Chanting hurriedly apologized for being wrong. Wrong, Fang Ping said seriously. I don't want to be scolded. Killing a few more cultists in a while will add points. You have to be mentally prepared. Chun Yunshi nodded seriously. I will, right now. A boulder suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! It was smashed in the position where Fang Ping was. Chun Yunshi's eyes widened instantly. Countless boulders fell from the sky. The students scattered and fled. There was an ambush and everyone dispersed. 3-rank dancer cover. Chun Yunshi stared blankly at the boulder in front of him. Little man Fang Ping. Yang Xiaoman hurriedly shouted. Yunshi dodged. A boulder was smashing down on Chun Yunshi's head. A critical juncture. Fang Ping leaped forward. A single knife splits the boulder in half. Fang Ping and Fu Chanting walked over. You're all right, Yang Xiaoman said fearfully. I don't have much of a problem. Taoist Yunshi scared me to death just now. Chun Yunshi raised his head. Worriedly, he looked at Fang Ping. I thought Fang Ping just now. Fang Ping said reproachfully. I'm sorry. If only I could have detected the danger sooner. A few people were talking. A cultist suddenly slashes out of the forest. Straight to Fang Ping. Fang Ping's pupils suddenly locked. A backhand stab took out the cultist. Yang Xiaoman and the others were taken aback. Don't take them with you yet. Come back to your senses. Dozens more figures scurried out of the forest. In an instant, the 5 major students were surrounded. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Sun coldly spit out a word to kill. The 5 major alliances were ambushed. Heavy casualties. The teenager resolutely said that he would change his strategy. Attack now. They are the turtles in the urn. At this time, with Fang Ping's order, Fu Chanting and a few people began to kill. A moment of effort. Fang Ping was surrounded by cultists, and they were all killed. At this time, Gu Xiong ran over in a panic. Fang Ping, what's going on your side? Fang Ping replied. Ran too. Everything else has been solved. What about you? Gu Xiong's face instantly became gloomy. The screen turns. Fang Ping and the others came to the men's 5th team. Look at the corpses of the cadets lying on the ground. Gu Xiong said heavily, seriously injured 9 people. 3 people died. Fang Ping covered his forehead. Said bitterly, it shouldn't be. There were casualties before they even entered the village. Gu Xiong's brows furrowed. This is war. The cave is even more dangerous than that. At this time, Zhao Yang and others from Jingwu came over. It's not so much about how dangerous the enemy is. It's better to say that our strategy is wrong. Large forces fighting. It doesn't really fit the style of our dancers. Swiftness and strong destructive power are the characteristics of our warriors. Fang Ping frowned slightly. What do you mean? Zhao Yang said coldly to form a strong team. Immediately besiege Rock Village. They're the turtles in the urn. Gu Xiong touched his chin and said yes. Now everyone has enough energy. Even if you encounter a strong enemy, you can fight back. Continuing to move slowly will only be consumed by them. Fang Ping pondered. There is some reason to change the style of combat. Maybe that's what the assessment is for. Acclimatization. Constantly adjust your strategy in the face of setbacks. Survival of the fittest. The weak are eliminated. So Fang Ping spoke, since everyone was unanimous. That's easy to do, he said as he drew on the ground with a phoenix mouth knife. I have an offer. Behind Panshir village is a mountain. We can divide into 3 teams. Attack from 3 sides. Jingwu Demon Martial Arts, each group a team. 1 team of 3 schools in southern Xinjiang. 10 people per team. It is composed of the strongest 3rd and 2nd grades of each school. Others do backup forces on the periphery. Support and retreat at any time. What do you guys think? Zhao Yang and Gu Xiong nodded at the same time. So the crowd began to act according to the plan. The men's 5th team is in position. The Golden 5 team is in place. The Magic 5 team asked. As the sound fell, 3 teams of men and horses quickly rushed into Panshir village from 3 directions. Fang Ping, who was rushing in front, was suddenly stunned. I saw a scrawny old man stood sluggishly in front of the house not far away. Fang Ping raised his hand and waited. Everyone was confused. How can there be old people? What's going on? At this time, the old man slowly turned his head to look at everyone. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Kill." The next second, the village suddenly rioted and killed. I saw countless people with sickles, the nail rake, and others rushed out of the house. The crowd was shocked. Those were small children. Gu Xiong pressed the headset and said, "A group of old people and children rushed out of the village. They're like crazy." The village left too. So is it on our side? Look at a little girl rushing towards her with a scythe in hand. Fang Ping couldn't help but think of his sister Fang Yuan. Fuchengding interrupted Fang Ping toft. What should Fang Ping do now? Damn it, it turned out to be a humanoid bomb. The boy was furious and watched me raise Panshir village. At this time, Zhao Yang kicked an old cult man away, said that the child was knocked unconscious. Take it back to the military department to deal with. Kill all the other cults. Bu Xiong also said that it was the only way. I can't do it, kid. Fang Ping turned sideways to dodge the little girl's attack. Then a slap knocked the little girl unconscious. The child faints. All other kills. It was the fire dancers who cheered hard in unison. Burst out at the same time. The 5 students were like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Blink of an eye. Then he killed all the cultists who rushed up. Fang Ping people slowly walked towards several cultists standing not far away. The retreating few people turned around and ran when they saw this. Zhao Yang raised the corners of his mouth disdainfully. Sure enough, it was exactly what I thought. These cults are no match for us at all. Everyone took advantage of the victory and pursued it. Fang Ping hurriedly stopped. Don't chase after the pitfalls. Now it's time to take the child to a safe place first. Suddenly, a loud laugh with the power of weeping blood came. Indiscriminate killing of innocents. This is called a dancer. Shed crocodile tears. Put on airs. When you dare to use us as a trial, then I will put you to the test. Let you be forever. I can't forget today. Fang Ping's brows furrowed, and he cried blood. You can feel that the other person is nearby. However, the exact location could not be determined. Zhao Yang raised his head and shouted at the dancer. It's not the turn of a cult to evaluate. There's a kind of rolling out. We're going to let you die a good death. Zhao Yang's voice just fell. Suddenly, there was a burst of explosions behind him. The crowd was shocked. There was an exclamation in the headset that there was a bomb. Fang Ping hurriedly turned back where the bomb came from. Before he could react, the corpse of the cultist behind him exploded. One of the Demon 5 students let out a scream at my hand. At the same time, the trainees of Jingwu and Nanwu also suffered heavy casualties. The headset shouted eagerly to retreat first. The wounded were quickly evacuated from Panshir village. Zhao Yang smashed his fist on a boulder, gritted his teeth. If only those bombs had been detected earlier. They probably won't die. At this moment, everyone's faces were as gloomy as water. Yu Xianghua said, "Human bombers in the fight with cult dancers. Actually, there are records. It's just that we've never encountered it ourselves." As soon as he went to the battlefield, he just thought about rushing and killing. Chun Yunshi said in disbelief. Those children looked like they were 6 or 7 years old. Zhao Lei roared angrily. What are we waiting for now? Go kill those brutes. Fang Ping said calmly, don't be impulsive. Cults occupy a geographical advantage. Rushing into the village will encounter street fighting, broken one by one, only to force them to come out and fight us head-on, to have a chance of winning. Zhao Yang said that would destroy their geographical advantage. Demolish the rock village. Gu Xiong's brows furrowed. But the building was demolished. A minimum of 2 bottles of dancers is required. It takes a lot of qi and blood to do it. If the cult takes the opportunity to sneak attack, we don't have time to recover. Probably still. At this time, Fang Ping did not have much of a problem opening. I have the physique to absorb pills quickly, as long as the pill is sufficient. I'll be able to keep recovering my blood and energy. If you are willing to fund some qi and blood pills to me, I can act as a humanoid saboteur. Bulldoze the village of rock. The great missionary arrives. The pinnacle of 3 products. Sure enough, it was terrifying. Don't ink. Let's go up together. At this time, only a boom was heard. The whole house shook with it. A cultist ran in a panic. Pointing outside, he said the great mission. Those 5 college students are demolishing the village. It's going to be dismantled here soon. The man who was called the great missionary. Unhurriedly, he picked up the teapot in his hand. Panic what? A group of 5 eagle dogs that have not grown their hair together actually used this most blood-consuming way, forcing us out of danger. Then the corners of his mouth raised. Said lightly and let them continue. Ban! Fang Ping burst out of a house. The house collapsed with it. Fang Ping was sweating profusely, gasping for air. It should be about the same. If this group of cults is not stupid, it will definitely appear when we are short of qi and blood. Pretend to regain qi and blood. But in fact, I'm the only one who consumes the most. But keep it going like this. It may bring the cult together. So Fang Ping shouted loudly. Those who are short of qi and blood will first withdraw to the camp. Don't stay here. Replenish qi and blood. Prevent cults from raiding away. The crowd got up and dressed up to leave. Suddenly, the sound of dense footsteps came from all around. Countless cultists surrounded the people of Wuda in an instant. Everyone's eyes froze. It's finally here. The great missionary stretched out his index finger to kill the eagle dogs. Fulfill their desire to fall out of love. Killing cultists instantly swarmed up. However, it is an egg hitting a stone. In the blink of an eye, he was killed countless by the students of Wuhan University. The great missionary was shocked. Here's what's going on. Gu Xiong swept towards the great missionary from the side. Stupid. Dare to underestimate us. Capture the thief and capture the king first. The big missionary is mumbling. Did I win the lottery? Can be immediately followed. He turned away with a wicked smile on his face. I'm so scared. Then in Gu Xiong's horrified gaze, a roundhouse kick is thrown. Gu Xiong spurted out a mouthful of blood. Slide a few meters on the ground before stopping. He hurriedly shouted the peak of the 3rd grade. A few more men besieged him. Fang Ping was taken aback. The pinnacle of 3 products. Isn't it the same as Qin Fengqing I saw last time? So Fang Ping had several stronger students. Quickly come to the rescue. The great missionary scratched his ears. It's funny to say disdainfully. 6-3 frets out of the middle section. Don't ink. Let's go together. The crowd was not welcome. Directly start the group fight. Yu Xianghua slashed down. The great missionary attack dodged. Zhao Lei took the opportunity to throw a punch. The great missionary slipped backwards with both hands resisting. Fang Ping jumped up quickly. A poke kicked down. However, only the sound of dang was heard. Fang Ping was directly shocked away. Fang Ping looked incredulous. Poking his feet won't work for him. Zhao Yang, who rushed up, was also slapped so much that he vomited blood. Fly upside down. The great missionary sneered with a bloody face. No, I didn't even make any effort about it. Zhao Yang fell to his knees. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Then a cruel look flashed in his eyes, pestering him to help me create opportunities. The teenager is domineering and single-handedly at the pinnacle of the three products. Great mission. How do you do it? I'll tell you when I kneel down. At this time, Zhao Yang was accumulating strength on the side. Several others beat up and screamed. Buy time for Zhao Yang. Charge is complete. Zhao Yang stomped on the soles of his feet. The ground burst out. His right hand was completely blood-red. Just when the fist was about to hit the back of the head of the great missionary, the great missionary suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a roar of rage. The power of qi and blood suddenly exploded. Several people around were instantly shaken away. Zhao Yang's killer punch also deviated from the direction, hit on the back of the great missionary. The great missionary turned his head to look at Zhao Yang. It's a shame to grin. The voice fell. He jerked around. A backhand punch is on. Zhao Yang flew out. Zhao Yang slammed into the wall. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. The abominable people saw this. Again towards the big rumor called violence. The great missionary stood calmly and calmly, seeing the crowd come to him. He kicked Gu Xiong sideways away. Immediately after that, the body leans back rapidly. Dodge a sword slashed by the sun. Then he kicked Gu Xiangyang's sword into the air. The great missionary grasped the sword in the air. A sword swinged. The two elite martial arts students instantly spat blood from their mouths and fell backwards. Ban Fu Changding was also kicked in the abdomen. Fly upside down. As a great missionary of central air conditioning, naturally it will not fall behind Fang Ping in the distance. I saw him let go of the long sword in his hand, then a kick on the hilt of the sword. When the bang. The long sword went straight to Fang Ping like a cannonball. Fang Ping's pupils shrank suddenly. Hurriedly raised the phoenix mouth knife to resist. A few breaths, and they were all repulsed. The cloth bear wipes the blood from the corners of its mouth. Shout out everyone attention. He's deliberately playing tricks on us. Consume our qi and blood. The big ship shouted to the sky and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so soon it won't work. And then come on. Fang Ping breathed heavily. The peak dancer of the three grades has a blood of up to 1,000 calories. Except for the head. The muscles, skin, bones, and flesh of the whole body are tempered to the point of invulnerability. The other party relies on a strong body to fight and consume only with us. His casual attacks are not weaker than our killer weapons. This is not the way to go. And the other side at this time, a cult warrior. A stick swept away a group of martial arts university members. A male martial arts student turned his head and shouted, "There's a 3-pint high section here. A few more samp in to help." Everyone was shocked. Quickly turn your head to look. Fang Ping's brows furrowed. A 3-product pinnacle restrained us with 6 3-products. That's it. The siege turned against us. So Fang Ping held the phoenix mouth knife, slowly moving towards the great mission. You guys go and solve the 3-grade high-end over there. But he gave it to me privately. Gu Xiong was stunned. What did you say? The great missionary scratched his ears. I heard you right. You're going to single me out. Then the corners of his mouth raised. A 3-fret midsection. Qi and blood are only around 600 calories. The power of the explosion of qi and blood at the peak of the 3 pinnacles. It is 2 or 3 times that of the middle section. If it's just about stamina, I'm going to kill at least 6 or 7 of the 3rd frets. If it's one-on-one, Hum can solve this kid in a few strokes. Fang Ping accelerated suddenly. Rushed to the great mission. What are you doing? Let's go, Gu Xiong said. Then you be careful. Let's go help the others first. The great missionary smiled evilly. I can't beat a group fight. Even dared to go it alone. You martial arts students really have a problem with your brain. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. There is indeed too much difference in strength. But it can only be a fight. I want to stop Fang Ping and cut it down. The big ship called for its palms to be raised. A hold down the phoenix mouth knife hum. Bite off more than one can chew. Let's see how many tricks you can use. Fang Ping doesn't talk nonsense. Get straight to the point. A set of explosive blood 5 consecutive slashes. The big boat is called to put both hands on the head. Defend against attacks with both feet. Slide out of the ground for a few meters before stopping. He grabbed the phoenix mouth knife. With an incredulous face, he said, "How did you do it?" Fang Ping grinned and knelt down for his master. "I'll tell you. Let's talk about it. It's another bloody 5 consecutive slashes." The great missionary crawled backwards with a one-handed pestle. His eyes were cloudy as he looked at the wound on the back of his hand. Could it be that this is the so-called genius student? The next second, his expression suddenly became hideous. Wouldn't it be worth killing you than killing a group of second or third grades? No, Fang Ping is so strong. It's not going to die so easily. At this time, Fang Ping grinned and wanted to kill me. You can try. The great missionary rushed towards Fang Ping with a hideous face. Try it, just try it. Then came the punch. Fang Ping raised the phoenix mouth knife to block it in front of his chest. Then hurriedly used the system to restore chi and blood. Consume 750,000 worth of wealth. Chi and blood are replenished. Chi and blood are restored. Fang Ping stepped out with a cloud step. In an instant, he came to the side of the great missionary. Then he took a leap. Another bloody 5 consecutive slashes. The arm of the great missionary instantly flowed blood. His clothes were torn. The soles of the feet slid out of the ground for several meters. I didn't take him to stabilize his body yet. Fang Ping had already dodged behind him. When the bang. Blood splattered from the great missionary's waist in an instant. However, it did not cause much harm. Fang Ping's teeth clenched. That's too much to bear. One knife costs 100,000. The wealth value is now almost 4 million. But until now, Fang Ping could only bite the bullet. Knife 36, knife 37. At this time, there was a pop. The back of Fang Ping's hand, holding the phoenix mouth knife, suddenly cracked. Fang Ping secretly said that it was not good. It's almost gone, although I have infinite blood and energy. But the body has limits. The big rumor laughed when he saw this. Rushed towards Fang Ping. What's the matter? Keep chopping. Bang! Fang Ping was punched and fell backwards. He took advantage of the situation and stuck the phoenix mouth knife into the ground. Towards the head of the great missionary. It's a poke and kick out. The great missionary turned around and threw a punch. Smack! The square alloy boot diameter burst straight open. He then kicked Fang Ping sideways. Fang Ping landed on the ground with one hand. Mark the number on the ground. Look at the shattered alloy boots. Fang Ping was extremely shocked. The peak of the 3 products is actually so strong. 5 million wealth plus broken alloy boots. It's a big loss. Even if you kill this guy, it's a big loss. Fang Ping glanced to the side. Besiege the battlefield of the Sampanjeo section. Hold on a little longer. Waiting for Gu Xiong, they solved those 3 rank-high sections. That's it at this time. It's funny that the great missionary suddenly said to you, "With your strength, I'm afraid I can kill the entire team in the middle of the 3rd grade. It's a pity that your martial arts end here." Speaking of which, in Fang Ping's horrified gaze, he threw a punch. The air was filled with the sound of breaking wind. I only heard the sound of dang. Fang Ping blocked the phoenix mouth knife on his chest. It was directly bent, a ferocious interpretation. With the phoenix mouth knife, it slammed into Fang Ping's chest. Poof! Fang Ping's eyes rolled instantly. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Then it flew upside down like a cannonball, draw more than 10 meters on the ground. But the big ship that uses all its strength is called. At this time, he was also gasping for breath. The dust clears. Fang Ping lay motionless on the ground. The corners of the big boat's mouth gradually rose. Then he looked up to the sky and burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha! I killed the 5 geniuses. It's worth it. It's worth it. My trick can shatter the internal organs. Death within the 3 grades. The martial artists turned their heads in disbelief. What did he say? Chun Yunshi red-lipped coy, eyes wide. Fang Ping died. Immediately, he quickly ran towards Fang Ping with tears in his eyes. No, Fang Ping is so strong. It's not going to die so easily. I didn't expect that. I bought the resurrection armor. The boy came back from the dead. A set of violent blood infinite combo takes the great biography. Teach it this time. Chun Yunshi slowly walked to Fang Ping's side. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. His whole body trembled and helped Fang Ping up. Take out an elixir from your pocket. Choked up and said Fang Ping. Wake up and take this elixir. The pill to the mouth. But Fang Ping didn't make any movement. Chun Yunshi lowered his head in pain. Tears couldn't help but burst out of my eyes. Wake up. Tears dripped down Fang Ping's face. Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched. Then slowly open your eyes. Looking at the girl who couldn't stop crying. Fang Ping said weakly, Why do I still have breath to cry? Fang Ping and Chun Yunshi suddenly opened their eyes. Hurriedly handed the pill to Fang Ping's mouth. You're going to eat this. Fang Ping opened his mouth with difficulty. This is the return of the bullet. It can quickly repair external injuries and internal organs. On the other side, Mu Xiong and others, after dealing with the cult dancers of the high-end Sampin, the siege of the great missionary began again. He kicked a man away, said arrogantly, Even if it drains my blood, you can't kill me. At this time, suddenly a loud shout came, and everyone got out of the way. He's mine. Hear this familiar voice. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. The great missionary looked incredulous. How can it be? It's not dead. Fang Ping held the phoenix mouth knife and swung it out. The great missionary hurriedly dodged with a backward jump. At this time, Fang Ping's eyes were bloodshot, apparently not fully recovered. Bu Xiong also retreated to the side. I knew you weren't that easy to die. Fang Ping, who had just arrived at the ghost gate and walked away. At this time, the red eyes have been completely killed. Bloody 5 in a row. Bloody triple slash. The bloody madness slashed out one after another. The great missionary could not resist Fang Ping's ferocious offensive. Hurriedly picked up a large knife from the ground to block. Looking at Fang Ping, who was completely crazy, the 5 people couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Is Fang Ping really a 3-product interruption? Knife after knife is like there is no end in sight. When the bang, Fang Ping slashed down again. You use small children as human bombers. The great missionary bounced Fang Ping away with a knife. Fang Ping rushed out again. You bewitched the old man. Kill my 5 classmates. At this time, the great missionary finally began to panic. But it doesn't make sense at all. Fang Ping roared sharply. You will damage my battle knife. Destroy my blood. I lost tens of millions. Then a slap up, stabbed the knife in the hands of the great missionary. The great missionary looked terrified. Fang Ping's eyes froze. Either way, you deserve to die. The voice fell. All blood red lightning bolt flashed. I heard only a stabbing sound. The head of the great missionary left his body. Look at this scene. There was silence in the audience. The head of the Ophian sect also fell to the ground with a clatter. One of martial arts students said hesitantly, as soon as the words fell, The body of the big boat sect also fell down with a thud. The cheers erupted instantly. One win-win. Fang Ping won. The 5 students raised their hands excitedly and cheered. Fang Ping trembled and held the phoenix mouth knife. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. More than 100 knives. Nearly 10,000 calories of chi and blood were finally hacked to death. Then the body shook and fell backwards. We're the people. I don't know if I'm going to die one day. If you have a good relationship with each other, how sad it is for the living. At this time, Fu Chanding and Chen Yunxi quickly stepped forward. A handful of people held Fang Ping. Said Fang Ping with a smile. Good work for you. Fang Ping lowered his head. The lost one said that the loss was great. A return order is 200 credits. I'll take something back. Chen Yunxi's head stepped forward. It means that the return order is a lifesaver for you. I didn't intend for you to return it. Fang Ping turned his head and smiled. Then I still have a batch of 3-grade chi and blood. Do you accept it? Chen Yunxi was stunned. A drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Fang Ping looked at Chen Yunxi expectantly. Chen Yunxi sighed helplessly. Okay, me. Looking at Fang Ping in the distance. Gu Xiong and the others grinned and left. Fang Ping solved the biggest problem. It's time for us to clean up the rest. Fang Ping took out a small box and gave it to Chen Yunxi. 10 Sampin weeping blood pills. Sell it to you for 11 million. Chen Yunxi was speechless for a while. For his sake, he almost died. Then he smiled helplessly. No problem, so he reached out and grabbed the pill. Fang Ping suddenly took a step back. Chen Yunxi was stunned. What's going on here? Fang Ping was silent for a moment. I pinched my fingers and said if I converted it into credits. The blood list of 10 subjects and 3 grades is 400 points. Deduct 200 points from the life insurance list. I'll take you 5 million. Chen Yunxi said no. I'm not saying that the life-saving order is for you. Before Chen Yunxi finished speaking, Fang Ping threw the pill in his hand. That's it. Don't forget to call me 5 million when you go back. Fu Chanding tilted his head to look at Fang Ping. Aren't you a first-class kid? Yunxi said that he didn't need to pay it back. Why did you take the initiative to pay it back? Fang Ping tightened the bandage on his wrist. When have I ever taken advantage? I call it equivalent exchange. Fu Chanding said helplessly. You guy, it's really like a deal. People use pills to save you. You turn around, and the money is returned. I don't talk about comradeship at all. Fang Ping stood up. Calmly said, my mentor said, there is no need to invest too much affection between the 5. Fu Chanding smiled awkwardly. What he would say was too cold-blooded. Fang Ping smiled helplessly. I used to think that this sentence was cold-blooded, but I experienced this life and death. I suddenly understood what he meant. Fu Chanding turned his head in surprise. How to say this? Fang Ping said with emotion, we people. I don't know if I'm going to die one day. If you have a good relationship with each other, how sad it is for the living. Listen to Fang Ping's words. Fu Chanding's eyes also dimmed a little. At this time, Gu Xiong and the others also came back. Fu Chanding smiled and said with a smile, you are back. What about the results? Yu Xianghua slowly sat down on the ground. I'm tired of Dad. Gu Xiong frowned and said, after statistics, a total of 214 cult warriors were killed. 140 people. 65 people in the 2nd grade. 3 advanced 9 people. 6 people were killed in the battle on our side of Wuda. All 3 of them were seriously wounded. Zhao Yang sat on the ground and said about the loot. The total value of various elixir weapons is only 50 million. Deduct the 10 3-grade D blood pills that Fang Ping gave him before the war. Worth 12 million. The families of the 6 students who died in the war were compensated 3 million yuan each. That's 20 million left. There was a pause. Zhao Yang said that the 20 million will be distributed according to work. Fu Chanding raised his hands in surprise. Nearly 300 people divided into 20 million. Then how much can we share? What a loss in this battle. Gu Xiong forced a smile to count the loot. We're definitely losing, but if it's a normal battle, we still won. Zhao Yang put his hands on the ground and said, okay, it's just a Pyrrhic victory. I thought we were all the best of the best, but now it seems we are nothing. Yu Xianghua also said yes. In the end, if it weren't for Fang Ping's entanglement in the Great Mission, our death toll is likely to be much more than 6. You've disappointed me so much. Then, a big crane suddenly came from behind everyone. The plug-in was discovered. It's over, it's over. Is it really going to be caught for human experimentation? At this time, Tang Feng was severely reprimanding everyone. A bunch of self-righteous guys. Do you have a strategy in your head? Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Tang Feng continued. The camp had 500 alloy javelins. No one found out. Are your eyes all for breathing? Nearby mountains can create traps. I don't know how to take advantage of it. What the school teaches you is for nothing. More than 200 second-class products are on standby in the periphery. Let Fang Ping alone take on the peak of the 3 products. What if he was dead? That's because you're too weak and stupid. Go to the battlefield without a brain. It's just a martial artist. Everyone bowed their heads in frustration. At this time, Fang Ping opened his mouth. Teacher Tang, they are not to blame for the heads-up thing. It's my own request. At that time, there was no way. Smack! Tang Feng suddenly grabbed Fang Ping's ear. Then he tugged and said, you still have the face to speak for them. More than 300 people. You're the biggest problem. Say, where did you get from when you consume so much qi and blood? The sudden question overwhelmed Fang Ping. He hurriedly made up nonsense. Me. Tang Seng's mouth was crooked. A drop of cold sweat slipped down Fang Ping's face. How do you explain it? Let's make up a reason to fool around. So he opened his mouth and explained that. If I don't digest the pill I eat, you can accumulate qi and blood in your body. I think it's more dangerous this time. I swallowed more than a dozen pills in advance. Tang Sung grabbed his arm with both hands, shouting that you are doing death. Took so many pills. Is not afraid of violence. Come with me for a checkup. I don't hear it. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and resisted, and I didn't check. It's my killer feature. People can't just ask. I have the right to confidentiality. Tang Feng was stunned for a moment, then let go of Fang Ping and turned to leave. Okay, I don't have to ask, but so many people saw it. You'd better have a perfect explanation. Otherwise, you're just waiting to be dragged into human experimentation. Fang Ping glanced around nervously. Don Lion is right. So many people have seen it. Next time, if a mentor asks me to perform live, swallow dozens of qi and blood pills in one go. Wouldn't I really be going to die violently? Then he grabbed his head with both hands, sweating. Now it's in trouble. Someone asked me how to explain it. At this time, an officer from the military department walked over. Fang Ping had someone looking to answer the phone. Fang Ping was taken aback. Why doesn't the phone call my phone? So he took out his phone and looked at it. Tears flowed down his face in an instant. Okay, do a quest. The loot didn't get much. Fold a mobile phone. Fang Ping stood up and followed the personnel of the military department. Anyway, call this side at this time. Who could it be? What an old king. It turned out to be a quasi-grandmaster. Lao Wang said lightly that I was born like this. No way at this time. Fang Ping was talking to Lu Fengru on the phone. Hey, I'm Fang Ping. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Lu Fengru said, you killed a third-grade peak. Fang Ping was taken aback. I didn't expect my record to spread so quickly. He wiped his nose and said, oops. It's all taught by Mr. Lu well. Lu Fengru scolded angrily. Get out. You've stuck the other party with hundreds of dollars. Knife white card. What is the explosion of qi and blood? Do you take everyone for fools? Then he said in a solemn tone, you can restore your qi and blood without taking pills. It's a trait that only a grandmaster has. Xia Samping can also do it. Bone marrow if the spirit benefits ordinary people. Can't do these 2 points. Just wait to be caught and taken to the lab for testing. Fang Ping was so frightened that his face twitched. Laboratory tests. Then he said tremblingly, "Teacher, I don't want to go to the lab. You won't die without help. What is bone marrow like mercury?" Lu Fengru exhaled a long breath. Bone marrow, such as mercury. It only happens when you break through the Grandmaster. 90% of the brittle bones. Whole body metamorphosis. The bone marrow is tempered in 1 day. Prefabrication. From then on, the whole body can absorb energy from space. Qi and blood are constant. You should be fine with mental power. The key is to solve the tempering of the bone marrow. Fang Ping was taken aback. Bone marrow can also be tempered. He hurriedly opened the system to check. The system didn't give me the option to refine my bone marrow. Lu Fengru said, "I know of a man who was born with bone marrow. You might be able to ask the other side." Ping was taken aback. Born with bone marrow like bones. Which big guy is it? Lu Fengru replied to the quasi-grandmaster of southern Xinjiang. The screen turns. Fang Ping came to a bubble tea shop in southern Xinjiang. Wang Jinyang said lightly, "There is no way to temper it. I was born like this. It hasn't been refined." Fang Ping's head slammed down on the table. "If that's over, you don't really have to go to the lab." Wang Jinyang smiled slightly, "Although I have not refined bone marrow. But it can provide an idea. It's up to you to see if you can afford it." Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, "Let's take a look." Wang Jinyang said to cultivate with energy stones. Energy stones are released to the limit. The energy will liquefy, and the liquefied energy is able to penetrate the bones, deep into the bone marrow. 2 drops of cold sweat broke out on Fang Ping's face. "Brother Wang, do you know how expensive energy stones are?" Wang Jinyang said lightly, 1 million grams. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. "Can you not be so calm?" Wang Jinyang went on to say that this is not the hardest. The liquefied energy can enter the bone marrow, though. But it won't stay. He will give preference to skulls that have not been tempered. There is only one solution. That is to use mental power to pull. Fang Ping said that it is still more difficult to industrialize energy. Wang Jinyang was stunned. Fang Ping said, "My spiritual power is comparable to that of a grandmaster." "Haha," Wang Jinyang disagreed. Fang Ping stood up suddenly. Really, he began to release his spiritual power. Wang Jinyang cut a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. The eyes have become beanie eyes. Fang Ping exerted his strength to feed, energetically unleashing mental power. The eyes were filled with countless red bloodshots. Suddenly, a subtle wisp of spiritual power gently flicked the tips of Wang Jinyang's hair. Wang Jinyang's mouth opened wide in an instant. "Stand up with a bang." Fang Ping said proudly that he replied this time. Wang Jinyang's brows furrowed. Touching his chin, he said, "How is this possible?" "But it's not impossible. After all, everybody has it." But Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang with a smug expression. Wang Jinyang grinned interestingly. "I believe your word. Half and half are kept. That's it. It should be okay to fool around with this matter." Then Fang Ping raised his hand. "Ask Brother Wang quietly. I heard you're about to be a grandmaster." Wang Jinyang was stunned for a moment. "You're sponsoring me now for 3 or 5 billion. I feel hopeful." Fang Ping coughed dryly. "Pick up the milk tea and drink the tea." Drinking tea, Fang Ping pondered. Now the method is there. It is possible that the rough is a regulated resource. Expensive and hard to get. Hey, if only the system could be more reliable. That's right. Fang Ping suddenly had an idea. The wealth value is upgraded in millions and tens of millions. Then the next upgrade will be 100 million. There is no option to quench the strands to 100%. You're still forcing me to make money. Let wealth go straight to the enjoyment. You have money to try more. The screen turns. Fang Ping came to the Demon Dance Logistics Department. He pulled out the damaged phoenix knife and alloy boots. The quality of Teacher Lee's demon dance weapons is too poor. Old Man Lee said lightly. You and the peak of the three products have a hard time, and then say that the weapons are too bad. You want to face no? Fang Ping smiled awkwardly at the teacher. You know that too. For my sake. The maintenance fee is not available. Then he lifted his clothes with a sudden. You see, I'm hurt like this. Treatment also costs a lot of money. Old Man Lee opened one eye, quietly glanced at it. Then he said that the phoenix mouth knife can still be repaired. Boots can only be recycled as maintenance costs. Fang Ping hurriedly said, Teacher, I bought the boots for 40 credits. The repair cost will be more than 1 million. Old Man Lee replied, How to settle accounts? Now it's in tatters. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down Fang Ping's face. But Old Man Lee didn't give him a chance to speak again. Shame or shame. So a staff member came over, put a phoenix mouth knife and alloy. The boots went down. At this time, Fang Ping said with a smile on his face, Teacher Lee, has the school considered setting up an online shopping platform? Old Man Lee was stunned. This kid is really a business wizard. The boy relied on his 3-inch tongue, succeeded in convincing the demon warrior dean, successfully obtained the qualification to build a campus online shopping platform. At this time, Fang Ping was talking to Old Man Lee in the Demon Martial Arts Logistics Department. Old Man Lee asked suspiciously. Fang Ping explained that everyone is shopping online now. We dancers also need to keep up with the times. Accident, we have to go back to school every time we exchange resources. It's troublesome. Then he touched his head and smiled. If I build an online shopping platform for the back office for free, I'll take care of the delivery. The school will not support it. Old Man Lee's eyebrows are won by you. Fang Ping hurriedly raised his hand and did not hide it from the teacher. I started a delivery company, specialized in running errands for people. The school doesn't have to pay a penny of manpower. I got it all. Old Man Lee pointed at Fang Ping angrily and said, I kind of get it. You're here to hit the idea of school resources. It's not like you're trying to make a fortune and run away. Fang Ping said with a frightened face, How dare I? There are so many grandmasters in the school. Then he pretended to be sad and said that my family was ordinary. It's just thinking about earning some errands from students. Now e-commerce platforms are just emerging. It is a great opportunity for development. It's not easy for my company to run until now. And he was thinking about it in his heart. At that time, the delivery fee will be set at 100 yuan. The dancers are all rich people. Surely not blinking. Old Man Lee closed his eyes and thought. Fang Ping is strong and trustworthy. Hurry up and pestle the counter with both hands. Then he said to the teacher, I know what you're worried about. The resources of the school are in the millions. In the early stage, I only did on-campus delivery. I can compensate for what was lost. And even the follow-up development plan has been thought of. Once the platform is up and running, the school allocates the credit quota of the platform. Start the credit lending mechanism. Let students spend in advance. The corners of Old Man Lee's mouth lifted. How to say it? Fang Ping explained that the students were too stressed. 1 point for credits, 1 point for use. If you practice slowly, you will slow down. Is a C-class weapon good? Is the high-grade pill good? Energy-based instrument pools. As long as you borrow credits, you can use them in advance. The wool comes out of the sheep. Supplies from the logistics department. Most of them were brought back from the floor by students. By borrowing, everyone can strengthen in advance. Bring back something of higher value from the basement. When it comes to high quality, it is also low. The credits owed are not easy. Fully mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. This is a virtuous circle. And you think about it. People with mortgages are not working harder. Old Man Lee's eyes widened suddenly. It makes sense. We older generations of dancers don't understand the routines of e-commerce. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to let the young man toss and toss. So Old Man Lee asked, What's in it for you? Fang Ping shook his head. The righteousness and awe-inspiring expression of me. I am not good. Serve. The corners of old man Li's mouth twitched. Fang Ping said tentatively that he might charge a little interest as an administrative fee for the platform. The corners of old man Li's mouth raised. You're a good kid. But it's too big. I'm afraid I can't decide on my own. So the picture turned. Old man Li took Fang Ping to the dean's office. Fang Ping put his hands behind his back. Stand straight. Dean Huang, I can assure you, perform the magic dance according to my plan. Soon it will be able to surpass Kaneki. Huang Jing said lightly. The tone is not small. Feasible is feasible, but you're too weak. You should still focus on cultivation. I expected you to say that. So Fang Ping said seriously, Dean. Doing business can be a thorn. Stimulates mental growth. Huang Jin and old man Li's pupils contracted at the same time. Fang Ping didn't talk nonsense when he saw this. Directly start unleashing mental power. A wisp of spiritual power slowly floated out from Fang Ping's body. He flicked the tip of Huang Jing's hair slightly. The next second, Huang Jing stood up suddenly. The power of qi and blood exploded in an instant. Chao Fang Ping was directly shocked and flew out upside down. There was a thud and a thud against the wall behind him, then sit on the couch with a butt. This is too different from Lao Wang's reaction. He is worthy of being a grandmaster. Qi and blood are as if they don't need money. Huang Jing smiled as a great sage. It's kind of interesting. A third-rank martial artist can actually perceive spiritual power. Old man Li also frowned. Could this be the political governor and the people in business? The reason for the fast breakthrough. Huang Jing's eyes were slightly collared. Whether you are in business or in politics or crying on the ground, it's all an experience. Keep your brain active all the time. Perhaps this will explain it. Why did Principal Wu's mental power break through so quickly? So old man Li said seriously, Dean, or I'll take care of a few of the companies in the demon martial arts. Huang Jing turned around and said Lao Li on the shoulders of old man Li. You better save some money for the school. The assets of the magic dance. It's all earned by everyone's hard work little by little. It's not easy. Old man Li's eyes turned black in an instant. His forehead twitched slightly. Fang Ping covered his mouth. Tears burst into laughter. Dean Huang is really ruthless in striking people. Huang Jing confirmed again. Fang Ping, you're sure? I feel my mental power because of doing business. Fang Ping touched his head and said really. When business is not doing well, it has a headache. I'm trying to figure it out too. And the spirit was all gathered. In time, I felt a trace of spiritual power. Fang Ping felt a burst of joy in his heart. The three-rank dancer has mental power. Everything is in front of us. No matter what I say, it's fine. Huang Jin's eyes lit up. Then sit back in your seat. You can sit, but I don't recommend charging interest to students. The essence of borrowing credits is for the advancement of students. Fang Ping opened his mouth. The interest is not much. It's about telling everyone. You can't get it for nothing. Pay off. Huang Jing raised his eyebrows. This is in line with the definition of the five. Then he finalized the decision. Then do as you say. Build an on-campus online shopping platform. The school will give you a credit of 100,000 credits. 90% of the interest goes to the school to cover the loss. 10% as an administrative fee for your platform. Thank you, Dean. Fang Ping bowed calmly. In fact, a group of people who were excited in their hearts were negotiated. 100,000 credits. You can earn at least tens of thousands of credits a year. Interest of 10% is worth tens of millions. But Huang Jing continued, but before that, you also have to meet the school's conditions and requirements. The strongest one vouches for you. Bear the risk of loss of goods. Second, outsiders can't enter the Magic 5 delivery. Fang Ping was embarrassed in an instant. It was really difficult to make money. Emperor Jing cried. The time was set. Time is running out. We have to hurry up and improve our strength. Earn wealth value. At this time, Fang Ping, an old man, left the dean's office. Fang Ping clasped his hands together and said with a smile, "Teacher Li, thank you so much." Old man Li said lightly, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Lu Fengru will also vouch for you." That's what happens. Fang Ping drew a drop of cold sweat on his face. Teacher Lu's side should be fine. The key is that the school is different and the school personnel come in. Then you can only find students to deliver it. Hire 5 students. That's how expensive that is. Old man Li squeezed out his eyes and looked at Fang Ping. "Silly, I said you have a good brain. It's really unpretentious." Fang Ping was stunned. "You have a way." Old man Li said, "You set up a club in the name of martial arts exchanges. Let's just say that there is an opportunity to contact the seniors of the 4th or 5th grades. Even the mentor of 6 pins. Don't look at the magic dance, there are many talents. In fact, many new students are not. It's the dancers who don't care about the delivery fee. What they lack is a high-frequency mentor. Now you can almost learn something by running an errand. Look at the club again. You are the strongest freshman who founded it. You see, they haven't joined in yet." Fang Ping's mouth opened wide in an instant. The old man is so insidious. I'm still thinking about paying my salary. This even helped me save money. Fang Ping touched his head. Hey laughed and said, "Yes, is it appropriate to do this?" Old man Li said, "In fact, you can also help your lagging classmates. It's up to you to do it or not." So Fang Ping put an evil smile on his face. "I'm the strongest as a freshman. It really should be for the students. Create a good atmosphere for cultivation." At this time, several school buses drove up. Tang Feng stepped off the school bus. When I looked up, I saw Fang Ping and Old Man Li together. Immediately raised his hand in annoyance. Hooked his finger squarely. "Come here." Fang Ping looked helpless, but he could only walk over obediently. Tang Feng clasped his hands in front of his chest. "Reprimanded who let you leave early. Unorganized and undisciplined." Fu Chanding and Yang Xiaoman secretly gloated on the sidelines. Tang Feng continued, "Don't always pester Li Lao if you have nothing to do. I've heard that you often take advantage of the back office. What should everyone do if they ask Li Lao so much in the future?" Fang Ping retorted, "I have a lot of trading. This is called wholesale price." Tang Feng said that couldn't make it difficult for Li Lao. Price is specified by the school. It's not something that Li Lao can change alone. Tell you the truth, those shortfalls of yours are all subsidized by Mr. Li's personal subsidy. Fang Ping's eyes widened suddenly. I couldn't speak. Tang Feng turned around and waved his hand. "Know this for yourself." Then shouted loudly that everyone gathered in the training building. Fang Ping stood stunned. Suddenly there was a ding. Fang Ping took out his phone and looked at it. It turned out that the 5 million transferred to him by Chen Yunxi arrived. Chen Yunxi has a small mouth. Slightly pursed his eyes, he picked up his mobile phone and looked at Fang Ping. "Thank you." Fang Ping just raised his head and replied lightly. In the training building, Tang Feng announced the results of everyone's action. Zhao Lei 130 points. Wu Qian 85 points. Fu Chanding 120 points. Fang Ping 800 points. Yang Xiaoman 95. The basic score of this assessment is 100. More than half of them are not qualified. There is no need to make excuses as an elite student of Magic 5. But it's a shame. Of course, yes. The attack was completed, and the task of encirclement and suppression was completed. The award points are 25% of the assessment score. There is no reward for those who do not meet the base score. Fang Ping raised his hand and shouted, "There are too few teachers. My 800 points suddenly became 200. Only one backlist can be offset." Tang Feng said, "These awards are an extra feature of the school. It is not necessary to give." It is an obligation to deal with cults. Don't make everything too utilitarian. Fang Ping said anxiously. That's not going to be. Let's not be short of our own consumption. All our students, it's all about tasks to earn credits for cultivation. If you reward students who are not satisfied with the basic score in this way, it may seriously affect the cultivation in the future. Not everyone has a good situation at home. The burden is so big to consume. I hope the school can be considerate of our teachers. Immediately, he kicked Zhao Lei next to him. Zhao Lei turned his head. Why are you Fang Ping giving him a look? Don't look at it now, don't fight for it. Wait to drink the northwest wind. Thereupon, Zhao Lei also raised his hand and said that there are indeed too few teachers. The spoils of war were not shared by anyone. Someone took the lead. The other students also began to talk about it. Yes, there is a lack of resources. Subsequent cultivation is more difficult. My family can't make ends meet. I can't afford to buy healing pills. How to get into the ground if it goes on like this? Crying, Tang Sung raised his hand and shouted. Well, it's all quiet. Then he sighed helplessly. I know. All students will be rewarded with 50% of their assessment scores. The members instantly smiled. Thank you, teacher. Fu Channing put his arm around Fang Ping's shoulders and gave a thumbs up. But Tang Feng went on to talk about the students who were dissatisfied with the basic score. More than 3 second-grade tasks must be carried out within this month. Don't experience life and death too much. You can't grow. Fang Ping's brows furrowed. Has the time for Mr. Tang to enter the cave been determined? Tang Feng said that he entered the cave in June. The rest of the time goes on tasks. Learn to understand the human geography of the caves. Types of cave creatures. Classes will start tomorrow. Fang Ping frowned slightly. There is still more than a month. Time is running out. We have to hurry up and improve our strength. Earn wealth value. This kid has a lot of tone. Dare to challenge the president of the martial arts club in his freshman year. At this time, Fang Ping was recruiting members on campus. A chubby man walked over. Fang Ping asked, "What's your name?" Chubby replied to Guo Sheng. "You're not a dancer yet, are you? Don't you know me?" "Well, our teacher said, you're one of our strong, brainy geniuses." Fang Ping coughed embarrassedly. Subsequently, he took out an application form for joining the group and handed it to Guo Sheng. "I'm going to start a club now. Recruit some like-minded comrades to fight together. Do you want to join?" A drop of cold sweat was drawn on Guo Sheng's face. The school clubs only accept dancers. We non-dancers don't have anyone to deal with. There won't be a fee. So he said with a look of embarrassment. Although I would love to join, but if there is a fee, that's it. I don't even have enough money for cultivation right now. Fang Ping covered his head, said helplessly, Hey, I'm this kind of person. Then he stood up abruptly. Say it out loud, classmates. Listen to me. The surrounding students all turned their heads to look at Fang Ping. In Magic 5, dancers are considered to be real Magic 5 students. For new students, being a dancer is not easy. The 5 difficulties are even more difficult for the weak. I can enter the Magic 5. Who is not the pride of the sky? Why we are making slow progress. I think about it a lot. On the one hand, it is because of the poverty of the family. Insufficient resources. On the other hand, there are no high-quality mentors. Gao Pin's parents pointed out. Then he jumped onto the table, burst out with the power of weeping blood. Shout out to all students. I ask you, are you willing? Willing to judge the graduation of martial artists? Is it a lifetime to be left behind? Guo Sheng responded loudly. I want to be a dancer. A dancer who can be recognized by everyone. A female student said that although she was unwilling. But what can we do? Fang Ping's eyes were as simple as relying on others, rather than relying on himself. We must be self-reliant. Our Pingmei family background. Rely on your own efforts to become the strongest of the new students. Now I'm in the middle of the 3rd grade. At the end of my freshman year, I challenged the president of the martial arts club. Immediately, The corners of his mouth raised slightly, I dare to say. I can also do the position of president of the Martial Arts Society. The surrounding students instantly talked about it. At this time, a senior upstairs disdainfully said that it was ridiculous. President Zhang is a four-grade force. I don't weigh my own strength. Just pretend to be there. Fang Ping said with his hands on his hips. Senior, you can't. It doesn't mean that we can't do it. The senior gritted his teeth for a while. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth were unconvinced. Let's go through 2 tricks. The senior shouted angrily. Come and come. Who is afraid of whom? A person next to him hurriedly grabbed him. Forget it, you're only at the pinnacle of the 2nd grade. Don't be ashamed. Fang Ping lowered his head. Clench your fists. I come from an ordinary background, but I never gave up on my dreams. Sooner or later, I will be able to do it one day. Today, I am here to set up the Plain Society. Regardless of origin, regardless of the realm, all are welcome. Let's discuss the dance newspaper. Share experiences. The club will provide opportunities for everyone. Get in touch with high-quality seniors and mentors. I just hope that someday, everyone can become a clan. Then he picked up an application form to join the group. If you want to come and fill out the form, you can register. If you don't want it, don't force it. Only 100 people will be recruited. The surrounding students instantly swarmed up. I want to join. I'm going to join in too. The president gave me a watch. Young Xiaoman on the side hugged his hands in front of his chest, said with an angry face. He was still in a poor family. I bought his 20 million pills before. Zhao Xuemei looked incredulous. Another 20 million were sold. Yang Xiaoman replied, Yes, that's a really capable guy. This semester, I made $40 or $50 million by selling pills. Fu Chengding stepped forward. The corners of his mouth are raised. This plain society. Shall we join? Yang Xiaoman said suspiciously. Why are we joining? A drop of cold sweat slipped on Fu Chengding's face. You want us to know Fang Ping? Will we do anything that is not good? The 2 women were stunned at the same time. For a while, it was impossible to refute. On the other side, in the dean's office, Huang Jing drank tea and said when he first entered school, You say he's not radical enough. As a result, he is now radical and shocks you. Whoever is a freshman dares to challenge the president of the Martial Arts Society. Tang Feng touched his head in a hurry. Why did he suddenly want to start a society? Huang Jing said with a smile that he wanted to build an online shopping platform for the logistics department. However, the school does not allow outsiders to come in and deliver it. Do you think he'll deliver it himself? A drop of cold sweat slipped on Tang Feng's head. I said this kid is so righteous and awe-inspiring. I thought, he really thinks about these non-dancer students. Huang Jing said, No one can say what the future holds. If only he had achieved something. It may not be that it will not give back to the members. I was really fooled by him. It's also that I'm not smart enough. More experience in school. It's also better than being fooled to death in a cave. Tang Feng crossed his hands on his waist, laughing too. Schools do need people who are a little sinister, just like Principal Wu. Huang Jing choked Tang Lion with a mouthful of water. Your brain isn't confused. Beware of the recruitment location of the Jiaozuo Plain Society. Fang Ping spread his hands. Enough people laughed. If you haven't joined, you won't have a chance in the near future. Then he continued. In the evening I will have a club meeting. Members pay attention to text messages. Then everyone dispersed. At this time, Fu Changding and a few people came over. Why didn't Fang Ping let us join the Plain Society? The Plain Society was officially established. Thousands of high-rise buildings rise from the ground. Sooner or later, Huagua's martial arts resources have to change hands from my side. At this time, Fu Changding was holding the table with both hands. Said angrily, Why didn't Fang Ping let us join the club? Fang Ping said flatly, You don't meet my requirements. Fu Changding refused to accept any request. I think you're basically a dancer. Aren't we strong? Yang Xiaoman also said that we joined. Riding a horse gives you a facade. Zhao Xiumei clasped her hands together, said earnestly, we've been consuming too much lately. If you have a way to make money, take us with you, too. Fang Ping was silent for a moment and then said, it's okay to accept you into the club. But you have to contribute to the community. No problem. The three of them answered loudly in unison. However, Yang Xiaoman immediately asked hesitantly, etc. What do you mean by effort? Fang Ping answered, and answered the 5 doubts of the new students. And then kick the gyms. It's up to you to come forward and solve the trouble. The three of them looked at each other for a while. Fang Ping saw this. Raise your hand and smile. If you feel embarrassed, forget it. When I didn't say. The three of them hurriedly replied. Master, who said it was embarrassing? It's not hard at all. A black line was drawn on Fang Ping's forehead. Hey, door-to-door labor. It's not okay if you don't accept it. The screen turns. In the large conference room of the Demon Martial Instrument, all the members of the Plains Club are gathered here. Fang Ping stood up and said, classmates, tonight is the first general meeting of our club. There are 108 people in this room, including me. The future is the 108 elders of the Plains Society. Dreams must be had. It is not always necessary to be deceived. Not much nonsense. I will now publish one. Good news. After my efforts, the logistics department will start the online shopping mode. It is operated by our Hirakusha Society. Among them, 50 members are required to be willing to contribute. Help with deliveries. A boy said, isn't that the delivery of the courier? Fang Ping said, please you do courier. Can you go to the dancer's house every day to deliver the goods? The crowd was talking. That's right. It seems that it can't. Fang Ping continued. Who you ship to? They are all high-quality seniors and mentors in the school. Normally, you can't get into the teacher's dormitory. Don't underestimate this opportunity. Who's going to deliver something to the mentor on that day? Favored by the mentor. Send you some rare resources. Do you think it's possible to meet it? The senior asked some doubts about martial arts. Will he refuse to answer you? A boy raised his hand and said, but there is also a case. What if the tutor doesn't take a fancy to us? Fang Ping raised his hand and smiled. In case some of the students are really so unlucky, didn't get guidance and benefits. Don't worry. I'm here to promise. Just do it well. The community will be able to give you the opportunity to buy pills at a discount. Others asked for 30 credits of pills. Maybe you only need 27 points. There was a lot of talking. So much less than 3 points. It seems to be pretty good. It seems that this club has added the right one. Fang Ping pretended to sigh hard and said, hey, if I don't say it, you have no idea how hard it is. Before that, the dean fears the loss. Students who participate are also requested. Each person pays a deposit of 5 million. It was I who asked the brigade instructor at the peak of the 6 products to vouch for us. The money was waived. So we have to do a good job. I can't embarrass Mentor Liu. After that, the platform will also launch a credit lending system at the same time. Lend credits to everyone to improve their strength. Yang Xiaoman said. Fang Ping in the form of loans. Won't the interest rate be high? Fang Ping looked at Yang Xiaoman, called the President Yang Xiaoman's forehead for a while. The muscles are beating. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth raised, and he had to pay interest for borrowing credits. But as long as we are members of the Plain Society, there will be ultra-low interest benefits. Borrow 100 credits. You only need to pay 1 extra credit a month. Yang Xiaoman laughed and said, okay, you can push for new policies on breast milk. Fang Ping pretended to be embarrassed and lowered his head. The strength of the individual does not mean anything. I want everyone to be stronger together. The three of Fu Chanding quietly discussed. Look what I say. It is definitely good to follow Fang Ping. Look at you. Fang Ping leaned his hands on the table. Denote. In this way, I have explained the work and welfare of the club. If there is one who wants to quit, You can leave now. There was silence. No one spoke. So Fang Ping smiled and said, okay. Now begin to arrange the duties of the association. Zhou Yuehong served as the director of the office of the association. 50 people are selected to be responsible for processing orders. Guo Sheng served as the head of the external relations department. Fu Changding, who is responsible for distribution, serves as vice president, responsible for the communication between clubs. Zhao Xuemei served as the head of the foreign operations department. Yang Xiaoman served as minister of supervision, responsible for the assessment. Each department then evaluates the members. Give rewards. Yang Xiaoman looked up at Fang Ping. What about you? Fang Ping said righteously. I'm in charge of the big picture, of course. Fight for the benefits of everyone. It's hard, though, but I am duty-bound. I'm going to let everybody know. The strong are strong enough to work hard. Instead of booster, the audience instantly ignited. The president was right. We just have to work hard enough. Can surpass those second ancestors. Yes, we have to rely on our own efforts. Yang Xiaoman and the others were speechless for a while. These people didn't know Fang Ping at all. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth raised, and he waited to collect the money next. You have to start cultivating on your own side. Powerful enough. Only in the community can you have the right to speak. Thousands of high-rise buildings rise from the ground. Sooner or later, what was martial arts resources are all capital. Gotta change hands from me. Nanny enters the cave. There is even a chance to directly break through to become a grandmaster. At this time, Fang Ping was gritting his teeth, kneeling on the ground naked. The muscles and veins of the whole body kept vibrating, sweat dripping down in big drops. Fang Ping secretly scolded Old Man Li as a liar in his heart. He also said that he had eaten the rat pill. The body can withstand the effectiveness of the 5 grades broken body pill, but I didn't say it would hurt so much. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. I was hell-bent on getting stronger, and I had to endure torture. It can't be true, in order to save the world in a ridiculous way. No, I'm not that great. All I do is live for myself. Live for your family. Suffer today. It's worth it more than being powerless later. After a while, Fang Ping sat on the ground, breathing heavily. The drawbacks of quick, brittle bones are obvious. There is a period of adaptation after each quenching. He struggled to his feet. Time is running out. The best cultivation plan is to improve your physique first. Recycling system. Temper all the vertebrae at once. Shorten the adaptation period. Then he turned on the system. Since the 3-product system, every 1% of the tempering costs 30,000 fortune. It costs 1.8 million to complete the refining of a whole block. Now the wealth is worth 32.6 million. Cash, 24 million. It costs 40 million to quench the remaining 26 vertebrae. It's enough for the time being. The wealth value must exceed 100 million to upgrade. But you can't keep it to improve your strength. The Forbidden Cave can save life even more. War Simulation Center, Building 2, South District of Magic Dance. A teacher. The students are being taught the geography of the cave. The entrance to the cavern does not correspond to the real world. The caverns are huge. No one can get in yet. After the cave, come out through another entrance. To the south of the entrance to the demon capital cave is the sea. 1,000 kilometers to the north is a collection of cave creatures. East-west span 5,000 km. There are a total of 13 castles. Fang Ping stroked his chin and said, other words, there is half a hua in the cave of the demon capital alone. The NUS teacher said yes. Again, this is the result of our incomplete probing. Fang Ping was taken aback. This was too big. Is there a sun in the caves? How do we orient ourselves in the cave? The teacher said, the crypt is made up of an object that resembles an energy stone, acts as a function of the sun. It doesn't have a sunrise or sunset. The alternation of day and night all occurs in a split second. Some of the common sense of humanity does not work in the crypt. Renlu can only rely on the sand table and map we made. A drop of cold sweat was drawn on Fang Ping's face. How to remember this? The mountains and the trees all grow about the same. Fu Chanding was secretly amused. Fang Ping is a genius, though, but there are still weaknesses. Then he patted Fang Ping's shoulder. You're a road idiot, Fang Ping said forcibly. How can it be? Fu Chanding said with a smile that he remembered. Be sure to act with us. If you get lost, you won't come back. Fang Ping glanced at it. I remember that tomorrow, it seems like there will be a practical class. Do you want to practice with me? The teacher went on to defend against the invasion of the cave. We all set up a colony at the entrance to the cave, and the closest city to our stronghold. It's Tianmen City. Tianmen City has a population of 2,200,000 troops. Among them, there are as many as 20,000 dancers, and the resident dancers of our Demon City caves. But there are fewer than 5,000. One of the students said, with 5,000 of us, we can compete with the city. It seems that they are not very strong either. Wrong. The teacher's eyes sparkled, not a confrontation. It's barely defensive. The other party has suffered losses. Don't dare to attack easily. We can't destroy Tianmen City unless there is strength against them. The alliance of 13 cities. 70 years ago, Kyoto gathered more than 40 grandmasters. I want to exterminate the Kyoto cave. The result leads to the terrifying powerhouse in the depths of the cave. As a result, 16 grandmasters were killed in battle. The students' faces instantly became solemn. One of the students said, Teacher, is there any hope for us? Can you only defend? The teacher smiled at the watch. Don't be too pessimistic. Our future is bright. In recent years, there have been more and more grandmasters in our country. That's why I've been on the defensive. Give humans time to get stronger. Keep the cave book in your hands and mind. Go to the cave to find energy stones, plants, and medicinal herbs. Hunt cave creatures. Gavomans. Especially energy stones. Very versatile. Scientific research on weapons manufacturing. Or, simply as a monotherapy. Energy stones are divided into two types by purity. Basic energy stones and cultivation energy stones. Only 1 gram can be purified from 50 grams of base energy stone. Cultivating energy stones. Energy stones with impurities cannot be used for cultivation. The price of energy stone of different purity is also different. You don't have to worry about your subsequent cultivation. There are very few areas currently explored by humans. The probability of finding something good is extremely high. There may even be a chance. Directly break through to become a grandmaster. What everyone was amazed. Directly break through to become a grandmaster. The students immediately talked about it. There's such a good thing in the caves. I haven't heard of it before. If only you could break through in an instant. That's pretty cool too. The corners of the teacher's mouth twitched. This is a secret of Huagua. When the strength is reached, it is natural to know more. Of course, I won't tell you the details. You're not qualified. If you want to know, try to get stronger. The students were instantly full of confidence again. Said loudly, with high morale, I'm going into the cave to kill the enemy. I'm going to go into the cave and kill him and turn him upside down. Fang Ping snapped and closed the cave map arrow. The corners of his mouth are raised. This thing really needs to be studied. You might be able to find a few thousand credits of items. Let the wealth value directly exceed 100 million. At this time, a student suddenly rushed in a hurry. Dear students and teachers, the teachers who helped Lon Siwei are back. All the students gathered at the gate. The screen turns. Everyone came to the gate of the Demon Martial Arts. The Demon Martial Arts School, at the pinnacle of the 8 pins. The elder man stood in the middle on crutches. Huang Jin and Tang Feng stood on both sides and saluted to welcome the martyrs. At this time, several buses and ambulances were parked at the Muva gate. Paramedic carried on stretchers. An injured man gets out of the ambulance. Several mentors were also sobbing with their urns. Get off the bus. An older mentor, walking in front of the hospital with heavy steps. Raise your right fist and say loudly, "This battle is worthy of the mission." Kill the army of the Rumway Caves. 6 products, 3 people. There are 11 people in Wupin, 27 people in Sipin. Raise the prestige of our country. Raise the power of my demons. I died in battle. None of the 6 mentors retreated. As he spoke, tears couldn't help but burst out of his eyes. The fisherman's face was gloomy. A moment later, he stepped forward. He patted the mentor on the arm, comforting softly, "It's good to come back. Just come back." The Demon 5 students all looked sad. At this time, the fishman waved his right hand vigorously. "Salute and greet the falconry." There was a bang. All personnel clenched their right hands into fists. "Quickly lift to the side of your head." The fishman then said that he would be buried in the falconry shrine. Demon dance supports the falconry family. After saying that, the fishman stomped on the ground with the soles of his feet and flew away. Seeing this, Huang Jing and Tang Feng glanced at each other. The two nodded. The wild moon followed in the sky. The white hare sighed. Today's demon capital caves. There will be a war. The old headmaster has long been riddled with injuries. I'm afraid the injuries will get worse and worse. At this time, Chen Yunxi suddenly shouted and rushed out. "Teacher!" Chen Yunxi threw himself into the arms of Bai Ruashi opposite. Bai Ruashi hugged her and said comfortingly, "Teacher, it's okay." And Chen Yunxi has already cried with red eyes. "Your hand." I saw that Bai Ruashi's left hand was gone. Looked at Bai Ruashi's arm. Fang Ping and the others fell silent. Then, there was a loud shout, and suddenly Bai Ruashi came back alive. "What are you crying about?" Lu Fengru walked over. "Life and death are sometimes as simple as that. Someday if I die on the ground, you don't need these useless tears to cry. If you have the ability, you will cry calmly. Avenge us." Fang Ping nodded silently. Bai Ruashi looked at Lu Fengru Yunxi. "I'll leave it to you later." Lu Fengru said to Chen Yunxi, "Your teacher's inner mansion has been hit hard. In the best case, it takes 2 years to recover. I can't give you martial arts instruction anymore." Then he turned his head to look at Bai Ruashi. "If you want me to take him, it's fine. But I'm not going to be as protective as you are. If it weren't for the delay of that month. You're in the 6th grade. You won't get hurt this time." Fang Ping said in surprise that Teacher Bai had gone out on a mission before. "You've been protecting us." Bai Ruashi was even more sad to say this. "I'm the one who has caused you." Bai Ruashi comforted, "Don't think about it. Freshmen go on a mission. The school will send someone to protect it. What's more, several of you are all elite students of the demon martial arts. Teacher, you said this deliberately. It is to stimulate your progress." Lu Fengru closed her eyes and snorted. Bai Ruashi smiled. "You are no longer new students. Be careful yourself later." Subsequently, he patted Chen Yunxi's arm and said, "Okay, let's all go back. Teacher Lu and I have to go to the cemetery." After speaking, Lu Fengru took Bai Ruashi and left. Looked at the two who left. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Is this the crypt? This is where the dancers belong. Fu Chanding said angrily that they should all be killed. They are today. No familiar classmates have died in the basement. Maybe soon they will see it. Maybe it's yourself who dies. Over the years, there are too many people dead. Many mentors in mind. All that is left is hatred and the idea of becoming stronger. Tonight's demon dance. Sleepless nights. Nanny 1,000 credits. Mr. Lu is really interesting this time. At this time, Fang Ping, Zhao Xuemei, and Chen Yunxi came to Lu Fengru's dormitory. Lu Fengru said sternly Fang Ping. The middle section of the 3rd product. Zhao Lei and Fu Chanding have also entered the middle of the 2nd grade long ago. Yu Chen Yunxi. 199 calories of the dancer who broke through. There is no shortage of resources at home. Until now, it is just approaching the middle of the 2nd grade. If it weren't for Bai Ruashi, I'm not going to want you to be such a piece of shit. Chun Yunshi lowered his head. The small mouth is pursed. Fang Ping coughed dryly twice. Then rub your hands together and smile at the teacher. Shall we have an apprenticeship banquet or something? Lu Fengru replied lightly. Okay. Lu Fengru went on to say that she would withdraw her shares at the end of this month. Less than 100 pieces. You can go back to your Chin family. Chun Yunshi said yes and turned to leave. Lu Fengru looked at Zhao Xuemei. Strive to reach the pinnacle of the second rank before entering the cave. Sell the company to you. Uncle, didn't he always want it? Spent money to buy pills from me. Enter the energy room to cultivate. Zhao Xuemei said anxiously. But the teacher, that's what my dad left behind. Lu Fengru reprimanded Dao Chun. Do you want to cry like your father? Zhao Xuemei fell silent. Lu Fengru said that at this stage, in exchange for resources, the most important thing is to improve yourself. Your company is worth 1 or 200 million. It's enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the 3rd grade. At that time, it will not be easy to get the company back. Fang Ping was taken aback. 1 or 200 million. Xuemei's family is so rich. This is going to open up the drugs. Zhao Xuemei lowered her head a little in frustration, and I knew. Then Lu Fengru turned her head to look at Fang Ping. And then what's going on with you? There has been no progress at all lately. Fang Ping was frightened. Touching his head embarrassedly, he said to the teacher, I used to improve fast. It all takes a lot of resources to do it. The Sampin pill used now costs 40 credits. It's too expensive, and then sighs helplessly. I don't have a company to sell. Next, I'm afraid I can only rely on my own cultivation to restore my chi and blood. Lu Fengru said lightly, Don't cry poor with me. You've invested tens of millions in a company. I still know. Fang Ping's eyes opened. Whispered, That company isn't worth a lot of money if it's sold now. Lu Fengru glanced at Fang Ping thoughtfully. Then, clubbing your chin, smiled and said, You don't always complain about me being unfair. Doesn't it give you benefits? Let's make a deal. Help me kill someone. I'll give you 1,000 credits. Fang Ping looked stunned. A 1,000 credits. No, teacher. You're almost a grandmaster. You can't kill me. Lu Fengru stood up. Walked to the wall cabinet in the back. Take a scroll from above. I didn't let you kill it now. Wait until you have the ability to kill again. Fang Ping asked. The other party is a grandmaster. It's not that it's the pinnacle of the 6 grades. Lu Fengru handed the scroll to Fang Ping. It is the earth that weeps for mankind. No, yes. Promise to give you 1,000 credits now. If you die halfway, I won't ask you for an account. Fang Ping pondered. That's 1,000 credits. You have to do at least a few dozen tasks to earn it. Anyway, it's not killing right now. If you miss this village, you may not have this store. Lu Fengru saw that Fang Ping didn't say anything. Then you have to take back the scroll. If you don't say yes, forget it. Fang Ping hurriedly took the scroll. Promise yes. Fang Ping held the scroll excitedly. 1,000 credits in hand. Teacher Yu is really interesting this time. The screen turns. Fang Ping came to the Demon Martial Arts Logistics Department. Old Man Li operated the computer. 4-grade cave creature leather armor. A pair of C-grade alloy combat boots and gloves. A total of 7 edition credits. Come and get it in half a month. Fang Ping instantly felt that his whole person was hollowed out. I kind of understand that dancers are poor. 21 million, right? I pay in cash. Help me change 65 more first-class equipment bullets. Old Man Li was stunned. Why didn't this kid bargain today? So refreshing. Old Man Li brushed Fang Ping's 5 certificates. How did you get so many credits? Fang Ping happily threw the scroll to Old Man Li. I took a task from Tutor Li. 1,000 credits. Old Man Li looked at the volume. Axis on the content. Raise eyebrows. You take 1,000 credits. Fang Ping crossed his hands on his hips. Took it, Old man, Li replied lightly. Fang Ping asked hesitantly. Teacher, you don't know about this person. Old man Li smiled and returned the scroll to Fang Ping. I know that Lu Fengru's enemy is also my enemy. Wine to the Lord of Tianmen City. Fang Ping was like a thunderbolt in an instant. The whole person was petrified. It's a big loss. Only 1,000 credits. Just hire me, the future 9-rank powerhouse, to make a move. So Fang Ping touched his head. He sighed helplessly. Teacher Yu is really vicious. I actually knew that I would soon be able to enter the 9-rank realm. Old man Li was speechless for a while. It's a shame that you don't make body armor with such a cheeky skin. Fang Ping asked curiously. Teacher, you said that the Lord of Tianmen City is also your enemy. Old man Li's eyes dimmed a little. 10 years ago, Lu Fengru's daughter was killed by the Tianmen City Lord in the cave. I was there at the time, but because of the disparity in strength, not only can it save people, even oneself. Fang Ping was shocked. Teacher Lu has a daughter. I've never heard him mention it. He looked at the scroll in his hand. A frown furrowed. Extreme character. Drowsiness turns out to be so. The loss of a loved one must be painful. Old man Li changed the subject. Don't talk about that. What's going on with you lately? There's been no progress at all. Still tinkering with your platform. The teacher's eyesight is so good. Fang Ping touched his head in embarrassment. Recently, the progress of cultivation has indeed slowed down a bit. That's not going to work. So old man Li stood up. He patted Fang Ping on the shoulder. Come with me where I'll take you. Enter the 8 grades realm. The spirit is immortal. Become a true Vajra indestructible body. At this time, old man Li took Fang Ping to the demon martial arts. Nanfeng District Research Institute. Several researchers. Experiments are being conducted on a cave human. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and the trembling became more and more violent. One researcher frowned. Wrinkling is not good. He couldn't hold it anymore. As soon as the words fell, the human body of the cave of the underworld suddenly burst open. In the blink of an eye, the effort completely dissipated. Fang Ping outside the window looked at this scene, dumbfounded. What's going on? Old man Li explained the cave. After the death of humanity on Earth, the flesh will be resurrected in the cave. What the cave kills brings back, but it doesn't disappear. We are also unable to explain this phenomenon at the moment. You can only explore slowly. Fang Ping asked suspiciously, what kind of research was this? A living person is needed. Old man Li pointed to the door of his head. Study the relationship between mental power and the brain. Whether there is a carrier of mental power in the brain. Then his eyes lit up. In fact, doing these is also forced to be helpless. If the spiritual power, non-commissioned officer grandmaster, has achieved results, maybe it can make people feel mental power in advance. Let humans appear more. Gurus on research. Last encirclement mission. You're bursting with Vanka's blood. Someone in the military department brought it up. He said that he hoped to popularize it in the military. You might want to check here as well. Check what Fang Ping was so frightened that he instantly sweated profusely. Hurriedly explained the teacher. I was born with it. Can't check it out. Isn't that the same true for Wang Jinyang of Nanhua? Old man Li said lightly that it was normal. You're hanging out. Fang Ping continued. My bone marrow is like a bone. Mental power captures energy. Support old man Li's answer. It's useless to tell me. The results of the examination are convincing. Then he glanced at the lab. But you don't have to worry too much. It won't kill you. Maybe just cut some meat. Scrape some bones and draw some brain marrow. No big deal. Fang Ping's eyes rolled in fright. Shivering, old man Li secretly smiled in his heart. Looking at me, I can't scare you to death. But he still said seriously, Demon Wu can withstand the pressure. But also let us see your worth. If someone has to dissect, you don't have the strength. It's useless for you to resist. Fang Ping's face solemnly agreed. After saying that, Old Man Lee turned around and beckoned to go. Take you to see something else. The screen turns. Old Man Lee led Fang Ping to a room. He leaned over the counter and looked curiously at the energy stones inside. This is the first time I've seen energy stone food. Old Man Lee said. You can pick it up and feel it. Fang Ping cautiously picked up an energy stone, then released the mental power to perceive. The moment the spiritual power touches the energy stone, suddenly there was a thud. Fang Ping hurriedly withdrew his spiritual power. It's so dangerous, Old Man Lee said in surprise. You're perceiving with mental power. Well, Old Man Lee stroked his chin and said, That's right. Psychic power can detonate energy stones, so it makes you feel dangerous. Wait until you are more mentally strong. For example, the Grandmaster. It is even possible to predict crises in advance. Fang Ping was taken aback. I didn't expect that spiritual power would have so many uses. So he asked the teacher curiously, What is the standard of that Grandmaster? Old Man Lee explained that the skull began to be refined, able to exert mental power, combined with the release of qi and blood, can be called a Grandmaster. The middle three grades do not quench the skull, because the skull needs to combine qi, blood, and spiritual power to be able to forge. The skull is quenched and completely entered the 8th rank. The spirit is immortal. The weight is different from the average person. Become a true Vajra, indestructible body. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. King Kong is not bad. So why does the headmaster look sick? Old Man D said that King Kong is not bad. It does not mean that it is immortal. The headmaster was originally the general of Tianmen City. Use mental power to wipe out some immortal marks. It's what it is. Fang Ping suddenly realized. That is to say, it has reached the realm of Gaoping. Only with mental power can you kill your opponent. No wonder Mr. Liu doesn't go to revenge. He couldn't kill the city lord. Old Man Lee's head drooped slightly. Yes, we don't want him to be a grandmaster. Otherwise, Fang Ping looked at the energy stone in his hand, muttering about the grandmaster. Immediately, he absorbed a wisp of energy from the energy stone. Old Man Lee was shocked, hurriedly slapped the energy stone from Fang Ping's hand. I'll show you. Didn't let you absorb it. Fang Ping smiled evilly. The teacher felt so good. No wonder everyone is saying it. Energy stones are really good things. The conversion speed is extremely fast. It's much easier to use than pills. Old Man Lee angrily dragged Fang Ping out of the room. Don't talk about it for a moment. Otherwise, you'll lose money. Fang Ping was still in love, staring at the energy stones on the counter. The screen turns. Old Man Lee led Fang Ping to another room. Look at the array of cave plants. Fang Ping said happily that today is really a long knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Old Man Lee hated that iron could not become steel. Give me some courage. In laughter. You have the best chance of becoming a grandmaster. Fang Ping nodded seriously. You have to make a lot of money. Old Man Lee was angry. Picked up Fang Ping. Isn't it your kid who can distinguish priorities? I'll show you. So many things. Wanted to tell you. Martial arts is the most important thing. Making money is secondary. Don't take that platform too seriously. Here, no. And you can't say anything about the system. Fang Ping could only reluctantly say that he knew. The teacher is hard to ride a tiger. Juvenile system exposure. It attracted onlookers from the school's top management. I can only grit my teeth and fight. At this time, Fang Ping was soaking in broken body fluids and forging his body. For a while after that, Fang Ping carefully studied the humanities about the caves, knowledge of geography and other things, and constantly improved the theory of tactics and actual combat experience. On this day, Fang Ping came to Building 3 in Mowu South District. Prepare to quench the bone marrow. Mr. Song took the trouble to help me open an energy room for 3 days. A good 3 days is a total of 720 credits. Please show your 5-way card. Fang Ping touched his head and smiled. Teacher, I broke off the 3 products. Is it possible for a gifted student like me to get a discount? Teacher's song erected. Thumbs up or something. Your 3 products are interrupted. He is worthy of being a genius student. Awesome. That's a total of 720 credits. Fang Ping trembled and took out 5 evidences. Teacher, I think so. Teacher Song stretched out his palm with an indifferent expression. 720 credits. Fang Ping was distressed, really stingy. Teacher Song returned the 5 certificates to Fang Ping. Thank you for your patronage. At this time, Lu Fengru walked in. Excuse me. It's late, Fang Ting complained in her heart. Poor acting. He deliberately waited for me to finish paying before coming in. The 2 entered an energy room. Lu Fengru said that the spine was tempered. The bones of the whole body form a cycle. Carry out human metamorphosis. That's your chance. You can try to refine the bone marrow. Fang Ping replied. Understand this time. Wu Quishan, Huang Jin, the vice principal of the 8th grade high-end demon martial arts. Old Man Li and 3 people also came to watch. See a few people present. Lu Fengru turned around and left the energy room. Ready to get started? Fang Ping responded seriously. Old Man Li smiled and said that this kid is really interesting. It's not just a single bone. Rather, the spine is tempered as a whole. Huang Jing said suspiciously that 26 pieces of bones were quenched at one time. Is it possible to temper at the same time? With his qi and blood, it was only enough to last for about an hour. Lu Fengru said, I just observed. He did not bring any elixir. There is also no sign of qi and blood hoarding in the body. Old Man Li looked at Wu Quishan. This kid broke out in southern Xinjiang. You should be sure to do so. Wu Quishan frowned slightly. Began the energy power. Fang Ping's feet were spread. The horse squatted. Grow your hands. Stand on your chest. Use the tempering method to start the quenching step. The power of qi and blood quickly converged towards his vertebrae. Fang Ping's eyes were closed. Focus. Unleash your mental power. After a few moments, the surrounding energy particles. It came to his senses. Fang Ping carefully used his spiritual power to capture energy particles, but the mental power is just entwined. The energy particles dissipate. Wu Quishan looked shocked. He was using his psychic power to capture energy particles. Huang Jing said that his mental power was still too weak. I can catch it though, but you can't drag the energy into your body. A few drops of cold sweat broke out on Old Man Li's forehead. Look at Teacher Song next to you. Can you see it? Teacher Song was speechless for a while. I am only 4 products. How is it possible to see spiritual power? At this time, Fang Ping consumed 49,000 wealth points. Replenish mental power. He gritted his teeth. Sweating. Damn, I'm like a clown right now. Obviously, everyone knows that I have a problem, but he still chose to help me hide it. Act for me. Only by using mental power to move energy particles. Only then did he have an excuse to explain his qi and blood recovery problems. I can have my mental power now. It is simply impossible to capture energy particles. Mental power since 499 hertz. It's been stagnant. Do you want to forcibly elevate? What are the consequences of forcibly boosting mental power? I can't care so much about it. I don't believe that elevating Iha can kill me. So Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Mental power boost. Ding. The system prompt sounds. The upper limit of mental power has been broken to 500 hertz. Can be a second. Spiritual power suddenly burst out of his head. I only heard a snap. Fang Ping's eyes rolled instantly. The head tilted back. The crowd outside the energy room was shocked. Old Man Li exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Wu Quishan hurriedly ran towards the energy room. Open the door, this endless spiritual power, in the end. Could it be that this kid is also a mutant dancer? At this time, Wu Quishan and the others hurriedly rushed into the energy room. Fang Ping, on the other hand, still maintained the posture of a horse's step. eyes rolled, remained motionless. Old Man Li said anxiously what was going on. Lu Fengru raised her hand and waved it in front of Fang Ping's eyes. I don't know if you've ever encountered this situation. Wu Quishan frowned slightly. His mental power. Originally, it only reached the level of perception. Can't move energy particles. But just now it seems to have made a temporary breakthrough. Suddenly, a large amount of mental power was enhanced. Wanton shock to his consciousness. Normally, their own strength is not enough. Spiritual power is impossible to break through. But he broke through. It's like an ordinary person. Suddenly lifted 1,000 pounds of stones, and then stoned himself to death. It's ridiculous. Old Man Li stepped forward and said, "So what now?" Wu Quishan snorted. Reach over Fang Ping's head. The soft spiritual power slowly floated out. His consciousness was not completely washed away. I now use my spiritual power to guide his consciousness condensation. If it cannot be restored in time, it is likely to lead to brain death. The situation is not very rosy. It also depends on his own willpower. Old Man Li said, "Can it be understood as an obsession to live?" Wu Quishan replied. He stroked his chin at Old Man Li. After a moment of silence, said Fang Ping in Fang Ping's ear, "I'll give you 10,000 blood points. Do you want 500 crying blood pills? It's free for you. Someone is going to take your platform." Several people were speechless for a while. Will this be useful? Old Man Li continued. Fang Ping never woke up again. I'll take you to the lab to slice. Suddenly, Fang Ping's fingers trembled. Wu Quishan was taken aback. To wake up, Fang Ping's consciousness gradually recovered. Well, what just happened? I was right. I forcibly broke through the spiritual power just now. It seems to have been a brief loss of consciousness. He glanced at the system interface. The mental power online improvement has been successful. Very good, nothing too much. Try again. So he focused again. Unleash your mental power. Spiritual power slowly floated out from the square bottle. Grab an energy particle, then start pulling back. The square bottle is overjoyed. I blinked. The energy particles are submerged in the square bottle. Ding! The system prompt sounds. Chi and blood +5. The corners of the square bottle are raised. What an amazing effect. An energy particle can actually restore card-free chi and blood. Look at this scene. Huang Jin said with a little surprise. He can really move energy particles. Wu Quishan means a Samping warrior. It can be done to this extent. It was really unexpected. But Huang Jin went on to say that his mental strength was weak. Even if it was barely done. At most, it will restore 40 or 50 calories of chi and blood. Still can't explain the previous Vanka blood. Wu Quishan frowned slightly. You look carefully. At this time, Fang Ping consumed another 300,000 wealth values. Restore mental strength. The amount of wealth required to capture cardless energy particles. It's more than directly restoring card-free chi and blood. However, the depletion and recovery of mental power are invisible. A change of thinking will allow you to get by. So next, Fang Ping used his spiritual power to capture energy particles, restore chi and blood, while using the system to restore mental power. The imperial scene outside the window was shocked. This is a constant source of spiritual power. In the end, it is Old Man Li. Said I was thinking, could Fang Ping also be a mutant dancer? The Huajing of the golden marrow jade of King Nanwo. Wooly Hansong's natural skull was tempered and completed. Military Department Yao Qingjun 4 products can actually achieve the release of mental power. Fang Ping is the same as these people. It is also a certain trait of the Grandmaster who appears in the body. Wu Quishan said yes. Even if it's me and Huang Jin, I don't know much about mental power. Further research may not lead to a result, unless you let the 9-rank Grandmaster check it. Lu Fengru was not happy, turning his head and angrily reprimanding Wu Quishan. You dare to hit my student's idea. You're welcome to you. Several people looked confused. Wu Quishan frowned. What are you talking about? Lu Fengru's eyes were slightly courteous. You are used to being insidious. The daughters are willing to use it as bait. Who knows what you'll do? Wu Quishan was furious and bastard. That's my responsibility. But it's definitely not what you say. I deliberately killed my own daughter. Lu Fengru lowered her head with gloomy eyes. Then why didn't you die? My daughter died. I doubt it now. You killed some of my students as well. Wu Quishan stopped talking. Huang Jin said helplessly, Your students are our students too. Old Man Li also said, No one wants to see it. His own loved ones and students died in the basement. There's no way around it. Lu Fengru angrily pointed at the Old Man Li, whose surname was Li. You shut up. You were there. I'll find out sooner or later. Wu Quishan's face sank. It's unbelievable. With that, he turned around and left. Teenagers spend great fortunes. Successfully broke through the 3-grade high section. Start today. I officially became an elite dancer. At this point, the distance is flat into the energy room. It's been 60 hours. Lu Fengru and Old Man Li have been guarding outside. Qi and blood energy roared around Fang Ping. Fang Ping's face was full of exhaustion. I'm so tired and sleepy. Lu Fengru, who had been closing her eyes to recuperate, suddenly opened her eyes. It's going to be done. At this time, Fang Ping's waist bent slightly. Followed by, there was a creaking sound from his spine. Lu Fengru shouted Fang Ping, Remember to try to refine your bone marrow. Fang Ping's eyes froze. I understood that the words had just fallen. His face bulged suddenly. Fang Ping was stunned. Before he could react, the skin all over his body swelled up one after another. Fang Ping was shocked. Here's what's going on. Then there was a bang. The bulging skin contracted suddenly. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth raised. The 3-rank high stage is really different from other stages. The contraction and expansion of the body makes the skin tighter. Bones and qi and blood are also metamorphosed in the body. But at this moment, the system prompt beeps suddenly. Less than 15% of qi and blood. The metamorphosis is about to stop. Fang Ping hurriedly called out the system. More than 20 million have been spent on the value of wealth. Then he gritted his teeth and continued. So he spent 820,000 fortunes. Restored qi and blood. His body swelled again. Lu Fengru and the others also watched this scene nervously. After a moment, Fang Ping exhaled slowly. The system prompt sounds. It has been upgraded to the 3rd-grade high level. Fang Ping's fists slammed into each other. Bang! The sound of metal colliding came out. He looked at his hands excitedly. And I became an Iron Man. At this time, the door to the energy room opened. Lu Fengru and the others walked in. Lu Fengru said yes. The muscles and bones have been tempered to a new stage. Old Man Li also smiled and said it's a pity. It is only one step away from the peak of the 3rd grade. The bone marrow has not been tempered. Fang Ping touched his head, smiled awkwardly, and tried his best. Light is the metamorphosis of the body. It consumes all the qi and blood. Then he raised his hand and pointed to his ear, Mr. Li. Did you say you were going to give me credit? He also said that he was going to send me a weeping blood pill. Old Man Li said calmly. When? There's no way you're hallucinating. Fang Ping's eyes narrowed. Strange, Lu Fengru glanced at Old Man Li. A drop of cold sweat slipped down his face. Then he said to Fang Ping, Next, it's time to practice the tactics of battle. Accumulation of strength and heritage. There's no need to rush to break through to the top. Fang Ping looked at Lu Fengru expectantly. Teacher, I'm now. Is it easy to defeat the middle of the 3rd grade? Lu Fengru said lightly that it may not be. It's up to you to control your power. Your mid-burst of white card qi and blood. To the high stage, as long as the outbreak of the 4 card can exert the same power, but you'll only be able to explode the 4 card. I want to increase the amount of bursts. It is necessary to improve the control of chi, blood, and tactics. The dancer is called in power. That is, the outbreak of the battle method must reach 10% of the current chi and blood. In my opinion, though, dancers who don't master the killer are waste. Fang Ping said disappointedly. Other words, I'm now even the introductory power of the 3rd high-level level. None of them have mastered. That's right, at this time. I only heard a smack. A flash of swords flashed. A dagger suddenly stabbed Fang Ping in the chest. The stab made a bang. Fang Ping yelled at Teacher Li. What are you doing? A drop of cold sweat was drawn on Fang Ping's face. Old Man Li said seriously, the grasp of strength is weakened. But with your current constitution, let the erping dancers attack casually. None of them will necessarily break your physical defenses. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. Teacher Li, you're a 6-pin. I'm still going to hurt. Old Man Li hurriedly drew back the dagger. Blood spurted out of Fang Ping's chest with a pop. I'm sorry. I meant to say you're already strong. Don't be frustrated. Thank you. Then Fang Ping exhaled. I'm not depressed. It's distressing. In order to reach the high segment, I spent all my wealth worth. But then, he clenched his fist. The corners of his mouth are raised, but from today, I officially became an elite dancer. There is a gap in some 5 funds. The boy thought of a strange trick again. Let me be accountable. It's not easy to get 1.08 billion. At this time, in an office in the faraway company of the Dingxing building, Fang Ping and Li Qingze, I was talking about the company's recent situation. Fang Ping asked how the financing was going. Li Qingze replied, there is a company that is interested in our F&B platform. Hope to raise 20 million. Acquire a 30% stake. Fang Ping put down the teapot. Valuation of 60 million. It's a little lower. We have been established far away. 35 million yuan was invested in offline delivery. 20 million for the construction and promotion of the platform. We have accumulated a large number of users during this time. With the development of the internet age, the value of these users will be beyond imagination. Then he slowly picked up the teacup. For 30 million, I can sell 30% of the equity to them. Li Qingze said hesitantly, Mr. Fang, our investment in the catering platform is less than 20 million. Could it be that Fang Ting smiled slightly? The internet sells concepts, and not in kind. You say he's worth 100 million. That's worth 100 million. Say, he's not worth much. It's really worthless. So Fang Ting's eyes were clear. You relay my next words to the other person. The distant company is our flat open. A certain 5-5, 1 and 3 high sections. I need money urgently. That's why the company's shares are sold cheaply. You are the first. There is a sincerity to invest in our business. In addition to getting shares, you will also get the friendship of our company. Investing in a distance is also regarded as investing in our president. The bosses are smart people. The pros and cons should be known. Several people from the other company looked shocked. Mr. Fang is really already a high-end product. Li Qingze sweated slightly. Bosses, let's decide as soon as possible. In the near future, Fang always has to go far away. There will be no chance then. June 5th, the lending system of an online shopping platform was launched simultaneously. A certain 5 students are curious to log in and use it. The logistics department has reached the largest cargo flow since the establishment of the school. Staff at the counter. Busy people don't have time to sit down at all. A member of the Plain Society. There is also an endless stream of people going back and forth the logistics department. On the other side, outside the Budosha building, Qin Fengqing was scolding Fu Chanding Fang Ping in annoyance. Why don't you lend us credits? I'm sure of all the ammunition and weapons. Just wait for the credit to be paid. Now they are all robbed. Like, several other seniors from the Sampan realm also chimed in. Dancers can pick it up. Why can't we pick it up? The school doesn't care. Fang Ping was too much of a bully. At this time, Fang Ping was in Huang Jing's office. Fang Ping looked at his phone and said, the lending system went online for 3 hours. 80,000 credits have been loaned. Huang Jing asked suspiciously, why not lend it to the students of Sampan? Fang Ping said that it was not that he did not borrow. It's about controlling risk. In fact, the remaining 20,000 credits are reserved for them. It's just that the qualifications for this loan are strictly reviewed. Treat the 3-rank martial artists. Some of them are to urge them to go down to the cave. There's also a part of control. Some students are arrogant. I'm worried that they have good equipment and elixir. Immediately rush into the cave and die. In addition to strengthening the audit, interest may be increased on some of the 3 products. Huang Jin frowned. Kasai Ping explained that the 3-rank warrior had to go down to the cave. If the casualties are too great, my company can't afford to lose. Unless the school can give me more credits. Huang Jing said with a worried face, just raise interest rates. More credits are gone. There's already a gap in school funding. The new semester is just around the corner. Also prepare ammunition and weapons for the new students. Fang Ping said suspiciously, the last exchange match. Isn't Jingwu going to give us 10% of our resources? Huang Jin pinched the shrewd acupoint. There is still a gap. Fang Ping stroked his chin. Jinin said after a moment that he wanted to solve this matter. It's actually simple. Huang Jin was stunned. Suddenly raised his head. Fang Ping said that this year is the 60th anniversary of the founding of Moa School. You can hold a school celebration. Ask graduates to make donations. A student who graduated from Moa. Almost all of them are big names in society. Let me be responsible for donating 1.08 billion. Absolutely no problem. After that, he secretly thought about it in his heart. Maybe it will. Take this opportunity to get in touch with bigwigs from all walks of life. Let them invest in me. Huang Jing's 10 fingers are crossed, groaning and grating. Looking at the hesitant Huang Jing, Fang Ping continued to output. Mo is also to cultivate more strong people. I don't think there's anything wrong with raising donations. Officer Huang waved his hand. Got it, get out. I thought about it. So Fang Ping turned around and walked out. And I'm gone. Dean slammed. The door was closed. Give me a second. Fang Ping opened the door again. Poke your head out. The Dean School really wants to collect donations. You can find me to be responsible. One of my students opened his mouth. Huang Jing yelled impatiently. Go out, teenagers. Get the sexy female tutor exclusive sheets. That's amazing. It's just made for me. At this time, the Demon Martial Arts campus. Fang Ping looked at the tactics in his hands. Condensed chi and blood. A bloody sword in the mouth. This exercise is familiar. Lu Fengru walked over with a stone. Many dancers have bruises in their mouths when they are injured, then spew it out to disrupt the enemy's line of sight. Such a small scheme, having a stronger opponent has no effect, and my blood sword technique is a thin life combat method. With that, he threw the stone in his hand into the air. I watched the voice fall. A beam of blood sword suddenly erupted from Lu Fengru's mouth. I only heard a bang. The stone was pierced in an instant. Fang Ping was taken aback. This tactic is too insidious. But he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Hurley turned around and gave a thumbs up. I mean, it's a really powerful tactic. Then a wicked smile broke into his face. It's more than that. It's just made for me. Close to the enemy. Suddenly, a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Who to reason with the headshot? Lu Fengru said lightly. In fact, there are many people who have thought about this method of warfare. But no one can create it. Here's why. The key to this type of tactics is not the blood that spits out. It is the tempering of the laryngeal cartilage. When refining the laryngeal cartilage, because the skull is not tempered. When the chi and blood reach the neck, it will weaken. The method described by the blood swordsmanship can solve this problem perfectly. Then he specially reminded Fang Ping. Remember, this is a secret. Noriki. Fang Ping nodded seriously. Understood, so Lu Fengru said, it is not difficult to temper the throat bone. Just look at the method and get started. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. At this time, Fang Ping's mouth quickly bulged. Poof! A bloody sword shot out. After the blood sword landed on the boulder. Boop chirp! The arrow was fired. Only a small hole was left in the boulder. Fang Ping's face was embarrassed. Lu Fengru said that the power was still a little smaller. I want to penetrate the skull. The burst of blood swordsmanship must be at least 30 calories or more. Continued. Fang Ping turned his head and touched his throat. Said hoarsely. Teacher, I sprayed back and forth a dozen times. I feel like my throat is going to be wasted. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. No wonder this tactic is so strong. It's like cultivating with your life. Lu Fengru said lightly. It's a big deal to be dumb for a while. What are you afraid of? Continue to practice. And the new blood madness knife, and Yimbu don't fall behind. Then his eyes drooped slightly. Arrived at the third high stage. Almost everyone can master the battle mirror. To have an advantage in speed, it can only deepen the cultivation level of the pace. Otherwise, you will explode stronger. It's useless if you can't hit someone. Fang Ping pondered. Indeed, Yimbu has to work hard. Don't be afraid if you can't fight. But you have to be able to run. Tactics are not theories. It needs to be practiced. Practice consumes chi and blood. Now you can only recover on your own. And take pills to replenish chi and blood. It's too slow. So he pretended to be pitiful and said to the teacher, such a high-intensity training. Is there a pill subsidy? Lu Fengru's eyes narrowed. I'm sleepy, goodbye. Looked at Lu Fengru's departing back. Fang Ping stood in place. Poverty was shed. Tears on June 10th. Huawei V Great War Power Ranking Update. It's different from previous years. This time the top 5 rankings. For the first time, it was a personal record. Internet was boiling. Topics related to the top 5 rankings instantly appeared on the hot search. People are shocked and puzzled by the list. Isn't the Big Five a school? Why do the students still kill people? What the Big Five are doing? No matter what, they're human lives in hand. However, for the discussion on the internet, the official only made a simple response. 5. University students have the power to enforce the law. Those who kill are those who deserve to be killed. From exchange competitions to the formation of local teams. And then to the public dancer record. China is gradually getting the public to accept some facts. For the day when the truth is revealed. People don't panic too much. Be able to understand everything a dancer does. Fang Yuan, who learned the information, urgently called Fang Ping. He asked Fang Ping worriedly. You killed someone. Fang Ping smiled and said how? You're scared. It's not that you're killing bad guys. I don't have a calm answer to the other party. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted excitedly, haha. I'll just say you've got to kill the bad guys. Fang Ping. I became a dancer. Let's kill the bad guys together. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. I thought he was worried about my safety. You're just thinking about this nonsense all day long. Or are you preparing for the high school entrance examination? Fang Yuan confidently said properly. I can't wait to take the test tomorrow. Exam number 17. Can you come back? Fang Ping smiled softly and fought back. You have to take the test. I'll give you a big gift after the exam. The time for Emperor Jing to cry was set. The indifferent female tutor is uncharacteristically calling you over today. I want to tell you, give me all back alive. At this time, the Dixing building is far away from the company. Fang came out with Li Qingze in a suit and leather shoes. Welcome Zhang Yuanhao, Deputy General Manager of Xinwu Fund. Zhang Yuanhao smiled and said with a smile, Mr. Fang is so busy. See me at the time. It's such an honor. Fang Ping also responded politely. Mr. Jiang laughed. You are so sincere. It should be our honor from afar. Several people came to the meeting room. Zhang Yuanhao stood up, handed the contract to Fang Ping. Said hesitantly, Mr. Fang, our company is very optimistic about distant catering. At the same time, we also believe in your 5 strengths. It was Fang Ping who raised his hand and smiled. We can talk about it if we can. Don't worry. So Zhang Yuanhao opened his mouth to Mr. Fang. Fast talking, and I'll get straight to the point. That is true. Xinwu invests in the distance and also invests in yourself. You should be well aware of this. You have one more concern, so I added it to the contract. If there is a change in the distant equity in the future, you are no longer the president of faraway catering. Then Xinwu's investment is at a premium. In this case, Xinwu has the right to demand compensation from Yuanfang. The amount of compensation is 3 times the contract amount. Joke? How could I possibly quit the company I had worked so hard to run? So Fang Ping grinned, no problem. Zhang Yuanhao doesn't talk nonsense. Then he stretched out his hand and said that it was written in the contract. Xinwu Fund with 30 million. Acquired a 30% stake in Yuanfang Catering. Fang Ping said after signing the contract. It is convenient. I hope the 30 million will arrive today. Zhang Yuanhao was slightly surprised that he was in such a hurry. Fang Ping said that he urgently needs money now. So Zhang Yuanhao raised his hand to signal the secretary behind him. A moment later, Fang Ping's phone rang. He picked up his phone and looked at it. 27.6 million refreshing. 2.4 million less. It seems that the tax is paid. Ding. The system prompt also sounds. The value of wealth increased by 80.5 million. Fang Ping was overjoyed, and I was right. 30% of the shares sold. We'll let the system indirectly decide. My company is now worth over 100 million. It seems that the company's affairs are still more concerned. One day, if it is valued at tens of billions. I'm still worried about not having enough money. Cooperation. The two stood up and shook it. Say goodbye to thank you, Mr. Jiang. Far away will not disappoint you. We'll see. The company's affairs are taken care of. Fang Ping pondered. Estimate. The pure cave may cost 10 million in wealth value. Then you have to earn 30 million to break 100 million. Now you need to save some flowers. It's too humiliating to live without wealth. Fang Ping returned to the demon afternoon. Happened to bump into Qin Fengqing coming to the plane to make trouble. Fang Ping asked him, to get out of here. Why is my interest so much higher than others? Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. Qing Fengqing, you dare to come to me again. See how I clean you up. The next day, Lu Fengru took all the students she had brought with her. They all called to the dormitory. We meet for the first time. First, they introduced themselves. Lu Fengru said lightly, over the years, I took in a total of 15 students. Now there are only 7 of you left. Call you all? I want to tell you. You are not allowed to die again. So he made arrangements for everyone. Fenghua is next ready to break through the 4 products. After graduation, I want to work in the unit. Don't go to military headquarters. Hua Baomingyao is ready to break through the 3 products. Yao Duan Yiqing broke through the peak of the 3rd grade as soon as possible. They are not allowed to go to the basement again. Fang Ping, Xiaomei, Yunxi. The 3 of you haven't been in a cave before. This is a must-go. Mark my words. There is a future. At school, a lot of tutors will tell you. Dancers must dare to fight. Don't be afraid to fight. Don't have to fight. I'll tell you when I go to the cave army. It's better to die than to give in. But I'm going to say, those who are sent to death are idiots. Fang Ping people are selfish. Others died and pulled down. I want to bring my fellow disciples back in their entirety. There is really a mortal crisis. Escape 1 counts as 1. Play it by ear. Snow Plum Yunxi. Let me remind you, in particular, when Fang Ping was running, you have to run faster than he does. Liang Nu couldn't help but sneer. Fang Ping was speechless. Lao Lu is praising me or hurting me. I'm so brave. Why did the fierce people run away in a square? However, Fang Ping was slightly surprised. It's the first time I've seen Mr. Lu talk so much. He was really worried about us. So he replied earnestly and understood. Teacher, I will never abandon my classmates. After speaking, Lu Fengru rubbed Jin Mingxue and said so much. Let's all go back. Work hard to cultivate. Then they turned and left. At this time, Lu Fengru suddenly stopped Fang Ping. You stay. Fang Ping sat on the sofa and said with a smile, Teacher, Ping left me alone. It's not like you're going to open a small stove for me. Lu Fengru looked at Fang Ping with a little worry. The time for the Forbidden Cave has been set. Just 5 days later. Where there's a will, there's a way. Earn 1 ship. After all, there are no hardworking people in Bailey Yangshan. The day pays off. 3,000 girls can dance. What the hell is this? There are only 108 people in my Plains Club. At this time, Lu Fengru said to Fang Ping, the time of the Forbidden Cave was set. Officially entered on June 20th. Led by Tang Feng. Fang Ping looked helpless. How could it be Tang Feng again? Lu Fengru said that Tang Lion was the pinnacle of 6 products. IQ may not be enough, but your safety is still guaranteed. Then he handed Fang Ping a pendant for you. My dad left it. There's a picture of him inside. He disappeared after the Forbidden Cave last year. In case you come across it, you can ask him for help. Fang Ping asked the teacher curiously. What rank is Shigong? Lu Fengru said lightly that it was the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Fang Ping was happy in his heart. Great master. And I'll have to keep it safe. In case you run into it. Maybe you'll give me something good. Lu Fengru continued. Encounter danger. Protect Xiaomei. As for Yunxi, it's best to take her with you when you run away. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Lu Fengru smiled. You really think I let him run with you? I want you to protect him. The old man of the Chun family had 6 or 7 grandchildren. Yunxi is the only granddaughter. That old guy can. Arrangements will be made. He has a better chance of survival than you do. A drop of cold sweat slipped down Fang Ping's face. Knowing this, Lu Fengru's eyes froze. In the end, except for the old headmaster, guarding against several other grandmasters of the demon martial art, including Wu Kuishan, they're all staunch human firsts. I offended a lot of people in previous years. Hell knows what they think. For the sake of the big picture, maybe you could sacrifice part of the little 5. And you're in the little 5 range. Kill my students. Maybe it will hit me so hard that I can't break through the Grandmaster. Avoid causing trouble to humans. You got a lot of brains. Be careful when you encounter danger. Let's see if it's an accident or if someone is deliberately targeting me. Fang Ping scratched his head. Not really. Those clans are defending their families and country. All of them are scarred. Although I think it's unlikely. But it's always a good idea to keep an eye on it. So Fang Ping said helplessly, Teacher. I wasn't too scared. Now I feel like there are enemies everywhere. You could die at any moment. Lu Fengru replied lightly. That's right. Fang Ping said expectantly. Do you have anything to save your life? For example, the scroll that sealed your own power. Or a weapon that burst the power of the clan at once. Lu Feng gently stroked her chin and said I want it too. Give me some if you have one. Fang Ping was speechless. You always have the elixir. Lu Fengru pondered for a moment. Take out 3 pills. After eating the pill of the storm blood pill, Qi and blood can burst out with twice the power of usual. The side effect is to burn out your qi and blood. Fang Ping was taken aback. Burn it and you die. Bill, all Lu Fengru said. If you can recover before you burn it, you can't die. But it will hurt the vitality of the body. Do you want it? Fang Ping hurriedly closed the box. Yes, then the system prompt sounds. Wealth increased by 4.5 million. Fang Ping's taken aback. This thing is worth so much. 3 bloodburst pills. The system is valued at 4.5 million. Wouldn't it be better to sell it? It's at least 2 million pieces. Just when Fang Ping was still immersed in joy, Lu Fengru had already turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Fang Ping hurriedly said, Teacher, give me a little more of this. Anyway, if someone else eats it, they will die. Lu Fengru stopped, said lightly, don't talk nonsense. Take some time to go back and say goodbye to your family. Lu Feng's suicide note, if he is really dead. The school will take care of you. Family. With that, he walked upstairs. Fang Ping's complicated eyes slightly curved the corners of his mouth. Then he bowed deeply in the direction of the staircase. On June 18th, the high school entrance examination ended. The gate of Yangqing Middle School. Fang Yuan ran out excitedly, waving his hands and shouting brother. Fang Ping also beckoned. But behind Fang Yuan, there was also a group of female students. Fang Ping was stunned. I didn't even have her to react. The group of female students shouted together that the vice president was good. Fang Ping instantly had goosebumps. Nanny, what's going on? Fang Yuan raised his hand and pointed at himself in embarrassment. That's the president. You are the vice president. Fang Ping's face was horrified. Girl, how many people are there in your club? The girl in front of him answered him again magnificently. Where there's a will, there's a way. Earn one ship. Billion City. After all, there are no painstaking people. The day pays off. 3,000 girls can dance. Fang Ping's eyes rolled white. Good guy. There are only 108 people in a 3,000 plane society. Round, you want to turn the sky upside down. Fang Ping pinched Fang Yuan's face and said, the president is amazing. Fang Yuan said that they had to come in. No, neither. I don't accept them, so I start my own club. He said he was helping me set up a branch. When it was over, I collected a tour fee and sent it to our house. Fang Ping was speechless for a while. Then you said yes. Fang Yuan explained and agreed. But I said I don't want a tour fee. As a result, they say that they don't charge and they don't recognize them. And I ran to the gate of my school and cried. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. There's such a good thing. But he reacted immediately. Hurriedly took out his phone. Wrong. It's just nonsense. There's so many people. If something happens, who's responsible? I have to talk to Uncle Tan. I can't let you go on like this. Fang Yuan touched his face and said, but Uncle Tan asked me to open the back door not long ago. Let his niece join the society. Fang Ping spat out. Tan Zhengping is crazy. Then he sighed helplessly. Forget it. In short, be smart yourself. Don't associate with people who don't mess around. Don't just stand up for others. After speaking, he turned around and got a gift box from the car. Handed to Fang Yuan. Give you Fang Yuan's eyes to shine in an instant. Wow, is this the big gift I said earlier? Fang Ping smiled. Well, open it and take a look. Fang Yuan opened the gift box with an expectant expression. Wow, but the next second he looked confused. Poked a foot and bloody knife. What the hell is this? The boy's about to go to the cave. Brother is going to go on a long trip. I'm afraid I'll get lost. Can't find your way home. You have to take care of your parents. At this time, Fang Yuan looked at the tactics in the gift box. I was so angry that my face became round. Fang Ping hurriedly patted Fang Yuan's head. You can take a look at these tactics and materials. Don't be a dancer with only blood and energy. Wait until you become a dancer. You can practice this book first. Foot poke, bloody madness, and blood swordsmanship. You can't practice until you reach the 2nd or 3rd grade. After learning it, you have to burn the exercises. Count his words. Choose male martial arts or demon martial arts. If you are admitted to the men's martial arts, you will go to find Wang Jinyang. Let him give you a great mentor. If you go to Mu, my teacher's name is Lu Fengru. You and I have an old friend who is from the logistics department. I thought Mr. Li. What is Mr. Li's name? Forget it. I can't remember. Anyway, if you run into trouble, you can go to them. Let's just say it's my sister. Fang Ping stroked his chin and said seriously. Mom and Dad, you're a little adult. Take care of them. Fang Yuan said impatiently and loudly. Why are you telling me this? Fang Ping paused. And bend down, said Yuan with a slightly sad look. Brother is a dancer. Do the dancers understand? Since you know that my brother has killed someone, that brother may be someday. Tears instantly welled up in Fang Yuan's eyes. Tell me again, I'll ignore you. Fang Ping doted on him to wipe away his tears. Brother is going to go out in a few days. I don't think I'm dying so easily. But I'm afraid of getting lost. I'm afraid I won't find my way home. Fang Yuan suddenly put his arms around Fang Ping's neck, sobbing and saying, "Brother, I don't want a gift anymore. You don't want to go good or not." Fang Ping patted him on the back and cultivated well. "Next time I come back, I'll be fatter. It's getting worse and worse." On the evening of June 19th, in a hot pot restaurant in the Manga capital, Fang Ping people, one last dinner before going to the caverns. But the atmosphere was unusually heavy. No one spoke. Then, Fu Channing snapped and put the chopsticks on the table. "Ah, can you stop making the cave so scary? Sooner or later, dancers have to go through this process. It's time to eat and drink well. Be presumptuous for a while." Zhao Lei said that he needed you to comfort him. "We become dancers. Have long looked down on life and death." Fang Ping said seriously, "Idiot, isn't it good to be alive? I tell you, be honest when you go in. This time, I'll focus on familiarizing myself with the environment. Don't give me a brain-dead plot in a TV series." When encountering an opponent who can't be beaten, he still rushes up. Take care of yourself when you are in danger. Running one counts as one. Then, a couple walked past with a smile on their face. Several people unanimously made a salute. Fu Chanting raised his hand. He smiled evilly and said, "Have you ever thought about what kind of person you are looking for?" The three girls' cheeks instantly flushed with a wisp of Fei Hong. Fu Chanting touched Fang Ping with his shoulder. "Fang Ping, you say it first." Fang Ping looked helpless. "Why do you want me to say it first?" Fu Chanting smiled and said with a smile, "You are the strongest here." The man stroked his chin, thinking about it seriously. "Well, be gentle, preferably a dancer. There is a common language. It doesn't take much strength either." Listening to Fang Ping's words, Chun Yunqi shyly turned his gaze. Yang Xiaoman raised his hand, said, "I want to find one over 180. He is handsome and stronger than me. Be careful. Can cook and take pictures. Loves to travel." Fu Chanting interrupted him. "Next, Yunqi." Yang Xiaoman said angrily that I haven't finished yet. Chun Yunqi said shyly, "I don't know what I like." "I am also," Zhao Shuamei's eyes flashing. Fu Chanting said, "I just want to find a good-looking one. It doesn't matter if you're a dancer or not, but you have to be in good shape." Zhao Lei raised his hand and pointed at himself. "Why do I skip when it comes to it?" After Fu Chanting finished speaking, also peeked at Yang Xiaoman. "But I don't have to say it. Yang Xiaoman's figure is really nice." Yang Xiaoman also noticed her gaze. Immediately stood up and clenched his fist. "How do you like me?" Fu Chanting was sweating profusely. Hurriedly waved his hand and did not. "Don't dare, don't dare." Yang Xiaoman was even more angry. "What does it mean to dare not?" There was a burst of laughter in the backs of the crowd. Fu Chanting looked at the wine glass in his hand. "We warriors never drink alcohol. But I remember my grandfather crying every time it went into the ground. We'll drink a little." With that, he took the glass and drank it. I took a sip. Fu Chanting immediately stuck out his tongue. "It's a little unpleasant." Fang Ping asked curiously, "What is your grandfather?" "It's the first time I've heard you talk about it." Fu Chanting said with a smile, "My grandfather is the department leader of Jingwu. 6th grade high-end." Fang Ping was taken aback. "Really fake? Your grandfather is so coincidental. What are you doing with demon martial arts?" Fu Chanting replied, "Yunqi's grandfather is amazing. President of Tsunin Takashi University. Didn't he come to Moa too?" Chun Yunqi smiled non-committally and embarrassedly. Fu Chanting explained, "It's not just us. Many tutors or children will not apply for the Wuhan University where his parents are. Is afraid that their relatives will die in front of their eyes. Isn't that what your teacher is?" Originally, if his daughter hadn't died under Principal Wu's nose. This may not be the way it is. Fang Ping nodded, which made sense. Fu Chanting continued to talk about the past. "My grandfather was against me practicing martial arts. I don't accept it, but I want to practice. Wait until you know about the cave. I just understood. He's afraid I'll die. The crypt is a completely different world. If you don't see it, you won't be reconciled. But suddenly I was a little scared. I'm afraid I'm really dead. I still have a lot of things to do." Zhao Lei also said that so many second-rank dancers went in together. Encounter danger. Mr. Tang may not be able to take care of everyone. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly stood up. "I don't know if I'll die. But I know accidents happen every day. Natural disasters, car accidents, food poisoning, falling objects." The last second was probably still laughing. But in the next second the person may be gone. How lucky we are to be able to sit together like this, eat and chat. And he raised his glass. "The only thing I could say. It's about trying to live." Yang Xiaoman also picked up his wine glass and stood up, and what he said was right. "Try to stay alive." The crowd also raised their glasses. When the bang, wine glasses collide. Try to stay alive. Die fighting to defend your homeland. Fight for humanity. in front of the Mo administration building. The three great masters of the demon martial arts came to see him off in person. The students who are about to go to the cave. One person has his hands behind his back. Say out loud that you are here today. It's all my demon sister. It is the backbone of my country. It's possible. I don't want to see you young. Enter the basement now. You can blindly protect and escape. It's not in line with the original intention of warrior. Now the basement offensive is fierce. You are the elite warriors of the human race. There are obligations and responsibilities. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Mo, I send you off. May you all return safely. Salute. Everyone's right hand was quickly raised into a fist to their chest. Tang Feng let out a loud shout and set off. It didn't take long. The bus then drove to the destination of the trip, entrance to the Devil's Cave. At the entrance, there is a huge circular building that hangs over you. There were countless tanks from the military headquarters around. Armored vehicles, fighters, etc. are on standby. The demon martial artist walked into the building. A soldier stepped forward and said, "Now the security check begins." All of them present their ID cards and martial arts certificates. Cell phones and electronics are taken out. These things only increase the enemy's gains. After all students have passed through the security check in turn, enter the interior area. Stand in line. A soldier ran over and reported that everything was normal at the security check. The officer leading the team nodded. Then he raised his right fist to the side of his head. Die fighting to defend your homeland. Fight for humanity. The triumph was accompanied by a roar. Behind him, a metal door slowly opened. Fu Chanding said worriedly. The Grandmaster saw him off. The soldier saluted. I'm so stressed right now. Yang Xiaoman and several others also expressed their empathy. Fang Ping smiled helplessly and steady. The students walked down the stairs of the passage. Go to the next floor. A huge multi-sided display, hanging from the ceiling. Many scattered dancers gather here. Everyone looked up and sighed. There is even a mission system here. The scattered dancers saw the Demon 5 trainees enter. They all raised their hands and saluted. The students of the magic dance also raised their hands in return. The crowd continued to walk inside. Come to a large metal gate. There was a small door open below that was large enough for one person to pass through. Fang Ping raised his hand and asked Teacher Tang curiously, "Is this the entrance to the cave?" Tang Sung replied that this was to defend us against the invasion. Full metal made for gold collections. Entrance to Cave of Things. Inside, Fang Ping was taken back. Primary alloy. He touched the door in shock. If memory serves, there is no first-class alloy on the exchange table of the logistics department. Grade D alloys cost 20 credits per kilogram. Isn't it a kilogram of 100 credits for Grade A? At this time, a man with a scar on his face walked out the door. Does the little one want to move out? Fang Ping said excitedly. If you want the scar man to answer, you can work hard if you want to. Immediately, he put his arm around Fang Ping's shoulders, laughed, and said that one day the basement of the magic capital was pacified. This door is useless. Let's team up and tear down the door. Fang Ping said helplessly. I may not be able to look at this door then. This kid's tone is really not small. Then Scarman looked at the students in front of him again. Said, oops, haven't you enjoyed life yet? Is there a woman? Is there a man? Then her eyes narrowed. Raise your hand to your mouth. Secretly, I'll tell you. It felt so good. Don't die so early. Tang Feng really couldn't stand it. Turned around and roared Lu Xiaoping. Lu Xiaoping said what to do. It's all adults. Can't say that yet. Don't you marry a daughter-in-law? At this time, a person leaned out of the door and came to Lao Lu. Okay, so Lu Xiaoping said sorry to the students. You have to let the other side of the passage know who's coming. The first time I entered the cave, it was so troublesome. Now let's line up and enter through the school gate. So the students lined up and entered the school gate one by one. Come to the back of the door. A giant blue energy portal. Everyone's eye. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. It's finally here. The floor of the cavern is covered in dry blood. How many battles it takes to get to this way? At this time, Fang Ping entered the portal with a phoenix mouth knife in his hand. Mighty blue energy tumbled and whistled through the passage. Fang Ping said in surprise that this was an energy channel. Tang Feng was taken aback. You can see it. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. You can feel the solidification of energy particles. I don't know if I can catch it. Tang Sung hurriedly shouted goodbye. I don't think you're strong, though. But the interference of mental power is likely to cause a riot in the passage. Fang Ping erected pimple eyes. Right, Tang Sung said, with a solemn face. No one can travel between the two worlds. Last year's Tiannan Cave crisis. It was several clans who forcibly blocked the passage with spiritual power. It also stopped the invasion of cave humans. Fang Ping stroked his chin and said something like this. Wouldn't it be enough for the grandmasters to do this all the time? The enemy can't get through. We can't get in. Lock down the country's caverns. We're not under so much pressure. Tang Feng said. Can't do it. The passage will become more and more stable over time. Finally, it is completely formed. After all the Demon 5 students entered the passage, Tang Feng walked ahead. Take them to the other end of the passage. The total length of the passage is 1 kilometer. The crowd soon reached the entrance on the other side. Both sides are alloyed metals. The only difference is that there is only a small door on this side. Get out the door. Fang Ping looked up at the sky. This is the cave sun. Everyone looked up. It's so big it's ugly. The place where the people are located is called Hope City. It is a human stronghold in the Devil City caves. At this time, all the Demon 5 students lined up and stood in the square. Magic Capital Cave at the pinnacle of the 6th grades. Deputy General Su Mo, the supreme head of the military department. I would like to welcome all the students. The conditions here are rudimentary. Some red tape is saved. Let's talk about it. He directly began to explain the relevant information of the Demon Capital Cave. Hope City has 50,000 troops. There are less than 8,000 warriors. The strength of Tianmen City is 4 times that of ours. Annually, we'll launch dozens of military attacks on Hope City. 80 kilometers to the north of us is Tianmen City. There are a large number of cave villages outside the city. Idle cave warriors. There will also be an organized attack on Hope City. Let the scattered warrior team attack and kill cave warriors in the wild. Armies and beasts. It is the first task of the Hope City garrison. Su Mafu finished his introduction. Tang Feng began to explain the task. You're coming in for the first time. There is only one goal. That is to be familiar with the terrain and environment. For the first 3 days, we were within 10 kilometers. Familiarize yourself with military strongholds and supply points. After 3 days, enter the 30-kilometer range to explore. Free and easy after a week. Out of the cave after 20 days. Fang Ping raised his hand and asked, is the teacher's seizure in the cave all his own? Tang Feng replied. Of course. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Can the military department provide the location of some nearby energy mines? Tang Feng was speechless for a while. If an energy mine is found that can be mined, the military department has long been on the move. It's your turn. Other than that, the energy mining world energy concentration is extremely efficient. So most of them are dominated by powerful beasts. If you run into it, it's best to run. It's your rank. If you are discovered, you will die. Fang Ping's brows furrowed. If you say so, you'll find out. I can't take the energy mine away. It's arranged. Tang Feng led everyone to start acting. The opening of the gates was accompanied by a rumbling sound. The gates slowly opened. The crowd walked out of the city in an orderly manner. All the students looked around with a wary expression. Fang Ping looked at the city wall outside. I was shocked. The exterior walls are all made of metal. But he thought about it again. It is also easy to destroy stone walls for first and second rank dancers. Look down at the ground. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. The ground was covered in dried blood. How many battles it takes to get to this way? With the departure of the multitude, the gates slammed shut. Everything went too well. On the contrary, it made people feel uneasy. The first night the boy cried forbiddingly and was attacked by the enemy. What is there such a Jade Sky powerhouse? At this time, everyone, come into the wild. Tang Feng began to teach them to find water sources and observe ambush sites. Tricks such as setting traps. Some of the plants in the cave are familiar. Some have never seen them before. Animals are very similar to those of the earth. The difference is that they all have energy gathering in their bodies. Familiarize yourself with the location of the barracks in the field. It is also an important task of this trip. Everything is new and interesting. It even makes everyone forget how dangerous the cave is. At this time, Tang Feng raised his hand and shouted to rest in place. Yang Xiaoman sat on the ground with his ass, said with a look of enjoyment. The air here is just wonderful. Fang Ping said. How do you know it's air? Maybe not. Yang Xiaoman said angrily. You fell asleep in class. It was air that was tested. Fang Ping looked skeptical. Have it. Yang Xiaoman yelled angrily. Of course. Tang Feng turned his head and shouted. Quiet in the wilderness. Doesn't matter how many people there are. Don't make any noise. Fang Ping asked Teacher Tang. There is no transportation in the caves. Why don't we ride horses? Tang Feng replied that horses are such creatures with strong qi and blood. Won't converge. It's easy to get the attention of powerful creatures. When encountering Gaoping warriors, they were shocked by spiritual power. It will lose its effect. Fang Ping then asked, what if you use cave creatures as mounts? Tang Feng said don't think about it. A high-grade creature that can resist mental power. All are wise, even if it is tamed. It can also bite you back at any time. The headmaster had tamed a 7-horse Drakemon before. As a result, as soon as it was brought to Hope City, there was chaos. The military will no longer allow cave creatures to enter the city. Fang Ping sighed in disappointment. The Mount Dream was shattered. None of the principles of the 8 products succeeded in taming. Wouldn't I have to have 9 grades to have hope? The screen turns. The crowd returned to Hope City. A moment of effort. The cave turned from day to night. Torches were lit one after another on the lookout. The top of the secondary window leaned on the window and sighed about the night of the cave. It's so dark at night. It's exactly what the teacher described. Day to night in an instant. There's moonlight on the surface. It's outside. It is impossible to distinguish between east and west, north and south. Subsequently, he turned his head and said with a smile, "You said to touch the girl's side. Do they recognize who I am?" A drop of cold sweat slipped down Fang Ping's face. Siping warriors can see at night. If you don't know if you die, you go. A sound from Fuzhong Dinghua. I'm not used to falling on the bed. If only I could swipe my phone. Walk around the cave for a day. It doesn't seem to be as scary as the teachers say. Zhao Lei said that this is where to go. We are today. It's just a 10 kilometers radius. It was also Fang Ping who was walking in the air, cultivating the steak bow. There was a faint feeling of uneasiness in my heart. Everything went well over. On the contrary, it made people feel uneasy. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Fang Ping opened his eyes suddenly. Loud cheers came from outside. The dancers gathered at the north gate to meet the enemy. All below the 4 flats are left in the house. The crowd who was just about to rush out hurriedly stopped. Fang Pingtian hesitated solemnly. We can't go out. 2 more roars followed. 2 drops of cold sweat slid down Fu Changding's forehead. Teacher Tang, they should all go to support. Zhao Lei also said worriedly. I don't know how many enemies came. Fang Ping's brows furrowed. But in the end, he chose to be on standby in the room. The roar came one after another. That's it. Fang Ping waited anxiously for nearly half an hour. The great harmony came again. Disarm. The enemy has retreated. The crowd hurried out of the room. Fang Ping sensed something. Suddenly raised his head. The next second he was taken aback. His mental power sensed. There was a strong man in the sky. Fu Changding and several people had black eyes. Where is Fang Ping? Do you see anything? Fang Ping raised his hand and pointed to the sky. There's a Gaoping warrior in the sky. It has to be 50 meters high. At this time, Fu Changding's perspective is like this. Completely invisible. At this time, Tang Feng and Luo Yichuan jumped from the sky. Luo Yichuan's chest. A wound was pulled diagonally down the shoulder. I saw a few people outside. Tang Feng yelled and went back to the house. A bunch of blind people ran out to be targets for the enemy. Several people hurriedly turned around and walked towards the house. Only Fang Ping remained in place, looking at Roy Chuan's wounds. Fang Ping said in surprise Teacher Luo. Roy Chuan raised his hand to cover the wound. I'm fine, don't worry. Fang Ping asked worriedly how the battle was going. Why didn't the other 3 tutors come? Tang Feng said that they were slightly injured. And for treatment, this enemy attack. A mid-grade died on our side. And 2 gatekeepers. Fang Ping's eyes widened suddenly. That's it for a moment. Actually died of a medium-grade person. Teacher Luo's 6 products are so seriously injured. The other tutors were really just minor injuries. Fang Ping's brows furrowed. Does this happen often? Tang Feng said that it could be at any time. This raid was on idle warriors. We've killed several of them. The losses are bigger than ours. Then he waved his hand helplessly. Let's go back to the house. You can't help with asking so much. Cultivate to Zhongping early. Fang Ping ignored Tang Feng's helplessness. Raising his hand and pointing to the sky, he said, is that the one in the sky the Grandmaster? There were dozens of middle-grade martial artists at the same time. Assault on the Legion. This has never happened before. The situation has deteriorated. It looks like it's time to move faster. At this time, Luo Yichuan looked at Fang Ping in surprise. You can see it from so far away. Fang Ping said that he couldn't see it clearly. But I can sense it. There are strong energy particles fluctuating on it. Luo Yichuan stroked his chin and said with a smile. Generally speaking, the mid-quality dancers have tempered the internal organs in order to have night vision, and you just skip that step. Use mental power to perceive alternative forces. It's funny. Tang Feng said that the force was so low. Strong mental power is not the same as not having one. You don't have to worry about it now. Let's go back to the house. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Then he turned and walked into the house, where Teacher Luo can speak. I don't know if I can become a Grandmaster next year. When the time comes, the big lion must be beaten. After Fang Ping left, Luo Yichuan asked Lao Lu in a low voice. The 3 of them were so badly wounded. What to do tomorrow? Tang Feng said it was okay. The two of us can also protect the students. School manpower is tight. It is impossible to send any more people over now. With that, he turned and left. Luo Ichuan could only sigh helplessly. The next day, there was a lot of discussion among the students in the city. What happened last night? It is not known if there are any casualties. Hope City is our home base. These people also rushed to their deaths. Tang Feng shouted, "Quietly line up and get ready to go out of town." One of the cadets raised his hand. Suspiciously, he asked Teacher Tang, "Why didn't my tutor come?" Tang Feng said that they had something to do temporarily. "Today, Mr. Luo and I will take you with you." Fang Ping fell silent. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." On the third day, the military camp outside Xuan City was attacked by the enemy. For the first time, everyone saw Tang Feng make a move. At this time, I saw him jump up. The whole body exudes the power of terrifying blood. The hiss fell with the sound of congratulations. He slammed his fist down. The head of one of the first weeping warriors was blown off the spot. This was followed by a sideways kick. Another crying warrior was kicked to the head in an instant. Tang Feng is like a flock of sheep. One hit a small quack. A few breaths took away several cave dancers. The demon dance students were dumbfounded. Teacher Tang is so strong. That's too fierce, isn't it? Between words, Tang Feng casually dealt with two more cave dancers. Fang Ping couldn't help but sigh. The big lion sand is like killing a chicken. I counted to 5th grade. It's also a part of being beaten. Continue pretend to be grand. Finish all the raided enemies. The military department began to dispose of the bodies of their fallen comrades. I saw them cover the bodies of their comrades with red cloths. Then he took out his shovel and began to dig a hole next to it. Fang Ping asked suspiciously, "Teacher, is this here?" Luo Ichuan's eyes were sad and said that he couldn't be cremated here. The corpses could also be attacked when they were brought back. So burial in place has become customary. It can be regarded as accompanying his comrades. Until the day you in the crypt, Fang Ping was slightly stunned and won. Humans can't even hold a city in the caves. When will we win? Roichuan continued. It's useless to grieve in the cave. Only you get stronger. All get stronger. To change all that. It didn't take long. The bodies of the fallen comrades were all buried. After a moment of silence at the tomb, the crowd continued on their way. It didn't go far. Tang Feng stopped suddenly. With a solemn face, he said no. It's too slow. Dozens of mid-grade warriors attacked the military taunt. This has never happened before. The situation has deteriorated. I don't have time to take them to get acquainted with it. Next, split into 2 teams. Lao Luo intends to replace the second product according to the original plan. I took Sampin deep into the meat grinder. After that, let them move freely. It's up to them to live or die. Luo Ichuan hesitated. Hold on this. Tang Feng said that the 3-rank martial artist should go to fight if he cried forbiddenly. What is this now? We've handed it over. Blind protection will only harm them. Fang Ping drew a drop of cold sweat on his face. Such a detachment would disrupt the initial plan. Not so good. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, the detachment can't protect Xu Mei and them. I'm still thinking about rubbing some Yunshi's elixir. If you don't want to be in a group, you go it alone. With your strength, you should have killed the enemy from 50 kilometers away. Instead of wasting time here. Fang Ping touched it awkwardly. Touched his cheek. Isn't this the first time I've cried on the ground? Tang Feng said with a slight mockery. The 3 students I have taken. Generally, they will take the initiative to go out after 2 days of coming in. There's no one like you who is in a team waiting for the arrangement. Or stay in a group of second-rank dancers. Gives you a sense of superiority. Fang Ping's anger gradually rose. What Tang Feng went on to say encountered a weak enemy. You can go for the flash sale. But what if you encounter a strong enemy? Running away can only watch your teammates die. Fang Ping, you're really disappointing. At this time, Tang Feng said Fang Ping with a slight mockery. You're a disappointment. Lu Fengru and Li Changxing feel that you are highly talented. Say that you are a seedling of the clan. I think they're all wrong, because you never thought about taking the initiative to become stronger. Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqin cried forbiddenly. If you kill the enemy, you dare to fight and kill the 5th. I know you're afraid of death. But aren't they afraid of death? What human beings want to cultivate is a strong man who dares to fight and fight. Not a weak wolf in the flock. Fang Ping's complexion. It was already gloomy, as if it was about to drip water. He said in a deep voice, I just feel like I'm getting a little bit stronger. We'll be more effective. Tang Feng smiled disdainfully, and the sect master was not strong enough. Wait until you become a grandmaster. Will you think that the great grandmaster is stronger and more effective? And then again, and what excuses? Possession for the sake of humanity. What is the significance? Fang Ping said with anger in his endurance. If you provoke me, Tang Feng means self-righteousness. I've killed more six-pins than you've ever seen. I still need to provoke you. Do you, Fang Ping, have any contribution to humanity? You can stay in the second team. This is a privilege I give you. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward. Follow me for the other 3 grades. Other third-grade students came out one after another to keep up with Tang Feng. Fang Ping stood stunned. Fu Chanding saw this. He stepped forward and put his arm on his shoulder, comforting him and saying goodbye to his heart. Mr. Tang, you also know that you speak straighter. Fang Ping suddenly clenched his fists and looked at Fu Chanding. What did Tang's own think? I don't care. Your eyes. Is I also a timid person who's afraid of death? Fu Chanding smiled down quietly. Nothing. When you get stronger, you can kill the enemy. That's a good idea. But Yang Xiaoman said. I think what Mr. Tang said is right. If I were a 3-grade high section, I've already gone out to kill the enemy by myself. Fang Ping sighed deeply. Then he turned his head to look at the crowd. Honestly, I'm teaming up with you. In the event of a strong enemy. Do you think I'm a drag on you? Also, every time I team up, I ask for more loot. What do you guys think? Everyone looked away. Fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Chanding opened his mouth. You are much better than us. Team up with you. We don't have a sense of existence. Fang Ping was silent for a moment. Said self-deprecatingly. I see. Tang Feng was right. I'm really self-righteous. You want to be stronger. I want to experience life and death. I thought I was in a cave. I'm half of your backer. Your fathers were strong. It's good to protect yourself if something happens. There's no need for me to be nosy. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. I went to the Sampin team. Be careful yourselves. Chun Yunqi hurriedly explained. Fang Ping. That's not what everyone meant. Ignored his rhetoric. Fang Ping jumped out into the distance. Fang Ping Chun Yunqi shouted anxiously. Luo Yichuan raised his hand to stop it, but smiled and said it was okay. I don't think Fang Ping is a person who drills the horns. Sooner or later he will understand. Old Tang is optimistic about him to say this. Chun Yunqi wanted to say something, but Fu Chanding also persuaded him. Yunqi forgot it. He didn't have any pressure to stay with us. All we have to do is follow in his footsteps. That's for his good, Chun Yunqi said, anxiously pointing in one direction. But Mr. Tang is in the direction of due north. He went northeast. The audience was silent for an instant. Aw! A drop of cold sweat slipped on Fu Chanding's face. Oops, I remember that Fang Ping seemed to be a bit of a road idiot. Luo Yichuan hurriedly said, You wait here for me for a while. I'll be right back. After speaking, he quickly ran in the direction Fang Ping had left. It didn't take long. Ruo Chuan came back breathlessly. Everyone asked teacher Luo anxiously. How did you find Fang Ping? He's from Tang Sung. Roikwa looked up, said with a solemn face, Fang Ping was gone. I fucked a 4-ranked dancer. The road idiot boy left the team angrily. Unexpectedly, the elk encountered a strong enemy. At this time, Tang Feng was taking the 3 students with him, swift towards the meat grinder. After a moment of running, he stopped, glanced back. Slightly stunned, he said that he didn't keep up. The students also turned to look back. One of the girls said she didn't come. This guy is really greedy for life and afraid of death. A boy next to him said, Don't say that. Everyone has their own ideas. What's right for you is the best. Tang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Since I like to stay in the second team, then stay there. So he raised his hand and said, Speed up. Arrive at your destination before dark. The next step is not to return to the city. The students answered. I followed. On the other side at this time, Fang Ping was speeding through the forest. He steadied himself. Look up, look ahead. A drop of cold sweat slipped down his face. What about bastard people? Didn't you deliberately keep me from catching up? He looked around. Numerous bloodstains were found on the ground. There are traces of a battle everywhere. So I should have arrived at the meat grinder. Immediately, his brows furrowed slightly, and he hadn't even encountered it. Could it be that they have changed direction? What do I do? He turned his head to look behind him. When he returned, he immediately dismissed the idea. No. Now, go back. It will only make them think that I am just greedy for life and afraid of death. So he pondered. Then kill a few weeping warriors. Go back and kill a few more 3-grade peaks. Let them know. I've killed more Sampin than they've ever seen. As long as you don't encounter the 6th-grade pinnacle of the big lion, it shouldn't be a big problem. Just as he was in a broken thought. Suddenly, he noticed movement. Hurriedly swung his knife backwards. Who can be left empty? A drop of cold sweat slipped down Fang Ping's face. Do the weeping dancers understand what I'm saying? It should work. Just one word. He quickly ducked behind a tree. Then he cautiously poked his head out to observe. After discovering that no one is there, Then he touched his head and walked out with a little strangeness. There was no movement at all. Am I too sensitive? Just as he let his guard down, a long sword suddenly struck from the side. However, Fang Ping's reaction was also extremely sensitive. Leaned back quickly to dodge the attack. Immediately after that, he quickly chased after the cloud step. The weeping dancer's face was incredulous. Such a perfect shot at my own timing. It actually fell short. He didn't react yet. Fang Ping had already slashed it with one sword. Flashes of lightning. I heard only a stabbing sound. The immortal dancer rolled his eyes. Fell to the ground. Fang Ping was afraid for a while. He raised his hand and touched the blood on his neck. I was almost killed. Due to a fast heartbeat. Even the vision is a little blurry. He hurriedly adjusted his breathing to calm down. Now concentrate all your chi and blood on your neck. Aids in wound healing. Finish treating the injuries. Fang Ping walked over to the corpse of the cave dancer. A handful ripped the tag off his neck. Fang Ping carefully looked at the tag in his hand. This is the cave dancer medal. The 3 swords represent the 3 qualities. Judging by the strength, it should be the first stage. Fang Ping flipped the medal to the other side. In class, Professor Shirlao talked about it. There is a 100-meter giant tree in Tianmen City. They made it to ashes. Put away the medal. Fang Ping danced the cave again. His weapons and belongings were all recovered. A first-class sword. 1 grain and 1 moment to cultivate energy stones. Stone carving of the foundation energy stone. The total value is less than 2 million. Kill your opponent at the risk of your life. This harvest is too small. And the value of wealth has not increased. Fang Ping immediately became alert. The value of wealth has not increased. That means they don't belong to me yet. Sure enough, the next second, another cave warrior sprang out from behind him. The Kaga cave warrior shouted. Slash with a knife. Fang Ping, who was already perceived, dodged the attack with a horizontal jump. Look at this cave warrior. The chi and blood emanating from the body fluctuated. Fang Ping was sweating profusely in an instant. The groove turned out to be a siping martial artist. What did 2 grandmaster powerhouses appear at the same time? And there is only one possibility. The caverns are clearing the enemy. Prepare for the big war. At this time, Tang Feng pinched to death a martial artist in the cave. Then he explained to the students. Encounter a warrior in the cave. Don't panic and don't run around. The enemy appears. It means that there is a high probability that there will be no one of your own. The deeper you go, the more strong people in Tianmen City. The right thing to do is to run back. Players, we also have a lot of mid-quality hunting. The enemy will not dare to chase it all the time. The students responded in unison. Understand subsequently. Tang Feng frowned slightly. There are more dancers in the strange middle than before. Could it be that Tianmen City has to make a move? And the other side at this time, Fang Ping was being beaten by the 4-rank cave dancer. Chased desperately to escape. Fang Ping ran, sweating profusely. The teacher in class said it. The mid-class dancers are the backbone of the cave and humanity. It's not often seen. But now, just walk around and come across a cloud step. Now I can run 30 meters per second. Even I can't get rid of this guy. It's too dangerous for them to meow. In the past, those warriors who were forbidden to cry on the 3 grades. How did you survive? Fang Ping is now depressed. It's all weird. The line actually said that I should do the task alone. Forget it if you get reprimanded. Fushanding. They also said that it was not good to team up with me. I was almost killed. Now another mid-grade martial artist is chasing after him. How could I be so unlucky? At this time, Fang Ping ran to a bush. His eyes widened suddenly. Next second, a weeping warrior suddenly burst out of the bushes. A shot stabbed at Fang Ping. Fang Ping hurriedly jumped over. Dodge attacks. He steadied himself. Look up. I saw the medal of this cave warrior. It is carved with 4 arrows. No, there is another 4 draw. Don't take it with you yet. Come back to your senses. An arrow carrying the power of weeping blood. Suddenly shot from behind. With a keen mental sense, Fang Ping quickly dodged the attack with a bow. Arrows swept over Fang Ping's head. Shoot at a giant tree in the distance. I only heard a bang. The thick trunk of the tree was frozen through in an instant. Look at the big hole in the trunk. Fang Ping was shocked. Chi and blood are released. Attachments are out of vivo. It is a 4-rank archer. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Ping immediately turned around and ran. Damn, what's going on? How are there 4 flat dancers everywhere? Gotta figure it out, otherwise you will die. At this time, Fang Ping ran to a mountain forest. His brow furrowed. At the end of the forest. This is a phrase that is often heard in class. The mountains and forests are a great place to take refuge. But it is also possible to encounter opponents who are more formidable than the warriors. But what could be more terrible? No matter what, it goes on like this. It is not known how many enemies will be drawn. Thereupon, Fang Ping rushed into the mountains and forests without looking back. The three-winged emperor, crying warrior hesitated for a moment outside the mountain forest, also rushed in. At this time, the sky looked at the few people who rushed in. Huang Jing was stunned, then landed on the ground. Immediately, a drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Fang Ping, this kid had to run into the depths. Lu Fengru can't blame me. Then he turned his head to look at the sky. Besides, this time I met a big one. Next second, I saw a cave warrior swooping down from a high altitude. Everywhere they passed, there was a series of wind-breaking sounds. Both of them threw a punch. Violent energy fluctuations. It spread out violently from the center of the collision. With an earth-shattering bang, the surrounding 100 meters instantly turned into nothingness. The waves of air dissipated. The cave warrior jumps back. Distance. Take a look quietly. The person who came turned out to be the Heavenly Tiger, the commander of Tianmen City. Huang Jin's brows furrowed. What's the trouble? In a cave meat grinder is the default training area for middle and lower level martial artists on both sides. High quality and strong people will appear here. There is only one possibility to sweep the enemy. Prepare for the big war. The tiger don't talk nonsense either. Straight punch out, accompanied by a tiger roar. A huge tiger condensed by spiritual power. Swept out suddenly. That's not enough. The corners of Huang Jin's mouth lifted. Quickly close your palms forward. In the blink of an eye, several spiritual power giant swords were condensed. The great sword made a buzzing sound in the air. In the next second, he went straight to the giant tiger. Bang! Waves of air suddenly spread from the center of the explosion. This blow on both sides. No one took advantage. At this time, Huang Jing suddenly turned his head to look at the sky. There was another high frequency. It's because there are a few people who bully me. Then he dodged. Come behind the celestial tiger. Case. Then let's cripple one first. The heavenly tiger's pupils suddenly constricted. Hurriedly condensed the spiritual force. Tiger had defense. But Huang Jing is not a vegetarian. I saw him put his hands into the tiger's head. He tore the axe to pieces. Mental power has been hit hard. The tiger fell to his knees with a thud. But Huang Jing is also hugely consumed. Breathing heavily. Tearing the spiritual power does not kill the galloping warrior. It can only inflict heavy damage. In the face of two high-quality products, to stay is to seek death. But he can't go back to the city. There are also thousands of human dancers in the butcher's factory. If I'm gone, I'm sure there will be countless deaths and injuries. Lure them away. So Huang Jing quickly turned around and swept into the air. I didn't expect that. Master, I rely on mental power. The teenager overstepped the level to outwit the cave dancers. At this time, Fang Ping repelled a cave dancer with a single sword. Then he shouted. Keep chasing. A few people were indifferent. Fang Ping erected his acne eyes. I forgot that they couldn't understand Chinese. Luckily, I was prepared. Thereupon, he hooked his fingers at several people with an arrogant face. Nai-gakari. This cave language was learned by Fang Ping from Old Man Li before. Teacher Li taught me a few words of swearing cave language. Old Man Li said suspiciously, Ah, what are you doing here? A wicked smile erupted on Fang Ping's face. Provoke your opponents. Swearing words can engage in mentality. If the enemy flees, maybe I can scold you back. Old Man Li said after a moment of silence. Nai-gakari. Fang Ping clenched his fists. A look of excitement on his face. That's a good one. It's dirty to listen to. What is the meaning? Old Man Li said with a smile. It's probably you who kinda hacked me to death. And at this time, several younger brothers who heard Fang Ping say this sentence cried dancers. Confused, a drop of cold sweat slid down on his face at the same time. Fang Ping became more and more excited when he saw this. What does this expression mean? I didn't hear it clearly, so he repeated it out loud for another 2 years. Several people curled the corners of their mouths for a while. Fang Ping wondered what was going on. Why did you start laughing again? Subsequently, the sword-wielding weeping dancer began to gather his strength to attack. Fang Ping was so frightened that he turned around and ran. It's too provocative. Kaga's sword-wielding dancer charged and swung his sword. A blood-colored sword light swept out. Bang! The knife light is on the back of the square level. Fang Ping spurted out a mouthful of blood. Footsteps also became staggering. Just when the cave dancer thought he was going to fall, Fang Ping accelerated suddenly. With a snap, it disappeared. The instant cave dancers were taken aback. Hurriedly chased after him. It didn't take long, and it was getting dark. Fang Ping hid behind a big tree, gasping for air. He turned his head to feel the injury in his back. Fortunately, I wore 4-grade leather armor. The injuries were not too serious. The plan should have been deliberately consume chi and blood. I also ate a knife. They will surely let their guard down. I can't do it at night. Kill me. And then the corners of his mouth twitched. But I don't rely on power. It's mental power. Now is my chance to fight back. During the day, because of the sun, everywhere is full of energy particles. But at night, energy fluctuations will be detected by me in a more intuitive way. Then he turned on the system. The difficulty is difficult. The three of them couldn't force their way in. Gotta kill them separately. The wealth is worth only 78 million. The things that are at hand are not counted all the time. Wealth can't go on like this. At this time, the cave dancers were just as Fang Ping expected. I'm looking for her in the mountains and forests. Suddenly there was a click. Several people were shocked at the same time, then quickly ran to the location where the voice came from. Come here. I saw 3 pieces of rags scattered on the ground. The 3 of them picked up the pieces of cloth. One of them said auspiciously. The 3 of them glanced at each other, nodding. Then they went their separate ways. But they didn't expect it. Fang Ping actually left spiritual power on the cloth. Their actions were completely under Fang Ping's control. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth were raised very well. Separated, I didn't expect this ability to be put to practical use. It's so convenient. It's the same as an X-ray. But in order to prevent them from playing tricks on themselves, Fang Ping didn't act in a hurry. Instead, they stayed there and watched their movements. The result was exactly what Fang Ping thought. The sword-wielding warrior remained where he was. The archers are always within 100 meters. This distance can be at any time with each other. Only the gunman came out of the kilometer range. Looks confident that he can kill me alone. The time is ripe. Fang Ping began to act. Go find this one who is alone. Fang Ping pondered. It will take at least a minute or 2 for the other 2 to come to the rescue. For knives in 1 second is enough for me to cut 500 knives. I guess I can hack to death. So Fang Ping approached the dancer with a gun, deliberately exposing the location. The dancer with a gun cautiously approached Fang Ping, and Fang Ping was full of mental power. Carefully perceive his actions coming. The energy particles are all gathered on the weapon. The next second, the dancer with a gun stabbed out with a sudden shot. Bang! The trunk of the tree where Fang Ping was located burst open in an instant. Fang Ping leaped forward, come to the top of his head, and the soles of his feet stepped into the void, slashed down the bloody madness with a single sword. At this time, Fang Ping had been planning for a long time. Toward the dancer with the gun is a slash in the head. But the other party is 4 flats after all. The dancers are also extremely responsive. Reflexively fended off the attack with a single shot. At the same time, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Stress-free. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth lifted. One trick pony, don't look at Lao Tzu's big consumption. After a while, it will be full of chi and blood. Hack you to death. After that, raising the phoenix mouth knife is a random cut. Facing Fang Ping is quasi offensive. The dancers with guns had to raise their guns and fight desperately. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the mountains and forests. At this time, Fang Ping was like a passive Dian Wei. Utter madness. Consumes wealth points. Fang Ping's chi and blood recovered instantly. The dancers with guns were shocked. Now is the time. Just when he was stunned, Fang Ping's mouthful of blood swordsmanship spurted out. The dancers with guns hurriedly turned their heads to dodge. But due to the smaller amplitude of the eccentricity, the blood sword shattered his teeth directly. Piercing in, I saw a scream from the dancer with the gun. Then cover your head. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Fang Ping seized the opportunity. Hand up, the knife down. The knife flashed. I only heard a pop of the hand. The gun dancer received a box lunch. His body fell to the ground in response. Fang Ping squatted down, quickly rummaged through valuable things. After a few moments, 3 base energy stones were turned out. 2 cultivation energy stones and a 4 horse metal. Fang Ping was holding the spear of the spear-wielding dancer and was about to leave. But he stopped abruptly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Just now this guy thought I was spitting up normal blood. So just close your eyes. As a result, I suffered a big loss. Can't let the other 2 know. He died because of blood swordsmanship. So he turned and slashed down. Directly chopped off the head of the spear-wielding warrior. Not for a while. 2 other cave warriors also rushed over. See the corpse of a companion. The 2 were taken back. Hurriedly back to back vigilant. Fang Ping found a place. Take the sword and spear you got from killing the weeping warrior before. Buried. I didn't expect this spear to be of ground-grade alloy. Even the barrel of the gun is made of metal. The weight should be at least 30 pounds. Probably worth more than my phoenix mouth knife. After my, Fang Ping made another mark on the tree next to him. Hope to get it back here. The loot is processed. Fang Ping's eyes were clear. The remaining 2 could not be separated. We have to kill them before dawn. So Fang Ping took advantage of the night. A guerrilla war was waged. Go up and make a trick directly. Ran without a fight. Continuously drained their energy, blood, and patience. But the one who defiles the earth is not stupid. One of them pretended not to find out. His leather armor was pierced, almost stabbed in the heart. Of course, they don't feel good either. There is not much blood left. After Fang Ping consumed tens of millions of well points, the two weeping dancers gave up the pursuit, trying to get out of the jungle. At this time, Fang Ping hid behind a tree. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. I've consumed so much of my wealth. How could I let you run? In the next second, Fang Ping suddenly rushed out of Nayagakari. Played by Fang Ping. It's been so long. The anger of the two soared. The knife dancer couldn't bear it anymore. He burst out with a loud shout. Fang Ping stepped on the cloud step and quickly dodged. Looks like it's the last big move. Can't be a hard sword. And at this very moment, a sword bolt with the power of chi and blood burst through the air. Fang Ping kicked the trunk of the tree with the soles of his feet and turned to dodge. But the sword suddenly changed its trajectory. Straight to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was taken aback. Hurriedly gathered chi and blood to the back for defense. The damn thing turned out to be tracking. There was a rattle between the arrows. Immediately after that, it stabbed into Fang Ping's body with a snort. Chi and blood defenses were broken through. The cooperation between the two is very tacit. At the moment when Fang Ping was shot by an arrow, the sword-wielding dancer had come to him. A knife went straight to his head and cut it off. Fang Ping stepped to the void with his right foot, barely sideways to dodge. I only heard a click. The stem of a tree behind him was split in two. Fang Ping backhanded the sword-wielding warrior and repelled it. He looked at his injured left hand, although avoiding the slash. But he was still injured by the knife. Broken meridians. I can't use my left hand for a while. Then he looked up and grinned, which was pretty good. While speaking, he also used the system to restore chi and blood. Looking at Fang Ping, whose chi and blood had recovered instantly, the knife dancer's eyes widened. A look of disbelief. This time, Fang Ping gathered the power of chi and blood to the arrows on his back. The arrows wriggled quickly. Look at my. A pop fell off Fang Ping's back. The arrow falls off. Fang Ping shouted, burst out of Nayagakari. The sword-wielding dancer shouted to the dancer behind him. After also quickly catching up, the dancer frowned. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Fang Ping held a knife in his right hand. A swing of the knife. But the dancer with the knife did not avoid it in the slightest. He directly raised his hand and grabbed the phoenix mouth knife. Fang Ping was taken aback. I didn't even have him to react. The knife-wielding dancer suddenly tugs at the mouth knife. At the same time, throw away the long knife in your hand. Hug Fang Ping. Shouted Kago. Congratulations were heard. The dancers in the distance quickly raised their bows and charged their strength. Fang Ping's pupils suddenly constricted. But they will die with me. So he hurriedly puffed out his mouth and released the blood sword technique. You send it to your door. Ban. The sword-wielding dancer is headshot on the spot by the blood sword. Fang Ping struggled desperately to hold the hand of knife dancer. But there was no sign of letting go at all. I don't let go of the hateful death. By this time, the bow-wielding dancer had already completed the process. An arrow that carries the power of the blood shot towards Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping raised his head and roared. The next second, I only heard a snap. Arrows flew past their heads. The bodies of the two also fell to the ground with a clatter. Bow dancers sweat profusely. A hideous smile appeared on his face. Maybe a second. His smile froze instantly. I saw Fang Ping push the body of the knife-wielding dancer away. Then sit up. Exhale slowly. The warrior with a bow saw this. My heart was filled with despair in an instant. Thereupon, he hurriedly took out the energy stone from the cloth bag around his waist. He spat out a mouthful of dirty blood at the energy stone. The luster of the energy stone dimmed instantly. Fang Ping saw this. Furious, he actually polluted the energy stone with his blood. Then he rushed out and killed you. But the dancer is also a ruthless person. Seeing Fang Ping rushing over, a smile appeared on his face. Directly raised his hand and punched his heart. Fang Ping slowly stopped. Look at the dancer, who fell to the ground. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It's decisive. Destroy the energy stone. Break your own heart. Even if it's death. Don't let the enemy get the slightest benefit from him. Fang Ping Dung's voice. But sat down on the ground. A big sigh of relief. This is a war. Fight subsequently. He took out an elixir and ate it. This time into the cave. I only brought some healing water and a life pill. The inner house was hit hard. I didn't expect it to be used up so soon. And he killed a total of 4 cave warriors. Take stock. Weapons seized from the 2 weeping warriors. A ground and a long knife. 1 carpenter and 12 bows and arrows. The basic energy of the 4 people is a total of 5 pieces of 60 grams. 13 pieces of cultivation energy. Less than 10 grams. These are sold. An estimated 15 million survived. He opens the system panel. Now the wealth is worth more than 60 million. Plus hidden swords and spears. I don't know if there's any hope of breaking 100 million. That's right. There is also an energetic heart of a mid-grade martial artist. Forthwith, Fang Ping turned his head to look at the corpse of the sword-wielding warrior on the ground. Stuck in a tangle, digging or not digging. After a moment, he exhaled deeply. This is war. No matter how disgusting it is, I'll have to get used to it. Do your best to make yourself stronger. If it were me who died here today, it didn't end much better. So he took up his long knife. Start digging the heart of the knife dancer. A moment later, there was a ding. The system prompt sounds, increases wealth by 16 million. Next day, Fang Ping found the place where the spear had been buried the night before. Along the traces of the battle, it was finally recovered. The system prompt sounds, increase your wealth by 15 million. Fang Ping looked excitedly at the spear and sword in his hand. 15 million, these two are really good things. If you sell it, you can exceed his price. It can go up a little more. The benefits are promising. But the next second, he rolled his eyes. But it's hard to bring so many things. And there's a more serious problem. Where am I? No, it's so unlucky. The Horn King at the peak of the 7 grades can be met by me. At this time, Tang Feng was leading the Sampin students. He circled and suppressed several 4-rank Emperor crying dancers. He shouted and killed quickly. It was the students who responded. A more ferocious offensive was launched. Tang Feng frowned slightly. It's still too tender. Kill a few 4-rank dancers. It took so long. Kill enemies in the meat grinder. Even if you get hurt, you can't delay. Otherwise, it will only attract more enemies. At this time, Tang Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. I saw Huang Jing falling from the sky. Dean Huang Tang Feng said hello. Huang Jing said with a solemn face that the war was about to start. Word came last night, although the high level of Tianmin City was temporarily repelled by us. But we can't let students continue to fall out of love here. You hurry up and take someone back to Hope City. A drop of cold sweat slipped on Tang Feng's forehead. Really? I'll just say that the number of medium grades on the meat grinder side is not right. Huang Jing continued. Besides, Fang Ping lost it. Tang Feng hadn't reacted yet. Subconsciously responded. Be a second. He suddenly shouted in a sweat. What is lost? Isn't he in Lao Luo's team? Huang Jing raised his hand to block Tang Feng's saliva. Again, it was lost. Yesterday, after you left, and he went northeast. Then he was chased into Zhang Wanglin by 3 4-rank dancers. I want to keep chasing. As a result, they encountered Celestial Tiger and the Ancient Spear. Just lost, Tang Feng said in disbelief. I thought with his character, it's impossible to get out on your own. Huang Jing sighed helplessly. Young people, after all, it's too exciting. Seriously, Tang Feng asked hesitantly. 3-4 pins. Then he died. Huang Jing said she didn't know. I can only do a cursory survey on the outskirts of the dead forest. The problem now is more than 90 students. Only Fang Ping was lost. If he doesn't come back, I'm afraid there will be chaos in the magic house. 2 people. I couldn't help but imagine Lu Fengru's crazy appearance at the same time. So Tang Feng immediately said, I'll go find him. After that, I have to leave. Huang Jing dissuaded and said that it would be the same if you go. How to find the forest so big. What's more, now Tianmin City is ready to launch. War, you have to get back to Hope City as soon as possible. Tang Feng said, then bring the student back and look for it later. I'll be back before the big fight. Looked at Tang Feng's stubborn appearance. Huang Jing sighed helplessly. Then I'll look for it again. The Horn Undead are now haunted by high-grade characters. You stay safe. Tang Feng's eyes were complicated. And he left. The other side. Fang Ping was running rapidly among the Horned Undead at this time. A drop of cold sweat slipped down his face. Know how? Qi, blood, and mental power are becoming more and more active. So he hurriedly stopped. Hope City, an energy-barren place. The energy concentration in front is so high. It means I'm going deeper into the cavern. You have to go in the direction of low energy concentration. So he closed his eyes. Unleash your mental power. Sense the energy fluctuations around you. After a moment, he turned his head excitedly. This is it. He quickly moved towards it. Run in the direction of low concentration of energy particles. Very well. The energy particles are getting lower and lower. It's time to go out. He smirked. Luckily, I'm mentally strong. If it were someone else, surely get lost in this wood. But he suddenly stopped with a foot on the brakes. It's strange how all the energy particles are suddenly gone. The next second, a head and body are sharp. A giant beast with golden fur all over its body appeared before his eyes. Fang Ping was like a thunderbolt in the sky in an instant. The groove turned out to be a high-grade demon beast. It was he who absorbed all the energy particles around him. And that's not all. He also hid his aura. That's why I didn't find him. At this point, the giant beast slowly turned its head. His eyes were fixed on Fang Ping. Fang Ping instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. He's looking at my energy stones. So he hurriedly took out the energy stone and threw it on the ground. No offense. It's a little bit of caution. I saw the giant beast with a big mouth. He sucked all the energy stones into his mouth. Then he crushed it and ate it. Fang Ping's mouth opened wide in an instant. Tears couldn't help but burst out of my eyes. Ate more than 10 million of my energy stones. After eating the energy stone, the giant beast stared at Fang Ping again. Fang Ping slowly retreated, still staring at me. Are you gonna eat me? No, listen. I should have done it a long time ago. Won't wait until now. Suddenly, there was a buzz. Fang Ping's body was blocked. Fang Ping was taken back. Abominable is a spiritual power barrier. Don't let me go. So he sweated profusely and laughed and laughed. I'm gone. It's all for you. The fourth is to understand Fang Ping's words. The behemoth lifted a foot, and a ball of chi and blood energy was condensed on the soles of the feet. Then take a bite. After doing this series of actions, the giant beast turned its gaze to Fang Ping again. Fang Ping's face was incredulous. He was going to let me feed him with blood and chi. This guy has intelligence. So he raised his hand to condense his chi and blood energy. Sure enough, it was the same as Fang Ping thought. The behemoth opened its mouth, just sucked all the chi and blood energy he had condensed into his mouth. After devouring, the giant beast stared at Fang Ping again. Fang Ping had to condense his chi and blood again. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Condensing once is dozens of calories of chi and blood. This is a look of dissatisfaction. You won't let me feed it all the time. At this time, the periphery of the dead forest was suppressed. Huang Jing looked at the corpse of the weeping dancer on the ground. Throw a fit. Fang Ping, this kid, actually killed 3 Sippin. Then he stroked his chin helplessly. This is only 20 kilometers from the forest. Now that the enemies are dead, why go deeper? You're going to Tujiao. Then his eyes froze. Creatures at the pinnacle. The skin is rough, and the meat is thick. Even an 8-rank golden body powerhouse may not be an opponent. The big war is imminent. If I touch a foot here, it will definitely affect the battle situation of the entire demon capital cave. Let's think about the big picture when you go back to the city. Huang Jing once wanted to empty the ground. There are still such comics. The protagonist actually works for the monster. Is there anything more aggrieved than being a cook? At this time, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down Fang Ping's face. Recovered chi and blood 6 times with the system. Consumed more than 6 million wealth points. The beast was finally fed. After calming down, Fang Ping realized that he had run to the hanged undead. And the one in front of him is the golden-horned beast king. While he closes his eyes and rests, tries sneaking away. But this guy actually kept staring at me with mental power. Fang Ping's teeth grinned. Although his life was saved for the time being. But do you want to be a cook for him all the time? If the wealth is exhausted, it is still a dead end. What should I do? Fang Ping stared at the golden-horned beast with a resentful expression. These feet really look like a great lion. Felines are definitely my nemesis. At this time, the golden-horned beast suddenly raised its head and looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was stunned, and he continued to condense his chi and blood energy to the golden horn. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Kill you bastard. After feeding for a while, Fang Ping laughed at the Horned King. Or I'll go outside and find someone with stronger blood. I'll be a cook for you. The golden-horned beast tilted its head. It means that I don't understand. So Fang Ping began to perform. My chi and blood were weak. If the blood is gone, you will die. I can't feed you anymore. There are a lot of strong chi and blood outside. I'm going to fetch them over and feed you the blood. The golden-horned beast's eyes narrowed, quietly looking at Fang Ping. A drop of cold sweat was drawn on Fang Ping's face. I played it so vividly. You should have understood, just as Fang Ping was thinking. The gold horn stood up and walked over to him and sniffed around. Fang Ping trembled with fright. Then the golden-horned beast fell to the ground with a thud. Went back to sleep. Fang Ping's face was incredulous, he understood. But what I just meant was that I remembered your taste. Oh, if you don't come back, I'll go to you. Fang Ping scolded in his heart. Where the hell am I going to find you a strong man? But then his eyes lit up. But now is not the time to think so much. Escape matters. Then he smiled and said the Horned King. Then I'm leaving. The golden horn ignored him. So Fang Ping ran away. It didn't stop me. At this time, Fang Ping increased his speed to the extreme. He rejoiced as he ran. at the cost of tens of millions of wealth and all energy stones. I survived from the mouth of a high-grade demon beast. It's good that this kick is stupid enough. It's all believed. Look at the road ahead. Fang Ping pondered that this time was right. Go in the opposite direction of your feet. I will definitely be able to get out. An hour later, Fang Ping finally ran out of the forest. He stopped, gasping for air. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's finally out. He turned his head to look. I saw a cave dancer next to me, just knocked down on earth. The dancers look at each other. Fang Ping glanced at the medal on his chest. Nanny 5-rank dancer. So he pulled his legs and ran back into the forest. Fang Ping couldn't help but curse the damn in his heart. What kind of physique do I have? Did I run in the direction of Heavenly Gate City? I didn't go far. The cave dancer stopped. Fang Ping was stunned. Why don't you chase it? But he reacted immediately. It's also a hanged ghost here. It's no wonder if you're not afraid. So he stopped. So far, one does not do two endlessly. Raising your hand is a 2-time universal gesture. Nai Gakari. Lao Tzu is not afraid. Come and hack me to death. You're a 5-pin. Crying mischievously, the dancer bared his teeth in anger. It didn't take long. Where the golden horn is located, Fang Ping suddenly burst out of the forest. I am back. Brought to you by the Big Dick. The gold horn was startled. Hurriedly raised his head. Fang Ping knelt on one knee. He pointed at the cave dancer with a playful face. The cave dancer was confused. In the next second, the golden horn beast suddenly released its spiritual power. With a thud, the cave dancer fell to his knees. Fang Ping was shocked in his heart. Is this foot so strong? The 5-rank dancer was directly pressed down. Anyway, you didn't press me when I first came. It's too weak. Isn't it worth it? Then the golden horn turned its head to look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked helpless, I knew. So he shouted at the cave warriors, hey, look at me. The cave warrior looked at him in disbelief. At this scene, Fang Ping raised his hand and condensed his chi and blood energy to the golden horn. Got it and did it. The cave warrior nodded earnestly. But in the next second, he turned around and fled into the forest. The golden horn beast's eyes froze. Majestic spiritual power rushed out. All I heard was clang. The cave dancer was on all fours in an instant, slammed into the ground, and then controlled by mental power, slowly floated in front of the golden horn. The golden horn beast opened its mouth, directly forcibly devoured the chi and blood energy in his body. The cave dancers let out a scream. Look at the scene. Fang Ping couldn't help but be scared for a while. It's also too brutal. No wonder he didn't kill me directly at the time. Forcibly devoured. The spillage of chi and blood is severe. And let the dancers take the initiative to cohesion. You can absorb it to the maximum. All the blood and chi on the dancer. Feed it before. Every time I was about to run out of chi and blood. It's ready to move. I even call it stupid. If you don't recover in time. That's probably what happened to me. A moment of effort. The blood of the cave dancers was devoured. The body also dried up completely. The golden horn dissipates its spiritual power. The cave dancer's body fell to the ground with a thud. The gold horn burped contentedly. It is the so-called wealth and danger. The boy dared to use the ferocious demon beast. Earn wealth value for yourself. This kid is too daring. At this time, Fang Ping looked at the corpse of the crying dancer on the ground, pondering that the chi and blood of the 5-grade powerhouse are more than 4,000 calories. It was sucked dry in an instant, and this Bluefoot doesn't seem to be interested in jerky. So he took off the gloves from the weeping dancer's hands. A pair of C-class gloves and a 5-rank badge. The value should be in the millions. Although get your hands on it. But the system didn't calculate the value of my wealth. That means these things don't belong to me yet. That's only. So he turned to look at the gold horn. With a flattering smile, the Horned King. I've got this set for me. I'm going to use this to arrest you guys. The gold horn glanced at him impatiently. Then he turned his head and closed his eyes. Ding. The system prompt sounds. Wealth increased by 6 million. Fang Ping was happy. Donated to me. Then a wicked smile broke out of his face. That's a good way to go. Lure the enemy to the corpse and enjoy the benefits of the fisherman. Although the energy stone and energy heart are gone. But the value of the weapons of a mid-grade martial artist is not low. But he thought about it again. This turtle has a beastly nature. Suddenly unpleasant. It's possible to eat me. Wouldn't it be too much to want to take advantage of him? Immediately, his eyes froze at him. Danger is here. Isn't it dangerous to go out and hunt warriors by yourself? Let's go. When the wealth is worth hundreds of millions, leave. It would have been a few million short. As a result, more than 10 million were swallowed. You shall not compensate me. So he said to the golden horned beast to kill the king. Then I'll continue to arrest you for you. Fang Ping came to the outside of the tomb of king. I saw a huge army of caves. It is marching towards a city of hope. Fang Ping was taken aback. This is the army of Tianmin City. Dispatch such a large number of troops. Is it going to war with humans? But why do you appear in the horns of the undead? Northeast of the horned undead. It was not on the march route of the battle between the two cities. Could it be that he wants to let the queen sneak attack Grandmaster Yakong? You can see it at a glance. Is it useful to go the extra mile? Besides, some idle warriors also formed groups. Follow the army to the west of the city. Fang Ping grinned. I'm not going behind enemy lines right now. Kill a few more cave warriors. It can also relieve the pressure on human beings. The warriors of the army cannot. It's not good to lure a team of warriors with a lot of people. If you don't have a weapon, you don't think about it. A squad of siping dancers like this would be the best. So Fang Ping threw a stone at a few people. A weeping dancer grabbed the stone. A few people turned their heads to look. I saw Fang Ping comparing with one with a mocking expression. Two-time universal gestures. Hello there. The three of them shouted. Went to Fang Ping tyrannily. The screen turns. A few of them did the same. The previous 5-rank dancer. The same was crushed to the ground by the golden horned beast with mental power. Fang Ping began to demonstrate to a few people if they understood. If you want to live, do it. Several people quickly nodded. Also according to Fang Ping's appearance. Condense chi and blood and feed it to the golden horn. Fang Ping silently stood by and watched this scene. These three are quite obedient. It's a pity that you don't have infinite blood. After the three of them released their chi and blood, it was ruthlessly devoured by the golden horn. Fang Ping squatted next to the corpses of the three people. Turning his head to the golden horn, he said to the Horned King, "That's all for me." Ding. The system prompt sounds. Wealth is increased by 10 million. Fang Ping's excited nostrils erupted 2 balls of gas. Is this the speed at which you should make money? Afterwards, Fang Ping found another lone cave dancer. He hooked his fingers with an arrogant expression. Nayakari. The cave dancer was stunned. Fang Ping was also stunned. Damn it, why are you stunned every time you shout like this? Hearing someone shouting at you is kind of killing me. Isn't it supposed to be a big hit? So Fang Ping said hesitantly. Nayakari. The cave dancer raised his hand and pointed to the ground. Fang Ping thought about this arrogant expression and gesture. The next second he turned and ran deeper into the forest. At the same time, a 2-time universal gesture was also presented. I'll kneel to your uncle. The cave dancers couldn't help but be angry. As soon as the soles of his feet stomped on the ground, he chased after them. And the result is the same as the previous cave dancers. After releasing the chi and blood, he was sucked into a dry corpse by the golden horned beast. Fang Ping picked up the weeping dancer's sword. Hey, the king of smiling feet. Here's for me. And the golden horned beast stared at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was stunned. This blue foot hasn't eaten enough, so he could only condense his chi and blood and feed it to the golden horn. It's disgusting to see that the wealth is worth hundreds of millions. The teenager's fortune exceeded 100 million. The system is upgraded again. Successfully broke away from Kim. Horned Beast King controls. He unexpectedly found that the army of the cave was not well assembled. How to get back and pass on the information as soon as possible. By this time the cave had turned into night. Fang Ping kept consuming his wealth value. Feed the golden horn weeping blood. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. I still eat so much on this big night. I can't hold you up. Fat to death for a late night snack. The 3 million wealth value finally fed him. So the gold horn fell asleep contentedly. The weapons of the immortal Emperor Weeping Dancer belonged to Fang Ping. The system prompt sounds. Increase your wealth by 10 million. The wealth is worth more than 100 million. The system level has been increased. Look at the system interface of the broken reorganization. Fang Ping was excited. Finally, the system upgrade was ushered in. Blink of an eye. The system upgrade is complete. A prompt pops up to unlock new features. All attributes are actively promoted. Fang Ping looked excitedly at the new system interface. All properties are followed by an extra plus sign. In other words, the bone marrow can be refined. Bone marrow is like bone. Skull quenching. Mental strength is up to standard. Wouldn't I soon be able to step into the ranks of grandmasters? However, the price of bone marrow refining is certainly not low. Try. So Fang Ping used the system to quench the bones once. Chi and blood energy quickly swirled around Fang Ping's body. A few breaths of effort. The system beep sounds again. Consume 1 million wealth value. Brittle bones succeed. Fang Ping was immediately distressed. 1 million, I knew it wasn't cheap. It takes 1 million to quench a bone completely. Fortune is worth 177 pieces. That's 177 million. Nearly 200 million. But the next 3 rank martial artists. For 200 million, the bone marrow can be prefabricated in advance. Such an opportunity if it is released. I'm afraid I can break my head. And at this stage, All I need to do is complete the prefabrication of the limb patch. That's 126 million. It's okay enough to explain why I have infinite chi and blood. Next, he took stock of the harvest. The pinnacle of 3 killed a 3-pin, 6 4 frets, and 2 5 frets. I'm sure I'll be shocked by the City of Hope when I go back this time. Next day, Fang Ping took all the equipment and prepared to slip away. He waved at the golden horn. Laughing Horn King. I'll keep arresting you. You can always rest well. But just when Fang Ping had just taken a step, the golden-horned beast suddenly raised its head and stared at him. The groove. Fang Ping was so frightened that he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then he turned his head and said to the king of the feet, I'm going to have to get rid of these weapons. Otherwise, there will not be enough chi and blood. At this time, he was panicked. It's over the calf. He didn't know I was going to run away. The golden-horned beast stared at Fang Ping silently. Moments later, he fell to the ground with another thud. Fang Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Especially once in a while. You're still cute, aren't you? Successfully deceived the golden horn. Fang Ping quickly rushed back towards Hope City. When you go out of the forest from the previous side, you will encounter the Tianmen army. So this time I chose to go from the direction of Dongkuei City. Dongkuei City is located on the northeast side of the Horned Dead Forest. It's safer to walk back to Hope City from here. The disadvantage is that you have to run hundreds of miles more. For me, though, it's a few hours away at full speed. At this time, Fang Ping rushed out of the forest, but he immediately froze in place. Hey, isn't this a meat grinder? Fang Ping scratched her head anxiously. Strange how I got to the grinder. Then where's the place where I met the Tianmen army? Oh, I didn't pay attention to that before. The emblem of the ground weeping warrior. Immediately, he took out the badge of the ground crying warrior from his pocket. The next second, his eyes widened suddenly. It's a sunflower, not a Tianmen tree. So the one I walked on before was Dongkuei City. It was the army of Dongkuei City. Come to think of it, his face suddenly became solemn. At this time, troops were dispatched. It's not going to attack Hope City with Tianmen City. Dongkuei City rarely clash with humans. The powerhouses of Hope City. You may not notice what is going on here. In case my guess is correct, it's not good, so I have to go back and report the news. Humans are powerless to fight against Tianmen City alone. Not to mention the union of the two cities. Thinking about him, he quickly ran towards Hope City. Can be a second. He stopped suddenly. Wait, I thought it was the direction of Tianmen City. As a result, I went to Dongkuei City. Then I thought it was the direction of Hope City. It can't be Tianmen City. Damn this way. Almost went wrong again. So he hurriedly turned around and ran in the other direction. That's not right. I crashed to my death in Tianmen City. Finished sprinkling flowers. The other side wants to be out of town. A figure was speeding towards Hope City. In a blink of an eye, he came to the city gate. Stomp on Saul's defeat, and the ground jumped up to the wall. Isn't this the big lion who went out to find Fang Ping? He stood up. The solemn face said that it was not found, and just came out of the Horned Dead Forest. It was almost besieged by 3-6 raid peaks. I even felt the smell of high quality. Huang Jing's brows furrowed. This time it's a little different. In the past, the high-quality products of Tianmen City did not appear until the end. But now we have to retreat early. Personnel, return defense. Hope City Tang Feng said. Is there going to be a moth? In the past, he often fought against Tianmen City. Generally, it is a large army that directly attacks the city. This time, it was for the army to sweep along the way. The front line was also blocked. Huang Jing did not hesitate. Immediately turned around and walked towards the city. Go and find General Su. The two came to the operational command room. Su Mafu pointed to the sand table and said that he had just received information. I don't know the north, even the west and east. They were all blocked by the powerhouses of Tianmen City. I guess he paused. Then he said solemnly, they want to take Hope City in one fight. If you want to kill me, you can try. Sexy female tutor is furious. My daughter died. My dad is missing. Now even my favorite student. Also missing. How do you calm me down? Just now. Huang Jing and the others came to the combat command room. Huang Jing said disdainfully, let's fight against Tianmen City. It's not a year or two. They really think they can eat Hope City. Shimov said, I'm just guessing. Anyway, now prepare for the worst. The military department has already issued a call-up order, including President Wu. The powerhouses of the demon capital will soon come to reinforce them, unless the Heavenly Gate City comes out. Otherwise, don't try to take Hope City. Huang Jing said hesitantly. Principal Wu led the team. Lu Fengru won't come. Su Mafu said that this was not clear. Probably not. Aren't they on a bad relationship? A drop of cold sweat was cut on Huang Jing's face. That's just as well. Su Mafu asked suspiciously, is it wrong? After a while, Su Mafu exclaimed, you didn't tease me. The missing Fang Ping was Lu Fengru's student. Huang Jing and Tang Feng nodded at the same time. Su Mo glanced at the two of them. In his heart, he secretly cursed the demon dance. More than 90 students went to the ground and cried together. You just lost Lu's students. Even if you lose a few more, it's better than losing this. Hey, that doesn't seem right. Just then a soldier ran in. Report General. Reinforcements from the Demon Capital Martial Arts University are here. On the other side, I hope to become the portal of the cave. The reinforcements of the Demon Warrior came out of the teleportation one after another. Lu Fengru walked in front, said angrily to Wu Quishan behind him, let's go. I'm still waiting for someone to pick you up. Also, put on the Grandmaster shelf. Su Mafu and the others scratched a drop of cold sweat on their faces at the same time. Lu Fengru stepped forward, said lightly, what's going on? Shimov said it was still in the pipeline. Only small-scale scout wars broke out. Lu Fengru said that every time she was in a hurry. When is the day toward tactic ahead? In my opinion, like Commander Li, Minister Zhang came with a few big players. Flatten the gate of heaven. The city again. Wu Quishan also walked over. Diamond City is not something you say will be flat. The cavern is stronger than us. At the beginning, the First World War in Kyoto led to the sacrifice of more than half of our grandmasters. Humanity cannot afford this price. Lu Fengru scoffed. It is true that quite a few people died. But after that, humans built the largest castle in the Kyoto cave. Stick to it thoroughly. It's like the magic capital here. A big city of hope can really be a place of hope. Wu Quishan reprimanded. You're too aggressive. Lu Fengru said lightly. The military department has its own considerations, right? The big picture is important, right? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Go see my students have a meeting. Don't call me unwanted. As he spoke, he walked out the door. After Lu Fengru left, Wu Quishan reluctantly apologized to a few people. Excuse me. At this time, Huang Jing said hesitantly, Principal Wu. There's something I'll have to do later. Wu Quishan was stunned for a moment. Huang Jing said that Fang Ping was lost. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Wu Quishan's forehead. Raise your hand and stroke your chin. After a moment of silence, he said that the cave was dangerous. Feng Ro can understand that. Huang Jing added that he was not the only one who lost it. Everyone else is fine. Wu Quishan was stunned for a moment, and said that it was me. Let him go alone. Hunting ground weaving dancer. Several of them fell silent. Wu Quishan patted Tang Feng on the shoulder. Turn around and walk out the door. Walk over and look at Hold On. Don't go yet. Avoid Feng Ro. The big war is imminent. You're gonna make a mess for us. After speaking, Wu Quishan and the three of them walked out. In a clearing in the city, Lu Fengru was listening to Zhao Xuemei's report on the situation. You're saying she's out on her own? Zhao Xuemei said that Teacher Tang finished speaking at that time, and he went on his own, and then he never came back. Chen Yunxi said worriedly. Fu Changning said that Fang Ping had no sense of direction. Teacher, he is not. Lu Fengru said that there was no party. Xiang Gan and others went deep into the enemy camp. It's time to know how to get back. Then he covered his head and smiled. A Grandmaster. Tu Lupin lost my student in the safe zone. What should I say? At this time, Wu Quishan and the three of them walked over. Huang Jing said, Feng Ro Lao Tang had no malicious intent. You know who he is. This time it was a pure accident. Lu Fengru turned her head to look at Huang Jing. Accident, what about you? Huang Jing said that I followed along. As a result, they encountered the celestial tiger and the ancient speeder. Lu Fengru laughed uncontrollably. And then you came back, right? Do you understand that the big picture matters? Rest assured, I'm not going to do anything in Hope City. But then I'm going to go deep into the basement. Said, the power of chi and blood slowly emanated from him. You students, it's best not to let in with friends and family. Wu Quishan scolded loudly. Feng Ro, do you know what you're talking about? Lu Fengru said with a gloomy face, I am anti-human. But so what? My daughter died. My dad is missing. My husband may be the culprit who killed his daughter. A monster that has fought for it all his life. Most of my students died. Then he yelled hysterically, in my opinion. The other students are all dead. Fang Ping will not die. But now you tell me. Everyone is fine. He's gone. If I had come in, whose turn will come next? Zhao Xuemei's business. Chen Yong City? I don't think so. His grandfather was a grandmaster. So Xuemei will die in the cave, right? Wu Quishan also roared angrily. Sling the bull. Lao Huang is looking for him. He has already fought against two enemy Gao Ping. What else do you want? Do you have to ask someone else to fight for Fang Ping's life? You're satisfied, aren't you? Then he solemnly said that it was because of his own whimsical. Just say the words that threaten humanity. Lu Fengru dared to mess around. I'll kill you, Lu Fengru said with gloomy eyes. If you want to kill me, you can try. Wu Quishan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Both fists clenched unconsciously. Ignored a few people. Lu Feng turned to Zhao Xuemei and said, Xuemei, mark my words, all the way to the front with the large army. You need to be involved in the defense this time. Follow Chen Yunxi. Then he turned to Chen Yunxi. Chen Yunxi was frightened. Chen Yunxi, I didn't teach you anything, though. But Xuemei is your friend. Don't be separated from him. I'll look for you when he's dead. Chen Yunxi nodded sadly. After speaking, Lu Fengru turned around and left. Huang Jing said, you say. Do you want Xuemei to go back early? Wu Quishan said. This is a more so at this time. The more you think about it, just send someone to keep an eye on him. Don't let him mess around. Su mo fu sai hao pe. Allah. It's a troublemaker. He was thinking to himself. Now the City of Hope is locked down. Can't Fang Ping, a 3 level 5, really come back? And the other side at this time. Fang Ping was hiding behind a huge immortal tree. Look out, they're full of cave armies looking for houses. He couldn't help but frown. Hell, I'm gonna get back. It's over, it's over. This time, it's really going to die. How can a hero be so good? The whereabouts of the teenager are revealed. He was chased and killed by the Jade Sky Warriors. At this time, Fang Ping was pondering while running. The Tianmen army was in a group of 100 people. Wander around the periphery of the West Lookout City. A blockade is formed. It is likely to be to block the human warriors. Bring back the news of Dongkuei City's troops. Immediately, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The responsibility is great. I'm afraid I'm going to be a hero when I go back this time. He ducked behind a boulder. To break through the defense, you have to run fast enough. It's secluded enough. So, he turned on the system. Bone marrow refining, although the wealth is not worth much. It can be used to refine the bones of the lower limbs first. The bone marrow will be quenched faster. Outbreaks are also higher. 62 lower limb bones. That's 62 million. Enough to think about. Fang Ping stood up. Immediately, the energy of brittle bones, qi, and blood diffused around him. The system beep continues to sound. Consume 1 million wealth value. Brittle bone progress increased by 10%. Fang Ping scratched her legs hard. It's so painful and itchy. This itches deep into the bone marrow. I want to scratch but can't. It's just so uncomfortable. With the in-depth refining of the bone marrow. Weight gain. The skin is constantly tightening. The hair is also showing signs of falling out. This is to seal off the loss of qi and blood. Signs of the formation of internal circulation. Tom to 8. Grandmasters don't deliberately keep their hair. The eyebrows are actually bare. Come to think of it, Fang Ping couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Fang Ping's 999 calorie qi and blood had been stagnant for a long time. Suddenly it clicked to 1,000. And it's rising rapidly. Fang Ping was overjoyed. The upper limit of qi and blood has finally been broken. And it's growing so fast. The 999 card is a boundary. 3 rank dancers are difficult to cross. Even 3 times. The same goes for brittle bones. Only when your bones, body, and meridians are strong. That's the boundary that disappears. A moment later, there was a ding. The system prompt sounds completed the tempering of all lower limb bones. Fang Ping was sweating profusely and panting. He jumped on the spot excitedly. The maximum amount of qi and blood has been increased by 100 calories. The 2 legs weigh at least 80 pounds. He grinned confidently. It feels like you can kick and kill the Gaoping dancers. It's still a little uncomfortable after practicing. Gotta stretch a little. So he bent down and began to press his legs. Be a second. There was a crackling sound. A team of cave warriors not far away. And patrol army warriors. All hit. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the voice came from. Fang Ping was shocked. Oops, why is this so loud? So he quickly jumped out from behind a rock. Started running nonstop. But in front of him, several cave warriors who noticed the movement here ran over too. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Towards them, and rushed over. However, Fang Ping didn't plan to waste time with them. Take a leap, dodge a shot from a gunman, then swing his sword and slash at a sword-wielding warrior in front of him. When a bang, the long knife of the sword-wielding warrior was directly cut off. Along with his body, he was cut into 2 pieces. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth lifted. It's really getting faster. Then he stomped on the soles of his feet. The ground leaps high. The phoenix mouth knife was raised above his head. Shout that whoever stands in my way will die. A weeping warrior in front of him was so frightened that he hurriedly raised his sword to defend it. Unexpectedly, Fang Ping fell behind him with a bang. Before he could react, Fang Ping had already slammed out. The weeping warrior was so angry that his forehead twitched slightly. Fang Ping looked back and smiled. Most of the products that chased me this time were defective. There are only a few 5 pins. It's only 100 miles. I can't catch up in half an hour. I'll kill you all when I get to Hope City. And just when he rejoiced, a figure suddenly roared into the sky. Fang Ping was shocked. It's a jade sky powerhouse. A figure in the sky. The soles of the feet slammed on. The void thumped. It swooped down towards Fang Ping like a cannonball. In the moment when you are about to catch up, the right hand quickly clenched into a fist to condense the power of qi and blood. Then he threw a punch. I only heard a bang. The ground exploded in an instant. Fang Ping moved forward to dodge the attack. The body rolls on the ground several times, barely managed to stabilize his figure. However, the weapons he had previously seized were also scattered all over the ground. The dust clears. A topless ground-crying dancer slowly walked out. Fang Ping also used his weapon step by step at this time. Turn around and run. Forget it, I remember you. I'm going to kill you next time. Suddenly, his mental power sensed danger. He jerked back. I saw a long sword carrying the power of qi and blood. It's flying towards him. Fang Ping hurriedly dodged sideways, but due to the distance is too close, the long sword still penetrated his left forearm. The weeping dancer cursed. He didn't expect a mere sampan. I was able to avoid his attacks. Fang Ping didn't dare to stop. He could only drag his injured arm and continue to run forward. In his heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped by. To die, really to die. How can a hero be so good? I should have hid in the horned dead forest and not come out. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. The one in front is Hope City. The punch almost shattered. Oops, keep going like this. Up to 3 punches. I will die at this time. Fang Ping's eyes widened with excitement. I can see hope. I became the one who escaped at the hands of the 6th ranked dancer, plus countless 4 or 5 ranked dancers. Just when he was happy, the cave dancers have already jumped in, come to the top of his head. Fang Ping was taken aback. That's too fast, isn't it? He clenched his phoenix mouth knife suddenly. Turn around and swing it out. Fists and knives collide. There was a screeching sound of metal crashing. The next second, Fang Ping slammed. It flew upside down like a cannonball. In an instant, a distance of tens of zhang was drawn on the ground. He threw a pestle on the ground with one hand, took a leap forward, barely managed to stabilize his figure. Art ate 6 bottles of dancer with one blow. He threw out a mouthful of blood. It's 6 bottles. Even if you block the attack, you're still hurt. Before he could recover, the cave dancer had already dodged in front of him. Fang Ping was taken back. Hurriedly raised his hand. A set of explosive blood triple slashes to resist. Then a bloody sword spurred out. But the other party is a 6th-ranked martial artist after all. With one hand, he easily crushed the blood sword technique. However, the body of the cave warrior also slid backwards. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly released his spiritual power. At the same time, he excitedly shouted that Grandmaster was coming. Grandmaster, save me. Fang Ping controlled his mental power. Go around behind the cave warriors. Flicked his hair. The cave warrior was shocked. Hurriedly looked back. But there was no one behind him. Yes. Wait until he turns around again. Fang Ping had already run out far away. The cave dancer was so angry that he yelled. Can be 6 flat dancer speed. How can the square level of 3 squares compare with him? I saw him stomp on the soles of his feet. The ground quickly caught up. Fang Ping was so anxious that he was sweating profusely I couldn't run looping. Is there any way to stop him? It's out. People die. No matter how many weapons there are, it's useless. So, he threw his right foot. Suddenly turned around. Throw the phoenix mouth knife with a strong blow. The phoenix mouth knife, carrying the power of weeping blood. There was a cacophony of breaking wind. Burst towards the cave dancers. The cave dancer lifted it with one hand. The phoenix beak knife was flicked away. Fang Ping endured a severe pain. He drew the sword that was stuck in his arm. Then put the weapon on the body. One by one, they threw themselves at the cave dancers. He ran as hard as he could. At the same time, he shouted for help. I'm gonna die. The great lion General Su. The cave dancer caught up with him again. Fang Ping hurriedly condensed the qi and blood shield behind him. It is condensed qi and blood shield. In front of the looping dancers, it is simply nothing. The cave dancer threw a punch. I only heard a bang. The qi and blood shield shattered in an instant. The clothes on Fang Ping's back also burst open. Fang Ping directly rolled his eyes. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Then it slammed into the ground like a cannonball. The dust clears. Fang Ping lay motionless on the ground. Blood flowed from his head. The weeping dancers dispersed the power of weeping blood, glanced at him faintly, then walked slowly towards him. In a second, Fang Ping suddenly bounced up in his stunned gaze. Man out! The weeping dancer was so angry that his forehead twitched slightly. Roaring at him again, Fang Ping opened his mouth and shouted for help. Someone, he thought to himself. It worked for the fact that he had eaten broken body pill and refined the inner mansion before. Now the internal organs have been shattered. However, there's enough qi and blood. I can repair an injury all the time. But it goes on like this. Up to 3 punches. I will die in his despair. A burst of charges came. A figure suddenly passed by him. It was the big lion who came to the rescue. I only heard a bang. Ferocious waves suddenly erupted from the place where the two collided. Tang Sung is worthy of being an invincible chess player under Grandmaster. Directly used the true biography of the bald head. Continuous ordinary punches. The cave warriors were directly beaten and powerless. Blink of an eye. Several fist marks appeared on his body. 2 eyes. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Then he bowed down and shouted angrily. The power of the furious chi and blood crackled all around him. Tang Feng saw this. Hurriedly make a back jump to open the distance. Can be a second. He was in the stunned gaze of the two. Flam turned. Swept toward the sky. Tang Feng and the two were stunned. Ran. Fang Ping instantly scolded. You learned from me. Did you pay the tuition fee? The boy escaped death. Brought back important intelligence from the front. However, he was slapped hard by his mentor. What the hell is going on? At this time, Fang Ping took a difficult step. Slowly walked towards Tang Feng. He said with a gloomy face, but he didn't kill him. I thought you were killing 6 pins like a killing machine. I say that 3 products account for 6 products. Can you fight the 9 pins? I'll kill 4 pins. I also killed the peak of the 5 grades. You say, I don't dare to die. A drop of cold sweat slipped on Tang Sung's face. There is no opening. Fang Ping walked in front of him. Tang Sung said to go back to the city for treatment. You're dying. Fang Ping said that he couldn't die. I've got a lot of weapons left on the road. I'm gonna get it back. Tang Sung said, and the weapon was lost. It was picked up by the other party a long time ago. Fang Ping raised his hand. He gestured to the flickering light on the ground in the distance. So he staggered that way. Tang Feng said, Can you move? Ask if you need help. Fang Ping yelled that there was no need. A moment later, Tang Feng carried it on his back. Fang Ping ran towards Hope City. Fang Ping glanced at the 2 weapons in his hand. Side of my heart. The phoenix mouth knife is gone. Only a long knife and spear were recovered. Although he saved his life. But this wave is really a blood loss. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to Tang Feng, to about 200 meters from Hope City. Put me down. Look west out of the city. Tang Feng helped Fang Ping and walked slowly towards the city gate. He took out the captured ground-weeping dancer medal. Wear it around your neck. Tang Feng couldn't believe you. You really killed Wu Ping. Fang Ping grinned and killed 2. It worked for the encounter with 6th-rank martial artist. I can cut through their defenses. Then he took a deep breath. Shouted behind him, what about the 6 pins? Today I will change the battle with you. Wait for me to get to 4th grade. I will kill you. Tang Feng looked confused. What are you doing? Fang Ping said that I fought with Lupin. As you can see. God yell. Others know. You might even get some money for the treatment. Tang Feng's eyes rolled. Speechless for a while. Boom. The gates of Hope City slowly opened. The 2 walked in. Xiao Shuai stared at the ground crying dancer medal on Fang Ping's chest. Asked brother with a nervous face. The perimeter was blocked by the Tianmen army. You're spitting out a mouthful of blood. A serious face indicates that I am a humble person. Even if you die in battle. Never backing down. Xiao Shuai bit his lip excitedly. I couldn't help but tremble. Then he raised his hand and saluted Fang Ping. The surrounding dancers also raised their hands in salute. Then a shout was heard. Fang Ping, Zhao Xuanmei, and a few people ran out. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth are raised, and he's waiting for you. So he said with a weak face. Fortunately, he did not disgrace his life. I cut the 5 products. 1 person at the pinnacle. 1 person was broken at the beginning of the 5 grades. There are countless 4-rank martial artists. I finally have the face to come back. Lu Fengru turned her head and stared at Huang Jin with a sharp gaze. You gave him the task of killing Wu Ping. Huang Jin was taken aback. Did he explain? No. Yes, how could it be possible to let Sampin kill Wu Ping? When the 2 talked, Fang Ping suddenly collapsed. Several people hurriedly supported him. He was too seriously injured. Take him to the infirmary. It didn't take long. The news spread in the City of Hope. The demon marshal Fang Ping Sampin Jo section kills through the blockade line. Back to Hope City. Kill the pinnacle of the 5 grades. Escape from the hands of the 6th-rank powerhouse. At this time, several army warriors were talking on the city wall. A female warrior said, 3 pins kill 4 pins. I have 3 grades and 5 peaks. I dare to believe it. Xiao Shuai said that I think the same way. But when he returned, he was badly injured. I heard that I was chased and killed by Lupin for hundreds of miles before I ran back. I also saw with my own eyes the order of the 5 grades that he had captured. The medal is a symbol of the identity and honor of the Emperor Cry Dancer. Unless dead. Otherwise, others will not be able to take it. If we kill the enemy, we will also collect the medal. Do you think he can pick it up? The other two couldn't help but sigh for a while, yes. It's really young and promising. The screen turns. Fang Ping lay on the bed in the medical room. Lu Fengru angrily reproached and said, "Are you stupid? I'll tell you to pay attention. Don't be calculated. Why do you have to be alone?" Fang Ping said with a disapprehensive face that I was not convinced. Teacher Tang has to say that I don't dare to refute it. I'm going to prove him wrong. Lu Fengru raised her eyebrows at such a low-level agitation method. You also take the bait. Huang Jing and Tang Feng. It was very tacit to stand aside. Don't dare to speak. Fang Ping said aggrievedly that the teacher had said that. As a man, I really can't stand it. And do you want your students to be called stealers? Lu Fengru said lightly that I don't care about this. Other than that, they say you don't have a sense of direction. Fang Ping hurriedly raised his hand with an embarrassed face and said, "Nonsense. I have a good sense of direction. Otherwise, how can you run hundreds of miles to break through from the periphery? And I have one more piece of important information. Countless energy stones and high-frequency weapons were thrown for this." Wu Quishan frowned. Hurriedly asked what information. Fang Ping replied solemnly, "Dongkui City sent troops. Go from the east road to the west and look at the city." What a few people were taken aback. The situation in Dongkui City is true. Fang Ping took out a captured Earth Crying Dancer medal. I saw the army with my own eyes on the east side of the tomb of the Emperor. This is the soldier badge I captured in Dongkui City. Lu Fengru picked up the badge and showed it to a few people. It is indeed the coat of arms of Dongkui City. There can be no mistake. So Wu Quishan hurriedly walked out. The situation is urgent. I'll report to General Su to confirm. And be a second. Tang Feng snapped and gave Fang Ping a slap with his backhand. Lu Fengru and Huang Jing were both shocked at the same time. Huang Jing yelled at old Tang. "What are you doing? The big war is imminent." The seriously injured teenager resolutely said that I would not go back. I'm going to join the fight too. Contribute to humanity. At this time, Tang Feng's face turned blue with anger. I was very annoyed and said such an urgent matter. Why didn't I say it on the way back with you? Fang Ping touched his cheek and said, "I don't trust you. I was alone. How can such important intelligence be crossed? If you're a spy, then I'm not going to be killed." "Dean, did you say that I did something wrong?" Huang Jin said helplessly, "I really can't be wrong. In case Old Dawn is a cult. Although this is extremely unlikely. But if it's square, you have to die." Tang Feng was not convinced. Then he asked, "What about after entering the city?" Fang Ping replied that they were all human beings at that time. How do I say it? Let everyone panic. Then he said, "Teacher Tang," with a little mockery. "I don't mean to despise you, but what does your IQ really say?" Tang Feng was so angry that his forehead twitched slightly. "I'm going to step forward right away." Lu Fengru hurriedly raised her hand to block him. "Enough is enough, no matter how I say it. Fang Ping can be regarded as passing on the information in a timely manner. And I haven't asked you to settle the previous account." Lu Fengru also stood on Fang Ping's side. Tang Feng yelled angrily, "I was excessive. Dongkui City is coming. This is a major event that decided the hope for King Jingxi." At this time, Fang Ping suddenly covered his head and shook it. Then he fell on the bed with a thud. Several people were shocked. Lu Fengru hurriedly helped Fang Ping up. Fang Ping pretended to be weak and said, "I'm fine. It was a punch in the head that was hit by that Lupin before. May have been beaten by Mr. Tang and had a bit of an injury." Lu Fengru was shocked. "Your head was hit by Lu Ping." Fang Ping secretly laughed in his heart. "I didn't lie about what I just hit." Huang Jin looked at Tang Feng, said reproachfully, "Don, look at what you're doing." Tang Feng looked at his palm with a stunned expression. "I didn't even try it." Fang Ping rubbed his head and said, "Dean, I'm dying. I was given a backlist." "Is that how you treat the heroes here?" A drop of cold sweat cut on Huang Jin's forehead. "It's not a bad treat for you. Now the big war is imminent. Resources are urgently needed, but let's talk about it." "What you'll need." Fang Ping raised his index finger, a harmless expression on the face of humans and animals. "Not much. 2,000 credits. Plus 2 life return sheets. Take my 2 more C-class weapons. Just switch to a B-class long knife." Huang Jing's eyes rolled. Scolded in his heart, "You don't want much of what you call it. By the weight of the weapon that is now used by the square, B-rank knives require at least 2,000 HP. Those 2 weapons can only cancel out a maximum of 1,000 HP, plus an added bonus. That's worth hundreds of millions. Besides, it is generally a person of Lu Fengru's rank. We'll use B-class weapons." Fang Ping said, "Dean, in order to send back intelligence. I lost all my weapons and energy stones, and I'm not a white medicine either." Both weapons were surrendered. Huang Jin pinched the Jinling acupoint. "It's a headache to say that you don't need BGs." Wasting to see Huang Jing did not agree. Fang Ping increased the output. So he lowered his head. Slightly distracted, he said, "You know, I ran all the way back. How many times have you faced death? All the elixirs brought to the cave have also been used. You said I wouldn't come back if I hid behind. You dare not wait for him to finish." Tang Feng saute anguli. Fang Ping calmly asked himself. Teacher Tang changed to another third-grade martial artist. Dare to risk 10 deaths to cross the defense line. You dare to say so ruthlessly. Your situation at that time may not be able to survive for the 4-rank martial artist. You just need to be one step late. I'm not going to die. At this moment, you won't know anything about Dongkue City. Don't say anything about others. Let's say now, there are 3 or 5 strong people in front of you who are higher in grade than you. Waiting for you, do you dare to kill it? Then he said loudly with righteous indignation. It's not about asking for benefit from the school. I just want to get more cultivation resources and get stronger as soon as possible. Only when you become stronger can you make more contributions to mankind. Am I doing something wrong? Tang Feng was sweating profusely when Fang Ping said it. He rendered speechless. Huang Jing on the side looked at him with pimple eyes. If you want to say it, don't open your mouth. Isn't old Tang looking for abuse? Then Huang Jing said with an embarrassed face that you didn't do anything wrong. I can grant you your request. At the same time, he thought to himself that this kind of effort should not be reciprocated. But Fang Ping's intelligence is also worth it. The dancers are realistic. The need for cultivation resources is understandable. Fang Ping smiled lightly and said thank you, Dean. He seemed calm on the surface. In fact, I am happy in my heart. Then Huang Jing smiled and said that you should take care of your injuries. Let's look back at 5 at night. Fang Ping was stunned. Looking back 5, what about the others? He wondered why he let me go back. Huang Jing said that everyone else must participate in the defense. Fang Ping's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, then I won't go back. I'll go back now. People must think I'm scared of death again. So he looked up. Dean Xiang Huang Jing. Can you give me the credits, ammunition, and weapons now? Restore combat power as soon as possible. So anxious. Huang Jing said with a stunned face. Yes, but the credits don't work here. Fang Ping scratched his cheeks and smiled. I'll take it first. Even if you die in battle, you will be on the account. Can it be left to the family? Listen to Fang Ping's words. Huang Jing and the others couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then Huang Jing said, since you have decided to stay, then stay. Something will be delivered soon. After speaking, Huang Jing and Tang Feng walked towards the infirmary. Teacher Tang. Tang Feng just walked to the door. Fang Ping's voice came from behind him. Tang Feng stopped. Fang Ping said with a wicked smile on his face, you saved my life. I remember this. You owe me several lives. Isn't it time to compensate me for dozens of life orders? Tang Feng's face instantly became gloomy. I'll talk about it until you beat me. After saying that, there was a bang. Forcefully close the door and leave. Lu Fengru said helplessly, this is your mistake. As he spoke, he put his arms around Fang Ping's neck. Laughed excitedly. Actually dared to provoke Tang Lion in person. You're inflated. Yes, half of the demeanor of an old lady. Fang Ping leaned against his chest. Smiled awkwardly. Don't hug any longer. Then Lu Fengru only got up and looked at Fang Ping quietly. A drop of cold sweat was drawn on Fang Ping's face. Look at him with a smile too. A moment later, Lu Fengru said earnestly, you should go back. Fang Ping made meritorious contributions. The jackpot is in place. Good guy, this big knife is too handsome, isn't it? At this time, Lu Fengru said to Fang Ping, you are so seriously injured. It's time to go back. 2 cities are coming. The Great War will break out either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Fang Ping smiled and said that they were still there. And there are so many clans in Hope City. I didn't dare to stay. What to do in the future when you face a strong enemy alone? Lu Fengru said that they had to go up, not allowed in caves. Retreat, but you're not the same. Just made a great achievement. So you can go. Fang Ping said he was not afraid. I think we can win, if it weren't for the concern of Grandmaster Huagua. Slaughter them. Lu Fengru said that you want to be beautiful. 13 cities in the Devil's City Caves. It means that there are at least 13 city lords of the 9th grade. There are only a few human beings. Jiuping 30 or so. Once a big war breaks out, the depths of the cave are infested with strong men. Sweeping away Hope City is possible. Fang Ping said with a serious face. Then I'll have to stay. If you all die, I'm alive. No one can prove that I am a hero. Lu Fengru scolded an idiot. Then he sighed helplessly, and every time he started a war, the inferior ones are the ones who suffer the most casualties. Now that you've made up your mind to stay, then don't die so soon. Fang Ping smiled. No, I think I'm going to have a big life. And he lifted his right foot, shook in front of Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru said, what are you doing? It smoked to my eyes. Fang Ping's eyes lit up and said, "Teacher, don't you think I'm a little different?" Lu Fengru stared at his feet for a moment. The next second, his eyes widened suddenly. Exclaimed in disbelief, "Bone marrow like mercury." Then he picked up Fang Ping with one hand. "This weight is indeed unusual. How to do it?" Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "I'm not a dog. It's a shame. If this is to be seen, I must have been shot on the spot." So he hurriedly said that. "You put me down first." As he spoke, Zhao Shumei and others walked in. Fang Ping secretly cursed in his heart. "My damn crow's mouth. Saw someone come in." Lu Fengru let go of Fang Ping. "I still have something to do. You talk and walk out." Fang Ping complained in his heart. "I am an injured person." Feed a few people looking at each other. Fu Channing was the first to speak that Fang Ping. Fang Ping interrupted him. Said lightly, "In fact, it was also the path I chose. I don't blame you guys. But you hurt me." Then he looked at Qin Yunxi. "Then stretch out your palm." Yunxi gave me a few resurrection pills. Mend my wounded heart. Qin Yunxi hurriedly took out a bottle of resurrection pill from his bag. Shyly handed it to Fang Ping. Several of them opened their mouths wide at the same time. "Yunxi, you're really giving." Fang Ping looked at Qin Yunxi in astonishment. The return order handed over. Raised his hand and coughed dryly. "Forget it. I don't eat borrowed food. I'll give it to me when I save you one day." Tong Su is not bullied. Now no one doubts that I am afraid of death. You can't kill a strong enemy. Yang Xiaoman clasped his hands in front of his chest. Said angrily, "Don't save me. I don't have the money to give." Fang Ping said that he didn't want to save you. "You and Zhao Lei want me to save 10 back to the list. Don't think about it otherwise." Yang Xiaoman made a grimace. "No, Zhao Lei's face it twitched. When did Lao Tzu provoke you again?" Fu Chengding gasped curiously. Fang Ping's 5-grade peak was really killed by you. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. "How to heal? My strength." Fu Chengding said with a wicked smile. "It's not like you're thinking. The big war together. If everybody thinks you can kill the 5 pins, if you encounter 5 pins, it will lead you. Then it's better to be honest." Fang Ping looked at each other. A mouthful of spit squirted. "Yes, I really want to think that I kill 5 products like killing chickens. Then I'm not going to die." So he laughed awkwardly. "I murdered them by a ploy. No more defective products. That's definitely what I'm killing. Don't comfort yourselves." "I'm one mind." Several people couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Xuemei said excitedly, "I heard that you confiscated the badge of the 5-rank dancer. Can you show us?" Looking at the cave dancer badge that Fang Ping took out, several people were instantly shocked. "So much. When will I get the medal of the 5 grades?" The gap with Fang Ping is really getting bigger and bigger. Surprise awash. Several people Fang Ping said. "That's what you see. Can't take away." Several people turned their heads at the same time and gave him a blank look. There was a burst of complaints in my heart. "Do you think we love to take advantage of us as much as you do?" Soon, the benefits promised by the yellow police officer to Fang Ping were in place. Look at the system panel. The corners of Fang Ping's mouth raised slightly. Credits, ammunition, and weapons are counted down. The knife system is valued at nearly 50 million. I actually used 50 million knives. Good guy. This knife has the flavor of the second master. He then lifted his injured left hand. The value of wealth also grows too. It allows me to continue to refine the bone marrow of the upper limb bones. This time the injury was severe, especially the left hand. It is necessary to recover as soon as possible before the big war. So Fang Ping didn't drag the tower. Immediately began to refine the bone marrow. Repair injuries. By refining the bone marrow, it can strengthen the strength of the body and qi and blood. Faster recovery. 8 strong people. Strong defense and fast recovery. It is said that the golden body is not bad. It's because of the bone marrow. Before you know it, it's night. Fang Ping's tempering is still in progress. He pondered in his mind. After the qi and blood break through 999 calories, the ceiling began to grow rapidly. An increase in the upper limit means an increase in physique. The explosive moves are more powerful. But the whiteboard's bloody knife has been stuck in the quadruple slash. You can only slash out a burst of 350 calories at most. The reason why I was able to kill the Siping warriors is because I'm slashing continuously. Don't give your opponent time to react. And the real trick explosion is a 1-move kill. The advantage of the bloody knife is that it stacks burst damage. It's not hard to master, but the disadvantages are also obvious. Encountering a strong opponent is likely to be interrupted. The slash bursts out with maximum power. In the same tier, if you don't rely on infinite qi and blood, I shouldn't even be able to beat the top 10 of the 3-product list. Combat experience, means, and moves are lacking. This experience made me realize the cave is indeed an excellent place to cultivate. Take advantage of this big war. Be sure to cultivate the bloody crazy knife to 5 consecutive slashes. This can at least be worth the explosion of other people's 400 calories. Wait out of the cave. Then elevate yourself to the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. Cultivate a single move outbreak tactic. I believe in the top 3 on the sampling list. I can rely on it too. Real standing squeeze in. At this time, the system prompt sounds. Completed all upper limb bone tempering. Fang Ping's left hand suddenly exerted force. Smack. The bandage on his arm was shattered in an instant. Fang Ping shook his left arm. It may not be long before the corners of his mouth are raised excitedly. I'll be on the same street as Wang. And Confronting. I don't know if he broke through. It shouldn't be so fast. Come to think of it. He couldn't help but smirk. Sure enough, I am the child of destiny. At this time, on the other side, there was a demon martial arts lecture hall. Confronting was clasping her hands in front of her chest. Sit on the stool below. Question time. What is Confronting doing in the lecture hall? Has she broken through the 4th grade? In a long hallway outside the conference room, Fang Ping sat on the stone bench and fell into deep thought. On the side, Confronting happened to pass by at this time. Seeing that Fang Ping's state was a little bad, then he sat on the side of Fang Ping. What do you think about grinning? Fang Ping was silent for a moment. I was thinking. Mr. Wu went with us to do the task. Even the body did not come back. I should at least wait for the enemy to retreat and look for it. I'm still thinking. I'm better than you. With great power comes great responsibility. None of you left. I can't even go. I don't want to go back now and be called a coward. After all, we are also people who want face. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. I was too scared of death to continue to tell. I still have so much to do. If I'm going to die, how sad my parents and sister must be. Now mid-grade martial artists can be seen everywhere. Is it useful for me to be a 3-rank martial artist? I'll come back when I get to the Grandmaster. If you die now, you won't have a chance. Fang Ping sighed heavily. Mr. Tang is right. The Grandmaster is powerful. Grandmasters are stronger. If everyone waits for the Grandmaster to fight again, that humanity would have perished long ago. You say how people are so complicated. Confronting disagreed. Laughing he, tangled fart. Why do you think so much? If you want to stay, you can stay. You can go as long as you want. It's not like you didn't fight or kill. No one will say anything. As for Mr. Wu, they died here. I have to give a thumbs up and say it's amazing. The moment they walked into the cave, all with the heart of death. You think you're here to enjoy the mountains and rivers, fight monsters and upgrade it. Then patted Fang Ping's shoulder. Go on, actually, I can understand you. After all, it's the first time. It's okay. Wait until your friend dies. A loved one died. Fang Ping heard this. Somewhat annoyed. You're cursing me. Confronting cursed you lazily. I'm telling the truth. Do you know why I'm always swiping alone? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. Yes, I met him for the first time since I entered school. It seems that he has always been alone. Confronting's voice continued to come. My loved ones are dead. It was a team that cried with me. The captain is 1 level higher than me. The guy was always beating and scolding me. Call me stupid as a pig. I was thinking, if it weren't for the fact that this guy was a level higher than me, I can't kill him. As a result, he was really hacked to death. He was still scolding me before he died. Of course I'm scolding him. I was fierce at the time. It's uncomfortable and unbelievable. How can a man die like this? Later I thought about avenging him for a while. Crying creatures that kill all the light. After a while I thought about never crying again. And then I got used to it. Anyway, it's good to get used to it. Life and death are downplayed. Don't think about it so much. I'm not surprised that you're dead in the next second. The next moment, Confronting's topic changed. So before that, isn't it time to divide the benefits? Ping's face is black and scary. Confronting shouted loudly. You kid won't want to swallow it alone. Don't overdo it. Wang Jinya, that bastard is not too much for you. Talk nonsense, talk less. After you finish dividing it, you can stay if you love it. If you love to go, you can go. Fang Ping glanced at Confronting. Said, idiot. You're going to split the account with me. Not necessarily more than what you take now. You take 3 energy hearts. It's worth 2,700 credits. According to what you said, 3 or 7 points. I have at least 2,100 credits. None of the 3 poor folk ghosts had their weapons. You feel like there's something with 2,100 credits. Confronting was stunned for a moment. Yes, yes. There is an average of 700 credits for a 4-grade product. If any, that's at least 1 person. You must have more than 23 grams of cultivation energy stones. Then he looked up at the heavens. Oops. The sun is so big. Xiao Fang, let's say goodbye. Never again. Drop the word. The guy left in a hurry. Fang Ping stood in place, shouting that you don't share it with me. Don't regret the next moment. Qin Fengqing returned to the same place. His face was full of confusion. In 3 or 7 points is what I joked about. Think for yourself. If it weren't for me, you can kill 3-4 pins. Fang Ping didn't bother to pay attention to him. If it weren't for me, you can't kill 3-4 pins. Don't talk about it. The two didn't shake him again. Fang Ping took out all the harvest from his marching bag. Qin Fengqing looked at it and judged. 7 basic energy stones can be exchanged for about 100 credits. 6 cultivation energy stones are about 1,200 credits. That's it. In the next second, Qin Fengqing turned around and left. Let's go and divide it like that. Your brother and I are not scheming people. Fang Ping rolled his eyes and knew that you were going to run. It's okay to keep an account. You owe me 10 million. Qin Fengqing heard this, running faster. The heart said that the debt should be repaid. Jokes are dead. Maybe I'll die someday. Who cares how much you Fang Ping says? I'm not going to pay back if I'm alive anyway. Qin Fengqing left. The system defaults to the allocation principle. Fang Ping looked at the numerical panel. The value of wealth increased by 28 million. The battle lasted only 15 minutes, but I barely stopped exploding, and so on until the end. Fang Ping sighed. This time, nearly 23 million wealth values were consumed. Replenished 23,000 kilocalories of qi and blood. It is equivalent to the sum of the consumption of 3 products. Although I played the effect of a team alone, but the cost is just too much. Logistics department of the military department. Fang Ping Wadao handed it over. Soon the lady in charge of logistics was smiling. The mission of the Tao Demon Martial Arts. Your teacher came over and gave a presentation. Specifically mentioned, you're doing a great job. The military department is now preparing for war. There's not much that can subsidize you. 3 grade D blood pills, plus 500 military points. With the entry of resources, the wealth of the system then increased by 2.5 million. The lady in charge of logistics wrote a certificate to Fang Ping, while continuing, in the news that you brought back to Dongkui City before, an additional 3,000 points will be awarded. This means that you now have 3,500 military points. Then let Fang Ping sign. Fang Ping couldn't help but say 500 points. So I'm joining the military now. Isn't it a horseback to command the army? Hearing Fang Ping say this, the lady from the logistics department laughed. And, of course, the military department is also very welcome. A strong person like classmate Fang joined, as long as you have this idea. Fang Ping compared the credits with the military points in his heart. If the 5 college points represent money, then the military points represent honor and military rank. The number of points determines the level of military rank. From low to high, it is divided into commanders and generals. The mean also has requirements for grades. The minimum 4 grades are all low. 6th-ranked martial artists can only become generals if they have more than 10,000 points. Take the lead. Join forces with Lao Qing last night. Killed 3 4th rank and more than a dozen 3rd rank. To get 500 points, integrals can be seen from this. The accumulation is very difficult. If you are in the military department, you will serve as a commander. It can already be said to be a one-sided character. For officers of the military department, Fang Ping still admired it very much. Admirable to be admired. But let him stay in the cave for many years. He is also subject to military regulations. He was certainly not used to it. Faced with an invitation from the staff, Fang Ping had no choice but to scratch his head. He just laugh and forget it. Not at the moment. Let's wait until you graduate. Then Fang Ping opened his handbag. You see, I have these things plus the 3 products of the abandoned blood pill that I just subsidized. Can I change to the leather armor of a 6th grade creature? The inner armor can be repaired if it is damaged during the battle. A full set of C-grade alloys has been shelved with not accustomed. The staff thought for a moment. 6 pins of leather armor in your magic martial arts. The value is between 5,000 to 10,000 credits. These things are worth up to 2,000 credits. I'm afraid I can only change you to the leather armor in the middle of the 5th grade. And there's also energy stone in it. This thing will be of great help to your cultivation. You're sure you want to swap it out? Fang Ping nodded to indicate that he was sure. After all, the main role of energy stones is to provide qi and blood. Not very useful to me. War room of the military department. Several elderly people were standing or sitting. The old headmaster of the demon house also practiced here. An old man asked me for a suggestion. Tianmen City and our enmity are as deep as the sea. It's time to attack Tianmen City. An emaciated old man sat next to him. Shaking his head, my opinion is, kill those guys in Dongkuei City. Tianmen City has been fighting with us for so many years. We know what they do. If you kill and destroy Tianmen City, then let's go next. It's about to face the unfamiliar Dongkuei City. The old man who spoke before was a little disapproving. Could it be that all these years of enmity have just been put down? Lao Tzu wanted to be on the verge of death. Kill a few Tianmen City livestock. The thin old man was a little angry with whom Lao Tzu was. Don't have me. The older ones talked for a long time. The old headmaster, who had never spoken, spoke up. The meaning of the military department is to kill the strong people of Tianmen City. Tianmen City is too close to us. Even if you have to face Dongkuei City next, the battle line must also be stretched. Dongkuei City knows less. The first encounter may not kill them. Last night, 14 high-quality people in Tianmen City poured out of the nest. In the afternoon, they will be in the city. I'll fight when the time comes. Commander of the Tiger Army in Tianmen City. Lao Bai and Lao Zhang are 8 products. You two are responsible. Kill the other 2 of the 3 commanders. Others kill the 7 pins. Kill a few counts a few. Completely crippled Tianmen City. The southern town guard on side, Wu Xuan, who was respected by the Zhoupin sect, was a little sad. Several seniors. It's because we're incompetent. The old headmaster chuckled. Okay, it's weird. The old man next to him also agreed. We're a bunch of bad old men. Don't shoot again. I can't move for 2 years. But you'll have to stop the beast. We old guys can't stop it. Zhoupin Wu Chuan saluted slightly. Students definitely. Then the old headmaster asked again. By the way, how do we arrange the students of the 2nd and 3rd grades? Wu Chuan said. Teachers, rest assured. The military department has agreed. Their evacuation is being organized. The old headmaster stroked his beard. That's good. These little ones are the seeds of our magic dance. Hope that the army in the city can be seen everywhere. The Great War is about to begin. All the dancers in the crypt of the Demon City have been recruited. Maybe everyone is used to this kind of scene. The atmosphere in Hope City wasn't what I thought it would be. Too nervous. Looking west over the city, a strong man yelled. Notify non-military personnel. The Zhongping Forbidden Zone Operations Department reported. The inferior warriors went to the city gates to report. All are distributed uniformly. The task is executed immediately. Look west to the east of the city. Fang Ping followed the group of people here. The lieutenant who led the team began to speak. 3 high-grade martial artists, although they can't breathe blood, separated from the body, but can attach chi and blood to weapons. Our mission is to hold this bed crossbow. Supply blood to the crossbow arrows. Shoot the Tekuku warrior who tries to cross the city wall. Have questions? Fang Ping hurriedly said when he heard this. Due Yukong warriors are generally more than 4 grades. Can a crossbow arrow kill? Multiple nodded. Yes, as long as the strength of chi and blood is strong enough. A person is limited in what he or she can do, so the 6 of you need to be divided into 2 groups. Take turns to join forces to attach chi and blood to the crossbow arrows. Just hit. The 4 product will die. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Someone in the team chuckled and said, little brother, this is the first time I've seen this. Oh, hey. Then wait for the enemy to come and show you the insights. How to kill the 3rd product and the 4th product Tianmen City. I thought I could take Hope City. We are understaffed and the strong. We are definitely stronger than the equipment. Multiple interrupted the conversation. Don't think about Tianmen City. Our side is probably facing Dongkuei City. I also explained it above, mainly to defeat the Dongkuei army. Make them regret it. Let them know. Join forces with the Tianmen army to attack Hope City is their biggest mistake. There are team members who chimed in. That's right, beat the gang of grandsons in Dongkuei City. I'm ready to abandon the blood pill. Not enough to use right away. Fang Ping, the team member next to him, asked Fang Ping if he had purchased the abandoned blood pill on his behalf. Speak directly if you need to. Fang Ping expressed his gratitude. Fang Ping looked at the crossbow arrow. I thought if this crossbow bolt was really so powerful. With my infinite blood, isn't it invincible? The cave leads to the square. Future top. There are none in ranks. Fang Ping hurriedly grabbed a teacher and asked. Teacher Luo Fang Ping. Aren't we waiting for him? Teacher Luo recalled what Fang Ping said at that time. Teacher Luo asked me to stay in the cave. Break through 4 draws. Prepare to take charge of the demon force. Then he looked at the crowd and said that he was there. He decided he wanted to stay. It's hard for me to stop me. After all, he's almost the peak of the 3rd grade. I just hope he can come back safely. Come on. Zhao Lei heard this. What, he is almost at the peak of the 3rd grade. Fu Chuning looked up to the sky and sighed. I want to stay too, but I'm only a 2nd class. Zhao Xuanei's face was even more surprised. Fang Ping, how the hell did he do it? Teacher Luo sighed. How to say it? He's a little bit out of sorts. Do not be affected. After you go back, you will practice hard. Strive to break through the 3 products as soon as possible. The next time you come in, you won't have a teacher to take you. That's what happened. There was a whining sound outside. The bugle sounded. Fang Ping and the others instantly cheered up all their spirits. The captain who led the team took a deep breath. Prepare for battle in a deep voice. Fang Ping and the others immediately stroked the crossbow arrows made of alloy. Prepare to attach chi and blood. Fang Ping looked at the army in the distance. The army on the opposite side stopped, not moving forward, densely packed with a lot of soldiers. Teacher Luo hurriedly urged everyone to leave quickly. Chun Yunqi looked in the direction of Hope City, very worried. North Gate of Hope City. Heavenly Gate City. The army stopped less than 5 miles from Hope City. The 3 commanders of Tianmen City were suspended in the air. Powerful energy fluctuations are emitted. This side of Hope City, the army has also been assembled, always ready to fight. Wu Quishan, Tang Feng, Huang Jing, Lu Fengru, and other mentors, standing on top of the city walls, coldly looking at the enemy troops on the opposite side. Get ready for battle. I heard a loud bang in the distance. It attracted everyone's attention. Fang Ping was a little shocked. I saw the old principal and 2 old men soaring into the air. The old headmaster chuckled and said, "Old guys, don't drop the chain." Someone snorted. The old headmaster did not refute either. Laugh and go. The next moment, several old men flew towards the north. The 3 commanders of Tianmen City in the north also rushed out. Cave warfare, much faster than Fang Ping imagined. The strong on both sides avoided the army. Fly off into the distance. The armies of the 2 sides have not yet fought. I heard an earth-shattering roar in the distance. One is the most powerful. Energy fluctuations came from afar. A small boss hovers in the air on this side of the cavern. Ghoul in the mouth. The army of the caverns attacked in an instant. Rushed towards Hope City. With a kill from Wukuei Mountain. Nearly 1,000 figures flew down from the city walls. I saw Tang Feng. Saw Lu Fengru. Saw many, many familiar mentors. Medium-grade powerhouse. It will soon be the same middle-grade powerhouse as the opposite. The battle came together. Both sides have one that deviate from the main battlefield. Kill to the side. Avoid injuring your own low-frequency warriors. It's the same as Qin Fengqing said. The Great War begins. Ice to glacier to river. East of Hope City. Humans and cave dancers have also stood together. Dongkuei Qingjun erected a ladder. Get ready to get to the city. Fang Ping was about to move. Then he calmly said steadily, "Don't worry that those who are already on the wall will meet the enemy. Soon there will be a mid-grade martial artist floating in the air. The stronger they are, the more we aim for them." Sure enough, as the captain said, the enemies who had come up to the wall had just appeared, and there were people who wanted to stop it. At this time, there are dancers floating in the cave. Prepare to float over the wall. The lieutenant immediately grabbed the bed crossbow. Let Fang Ping recharge. The cave dancer appeared above Hope City. Suddenly, a blood-red crossbow arrow appeared, straight through his chest. Fang Ping took a look at it, hit the enemy, immediately rejoiced. Dongkuei Qingju inside. A mid-range dancer with a shield soars into the air. Fly to Hope City. Many frowned. Hurriedly let people feel the female sword rush energy. At this time, the cave dancer with the shield was almost there. A number of drivers broke into their mothers. Sends out the mother's sword. I saw the cave warrior raising his shield. The bolt was ricocheted. The middle-grade martial artist on the human side raised his sword and rushed forward. Take on the cave warriors. With the addition of the cave warrior with a shield, the city of Hope side suffered heavy losses. Then the second wave of cave products came. The bolts were still ricocheted off the shield. The roll is getting smaller and smaller. Those dancers in the caves with shields. The walls have been climbed. The captain's face changed drastically. It seems that they were prepared. It must be the information of the crossbow arrows in Tianmen City. Tell Dongkuei City. Fang Ping's face was anxious. More and more jumping warriors came up. They were struggling. Do you want to go to support? The lieutenant was a little sluggish. Our mission is to take charge of the break-in. Fang Ping was very anxious in his heart. I want to go war. However, in wartime, you must obey military orders. The lieutenant did not approve it. I can't leave without permission. Failure to do so may be considered desertion. We'll look at Fang Ping and speak. Most of our chi and blood are consumed. Do you still have chi and blood? Even those who are middle-grade martial artists. If we go up, we will die. Others also spoke to persuade them. Little brother, we know you want to help. But it's dead. It's worth dying too. See fellow human beings being killed one by one. Fang Ping hurriedly said, I don't want to die. But the one in front of him was a warrior, and blood splashed on the wall. Can I go? I'm afraid of dying of that. I'm Fang Ping. It's the genius who has killed the 5 grades. I'm very strong. Just let me do it myself. As soon as the lieutenant heard this, he said, somewhat shocked, you are the monster who escaped from the hands of 6 pins. Fang Ping replied loudly. It's my captain pointing in front of me. Give Fang Ping an order. If you don't say it sooner, you won't go soon. The war between humans and the caves. It's in full swing. At this time, the cave wore shield and was a martial artist, already on the walls of Hope City. A human warrior with a weapon in his hand. Fierce fighting. A cave warrior wounds a Terran warrior with a shield. The next second, he raised a long sword in his hand, ready to deliver the final blow to that Terran warrior. That's when it happened. A slanted shadow flew in. I saw Fang Ping holding a long knife in his hand. In an instant, the life of the Emperor Crying Dancer was born. Then he rushed to the other war bands. Looking at Fang Ping's sassy, heroic posture, can't help it. Marvel that a talented dancer is different. I'm still old. But wait until my blood recovers a bit. I should be able to cut one at a time. The officer next to him smiled and slashed you one by one. The first product is about the same. It's a little embarrassing. Randomly refute you shut up. Ish. Many of the officers in the city were watching the sky. An officer was a little worried. He had to come back. At this moment, the sky roared in the distance. The old headmaster and the commander of Tianmen City fought inextricably. The old headmaster unleashed his King Kong fist, rushed towards the enemy. The commander of Tianmen City was equally excited to fight back. Next moment, the old headmaster and the commander of Tianmen City fought each other with their fists. A thumping thump rang out. The old headmaster was careless, hit by the commander of Tianmen City, was knocked straight to the ground. Dusty. The commander of Heavenly Gate City was suspended in the air, overlooking the old headmaster on the ground. He's a little smug, mocking. The old headmaster was furious with the little cub. You almost killed me back then. It's because a few of you are besieging it. I really thought that you could be Lao Tzu's opponent alone. He took a sip as he spoke, spit out the blood from his mouth. The old headmaster went on to fuck it. None of you want to run this time. The commander of Heavenly Gate City smiled contemptuously, cool and stress-free slipping. He attacked. A monster appeared in the air, towards the old headmaster. The old headmaster was waiting for you. Mental three-dimensional. Mental engravement. The old headmaster made the bleeding knife severe. His whole body glowed with gold. The right finger is heaven. A bloody blade appeared, straight into the sky, buzzing. At this time, the old headmaster's arm was already showing signs of collapse. The power is constantly condensing. The commander of Tianmen City on the opposite side was a little shocked. Sweat flowed from his face. The next moment, the old headmaster's eyes froze. Drink out of your mouth and give me death. This huge bloody blade went straight towards the commander of Tianmen City. The commander of Tianmen City resisted with all his might, but to no avail. The next second, his figure vanished into the blood. At this moment, the entire City of Hope is full of blood. Fang Ping, Lu Fengru, and the others all turned their heads to look at the scene. The expressions are different. Fang Ping's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. The figure of the old headmaster slowly dissipated in the air. He looked in the direction of Hope City, whispered in his mouth, I really want to go back to Mo to see. Soon his figure completely dissipated. Another thin, old man looked in the direction of the old headmaster. He looked sad. The little guy is in a hurry. Walk faster than I am. Another Heavenly Gate City commander on the opposite side. He's a little scared. His face was full of shock. Injid, an old man in formal clothes who fought with the third commander of Tianmen City. Laugh. There was some sadness in his smile. The headmaster is dead. I didn't live as long as I did. I thought Boppy would live a long time. Now it seems, didn't expect to surpass me. The faces of the other two Heavenly Gate City commanders changed drastically. They all prepared to escape. The emaciated old man was suspended in the air, whispering in his mouth to escape. As he spoke, he activated the blood knife technique. The massive blood blade reappeared. The old man in formal clothes also echoed. The blood knife technique was also used. Two sky-high blood blades directly slashed at the two Heavenly Gate City commanders. Just listen to the boom constantly. Blood once again filled the entire sky. The figures of the two Heavenly Gate City commanders directly melted. The figure of a thin old man and an old man in formal clothes. It also slowly dissipates. Only the blood in the sky was left. The old headmaster and others, and the commander of Tianmen City died together. The rest of the generals of the Tianmen army and the Donghui army. Signals were given to evacuate. The two armies began to flee. There was even a stampede. This side of Hope City, an officer gave the order to go out of the city and kill. With the opening of the gates of the city of Westlook, numerous Terran warriors slaughtered the cave warriors. Fang Ping held a long knife in his hand, leap off the city walls, rush straight into the cave army, launch an attack explosion. Blood 5 in a row. A large number of cave warriors were eliminated. A large number of Gaoping warriors were killed in battle. Beyond everyone's expectations, the Tianmen army and the Donghui army continued to retreat. The enemy's middle and high grades are pinned down by our strong men in the distance. It cannot be restored. A large number of low-grade warriors in the retreating ranks were killed by us. Direction of Tianmen City. The blue side guards Wuchuan and fights with the lord of Tianmen City. The city lord of Tianmen City lost 3 commanders. Angry energy fluctuations reverberated in the distance. The chase lasted a full hour. The battlefield was littered with severed limbs. Blood stained the ground red. Qin Fengxing walked in the direction where the old principal disappeared. Kneel down. He hammered the ground with his hand. The voice was hysterical. Tears. Bastards, why should the headmaster go desperately? Are all the Jiuping dancers dead? Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengxing like this. I don't feel good either. Then, the officer, suspended in the air, gave the order to clean up the battlefield. Speed Ilium. Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengxing's scars all over his body. I want her to deal with the injury. Qin Fengxing was extremely sad and angry at the moment. Fang Ping was also very sad. Huang Jing in the City of Hope couldn't help but sigh for benevolence. Teacher, the most regrettable thing in their lives is that they can't calm down and cry. Everyone's encouragement. Lu Fengru also shed tears. The principal always advised me to look at the point. As a result, he himself was the one he couldn't think about the most. The bullshit is strong. What about the 8 products? What about Jupin? It's not like you die. There are no bones left. Huang Jin persuaded everyone while crying. This time we killed 7 of them. Gaoping Donghui City retreated. But Tianmen City will never stop. We need to cheer up. The battle is not over yet. With the order to return to the city, a large number of Terran warriors, livable, orphans returned to Hope City with his compatriots and booty. Meanwhile, block the attack of the 2 cities. After that, the 5 of them received the order. All Sanhai warriors must evacuate the cave. Originally before the Great War, there are 40 Han students from the 3 grades who came in to support. And now only 15 people have returned. The big lion said, we have not been allowed to enter the cave for the next few months. Fang Ping glanced back, walked into the energy channel. Alloy outside. The 2 people guarding the door became one. Scarface is gone. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. Look at the other distracted gatekeeper. Whispered, may I ask Uncle Scar? Some lonely gatekeepers chuckled at him. I went in and supported. The guy was thinking about catching the ground and crying all day long. Now I'm satisfied. Fang Ping didn't know that Scarface had just entered the cave. Or died in the cave. But he didn't ask again. Too many people have died in the past few days. Doomsday. The moment Fang Ping got off the bus, there are several tutors at the door. Dozens of trainees from the special training class walked up. Fu Chunding patted Fang Ping's shoulder. Laugh and see. I said this guy would definitely come back. Zhao Xuanmei looked at Fang Ping's scars all over his body. Said hurriedly, Fang Ping, your injuries are so serious. Fang Ping shook his head. It's okay. It's all cutaneous trauma. Chen Yunxi just looked at Fang Ping quietly. Chen Jinhua, the dean of the Demon Martial Arts Academy, asked everyone, how is the battle? The students in the team wept silently. Some wept to the point that some people, including the old headmaster, All 7 grandmasters were killed in battle. There are no bones left. Successfully defeated the 3 commanders of Tianmen City. 5 high-quality generals. Wu Jiangping, Lan Yuru, Zhou Heron, the mentor sacrificed. The body is still in the cave and has not been recovered. Chen Jinhua's face seemed to be much paler. Someone in the crowd choked up in a low voice.